the heart-reading system, the growth of the beloved, and the defiance of adversity. After Gu Shiji perished from exhaustion while working late into the night, she found herself inexplicably transported into a novel she had once read, assuming the role of a tragic supporting character, the true daughter of the Gu family. However, accepting her fate as a mere pawn, she resolved not to struggle, being both young and financially destitute. Before her true identity could be discovered by the Gu family, she took it upon herself to seek out her relatives, accompanied by her venomous female antagonist system. Ding, system task activated. Oh dear, the system wants me to intentionally bully the female lead. Are you certain this isn't a plot to end my life? The Gu family members stared in shock as they witnessed her tormenting Gu Sirou, collectively exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness." Chapter 1. Seeking kin. She stood up, brushed off her hands, and turned to leave. The original character's adoptive parents had tragically died in a car accident last month, prompting her uncle's family to do everything possible to cast her out. At merely 15 years of age, the original character found herself unwanted even as a child laborer, ultimately resorting to begging on the streets for over half a month. Though inexperienced in the art of begging and sleight of build, she had no talent for storytelling, which resulted in few donations. Fortunately, as a beggar in the city, food was relatively plentiful, often salvaged from dumpsters. However, her stomach struggled to adjust to this new diet, leading to illness when no one took her to seek medical attention. After a week of neglect, she succumbed to a high fever that lasted 2 days. Thus, Shay, former laborer who had worked herself to death, found herself reborn into a narrative she had previously consumed, titled The Fake Daughter, a charismatic enchantress. The protagonist, a counterfeit daughter, possessed an aura that rendered her irresistible, thriving in the tale, while the original character remained a mere pawn destined for an early demise, far from the luxuries of the Gu family, not driven by greed for their wealth. As a traveler, she was granted the privilege of a venomous female antagonist system, which, true to its name, compelled her to fulfill the role of a malicious counterpart. Successful completion of tasks promised generous rewards, including knowledge, talents, skills, beauty elixirs, martial arts, and more. After purchasing a family-style milk tea with extra toppings, she navigated the subway system, encountering a delivery driver along the way. Finally, Gu Shiji arrived at the entrance of Yunlon Villa. "Dear security officer, I am the young lady of the Gu family. Could you please inform them to come and greet me?" Upon reading the novel, she noted that the entire Yunlon Villa community consisted of only 8 households, with the Gu family being the sole occupants. The narrative described her appearance as identical to that of Madame Gu. Thus, when the family first glimpsed her photograph, they were convinced of her connection to them. To ensure the security officer recognized her, she had washed her face thoroughly in the restroom upon her arrival. Now, with her hair gathered neatly at the back, she leaned closer for the officer to examine her features. "Please take a good look, Officer." 10 minutes later, a striking figure appeared before her: an impeccably chiseled face, dark eyes like ink, a prominent nose, and towering stature of at least 6 feet tall. Embodiment of the quintessential wealthy CEO archetype from the narrative. "Wow, this must be my older brother. How incredibly handsome." No wonder the domineering CEO in the story could captivate anyone with a face like his. Who could resist? At this moment, gazing upon him, I lament my fate as a sister, for it denies me the chance to harbor any impure thoughts toward him. What was that voice? Gu Jianyu, who had remained home for a family gathering, was summoned by his father to investigate the identity of the impostor claiming to be their family's true daughter. Observing the peculiar sounds, he felt a twinge of confusion as he noted the only individuals present were himself, the security officer, and the young girl before him. Could it be that she was speaking? Yet her lips remained unmoving. Furrowing his brow, Gu Jianyu regarded Gu Shiji with a mixture of intrigue and apprehension. Gu Shiji felt a surge of panic. Could the power of the false daughter be so formidable that, upon my mere arrival, my brother would wish to silence me? Heavens, could I be so unfortunate as to arrive seeking comfort only to walk into my demise? Observing the rapid changes in her expression, Gu Jianyu began to comprehend the source of the peculiar voice. It was indeed emanating from the young girl, or rather, from her thoughts. He found himself perplexed as to why he could hear her inner musings. Yet, he was reminded of her striking resemblance to his mother so much, so that if anyone claimed the girl bore no relation to her, few would believe it. He exchanged pleasantries with the security officer and guided Gu Shiji toward the Gu family villa. Did you just tell the officer you are a young lady of the Gu family? Gu Shiji nodded vigorously. Yes, I dreamt that I was your sister, so I sought you out before I starved. As she admired the villa's exquisite surroundings, she eagerly slurped the last of the tapioca pearls from her cup. What a splendid community. Just look at the grass and flowers clearly. It is not ordinary. Truly befitting my affluent parents. This community is the empire I have built. Gu Jiangyu. He endeavored to disregard the girl's thoughts, pondering the implications of her statement. Dreaming of being related? Could it be that such a serendipitous event could occur? Yet, considering he could hear her inner voice, perhaps extraordinary occurrences were not so implausible. Every Sunday, the Gu family hosted a gathering, with only the third and second sons abroad for filming and a medical conference, respectively. The remaining family members gathered in the courtyard for a barbecue. Upon receiving the security officer's call, the family suspected they were victims of a trick. Father, my brother is bringing that imposter over. Should I call the police? How dare she impersonate a member of our family? Gu Jianyuan, the fourth son, clutched his phone, ready to press the final confirmation to dial 110. Furrowing his brow, their father cautioned, "Wait a moment, the officer mentioned, she is merely a teenage girl, perhaps with a difficult story. Even if she has a story, she cannot impersonate my sister. I have only one sister, and that is Sarush is the best sister. Anyone who dares to impersonate her will face dire consequences." Chapter 2. Can you read my thoughts? The Gu family consisted of 4 sons and 1 daughter, Gu Sirou. Clad in a white dress, with flawless pale skin and a serene, gentle smile, she stood beside her mother, accepting the skewers just grilled and handed to her. Upon hearing the conversation, she turned to Gu Jiangyuan, forming a heart with her hands. "Fourth brother is the best brother. You're amazing." Puffed with pride at his sister's praise, Gu Jiangyuan beamed, only to realize that the other brothers were absent, leading to a twinge of disappointment. He then vowed to Gu Sirou, "Do not worry, when that impostor arrives, I shall surely make her cry." Their mother, dressed in a similarly colored qipao, bore no wrinkles on her nearly 50-year-old face, appearing as youthful as a woman in her 30s. Standing beside Gu Sirou, they resembled sisters. Noticing her daughter had finished 2 skewers, she called for the housekeeper. "Please remind the kitchen to prepare some herbal tea. If indulging in barbecue leads to fiery skin and blemishes, little Sirou would surely feel disheartened and on the verge of tears." "Dad, Mom, I've brought her here," echoed Gu Jiangyu's voice in the courtyard. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, or more precisely, towards Gu Shiji, who stood behind him. Wow, it's no wonder that this is the residence of the richest family in the city. This courtyard is far more beautiful than any I've just passed by. They all look incredibly stunning. My goodness, how can an entire family resemble celestial beings? If this novel were adapted into a television series, finding suitable actors would be nearly impossible. What is that delightful aroma? Barbecue? They're actually enjoying barbecue. Oh dear. My mouth is watering uncontrollably. I want to eat meat and vegetables. Anything edible is fair game for me. I am so hungry. Thankfully, I only had milk tea earlier and resisted the temptation of buns, or I wouldn't have room for skewers right now. Gu father, Gu mother, and Gu Jianyuan shared a similar peculiar expression. What is that noise? The girl behind the eldest brother hasn't even spoken, yet it's so loud in my ears. And what is this strange talk about adapting odd novels into dramas? Gu Jiangyu, having listened to it all, adapted well. Upon hearing Gu Shiji mention hunger and observing her emaciated frame, he frowned and said, "You should go in and eat something first. We can discuss everything else later." Wow, my elder brother truly understands me. He knows to let me fill my stomach before addressing other matters. Elder brother, I adore you. I shall raise a banner in your honor." A smirk played upon Gu Jianjia's lips. Having such a boisterous sister might not be so bad after all. "Thank you, elder brother. Thank you everyone," Gu Shiji exclaimed, bouncing towards the barbecue grill. She bent down to scrutinize her own face. "Mom, come quickly and see her face. She resembles you so much, just like you did when you were young. And her eyes are just like Dad's, as if they were transplanted onto her face. My goodness, are con artists nowadays so dedicated and skilled?" They come to deceive us after undergoing cosmetic surgery, looking so natural that must cost quite a fortune. If they fail to deceive us and are exposed, it would be a significant loss. With her mouth full, Gu Shiji stuffed 2 skewers of lamb into her mouth, cheeks puffed up, unable to articulate a word. She widened her eyes, glaring at Gu Jiangyuan. The one talking so much must be my 4th brother, though he is quite handsome. He is not charming at all. Humph. Claiming I had plastic surgery, what doctor possesses such skill nowadays to make me look this good? Furthermore, if I had the money for surgery, I wouldn't risk seeking you out to play the role of this malicious supporting character. It should be noted that in the original story, this malevolent supporting character met a rather tragic end. She was schemed against by the female lead, causing her family to loathe her, ultimately leading them to send her abroad, not wanting to even see her. Alone and desolate in a foreign land, the female lead secretly arranged for a group to torment her, furthering her suffering by injecting her with drugs and infecting her with diseases, leading to her tragic demise on the streets of a foreign city. Had she been able to eat her fill, she would have wished to stay far away from the female lead. Gu Mother nodded indeed. With her striking beauty, no cosmetic surgeon could replicate such a visage. Coincidentally, Gu Father shared the same sentiment. His wife was the epitome of beauty. No surgeon could mimic her likeness. That means this face is naturally gifted? Gu Shiji was exceedingly famished. She had been wandering for half a month and had fallen ill for a week prior to her death. She had never truly filled her stomach. Upon encountering such delectable barbecue, she found herself unable to stop, utterly consumed by the feast. Despite the myriad of questions others wished to pose, they couldn't bring themselves to interrupt her, witnessing her gluttonous delight. Eat slowly, have a sip of water first, Gu Mother said, approaching Gu Shiji with a glass of water, worry etched across her face. How long has it been since you last ate? Suddenly consuming so much barbecue might harm your health? What if you overindulge and feel unwell? The young girl was still clad in tattered clothing, with a large hole in the shoulder, and her frail frame seemed incapable of supporting even 2 pounds of flesh. How much hardship must she have endured? Wow, is this my mother? She is so beautiful. No wonder I look so good. It turns out I have truly inherited my mother's virtues. My mother is so gentle, even uncertain if I am truly her daughter. She still shows such concern for me. She must be an incredibly wonderful mother. With her mouth stuffed with yet another round of food, Gu Shiji could only emit muffled sounds of approval, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Gu Mother. Gu Mother's eyes softened slightly. Though unsure why she could hear the child's innermost thoughts, she found her words delightful and charming. After half an hour of devouring her meal, Gu Shiji felt she could eat more, but Gu Mother, worried about her overindulgence, insisted she take a break. Gu Sirou entered alongside. From the moment Gu Shiji appeared, Gu Sirou felt sidelined by her family. In a position unseen by others, she covertly cast a few glances at Gu Shiji, her eyes first reflecting disbelief, followed by a glimmer of malice. Chapter 3. Paternity test. You claim to be my daughter? Gu Shiji reiterated the words she had previously shared with Gu Jiangyu to others. If you do not believe me, I suggest you take me for a paternity test. After a hearty belch, Gu Shiji carelessly tugged at her hair, pulling a handful free, which she then handed to the nearest Gu Mother. I appear anemic and am afraid of pain, so please refrain from drawing my blood for the test. However, you may take my hair. Oh dear, my health is truly fragile. At merely 15, how is it that I'm losing my hair? Just a casual tug and so much falls out. Am I destined for premature baldness? Gu Jiangyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. It was alarming how much hair could be lost in an instant. This young girl was pitiable. Gu Jiangyu furrowed his brow, pondering how this young maiden, despite her youth, could be experiencing hair loss akin to his own. If her hair were to thin, would she be able to adapt to wearing wigs daily? Perhaps they should assign someone from the company to research the creation of lightweight wigs that would not feel stifling in the summer heat. Gu Mother took the strand of hair, tenderly ruffling Gu Shiji's head. My dear child, do be gentler. Surely, that must hurt your scalp. A paternity test was indeed necessary, not due to their belief in Gu Shiji's words, but because her resemblance to her was striking. Moreover, she could not articulate the peculiar feelings that stirred within her heart upon seeing Gu Shiji. Gu Sirou sat silently at the edge, biting her lip. Her hands were tightly clenched around her skirt, veins visibly protruding on the back of her hands. Gu Shiji sighed in relief. She had said all that needed to be said, and now it was merely a matter of awaiting the results of the paternity test. As she relaxed, she suddenly realized she had overlooked someone, the protagonist of this tale. She had yet to truly observe her. As she sipped the digestive tea offered by Gu Mother, she reclined comfortably against the armchair and gazed at Gu Sirou. Ah, so this is the protagonist of the story. She certainly possesses the appearance befitting a leading lady, beautiful, yet still slightly inferior to me. I resemble my mother so closely. Once I nourish myself properly, I shall undoubtedly surpass her in beauty. This protagonist seems quite resilient. She does not exhibit the impatience often seen in other novels' White Lotus characters. Having been in this household for some time, the protagonist has yet to utter a single word or take any action, merely casting me several furtive glances. No wonder she is the protagonist. It appears I must keep my distance from her henceforth. This family seems quite decent. They remain uncertain of my identity. Yet they have provided me with a hearty meal despite my ragged appearance. As long as I am not ensnared by the protagonist, I should be able to lead a carefree existence here. Yes, that is it. Keep my distance from the protagonist and focus on my own leisure. The four members of the Gu family exchanged puzzled glances. What protagonist? Was this a play or a novel? Nevertheless, Gu Jianyuan found one of Gu Shiji's remarks particularly astute. Indeed, once Gu Shiji matured, she would undoubtedly outshine Gu Sirou in beauty. Gu Sirou bore no resemblance to her mother, nor did she resemble their mother. She was beautiful in her own right, yet there was an air about her that felt disjointed from the family. Suddenly, a thought struck Gu Jianyuan. She couldn't possibly have been switched at birth, could she? He merely pondered this question out of curiosity, without any ulterior motives. However, he failed to notice that the moment he spoke, Gu Sirou shot him a fierce glance. If looks could kill, that single glare could have obliterated him. Oh no! Fourth brother is doomed. He has offended the protagonist. How could he not realize that such words should not be uttered in her presence? The protagonist is notoriously petty. Hearing him say such a thing will surely incite her wrath. Could he be in danger simply for having spoken those words? I should stick closely to fourth brother these days. When I see the protagonist serving him milk, I will swiftly snatch it away to drink myself, thus preventing him from experiencing his milk allergy and risking his life. They all understood that within the Gu household, Gu Sirou and Gu Jianyuan shared the closest relationship due to their similar ages. Moreover, Gu Jianyuan had not uttered anything inappropriate. He merely expressed a fleeting doubt. Surely, a sensible person like Gu Sirou would not hold a grudge over such trivial matters. However, upon hearing the mention of a milk allergy and the near-death experience, the expressions of the four members of the Gu family turned grave. Could that truly be the case? Gu Sirou sensed the strange atmosphere and felt a surge of anger. Surely, they could not genuinely suspect her legitimacy based on the claims of an unknown beggar. She took a sip of tea from the table, steadied her emotions, and spoke softly. If you doubt that I am your daughter, I shall willingly accompany you for the paternity test. Regardless of the outcome, you will always remain my beloved family. Just moments ago, she was seething with rage at fourth brother's insinuations, ready to murder him, yet now she speaks so gently. Surely, she does not believe that her words will soften the Gu family's hearts and deter them from pursuing the paternity test. No, she must devise a plan. Gu Shiji's lips curled into a smile. She had an idea. Suddenly, she stood and approached Gu Sirou, catching her off guard as she tugged at Gu Sirou's hair. The unexpected action startled Gu Sirou and caused her to wince. She glared at Gu Shiji, fury evident in her eyes. You lunatic! What are you doing? Pouting. Gu Shiji looked utterly wronged, brandishing the hair in her hand. I heard them say they would take you for a paternity test, and I feared they might draw your blood and hurt you. I thought to pull your hair instead. It would hurt less. It didn't hurt when I pulled my own hair earlier. As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion, guilt flooding her expression. Did I do something wrong? I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. With her already pitiful demeanor, the Gu family felt their hearts ache. Having lost hair and experienced pain, Gu Shiji faced reprimands and offered apologies in abundance. Gu father and Gu mother felt it would be best to proceed with the paternity test after all. Chapter 4. Comrades. Your hard work is appreciated. While awaiting the results of the paternity test, Gu's parents decided to keep Gu Shiji with them. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Gu Shiji felt the urge to sleep. The original owner of this body had not slept well prior. She had thought that death would grant her eternal rest. Yet her slumber was brief, for she soon found herself in this new existence. Upon her arrival, she immediately began to beg for funds to cover her fare to the Gu household and to quench her thirst with milk tea, ultimately concluding that she had not truly rested. Finding a comfortable spot on the sofa, she lay down, closed her eyes, and fell into a tranquil sleep. Gu Laosi, observing her, sighed in awe. Eldest brother, do you envy her sleep quality? It's incredible. She's more adept than a dog. The last time I watched a live stream, that dog took several seconds to fall asleep, but she doesn't require even a second. Gu Sirou, listening nearby, could not help but smirk inwardly, thinking, isn't she just as lowly as a dog? Yet on the surface, she feigned concern for Gu Shiji. Mother, she's fallen asleep like this. Surely she'll catch a chill. I'll go upstairs and fetch a blanket for her. With that, she stood and ascended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, she returned not only with a blanket, but also with 2 sets of her own clothes. When others glanced at the clothes she had set aside, she smiled shyly. I noticed her clothes were dirty and thought, considering our similar builds, I would bring her a couple of outfits. When she wakes up, she can change into them. It should make her more comfortable. Upon hearing this, Gu Jiangyuan beamed with pride. Our Sirou is truly kind-hearted, thinking of everything so thoroughly. She cast a disdainful glance at the filthy child on the sofa. That little one must have been lying just now. Our Sirou is too kind to hold a grudge over a mere comment about her not being born of our parents. The others in the Gu family felt momentarily foolish for nearly believing the little girl's insinuations, misjudging Sirou's nature. Sirou had been raised in their home since childhood, and her kindness extended to even the smallest of creatures. Gu Shiji slept soundly on the Gu family's sofa until the following morning. It was a Monday. The family had risen, finished breakfast, and Gu Jiangyuan was carrying Gu Sirou's school bag as they made their way to the door. Both were students at Ning City No. 1 High School, one in the first year and the other in the third. Gu Shiji, still groggy from sleep, waved at them from the sofa. Comrades, your hard work is appreciated. The rise of our nation relies on you. Gu Jiangyuan chuckled. This little one is rather amusing. Gu Sirou, however, thought, is she mentally impaired? With Gu father and Gu Jiangyu having already left for work, the house was left with just Gu Sirou and Gu Shiji. Gu Sirou personally poured a glass of water and brought it over, watching as Gu Shiji drank it down. She inquired, would you prefer to bathe first? Or shall we have breakfast first? Breakfast? I'm so hungry. Despite being dirty and smelly, she felt no shame in her state, especially since no one else seemed to mind. Clearly, breakfast was the priority. Gu Shiji quickly slipped on her shoes and dashed to the dining table. Upon realizing she was awake, Gu mother had already instructed the maid to serve her breakfast. It consisted of a sandwich, a fried egg, several asparagus spears, a few slices of button mushrooms, a cut kiwi, and a glass of milk, nutritionally balanced and evidently healthy. Gu Shiji devoured the meal hastily, nearly choking in her eagerness. Lin Manny frowned throughout, filled with concern. This child was eating so quickly, she must have been terribly starved. Was it possible she had never truly eaten her fill before? Though this breakfast is quite healthy, I still crave a burger from McDonald's and fried dough sticks. If not, a bowl of congee with pickles and fried noodles would suffice. Still, nothing beats that indulgent breakfast. In her previous life as 007, Gu Shiji had resolved her breakfast in places like McDonald's or KFC. Sometimes, after working late, she would visit the company cafeteria for breakfast, enjoying a bowl of congee, a serving of pickled beans, paired with fried noodles, or a portion of soup dumplings, truly an experience to cherish. Lin Manny's frown deepened. Hamburgers and fried dough sticks were hardly healthy options. This child had not been well-fed before, and she must begin eating better. Unhealthy foods would no longer be permitted. As for the congee and pickles, what nourishment did they provide? If she enjoyed congee, perhaps the kitchen could prepare some bird's nest congee for her tomorrow. Gu Xizhi finished her last sip of milk and nearly spewed it out upon hearing, "Huh? Do I have to go to school too? What are the conditions in this household that so many children are studying? How can I possibly go to school and add to the family burden? Oh, how did I overlook this point when I decided to seek my family yesterday? At my age, children who are not financially constrained at home are certainly sent to school. But I have no desire to attend school. I barely graduated in my last life. How could I willingly return to that? At this moment, I must complain, why couldn't I have traversed into a farming story instead? Families in those narratives are so poor that even if they have a bit of silver, they would only send their sons to school. Never me. If I ever traverse again, I must remember to book a passage into a farming story in advance." Last life? Traverse? Lin Manny looked at Gu Sirou in astonishment, then glanced at the button mushrooms that Gu Sirou had picked out. This was the only fungus in the breakfast, which she had not eaten. How could she be having hallucinations? Or perhaps there was something amiss with her mind. Should they take her to the hospital for a checkup? They did check her mind, and no issues were found. Gu Sirou was also compelled to undergo a full-body examination, the results revealing that she was in excellent health, fit enough to cook a pot of rice. What followed was the anticipation of the paternity test results and the procedures for enrolling in school. It was also during this period that Gu Sirou briefly realized her life's dreams at the Gu household, lying flat and indulging in leisure. Just as she was enjoying her newfound comfort, contemplating a few poetic reflections, the results of the paternity test were released. Chapter 5. Oh, I just remembered about a system. The outcome is evident. Gu Sirou is the biological daughter of the Gu family, whereas Gu Sirou has no blood ties to them. Gazing at the results of the paternity test, Gu Sirou's resentment boiled to the surface. She felt as though she could grind her teeth in frustration. These incompetent fools, having accepted so much money from her, failed yet again. They couldn't even manage to discreetly switch her hair with Gu Sirou's. What she did not realize was that it was not the incompetence of those individuals that led to the failure of the sample exchange, but rather Gu Sirou's severe malnutrition. Her hair was yellow and split, a stark contrast to Gu Sirou's dark and lustrous locks. In the Gu family's living room, all members were present except for the second and third siblings, including Gu Sirou. I just finished my meal and I feel so drowsy. My fragile body truly requires more rest, thought Gu Sirou. Look at my face, look at my hands. With all this black sesame and hishowu soup, I've darkened considerably, she lamented. Lin Manny remarked, just after finishing a meal and already you wish to sleep. This child's health is indeed frail. Tomorrow, I shall take her to a traditional Chinese doctor for a pulse check and procure some herbal remedies for her. Gu Jiangyu added, no wonder her hair appears somewhat improved. It must be the daily consumption of bird's nest porridge and sesame paste. I suppose I should begin drinking it too. Moreover, although Sirou is not my biological child, she has lived with us for many years, and since her parents have passed away, your mother and I have decided that Sirou will remain our child and continue living with us. Sirou, from now on, you shall be Xizhi's elder sister. And you must take good care of her. Before the paternity test results were revealed, he had already dispatched someone to investigate the circumstances of the two children. Indeed, there had been a mix-up. Gu Shiji's adoptive parents were Gu Sirou's biological parents, which meant that Gu Sirou's biological parents were no longer alive. Although this outcome was within Gu Sirou's expectations, having lived with the Gu family for such a long time, she understood that they would not simply abandon her upon discovering their lack of blood relation. However, she was dissatisfied with this result. The Gu family could only have her as the sole heiress. She did not wish to be known as a false heiress. I know what she is about to say. Indeed, it was destined. Even if everything unfolds in advance, the words will still come, albeit early. Is she not afraid that my parents will feel guilty and, during a gathering, announce that I am the true heiress of the Gu family while she is the false one? She hastened to speak before my parents could, claiming that once her identity as a false heiress is exposed, her classmates will mock her. My parents, being soft-hearted, would undoubtedly refrain from disclosing her true identity. Thus, I must endure this temporary humiliation, bearing the title of a false heiress until my dying day. Gu father, it is true. He feels a sense of guilt towards Xizhi and wishes to proclaim her as his child, the true heiress of the family. She truly understands him well, being his biological daughter. However, if he were to learn that Sirou's identity revelation would lead to her being ridiculed by her classmates, he would surely be unable to bear it. Xizhi is also his daughter, the one he has cherished for over a decade. Such a perceptive child would never intentionally speak these words before him, knowing they would put him in a difficult position. He must devise a new plan to ensure that everyone knows Xizhi is his biological daughter without revealing Sirou's lack of blood relation. Lin Manny and the eldest and fourth siblings of the Gu family also believed that Gu Shiji was overthinking. Gu Sirou would not intentionally say such things. The next moment, tears welled in Gu Sirou's eyes, although everyone would know I am a false heiress and mock me. Claiming I have usurped everything that belongs to my sister for all these years, their words are indeed factual. I deserve the scorn and ridicule. I do not mind, as long as they do not look down upon my sister. Oh, how profound yet premature, what a noble sentiment, thought the four members of the Gu family, gazing at Gu Sirou with disappointment. This is moral coercion. She is undeniably employing moral coercion. Let her attempt to ensnare me. I possess no morals to be bound by her whims. I wonder whether my dashing father and my beautiful mother will fall victim to her schemes. I truly pity her, having to endure such injustice. Gu father, I am overjoyed that my daughter praises my handsomeness. Lin Manny, my daughter calls me beautiful, how shy. Gu Jiangyuan pondered, finding it reasonable. This was indeed a roundabout form of moral coercion. He resolved to ensure that this overly vocal little girl would not suffer any injustice. Gu Sirou instinctively glanced at Gu Jiangyuan. Do you have a problem? Did you not hear my words about being ridiculed? You only heard that Gu Shiji would be looked down upon? I did not expect fourth brother to see through her ploy and still hold such affection for me. But fourth brother is in peril. According to the principle of premature revelation, fourth brother is at risk. She will surely find a way to harm him. Ding. System task activated. The host must remember that she is the malicious female antagonist and must say sarcastically, "Oh, you acknowledge that you have usurped what belongs to others? If that is the case, why not leave our family and return my family to me entirely?" Gu Shiji. What? I actually have a system? Oh, right. I do have a system. I've been so comfortable these past few days that I forgot about this thing. But what is this ridiculous system task? If I were to say that, I would not be far from a miserable demise on the streets of a foreign land. Lin Manny, another system? It seems I must inform the cook not to purchase any mushrooms. We absolutely cannot have any in the house. If this is causing hallucinations without consumption, what would happen if we actually ate them? Chapter 6A meeting where only Gu Sirou was hurt. Gu father, what is this system? Is Xizhi wandering outside for too long, leading to mental issues? I must call the second one and have him find the world's best psychologist for Xizhi. Gu Jiangyu, what nonsense is this system making the little girl say? Why does she claim she is on the brink of dying tragically on foreign streets? Does she face danger the moment she leaves the country? Should we restrict her from traveling abroad in the future? Gu Jiangyuan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Gu Shiji. What contemporary youth hasn't he indulged in a few web novels? Who hasn't he longed for a system to transform their lives into something extraordinary? Now that my sister has a system, doesn't he that equate to me having one as well? System, what rewards await upon task completion? If the rewards are sufficiently generous, I might consider it. Rewards? Indeed, this is the system I've read about in novels. Gu Jiangyuan was as excited as if the rewards were meant for her. Yes, completing tasks grants comprehensive knowledge of high school subjects. Oh, that reward is quite impressive. I was worried that I might have to relive high school, as I've nearly forgotten everything. I'd have to start all over again. With this, I am fearless. For this reward, I will strive. Please do reveal what the reward is. If it pertains to high school, can I also make use of it? I am a high school student as well. I wish to experience an unrestrained high school life. Gu Jiangyuan listened intently. Her ear perked up, only to hear this? Had she not feared that Gu Shiji would realize she could hear her thoughts, she would have asked outright. Gu Sirou observed the sudden silence of the Gu family and felt they were acting rather strangely. Lowering her head, she blinked rapidly, successfully squeezing out tears before lifting her gaze, appearing pitiful and righteous as she spoke. Father, fourth brother is right. Although my sister has even been a beggar, her psychological resilience is surely greater than mine. However, we cannot allow her to suffer any more grievances. As for me, I am fine. I will adapt. With a soft plop, a tear fell onto her hand. She raised her head, bravely flashing a delicate smile, believing her performance to be perfectly timed. Surely everyone would feel pity for her. Having concluded her communication with the system, it was time for Gu Shiji to embark on her tasks. She crossed her arms and crossed her legs, surveying Gu Sirou with a gaze that was 3 parts mockery, 3 parts disdain, and 4 parts nonchalance. With a tone dripping with sarcasm, she remarked, "Oh, you are aware that you are occupying my space. If that is the case, why not just leave our home and return my family to me?" Gu Sirou stared wide-eyed in astonishment. She is so foolish. Openly expressing her disdain in front of the Gu family. Now she felt reassured. Surely her parents and brothers would not favor her. Meanwhile, the Gu family had finally unraveled the mystery. It was this so-called system that prompted Gu Shiji to speak such words. Lin Manny suggested, "Perhaps we should check for snacks hidden in Xizhi's room. There might be some unusual ingredients in the list." Gu Jiangyu, the little girl as active pretending to be the villain, is quite adorable. Gu Jianyuan, TSK, the writer of the system lacks skill. The impact of such words is rather weak. Gu Sirou had been waiting for the others in the Gu family to reprimand Gu Shiji, but after waiting for a while, she saw no reaction. In fact, Lin Manny even moved the freshly cut watermelon in front of Gu Shiji. "Eat more fruit. After the meeting, take a stroll in the yard. Don't eat until full and then sleep. It's bad for your stomach." When she goes for a walk in the yard, "I will check on my snacks." Gu Sirou's expression was on the verge of cracking. "Didn't you just hear her tell me to leave? I have been by your side for over a decade, your most cherished daughter, and this outsider comes in and tells me to go. Why don't you speak up for me?" Her earlier tears had been feigned. Now, true grievances welled up, and tears streamed down her face. "Eldest brother, my sister seems to dislike me quite a bit. Should I leave?" Having finished her venomous lines, Gu Shiji focused on devouring watermelon. This watermelon is so sweet, truly delicious. Now I am a genuine member of the audience. Indeed, my elder brother must surely dote on Gu Sirou the most. To avoid me harming her further, he would likely force me to go abroad. Otherwise, I might indeed meet a tragic end on foreign streets. Now that Gu Sirou is so pitifully playing the victim, he will undoubtedly scold me. The Gu family had now heard Gu Shiji mention her potential tragic end on the streets for the second time. Was it still Gu Jiangyu's coercion that would lead her to such a fate? They collectively turned their steely gazes upon Gu Jiangyu, wishing they could inflict multiple forms of torment upon him with their eyes. Gu Jiangyu was bewildered. He had just been contemplating whether to restrict the little girl from traveling abroad. How did it turn out that the perpetrator was himself? Gu Sirou, sitting beside him, tugged at his sleeve. "Eldest brother, could you rent me a place first? Don't overthink it. Xizhi was merely continuing your line of thought." Gu Shiji was so unabashedly revealing her jealousy and expressing her disdain, yet somehow it was her that ended up being reprimanded. Is she implying that she deliberately misled Gu Shiji? She was on the brink of madness. Nothing felt the same as before. My eldest brother hasn't he scolded me? I am still so sleepy. Eating such delicious food only makes me sleepier. As Gu Shiji began yawning again, Gu father decided to conclude this seemingly pointless family meeting. In the end, it was not entirely without merit. Two matters were settled. Firstly, next Saturday evening, the Gu family will host a gathering to formally introduce Gu Shiji. As for Gu Sirou, the family unanimously agreed that concealing the truth was futile, and since the error of misattributing children was not her fault, they would speak candidly at that time. Secondly, Gu Shiji's enrollment procedures have been completed. Starting next Monday, she will attend Ning City No. 1 High School alongside Gu Sirou and Gu Jianyuan. This was a meeting where only Gu Sirou was hurt. Days of complacency always seemed to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, Monday morning arrived. Gu Shiji sat at the dining table, eyes closed and head bobbing, completely unaware as Lin Manny fed her a bowl of sesame paste. It wasn't tea until Gu Jianyuan called out, "It's time for school," that she was jolted awake. Chapter 7. Enrollment. As Gu Jiangyu was processing the enrollment for Gu Shiji, he initially intended to place her in the same class as Gu Sirou, hoping it would facilitate her care. However, Gu Sirou's class was an elite one, known for its rigorous academic standards, which Gu Shiji did not meet. Forcing her into that class through monetary means might provoke dissatisfaction among her peers. Ultimately, the school agreed to assign Gu Shiji to Class 3 of the first year, which, while not as prestigious as Classes 1 and 2, was still a specialized class. Upon hearing this, Gu Shiji resolutely fled. "I refuse to attend Class 3. I would rather perish than go there. Class 3 sounds unbearably competitive, striving to catch up with Classes 1 and 2 while also fending off other classes. It is undoubtedly the most cutthroat class in the entire grade, and it does not align with my disposition at all." She ran so swiftly that Gu Jiangyu and the head of the grade could not catch up with her. She dashed down to the first floor, where there were 3 classes, Class 16, Class 17, and Class 18, all of which were the lowest performing in the grade, ranked equally without distinction. Having previously been in dire straits, Gu Shiji entered Class 18 without hesitation, deeming it auspicious. "Director, dear brother, I am aware that my abrupt transfer to the school may mean I cannot keep pace with its academic rigors. If I were to join another class, there would surely be discontent among my peers, so I believe remaining in this class is prudent. In the worst performing class, it is perfectly normal for me to sleep during lessons, isn't it? Is it unreasonable for me to snack during class?" Gu Jiangyu observed her shrewdness and mused that even someone far abroad could hear her calculating schemes. Fortunately, the Gu family was affluent enough to support this little girl for a lifetime. Her attendance at school was merely to experience campus life. Her academic performance mattered little. After discussing with the director, Gu Jiangyu secured Gu Shiji's place in Class 18 and transferred her a sum of 100,000 yuan for living expenses, offering a few parting words before departing. With his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs clad in a suit, Gu Jiangyu exuded the aura of a domineering protagonist from a novel, attracting considerable attention as he entered the school. He had previously attended a parent-teacher meeting for Gu Jianyuan and Gu Sirou, so some students recognized him. When the bell rang for class to end, several girls from Class 1, who were close friends with Gu Sirou, gathered around her. "Sirou, we heard your brother came to school and brought a transfer student with him. Who is that transfer student to your family?" Gu Sirou was seething with anger. Among the many high schools in the city, why did that wretched girl have to come to their school? Clearly, never mind, that foolish girl was academically incompetent. Keeping her at their school would merely serve to highlight Gu Sirou's own excellence. As for the question posed by her classmates, she lowered her head, her eyes quickly reddening. And when she raised her gaze again, her face feigned strength. "That is my sister, although, strictly speaking, she is not really my sister. My father mentioned that he would clarify their relationship during the weekend gathering. Even if she wished to conceal this now, it would be futile. The truth would inevitably emerge, and she would be left humiliated." As she attempted to smile, tears streamed down her face. The surrounding classmates were alarmed. "Sirou, What's wrong? Why are you crying? Did your sister bully you? One classmate handed Gu Sirou a tissue, which she accepted to dab at her eyes, striving to maintain a smile, though it appeared more sorrowful than joyful. It's nothing, I'm not crying. Just a bit of sand got into my eyes. She continued, and my sister, she hasn't bullied me at all. It's all my fault. If I had been more sensible when I was born, we wouldn't have been swapped. Tears flowed even more fiercely now. If she is upset and wishes to drive me away, I deserve it. Her revelation caused an uproar among her peers. However, it was not the time for discussion. Gu Sirou continued to sob, but my biological parents worked themselves to death to raise her, and now I have no family left. My parents have treated me as their own daughter for all these years, and they wouldn't want to let me go. After blowing her nose with the tissue, her expression grew resolute. I will return them to my sister. I confide in you as friends. So please do not share this with others, nor blame my sister. Gu Sirou lowered her head and opened her book, appearing unwilling to speak further. Her classmates were indignant on her behalf. How can this be your fault? You were just a newborn. You certainly did not wish to be swapped. Your own biological parents died caring for her. How could she be so heartless as to want you gone? Even if she is the true daughter of the Gu family. You have been the one accompanying them all these years. Your bond with the Gu family runs deeper than hers. Is she not being excessively selfish? How can she justify her actions in light of your deceased parents? In class 18, Gu Xizhi was called to the front to introduce herself. I am Gu Xizhi, 15 years old, female. Although we are not yet acquainted with this sweltering heat, we shall surely become familiar quickly. A ripple of amusement spread through the class at her introduction. Many students momentarily halted their slumber. Gu Xizhi, stifling a yawn, did not share in their mirth. After concluding her introduction, she spotted 2 empty seats in the far corner of the classroom and unceremoniously claimed one. Tossing her backpack onto the desk and resting her head down, embarking on her primary objective for the day, sleep. Uncertain of how long she dozed, her hunger eventually roused her. Gu Xizhi sat up, stretched, and sensed peculiar gazes directed at her. Puzzled, she turned her head, only to suddenly shout, "Monster!" and instinctively swung her hand, delivering a resounding slap. The sound echoed throughout the classroom, drawing the attention of everyone, whether they were dozing or sneaking snacks. You're courting death. Zhangqi was taken aback that the person occupying his seat dared to strike him. Chapter 8. She is terrifying. Not to be provoked, Gu Xizhi considered herself a person capable of recognizing her mistakes and amending them. Having inadvertently struck the wrong person earlier, she reasonably turned her cheek towards Zhangqi. I am a man of honor. I do not strike women, Zhangqi declared with an air of arrogance, dismissively pushing Gu Xizhi away. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. It was a relief not to experience pain from a blow. However, she felt compelled to clarify the situation to ensure her new desk mate did not believe she had intentionally harmed him. I was genuinely startled just now. You know how it is? I had just awakened, and my mind was still foggy. Moreover, your appearance, well, let's just say it is rather unique. With your rainbow-colored hair, dark circles around your eyes, and your face adorned with bruises at first glance, you resemble a ghost. Quite frightening, really. The thought of striking someone seemed inappropriate to Gu Xizhi. She felt compelled to make amends. How about this? Tomorrow, I will bring you some foundation. It has excellent concealing properties and can mask those bruises on your face. That way, if you ever find yourself looking like a pig's head again, you won't frighten anyone. She recalled reading about that foundation in a novel she had once perused. Zhangqi, are you lacking in manners? He gritted his teeth. I assure you, I will never again resemble a pig's head. He quickly corrected himself, I will never again be beaten. Well, I hope your wishes come true, Gu Xizhi said, glancing at the clock by the blackboard, which read 10:20. There was still nearly an hour until the morning classes concluded. I must endure hunger for another hour. Hey, classmate, look at us sitting by the window, basking in the sun for so long, we're practically cooked. Could you spare me a bag of chips? The girl in front with twin ponytails had been munching on chips since earlier, and Gu Shiji had taken note. The girl's name was Li Shuangshuang, one of the many underperformers in class. She was gossipy yet timid and easily embarrassed. The reason she continued eating chips was to mask her eavesdropping on Gu Shiji and Zhang Qi's conversation. When Gu Shiji patted her shoulder, her face flushed crimson. Okay, I understand. You, like me, must find it difficult to save up snacks. I won't take them from you, Gu Shiji said, empathizing with her past as a beggar. I'll just continue sleeping. That way, I won't feel hungry. And just like that, she fell asleep, leaving Zhang Qi seething with frustration at her face, marked with bruises and a handprint. He contemplated how to wake her without losing his composure. Yet, not only did he fail to throw her out, but he also received a slap himself. He had not even finished speaking, nor had he identified the source of his troubles, when she dozed off again. With such an ability to sleep, she seemed unconcerned about the possibility of insomnia in the afterlife. Fine, I shall wait until you awaken to dispose of you, he thought. Resigned, for he prided himself on being a gentleman. The other students in the classroom were covertly observing, none daring to speak up, not even engaging in whispered discussions. Although Zhang Qi bore the marks of a recent beating, he was still regarded as the school bully. Anyone wishing to survive in the school environment was wary of provoking him. In their minds, Gu Shiji had now become another figure to be avoided. She had the audacity to strike Zhang Qi, who seemed powerless against her. Truly remarkable. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Gu Shiji straightened up. Oh my, you startled me. I thought you had risen from the dead. Zhang Qi, in pain and unable to sleep, took out his phone to play a game. Just as he began, Gu Shiji's sudden movement startled him, leading to an unfortunate demise in the game. With her mind solely focused on food, Gu Shiji paid little attention to her surroundings. She stared at the ground, anxiously tugging at her shirt hem until, finally, she raised her flushed face. Gu Shiji, I'm Li Shuangshuang. Let me take you to the school cafeteria for lunch. Sure, she replied eagerly. It was her first day at school, and she was uncertain about finding her way to the cafeteria. She cheerfully linked her arm with Li Shuangshuang's, viewing her not as a person, but as a source of nourishment. By the time they reached the cafeteria, a line had already formed. Li Shuangshuang still felt dizzy. When it was their turn, only one chicken leg remained. Li Shuangshuang generously offered it to Gu Shiji, her face still bright red. Our school's chicken legs are delicious. You must try it. As Gu Shiji gazed at the alluring color of the braised chicken leg, she could see its appeal. There were a few empty seats left in the far corner of the cafeteria. Gu Shiji and Li Shuangshuang settled down with their trays. Gu Sirou and Su Jing first grabbed cups of milk tea before queuing for food. Gu Sirou had noticed Gu Shiji and had been watching her intently. A smirk crept onto her lips. Once the others had finished their meals, she looked around, seemingly troubled, and pointed towards Gu Shiji's table. It seems there are a few spots left over there, but my sister and her classmate are sitting there. I fear she might not want to see me. Should we look for another place? The students of Class 1 spent their entire morning break discussing Gu Shiji, growing increasingly agitated. Among them, Su Jing and Gu Sirou, the closest of friends, were the most incensed. Determined, Su Jing grasped Gu Sirou's hand and resolved to confront Gu Shiji. What are we afraid of? This school isn't hers. If she dislikes you, well, I don't like her either. The four girls approached. Su Jing led the way, her disdain evident as she gazed at Gu Shiji, who was engrossed in her meal. Just as she was nearly a meter away, she raised her milk tea high. Accidentally bumping into a chair, she stumbled forward, spilling the tea all over Gu Shiji's tray, saturating the last remaining chicken leg, rumored to be delicious. Gu Shiji? Chapter 9. What Xizhi lost was a whole drumstick. Su Jing steadied herself against the table, appearing somewhat nonchalant. I apologize. I was carrying my food and didn't see the path. I tripped over a chair. Gu Sirou furrowed her brow, feeling that Su Jing was rather ineffectual. How could the milk tea have splashed only onto the food tray instead of onto Gu Shiji? Feigning concern, she spoke on behalf of Su Jing, "Sister, please do not be angry. Jing truly did not mean it. How about I give you my portion of food, and I will buy another one?" "Oh! Gu Sirou is here too? What a coincidence." Host, as the malicious female antagonist of this narrative, how could one not have any means of retaliation against such deliberate targeting? I implore the host to overturn the food tray onto Gu Sirou's face and then apologize, claiming it was an accident. Completing this task will reward a 100 increase in speed and a 500 boost in strength. TSK, this system S bias is rather intense. It was clearly someone else who spilled the milk tea onto her food tray, yet Gu Sirou is expected to bear the brunt of it all. Nevertheless, Gu Xizhi narrowed her eyes. The host has stated it was intentional. Su Jing does not know her, so it is impossible for her to act out without cause. Hence, it must be Gu Sirou who is scheming behind the scenes. Without further ado, Gu Xizhi grasped the now significantly heavier food tray filled with milk tea and approached Gu Sirou, promptly dumping it onto her face. It wasn't tea about the System S rewards. She was genuinely infuriated. The legendary delicious drumstick, now reduced to the last one, had already found its way onto her tray. And yet, Gu Sirou had the audacity to ruin it. Gu Xizhi, what are you doing? Are you insane? Gu Sirou was truly on the verge of madness. The contents of the tray were oily and filthy, utterly disgusting. How dare Gu Xizhi treat her this way in front of so many people? So dirty, so filthy. Gu Xizhi clapped her hands, standing next to Su Jing, and then viciously stepped on Su Jing's foot. She then pretended to be more shocked than Gu Sirou and the others, covering her mouth and trembling as she spoke. How? How could this happen? I just accidentally tripped. How could I splatter food on your face? That. She seemed to be making a difficult decision as she took a deep breath. Since that's the case, you need not give me your food. Let us consider it even. With that, she disregarded Gu Sirou's reaction and turned to get more food. Although I've avenged myself, I am still furious. I wanted to save the drumstick for last. How could she destroy it? Why is Gu Sirou such a nuisance? If she wants to act like a pure white lotus to disgust me, couldn't she choose a better time? Why must it be during mealtime? So angry, so angry. During dinner tonight, I must secure that drumstick. As Gu Jiangyuan just served himself food, he overheard Gu Xizhi's thoughts and began searching for her, only to be called by someone nearby. Following their gesture, he spotted Gu Xizhi with a face full of rage. Gu Sirou's classmate just tripped and accidentally spilled milk tea onto her food tray, but what about her? TSK, how malicious. To dump an entire tray of food mixed with milk tea onto Sirou's face is simply too petty. Such a small-minded girl is utterly detestable. Gu Jiangyuan's expression gradually grew colder. Sirou merely had her face smeared with food and milk tea, yet Xizhi had lost an entire drumstick. There was no basis for comparison. A certain classmate? Are you even aware of what you are saying? Moreover, Xizhi is my sister. If my sister is not a good person, then what does that make me? I believe we need not be friends any longer. The scene unfolding in the cafeteria was captured and posted on the school forum. Oh my, I heard the new transfer student is the true daughter of the Gu family. I even felt sympathy for her, yet I never expected her character to be so lacking. Clearly, she is deliberately targeting Sirou. But what fault does Sirou have? She was merely a child when she was swapped. Sirou has worked so hard to be a proper daughter of the Gu family, attending classes and various tutoring sessions, honing her talents and learning etiquette. But the newcomer? She has been frolicking outside, allowing Sirou to carry her burdens for so long. Not only does she fail to appreciate Sirou, but she also bullies her. Gu Xizhi lacks manners and does not deserve to be the true daughter of the Gu family. Sirou is the best daughter of the Gu family, and we must protect the finest Sirou. Under the video, hundreds of comments flooded in within just one afternoon. And Gu Xizhi became an overnight sensation at Ningxi No. 1 High School, even garnering attention outside the school. In a nearby internet CAF adjacent to Ningxi No. 3 High School, Fan Jiang clicked on the link Su Jing had shared with him. He abruptly stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Exiting promptly, he opened his pinned WeChat contacts. Sio, does your face hurt? Would you like me to bring you some medicine? Never mind. I'll take you out to see a doctor instead. Don't blame my sister. She's young and doesn't understand. It's not the first time she has acted this way towards me. I'm already used to it. Pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth, he scoffed. Oh, Gu Shiji? Very well, you are finished. After lunch, everyone surely needed to take a nap. Gu Shiji, a day student, lay in the classroom, dozing off. Zhang Qi, wanting to urge her to leave, saw her sleeping like a pig and reassured himself that he could wait a while longer. He was a man, a gentleman. He could endure. Wait, what is this? A boy in class was holding a red card, intending to throw it onto Gu Shiji's desk. Zhang Qi, quick on the uptake, snatched the card away. A red warning card? Fan Zhang's? Huh, how audacious. He dares to issue a red card warning on my turf? Huh. And even arranged to meet this guy in the alley behind the school? He can't possibly want to take revenge for Gu Sirou's White Lotus act, right? Huh. What a foolish, blind fool. Gu Shiji, suffering from a sore neck, had already woken up for a while but was reluctant to move. Suddenly, she heard someone seemingly discussing her, even mentioning Gu Sirou. She raised her head in confusion. Are Gu Sirou's brainless fans coming to scold her again? Chapter 10. The heroine's rescue. Gu Shiji was doomed. Those who received a red card from Fan Jiang rarely lasted a week at school. Alas! I had hoped our class would gain another beauty, yet it was merely a fleeting moment. Even if she was fearless of Zhang Qi and dared to seize his position, how could she stand against him when he had already been so thoroughly defeated by Fan Jiang? Remarkably, Gu Shiji received a red card warning on her very first day at school, an unprecedented occurrence. Gu Shiji blinked in disbelief. A little red card? They couldn't have possibly watched the same idol drama, could they? She caught snippets of conversation among her classmates, revealing another crucial point. With sudden clarity, she turned to Zhang Qi. So you were the one who was beaten to a pulp by someone named Fan Jiang? Zhang Qi? Is this how you grasp the essentials? In an attempt to uphold a facade of confidence before Gu Shiji, he thumped his chest and declared, Fear not. While I am here, they will not dare to touch you. I shall confront them shortly. Gu Shiji's gaze was filled with skepticism. If you were to suffer another beating, I fear you might end up in the hospital. Currently, it was merely an external injury, yet another blow could swiftly turn it into something far worse. Zhang Qi's expression froze momentarily before he glared at Gu Shiji and retorted, Just you wait. Soon you will witness my true prowess. To bolster her faith in his words, he added, I merely chose not to fight him out of disdain. Oh, well, I suppose I shall believe you, she thought, given her elder sister mentality. She couldn't crush the spirit of this younger brother. Yet, she extended her hand, petting Zhang Qi's head as one would a small dog. Be good now. Little ones shouldn't engage in fights. Moreover, she had missed out on the chicken legs at lunch. With her system's reward doubling her speed, she was confident she could defeat multiple opponents and seize several chicken legs. Zhang Qi looked up at the hand resting atop his head, suppressing the urge to swat it away. He was a gentleman. A gentleman must not squabble with a young girl. Gu Shiji, however, was not particularly mindful of his feelings. Just how much hair gel have you used? My hand feels contaminated. The younger generation indeed harbored some peculiar habits. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Zhang Qi perceived it as the appointed time to meet Fan Jiang in the alley behind the school. Do not worry, I will be by your side. He believed himself to be the school's leader and felt it was his duty to provide Gu Shiji some comfort to prevent her from being overwhelmed with fear. Yet, before he could finish, he felt a gust of wind rush past him. Gu Shiji had vanished from sight. Indeed. She was frightened enough to sprint away at superhuman speed. How naive. Did she think that merely showing up on time would spare her from Fan Jiang's wrath? Zhang Qi sighed, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, not wishing to delay further. The cafeteria was not crowded. Gu Shiji ran swiftly and successfully acquired 4 chicken legs, holding one in hand while carrying 2 others. She strolled leisurely toward the school entrance where the Gu family car awaited. Gu Jiangyuan intended to play basketball after school, while Gu Sirou planned to remain for evening study sessions, maintaining her image as a top student. As she approached, the driver promptly opened the door. Gu Xizhi stepped inside, only to hear a voice behind her, Gu Xizhi, what are you doing here? It was Li Shuangshuang. Remembering how Li Shuangshuang had generously given her the last chicken leg at lunch, Gu Xizhi, now a fortunate possessor of 4, frowned and reluctantly handed one over. No. I didn't mean to ask for your chicken leg. I was merely curious. Fan Jiang arranged to meet you in the alley behind the school. And everyone assumed you would go. Zhangqi went looking for you as well, but you. Gu Xizhi took a hearty bite of her chicken leg, pondering how rebellious the younger generation had become. She had told him that children should not fight, yet he remained defiant. I will go with you. Li Shuangshuang blurted out, immediately regretting it, as Gu Xizhi was just as defenseless as she was. She felt compelled to accompany her, hoping to shield her from harm and provide an opportunity for escape if necessary. In the alley, Fan Jiang had already skipped class to wait with his group, only to see Zhangqi arrive alone. He clicked his tongue in disdain, mockingly stating, I underestimated Gu Xizhi. It seems she could summon you to stand up for her. He spat out his chewing gum in irritation. In that case, let me deal with you first. She won't be able to hide anymore. Zhangqi, confused, responded. Are you saying Gu Xizhi hasn't arrived yet? Where could she have run off to so quickly? Never mind. This was better than her showing up alone and getting frightened to death. As both parties gathered, the stage was set, and the air grew tense. Suddenly, a gust swept through, and Zhangqi felt as though he were being lifted by the wind. When he regained his senses, his cheeks burned crimson, and even his ears felt like they were bleeding. He shouted, Put me down, quickly. Gu Xizhi, effortlessly carrying Zhangqi in a princess hug, sprinted faster than a world champion, her breath steady and demeanor calm. Would the delicious food prepared by her beautiful mother go cold due to traffic? Would she miss the optimal taste of her meal? Meanwhile, Zhangqi, feeling embarrassed, struggled to escape her embrace. Smack! Gu Xizhi, annoyed, playfully swatted his backside. Zhangqi was left in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? I can't believe my desk mate just spanked me. Chapter 11. The weather has turned chilly. Gu Xizhi awoke to enjoy her morning tea, yet Zhangqi was notably absent. Li Shuangshuang had intended to accompany Gu Xizhi yesterday, hoping to alleviate some of her burdens during the anticipated altercation. However, Gu Xizhi had instructed her to hide behind a large tree at the alley's entrance while she ventured forth alone. From a distance, Li Shuangshuang watched as Gu Xizhi effortlessly carried Zhangqi, leading the throng in the opposite direction with astonishing speed, breaking records in the process. Gu Xizhi had undoubtedly become her idol. As she savored her spicy snack, she remarked, Look, Zhangqi is here. To her delight, his injuries had not worsened. Affirming the veracity of the video from yesterday, he had indeed been rescued by a heroine. I also saw that video. Gu Xizhi ran like the wind. Her strength is remarkable. I can hardly lift an 80-kilogram girl, yet she carries Zhangqi with such ease. Some girls must be envious of Zhangqi. They had never experienced a princess carry. Yet here he was, a boy, having been carried so. Unfortunately for Zhangqi, he overheard these comments upon entering the classroom. With a sigh, he feigned indifference as he made his way to his seat, regretting his decision to come to school. He had succumbed to worry over whether Fan Zhang's associates would seek out Gu Xizhi today, prompting his return. Moreover, he was determined to discover who had surreptitiously recorded the video. He would not rest until he located the culprit, otherwise he would be compelled to take action. All the misfortunes he faced were due to Gu Xizhi's arrival. Since she came into his life, he had encountered nothing but trouble. She even had the audacity to spank him. The thought of revenge ignited a blush on his cheeks. Once seated, he proudly turned his head away, refusing to glance at Gu Xizhi. Meanwhile, she relished her milk tea and spicy snack, completely at ease. Zhangqi, still fuming over last night's humiliation, pondered the generational gap. In her past life, Gu Shiji had graduated from university and worked for 2 or 3 years, creating at least 3 significant divides. Gu Shiji, however, found herself perplexed by the boy's sudden outburst of temper. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed, for she was an adult and did not feel the need to comprehend the whims of children. After taking another sip of her tea, she addressed him in a tone reminiscent of an elder. "It is inappropriate for children to skip class, thus, you must refrain from doing so in the future. You are the child. Your entire family is comprised of children." Zhang Qi retorted, mirroring his earlier frustration. Fan Jiang, equally incensed, contemplated Gu Shiji's audacity. How dare she disregard him and abscond with someone in his presence without even a salutation? He had initially intended to teach her a minor lesson, compelling her to apologize to Gu Sirou and cease causing trouble within the Gu household. Now, however, he was resolved to ensure her expulsion from both school and home. Brother Fan, did you see that video? Is Gu Shiji not a bit extraordinary? How does she possess such strength? Zhang Qi is significantly taller and more robust, yet she carries him without breaking a sweat. And her speed, it's uncanny. We couldn't even catch up to them. Fan Jiang scoffed derisively. It's merely a case of adrenaline kicking in out of fear. It only proves she is a coward. I merely had to show my face to frighten her. If I truly meant her harm, I could easily terrify her to death. With such a lack of courage, how could she dare to bully Sirou? His phone vibrated, and upon opening it, he discovered a message from Gu Sirou. "My sister behaves like this at home as well, so self-centered. She is likely not intentionally targeting you. Please do not harbor anger towards her." Upon reading the message, the fury etched on his face softened, only to be replaced by a cold demeanor. So, she treats Sirou with such disrespect as well? As the weather turned chilly, Gu Shiji's fate was sealed. At Ning City High School, Class 6 of the 3rd year, Gu Jianyuan remarked, "Wow, your sister is incredibly impressive. If she joins our school's track team, we would undoubtedly dominate." Track team? With her strength, she ought to join the weightlifting team. Carrying someone and running so swiftly requires immense power. Gu Jianyuan was oblivious to Gu Shiji's speed and strength. He merely focused on the fact that she had carried a boy. In his eyes, this boy appeared too frail, weak enough to necessitate Gu Shiji's assistance. At that moment, his phone vibrated. He glanced down to see a message in the family group. It was from Gu Sirou, sharing a link titled "Transfer Student Gu Shiji Gets Into a Fight on Her First Day, Ultimately Retreating in Defeat." He recognized the title from the video they had just watched. Did Sirou share his opinion that Zhang Qi was unworthy of their Gu Shiji and wanted the family to take note? He patiently awaited Gu Sirou's response, curious if she shared his sentiments. After a couple of minutes, her message arrived. "Please do not misunderstand. My sister is well behaved at school. She did not instigate trouble. She merely happens to be in the same class as the school bully and may have formed a friendship with him. The situation is not as it appears in the video." Gu Jianyuan was bewildered. What did Sirou mean by that? Something felt off. He decided against adding Gu Shiji to the group just yet. After considering it, he tagged Gu Sirou in the group chat. "Is Fan Jiang mistaken? Is he seeking to defend you by causing trouble for Gu Shiji?" He recalled the conversations surrounding Fan Jiang and the red card. As a high school student with aspirations beyond his current academic standing, he understood the implications of Fan Jiang's name and its association with Gu Sirou, who often received gifts from him at the school gate. Gu Jianyuan resolved to confront Fan Jiang himself. In class 1 of the first year, Gu Sirou clutched her phone tightly in frustration. How infuriating! Was her brother implying that Fan Jiang sought to trouble Gu Shiji because of her? Was he defending Gu Shiji? Could he not see that the real issue lay with Gu Shiji's actions? What sort of diligent student would engage in a brawl in a secluded alley after class? What kind of model student would flee the scene cradling someone? Gu Shiji, your belongings. Chapter 12. Alas, it's all over. It's truly over this time. Another red card. Gu Shiji has once again set a record, receiving 2 red cards all by herself. She slumped over her desk, lazily shoving the card into her drawer. Her classmates, witnessing her demeanor, speculated that she had resigned herself to her fate, some even beginning to feel sympathy for her. Li Shuangshuang rubbed her hands together, anxiously gazing at Gu Shiji. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. I heard you're the sister of Gu Sirou. Have you considered, perhaps trying to ask her to speak with Fan Jiang on your behalf? He likes Gu Sirou, so he would surely listen to her. Gu Shiji, whose face had become slightly rounder, blinked her misty peach blossom eyes, still hazy from sleep. She seemed to be listening intently to Li Shuangshuang, but then yawned uncontrollably, clearly still in need of rest. Observing the concern etched on Li Shuangshuang's face, she felt a pang of compassion and retrieved a piece of chocolate from her drawer, something she had been reluctant to eat herself. She handed it to her friend, gently patting her head, brushing aside a stray hair as if comforting a child. Here, have some chocolate. Wait until your sister has had enough rest before we play together. Li Shuangshuang clutched the chocolate, feeling the warmth radiating from above her. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she forgot whatever else she had intended to say. With that, Gu Shiji returned to her slumber. Soon, news of Gu Shiji's latest red card spread swiftly through the school forum. Sirou. Gu Shiji can't remain arrogant for much longer. She surely won't be able to stay in school after this. Someone so ungrateful, who knows nothing of the pressures you've borne for her in the Gu family, deserves this fate. Sirou, you must not plead with Fan Jiang on her behalf, or she will only become more reckless in her bullying. In classroom 1 of the first year, as soon as the bell rang, everyone crowded around Gu Sirou. She appeared troubled. But she is my sister. Wouldn't it be inappropriate? Perhaps I should just advise Fan Jiang instead? Su Jing, exasperated, snatched her phone away. You are just too kind. To prevent you from doing something foolish, I will keep your phone safe. Gu Sirou still looked worried, yet resigned. Once the class bell rang and everyone dispersed, she lowered her head, a smirk playing at her lips. Even if things had spiraled out of control, the outcome for Gu Shiji would remain unchanged. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Gu Shiji jolted upright, stretching her arms wide. Having run quickly at lunch to secure a chicken leg from the cafeteria, she now felt little appetite. Gu Shiji, slow down a bit, wait for me. Zhang Qi had just slung his backpack over his shoulder when he noticed Gu Shiji already at the stairwell. Without hesitation, he chased after her. As he ran, he pondered. Is she even human? Yesterday, she scared me off with her pursuit, which could be attributed to a surge of adrenaline in a moment of danger. But now, with no threat in sight, how can she run so fast? This is quite abnormal. He reached the school entrance, breathless, only to see Gu Shiji had come to a halt, and he assumed she was waiting for him. You're running so fast alone. You haven't forgotten that Fan Jiang said he would be waiting for you at the school gate after class, have you? Before he could finish his thought, he stood upright, suddenly breathless with anger. Fan Jiang, you actually showed up? Are you not a man? Picking on a young girl repeatedly, how shameful. Yesterday, when he had carried Zhang Qi away, he hadn't had the chance to observe closely, but now he took in the sight before him. The young man, clad in school uniform, tall and handsome with striking golden hair and sharp features, emanated an air of coldness, truly the epitome of a campus heartthrob. It was no wonder he had garnered attention in novels as one of the sycophants of Gu Sirou. Due to Gu Sirou's manipulations, Gu Shiji had not been enrolled in Ning City No. 1 high school, but instead in Ning City No. 3, the same institution as Fan Jiang. Thanks to Gu Sirou's influence, she had endured a semester of bullying from Fan Jiang, leading to symptoms of depression. In her sleep, she would unconsciously contemplate jumping from heights, inflict self-harm, or burst into fits of laughter, as if driven mad. The Gu family remained oblivious to the true cause of her condition, believing Gu Sirou's narrative that her issues stemmed from promiscuity and poor choices. Since then, the Gu family's disappointment in her had only deepened. Fan Jiang had caused the previous incarnation of her to suffer greatly, and now, upon their fateful meeting, memories of resentment surged within her. She ought to devise a plan to exact revenge on Fan Jiang for the original host's sake. In theory, this was the right course of action. However, in reality, the original host had yet to encounter Fan Jiang, and her demise bore no relation to him. If she were to enact her vengeance first, it would seem unjustifiable. She now harbored another thought. Why didn't I think of this sooner? How foolish of me to extend my stay at school by a day. Gu Jiangyuan. Upon discovering the news on the school forum that Fan Jiang would be waiting for Gu Shiji after school, hurried over. As she approached, she overheard Gu Shiji's thoughts. Curiosity piqued, she wondered what Gu Shiji was contemplating. Was it something favorable? If Fan Jiang could bully me into dropping out in the previous life, perhaps if I feign being tormented by him now, I could expedite my own withdrawal from school, though I suppose being in class is rather liberating. No one minds if I sleep all day, but lying on the desk continuously isn't good for my neck. Gu Shiji rubbed the back of her neck. I feel as though I've developed a hunchback from all this sleeping. Indeed, being a lethargic fish should be done in the comfort of a bed. Moreover, if I resign myself to being a sloth, Gu Sirou won't harbor such animosity toward me, and it won't affect my ability to enjoy life at home. Will it? What? In her previous life, Fan Jiang had bullied her to the point of dropping out? That wretched Fan Jiang, courting disaster. Gu Jiangyuan gazed at Fan Jiang with a look akin to that reserved for the deceased. Oh, my fourth brother is here too? Could it be that he has come to aid me? Chapter 13. Indeed, fourth brother harbors no affection for Gu Shiji. Gu Shiji discovered Gu Jiangyuan, and a sense of panic washed over her. Oh no, I hope he is not here to assist me. He is just like the devoted admirer described in novels, who should simply ignore my presence. Perhaps I am overthinking. He must still believe that Gu Sirou is the best sister in the world. Regardless, as long as his presence does not lead to my being bullied to the point of psychological distress, and does not hinder my chances of being expelled so I can languish at home, I shall be content. This was not the first time Gu Jiangyuan had heard Gu Shiji mention novels or stories, and he vaguely suspected they might be living within a narrative themselves. However, he chose not to dwell on that notion at the moment. He caught wind of the fact that she felt bullied to the point of mental issues, quite alarming. Let me think. How do dramas typically portray scenarios of bullying by delinquents? I have it. I know what to do. Although he lacked his sack at the moment, Gu Jiangyuan was inclined to take action against Fan Jiang to make it clear that Gu Shiji was not without protection. Upon hearing this, he decided to wait, curious to see what Xizhi would do. Gu Shiji clutched Zhang Qi's arm, retreating behind him, trembling as if she were a frightened little rabbit. He is so terrifying. I am so afraid. Fan Jiang, who had yet to utter a single word, was already berating her. He gazed at Gu Shiji with bewilderment, questioning whether her fear was genuinely so profound. He began to doubt whether issuing 2 red cards to someone so timid was an overreaction. With such a disposition, it seemed that merely scaring her would suffice to make her comply. Zhang Qi was taken aback for a moment, and then a surge of frustration welled up within him. Fan Jiang had done nothing yet she was already terrified. Did she find Fan Jiang to be even more fearsome? Was he somehow inferior to Fan Jiang? Cursed be Fan Jiang, who only knew how to intimidate with red cards. Perhaps he should procure some red, yellow, and green cards for himself to appear more formidable. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He needed to seize the opportunity. If she was afraid of Fan Jiang, then if he could take Fan Jiang down, he would surely be regarded as more powerful in her eyes. Do not worry, I will protect you, he reassured her. Zhang Qi rolled up his sleeves and took a step forward. It was time for him to shine. He took one step, then another. No. It seemed he could only manage one step. Let go of me. I want to help you deal with him. Gu Shiji's grip was too strong, rendering him immobile. It was as if she had not heard his plea at all, as she clung tightly to him, burying her face behind him, daring only to steal glances at Fan Jiang. No, please don't go. He is terrifying. He is going to hit me. I am so scared. I might be traumatized, and my heart could develop issues. I am so frightened. My acting skills are truly exceptional. She will undoubtedly feel an immense sense of compassion. And then I can stay home to recuperate, thus sparing me the trouble of attending school. Gu Jiangyuan's lips twitched. Your calculations are so transparent that even our mother at home would hear them. As for her acting skills, he turned to glance at the video his friend had recorded nearby, his expression rendered somewhat speechless. Please send me that video. I suspect he will share it in the family chat shortly. Gu Jiangyuan, your sister has been reduced to this state. Will you not assist her? His friend paused the video, puzzled. During lunch yesterday, Gu Jiangyuan had displayed a stern demeanor, indicating that they did not need to intervene. Yet now, he appeared utterly indifferent amidst the unfolding chaos. Someone was live-streaming the scene at the school gate on the campus forum. Fan Jiang had truly arrived. This was the end for Gu Xizhi. TSK, I thought Gu Xizhi would be formidable, yet she is so timid. Fan Jiang has not even done anything. And she is already petrified. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. To think she could be so frightened, how useless. With such a lack of courage. How could she ever hope to intimidate anyone? Gu Sirou and Su Jing strolled towards the music building, which was closer to the school gate. Su Jing, engrossed in her phone, was vocalizing her thoughts. Could psychological trauma truly manifest in her? It appears that this could indeed happen to Gu Xizhi. The situation seems manageable. Oh, your fourth brother is at the school gate too. Surely he is not rushing over to assist Gu Xizhi? Suddenly, Gu Sirou snatched Su Jing's phone away. The person filming was positioned not far from Gu Jiangyuan, capturing his conversation perfectly. Gu Jiangyuan, your sister is in such a state. Will you not help her? Gu Jiangyuan regarded Gu Xizhi with a calm expression, replying coolly, no. Gu Sirou felt her anxiety dissipate. If fourth brother remains indifferent while Gu Xizhi is being bullied, it is evident that he does not care for her. She is my sister. I cannot turn a blind eye. We must head to the school gate. Returning the phone to Su Jing, Gu Sirou turned and walked towards the entrance. At the school gate, upon hearing Gu Jiangyuan's firm refusal to assist, his friends questioned whether they had misheard. Is this truly how a brother should behave? Gu Jiangyuan nodded. Indeed, I am certain. If Xizhi wishes to act, then my intervention would ruin her performance. Moreover, I believe her sentiments are quite justified. School is utterly meaningless, and it is far better to languish at home. I even regret not having thought of this sooner. Otherwise, I could have feigned illness and enjoyed a leisurely life at home. Zhang Qi was on the verge of losing his sanity. I told you, with me here, he cannot harm you. Please release me so I can confront him. Her behavior deprived him of any opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. Should others perceive him as cowardly before Fan Jiang, he would suffer great humiliation. Let go. Let go. Gu Xizhi remained immobile, so he resorted to prying her fingers away. Yet she remained steadfast, impervious to his efforts. I am so afraid. I am such a fragile beauty. Utterly terrified. Zhang Qi found himself questioning reality. With such strength, do you truly consider yourself fragile? He exerted all his might, but it proved futile in the face of her unwavering grip. Come to your senses. With your strength, I believe you could easily dispatch him with a mere finger. Chapter 14. The fragile and helpless Gu Xizhi fourth brother. Has Xizhi been bullied by someone? As soon as Gu Sirou stepped out of the school gate, she made a beeline for Gu Jiangyuan's side, feigning ignorance. After observing for a moment, her brow furrowed with concern. Fourth brother, I must go help Xizhi. She's still so young, she must be terrified. Despite being only a few days older than Gu Xizhi, she bravely stepped forward to protect her. Fourth brother would surely perceive her as kind and courageous. The onlooking classmates, upon overhearing their conversation, began to murmur among themselves. Gu Sirou is truly remarkable. After being bullied by Gu Xizhi in the cafeteria yesterday, she still worries for her. The world owes me a sister like Gu Sirou. I could cry. How can she be so kind? Doesn't she remember that she is still a child herself? Hearing these remarks, Gu Sirou's lips subtly curled into a smile. It's unnecessary. Isn't Zhang Qi there to help her? We can just watch from the sidelines, Gu Jiangyuan remarked, momentarily lost in the performance of Gu Xizhi. Oblivious to Gu Sirou's arrival. When he heard her declare her intention to assist Gu Shiji, he quickly grasped her arm. Everyone knew that Fan Jiang was dealing with Gu Shiji solely because of her, if Gu Sirou intervened. Fan Jiang might indeed keep his word and refrain from bullying Gu Shiji, thereby ruining the entire act. Gu Sirou felt a swell of pride. Fourth brother truly favored her the most. He was worried that she would be misinterpreted by Fan Jiang if she approached, thus preventing her from aiding Gu Shiji. She was indeed the darling of the Gu family. Still, her expression betrayed her concern. But what if Zhangqi is unable to protect Xizhi? If he can't, then he can't, Gu Jiangyuan replied dismissively. He had observed the performance long enough to notice that Gu Shiji was the one holding Zhangqi back, fearing that he might retaliate against Fan Jiang, thus disrupting the act. If Zhangqi could not protect her, it would only enhance her portrayal of vulnerability. As for whether Gu Shiji would suffer any harm, he was not the least bit worried. Their Gu Shiji possessed a system, akin to a protagonist blessed with fortune. How could she possibly be genuinely harmed? Meanwhile, Gu Sirou found herself even more amused. Fourth brother seemed to harbor a disdain for Gu Shiji. Biting her lip, she declared, "Then I shall wait here for a moment. If Fan Jiang dares to bully Xizhi, I will step in to shield her." Gu Jiangyuan cast her a sidelong glance, uninterested in her antics. "You can wait, just as long as you don't rush in now." On Gu Shiji's side, regardless of Zhangqi's reassurances, she refused to let go, continuously expressing her fear. Fan Jiang, standing opposite them, suddenly felt somewhat foolish in this situation. What had possessed him to engage in a confrontation with such a timid individual? Forget it. Just promise me you won't bully Sirou again, and I'll let you off the hook for now. It would be embarrassing to scare someone who is so easily frightened. With that, he turned to call his friends to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zhangqi, prompting him to halt and shake his head disdainfully. "Zhangqi, I didn't expect you to be so ineffective now. You know you're not my match yet refuse to acknowledge it, pretending to be restrained. TSK, TSK." With a wave of his hand, he led his friends away, leaving behind the same unremarkable scene as the day before. Both Gu Shiji and Zhangqi were momentarily stunned. "Zhangqi? Seriously, can you refrain from speaking nonsense when you know nothing?" Zhangqi fumed. "Am I afraid of you? Am I not your match? If it weren't for her holding me back, I guarantee you wouldn't see the sunrise tomorrow." He was infuriated, knowing he would be misunderstood. Gu Shiji, on the other hand, was perplexed. "Wait, weren't you supposed to confront me? At least put in some effort before leaving. You've been standing there for so long, and you didn't even utter a threatening word. You're making it difficult for me. If my beautiful mother doesn't believe I'm suffering at school, then today's performance would be in vain. Moreover, are you out of your mind? Didn't you see your goddess approaching? Why aren't you showing off in front of her? It's no wonder you can only remain a sycophant and never get promoted. It's utterly unprofessional." She had a strong premonition that this performance might not lead her to a carefree life at home as she had hoped. "No, my destiny is in my hands. I must seize this opportunity." With determination, she released Zhangqi and dashed toward Fan Jiang, positioning herself in front of him before he could react. She was now less than 10 centimeters away from him, appearing as if they were already in close contact. At that moment, she leaned to the side, projecting a delicate fragility, her face a mask of fear with tears welling in her eyes. She collapsed to the ground, refusing to rise, and pathetically exclaimed, "Whoa. It's so scary, so scary. I was told you were leaving, but it was just a ploy to catch me off guard. What if I inadvertently meet my demise when I come to school? Whoa, I can't live like this every day, always in fear. I'll surely go mad. What if I end up taking my own life to escape school? If I die, my beautiful mother and my brother will be heartbroken. But what can I do? Unless my mother forbids me from attending school, I will always dread being bullied and will never escape. Gu Jiaoan, this is too much. The performance has exceeded all bounds. The others, surely we didn't just imagine that? Did we truly see Gu Shiji voluntarily stepping in front of Fan Jiang? And how did she conjure such a multitude of thoughts in an instant? She must have a side career as a novelist aside from being a student. Fan Jiang's forehead twitched, his fists clenched, consumed by rage. What are you babbling about? I never laid a hand on you. And I, Fan Jiang, am a man of humanity. I've never killed anyone. Though I may feel like it now, I would never actually do it. So you needn't worry, he demanded. Let us go. If we don't leave soon, I fear I might lose control and truly harm someone. In the family group chat, Gu Jiangyu, Lin Manny, and a few others clicked on the video Gu Jiangyuan had just shared. Chapter 15. Then let's not watch it in the car. Gu Xizhi felt quite anxious. Fortunately, after confirming with Gu Jiangyuan that someone had indeed recorded the video and that he had inadvertently sent it to their parents, she felt a slight sense of relief. As for Gu Sirou, she cast a glance at her as if she were an imbecile. How foolish. After being embarrassed at the school gate, she was still worried that no one would preserve her dark history. Did she not see that even the fourth brother found her too disgraceful and shared the video with the family group? The afternoon dismissal coincided with the rush hour, and the roads were somewhat congested. The school was a considerable distance from the Gu family villa, much farther than the distance between Gu's company and their home. By the time Gu Xizhi and her companions arrived home, Gu father and Gu Jiangyu were already seated in the living room. Upon entering, Gu Xizhi greeted her family, who were sitting neatly on the sofa, but suddenly felt dejected, her eyes reddening. She sulked into a corner of the sofa, clutching a cushion and lowering her head in silence. In this atmosphere, even a blind person could sense the palpable gloom surrounding her. What was wrong with her? Lin Manny, who had already been somewhat worried after watching the video, grew even more concerned. Alas, the fourth brother mentioned he accidentally sent the video to our parents, but they have shown no reaction. Perhaps they haven't had time to watch it yet. I understand, I truly do. Our esteemed elders are busy. They simply do not have the leisure to view it. I should remind them to take a look. Here I am, feigning such misery. My beautiful mother is soft-hearted. Once she learns I have been bullied so, she might just decide I need not go to school tomorrow. Oh, how swiftly happiness arrives. I am almost overwhelmed by this unexpected fortune. Lin Manny. It seemed she was perhaps worrying for nothing. She was relieved she hadn't inquired about the video earlier. Gu father. Gu Jiangyu's eyes brightened slightly. This little girl's acting seemed quite commendable, even surpassing that of the two young actresses their company had recently signed. But could it be that Class 18, the worst in the school, had also begun to take things seriously? Otherwise, why would this little girl be so reluctant to attend school? No, he must make a call to the school authorities. Oh! Why has my beautiful mother stopped asking me questions? Where are Dad and my elder brother? Why are they not inquiring if something happened at school? With you all behaving this way, how can I prompt you to pay attention to my troubles at school? No, I must gather myself. Sighing again, she removed her shoes, propped her legs on the sofa, and curled up, burying her head as she began to sob. I am truly too fragile. These tears come so easily. I am remarkable. Now that I am in such a state, surely you will take notice. But it's all right. Proactive children receive treats. Even if you do not care, as long as I am sufficiently proactive, you will have no choice but to pay attention. For a mere morsel of food, she would traverse vast distances to seek affection. This was but a trivial matter to her. Without waiting for anyone to inquire, she sobbed intermittently, saying, I am so useless. I failed to protect myself and allowed someone to record a video, and now you all have seen it. You are all so busy, yet I forced you to see this video. You must be worried about me. I am so unfilial. I have been so frightened, nearly scared to the point of losing control, yet I am not worried for myself, but for wasting your time worrying about me. Look at how considerate and thoughtful I am. You must surely feel even more pity for me. Thus, you will be even less willing to send me to school to be bullied. Oh yes, I am truly clever. The Gu family members. To avoid attending school, she is indeed quite resourceful. Witnessing this scene, the system felt immense satisfaction. The host was indeed clever. which would aid her in fulfilling her role as the villainous counterpart and accomplishing her tasks. Gu Jiangyu was the first to react. To suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, he adopted a very serious demeanor, appearing exceedingly earnest. He said, "Oh, you're referring to the video that the fourth brother accidentally sent us? No worries, I have been too busy today to find the time to watch it. Since you are so concerned that we might worry about you after watching it, I shall refrain from viewing it." Gu's father was genuinely serious. His daughter was too cunning, how should he instruct her? He nodded in agreement. "Since you are so intent on us not watching this video, then I shall not watch it either. Your mother shall not watch it either. If it is a video that would upset you, then it cannot be of great importance. Now, go wash your face and come to dinner." After all the commotion at the school gate and the traffic delay, it has grown dark. Lin Manny concluded, turning towards the dining room to prepare dinner with the chef. "Wait, why is this your attitude? What happened to the mutual care among family members? How can you be so heartless? That video pertains to how miserable my school life has been. If you do not watch it, does that mean my performance at school was in vain? At this rate, I genuinely worry I might have to endure 3 years of school." Gu Shiji was bewildered, her panic evident. She truly felt at a loss. Could it be that I did not cry dramatically enough? Shall I cry even more sorrowfully? If this subtle weeping proves ineffective, perhaps I should resort to a full-blown wail? I just remembered I have a video conference to attend. I shall go upstairs for that. Do not wait for me to eat. Before Gu Shiji could begin her loud lamentations, Gu Jiangyu had already left. Even Gu Jiangyuan found an excuse to head upstairs. As she was brewing her tears, preparing for an outburst, Gu Shiji glanced around the living room, noting that Gu Sirou was the only audience left. She decisively tossed aside the cushion in her arms. No more tears. What was the point of crying when there was no audience? No wonder the original owner had such a miserable existence. This family was utterly unfeeling. Gu Sirou burst into laughter, unabashedly amused. Indeed, Gu Shiji remained uncherished in the Gu household. The Gu family showed no concern for her at all. Chapter 16, a way to motivate her. Gu Sirou initially believed that she would have to resort to underhanded schemes to make the Gu family loathe her, as she had done in the past. To her surprise, she found that they were already indifferent to her without any provocation. This was quite agreeable. The thought brought an even brighter smile to her face. During mealtimes, the Gu family did not adhere to a rule of silence. Instead, they shared stories about their lives and work, fostering a sense of connection among family members. The familial atmosphere was significantly warmer than that of the average affluent household. While everyone engaged in conversation, Gu Shiji preferred to eat in silence. You all show no interest in my school life. Perhaps I shall feign a state of profound psychological distress to capture your attention, she mused. Once you notice my newfound reticence, you will realize that something is genuinely amiss. After all, I refuse to believe you would still send me to school under such circumstances. Determined to accomplish great things, she vowed not to succumb to complacency. Until she could enjoy a life of leisure, she would persevere. When Lin Manny departed from the dining room, a flicker of regret washed over her. She worried that Gu Shiji might misconstrue her indifference as a lack of concern, creating a rift between them. However, upon hearing Gu Shiji's inner thoughts, her worries dissipated. She resolved to be more cautious in the future, refusing to be easily deceived by the child. At such a young age, Gu Shiji should not be contemplating idleness. What if she became completely lethargic from lying around all day? Gu's father shared Lin Manny's sentiments. He decided that on the upcoming weekend, he would take the child to his company for some hands-on experience. It would be beneficial for her to gain a taste of professional life. Young people need to stay active. The more they engage, the less they will yearn for a life of ease. Gu Jiangyu pondered if there were any tasks within his company suitable for Gu Shiji. Since her school attendance was more about participation than performance, he thought it prudent to encourage her to be active in other endeavors rather than languishing at home. Why is everyone looking at me with such peculiar expressions? Have they already sensed that I am not quite myself? Gu Shiji thought, feeling a tinge of satisfaction at their silent scrutiny. Gu Jiangyu, Aware that continuing to listen to her thoughts would likely elicit a laugh, deftly changed the subject. I plan to sign Xizhi tomorrow, the popular streamer from that app. If any of you are fans, you can come to the office this weekend to meet him. Xizhi, a young man in his 20s, had gained fame through a few dance videos and had become an idol for many middle and high school students. Gu Sirou glanced at the teenagers in his home, suspecting they might also be fans of Xizhi and wishing to bring them some joy. Gu Sirou scoffed, not a fan. That guy only knows how to flash a few flirtatious glances. He isn't as handsome as I am, nor does he dance as well. I find him utterly lacking. As a handsome young man, Gu Sirou held a dismissive view of any man more popular than himself. Gu Sirou turned his attention to Gu Xizhi and Gu Sirou. What about you two? If any of your classmates are fond of him, you can bring them along. It would help strengthen your relationships. Xizhi? Gu Sirou recalled the name with a cold smirk. What a worthless individual. Despite Gu Jiangyu's apparent lack of concern for Gu Xizhi, he had once shown her kindness, which counted for something. No, I'm not particularly fond of him. Since that was the case, she decided not to inform her brother about her feelings, letting him grapple with the situation until it spiraled beyond control. Then, she would step in to assist, ensuring her brother would be even more grateful to her, further diminishing Gu Xizhi's standing in his eyes. Gu Xizhi shook her head decisively. I don't know him, I don't like him, and I'm not interested. I only wish to be lazy, to lie down and do nothing, let the vibrant youth chase after idols. Counting her words, she realized she had spoken 10. For someone who had been so frightened that her mental state was deteriorating, this seemed rather verbose. No, I must speak less. Gu Jiangyu's lips twitched in frustration. He longed to tell Gu Xizhi that if she truly learned sign language, no one would suspect her mental health. Rather, they would think she had become deaf and mute. Had it not been for her inner voice, the family might have considered sending her to a school for the hearing impaired. No. Learning sign language is far too exhausting. If I were to express myself vigorously, my hands would be in constant motion. Doesn't that mean I would be exercising all day? No. I absolutely cannot learn sign language. It would jeopardize my plans for idleness. Lin Manny's eyes suddenly sparkled with an idea. This could be quite beneficial. If we encourage Xizhi to learn sign language, she will have no choice but to stay active. It's good for the youth to move more each day. I wonder if there's a form of foot language as well. Perhaps Xizhi could learn that too. Otherwise, focusing solely on sign language would lead to only her upper body being toned, which is not ideal. Tomorrow, once Xizhi was at school, she would inquire about quality sign language schools nearby. Unbeknownst to Gu Xizhi, she had inadvertently reduced her chances of laziness. Relishing a piece of tender, braised beef, she suddenly looked up at Gu Jiangyou. Did you just say the artist you plan to sign is named Xizhi? Gu Jiangyou assumed she had finally connected the dots that Xizhi was her idol and nodded. Yes, if you wish to meet him. I can arrange that for you this weekend. Oh no. My brother is in trouble. But why has this plot unfolded prematurely? Wasn't this supposed to happen 6 months from now? I recall that in the end. It was Gu Sirou who stepped in to help my brother when his company was on the brink of collapse, stabilizing it. My brother's trust in Gu Sirou grew immensely after that, and he began to resent me even more. Oh no, if this situation unfolds early, will my brother, trusting Gu Sirou even more, send me abroad sooner? What trouble? What exactly is happening? Chapter 17. Only Gu Sirou is injured. Please clarify. Gu Jiangyou was becoming increasingly anxious. Were it not for the need to conceal from Gu Xizhi that he could hear her thoughts, he would have directly inquired. Yet, he couldn't help himself and rephrased his question. Xizhi, your expression seems rather peculiar. Is there something troubling you? No, Gu Xizhi replied, lowering her head to maintain her facade of discontent. Let me think. If I were sent abroad prematurely, I would be completely on my own without anyone looking after me. Wouldn't that mean I could truly slack off? The rest of the Gu family, aside from Gu Sirou, chimed in. Stop dreaming. We would never send you abroad. That seems implausible. If I'm alone overseas, how would I manage meals without a personal chef? Surviving on takeout Western cuisine daily? No way, I would go mad. The Gu family collectively sighed in relief, grateful that she at least acknowledged the dining dilemma of being alone abroad. The system also exhaled in relief. It felt compelled to remind Gu Shiji, host, you must temporarily abandon the notion of going abroad. Remember, you are bound to a villainous supporting character system. Only by remaining close to the protagonist can you fulfill your mission. Alright then, since even the system does not support my immediate departure, I shall refrain from slacking off abroad for now. In that case, perhaps it would be prudent to address the matter concerning Xizhi ahead of time. I would prefer to prevent Gu Sirou from overshadowing me later. While I harbor no significant animosity towards Gu Sirou, after all, I have just arrived in this world. And many events have yet to unfold. If she excels too much, might it affect my ability to slack off domestically? For the remainder of the meal, Gu Shiji pondered this matter earnestly, neglecting other thoughts. Consequently, Gu Jiangyu, eager to discern any issues regarding Xizhi, was left in silence, unable to hear what he sought. It wasn't until they were nearly finished eating that Gu Jiangyu finally spoke again. I just remembered that there are still some matters regarding Xizhi that need to be resolved. Let us hold off on signing the contract for now. After he spoke, he leaned in, hoping to catch Gu Shiji's thoughts. Oh, my elder brother has actually postponed signing the contract with Xizhi? Has he realized that there is something amiss with Xizhi? In truth, Xizhi doesn't seem too problematic. He is also a victim in this scenario and rather pitiable. Speaking of pity, my own body is the most pitiable. The original owner of this body starved to death, which is how I ended up here. Before I crossed over, I was equally unfortunate, working overtime to the point of collapse. The rest of the Gu family, who were equally awaiting answers, were left astounded. They had heard Gu Shiji mention novels and time travel before, but this was the first time they were exposed to such a complete narrative. Lin Manny bowed her head, tears streaming down her face. It dawned on her that her biological daughter had perished from hunger, and now, within her daughter's body resided another soul, the spirit of a girl who had worked herself to death. She found an excuse to rise and head toward the restroom. Gu father shared her sentiments. As a man, he too felt a heavy heart. Gu Jiangyu and Gu Jiangyuan, the younger generation, also felt a sting in their eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Shiji, engrossed in maintaining her persona, remained oblivious to the sudden shift in atmosphere at the dining table. She relished her meal, prompting the kitchen to prepare more. However, as cola was not a healthy option, she had previously limited herself to 2. Now, with a warm tone, she said, Xizhi, if you enjoy the chicken wings, you may finish them. She had decided that no matter whose soul resided within her daughter's body, Xizhi would always be her daughter, deserving of indulgence. Since the previous Xizhi had suffered to the point of starvation, she vowed to ensure that the girl would never experience hunger again. Having initially planned to bring Gu Shiji to the company for overtime on the weekend, Gu father changed his mind. The child had already endured enough hardship in her past life, working herself to death. In this life, she could afford to relax at home, as long as she thrived. Young people should relish life rather than squander their time on excessive work. Xizhi, have you completed your homework today? If not, you can leave it to fourth brother. He can assist you. Gu Jiangyuan empathized, recalling his own harrowing experiences of staying up late to copy assignments, feeling as though he too might collapse. He felt it was his duty to protect Xizhi. Gu Shiji was bewildered. Why did everyone seem to act as though they had exchanged souls? Nevertheless, as long as it did not impede her leisure, she was content. She transferred all the chicken wings from her plate to her bowl, and then ran over to hand her school bag to Gu Jiangyuan. Gu Sirou smirked, pleased with herself. Clearly, no one cared for Gu Shiji. They were allowing her to consume such unhealthy food as cola and chicken wings. Fourth brother even intentionally offered to help with her homework in front of their parents, hoping they would see her as lazy, relying on others for assistance. This would surely diminish their affection for her. With a gentle smile, she chimed in. Fourth brother is currently in his 3rd year of high school and has a busier schedule. Perhaps it would be better for Xizhi to let me handle her assignments. I am in my first year of high school as well, so our homework should be quite similar. It would also serve as a revision for me. Although she was a first-year student, she still insisted on doing her own assignments. By saying this, she hoped to provoke their parents' ire, potentially leading to a reprimand directed at Gu Sirou. Gu father nodded in agreement. Sirou makes a valid point. Fourth brother, you can hand Xizhi's homework to her. In the future, if she wishes to avoid doing her homework, she can always pass it to Sirou. She enjoys studying and surely wouldn't mind taking on extra assignments. Yes, Xizhi, from now on, just let your sister help you with your homework. You're still young and need your rest. In their affluent household, it was unnecessary for the children to toil over their studies. Even if grades were not stellar, participation was what mattered. Gu Sirou's smile faltered. Shouldn't they be chastising Gu Sirou instead? Why had she suddenly become the one expected to assist Gu Sirou with her homework? Wasn't she also just a few hours older than Gu Sirou? Did she not deserve rest? To ensure Gu Sirou received ample rest, Gu Jiangyu decided against probing her for information about Xizhi. He had already discerned that there was something amiss with Xizhi and would arrange for further inquiries shortly. Chapter 18. The system releases a new task after dinner. Gu Sirou took a stroll in the courtyard, marveling at the beauty of the night sky. The stars were plentiful, and the moon was full. Gu Sirou, on the other hand, carried Gu Sirou's backpack upstairs. Her room's window faced the courtyard, allowing her to observe Gu Sirou. She found herself questioning her existence. It was inevitable that her family did not prioritize Gu Sirou. Otherwise, they would not neglect Gu Sirou's studies entirely. Nor would they ask her to assist Gu Sirou with her homework. However, the reason they asked her to help was not to treat her as a mere tool, but to encourage her to review more often. After all, as the most cherished daughter of the Gu family, her parents and brothers would eventually entrust the entire family to her. They harbored high hopes for her, wanting her to take on more responsibilities. After dinner, the Gu family would gather in the living room for about half an hour to an hour, watching the news, engaging in discussions, or continuing conversations that had not concluded during dinner. Gu Sirou glanced at the recently retrieved mathematics test paper on the table, where a striking red 96 stood out. In a first-year high school math exam, with a perfect score of 100, achieving a 96 was a rare feat. A smile of pride crept across her lips as she picked up the paper and grabbed a pen to head downstairs. Mom, this is today's class test paper. The teacher requested a parental signature. Could you please sign it for me? Glancing at the paper handed over by Gu Sirou, her mother took the pen and remarked while signing, "Well done. What reward do you wish for, Sirou?" In the past, whenever Gu Sirou excelled in her exams, her family would reward her. Although they were aware that Gu Sirou was not their biological daughter, they still treated her with kindness, considering that her parents had cared for Xizhi. Furthermore, since her parents were no longer around, Lin Manny and the rest of the Gu family had agreed to continue treating Sirou as if she were their own. Gu Sirou felt a sense of satisfaction swelling within her as she beamed and replied, "No need for a reward. Besides, I'm not entirely satisfied with this score. I misread one question and lost 4 points. Once I go back upstairs, I'll rewrite that question 10 times to remind myself not to make such mistakes again." Academic achievers hold themselves to strict standards, and her parents and brothers would often praise her while feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. Gu Sirou had not seen such a math paper in a long time, and the paper happened to be right in front of her. She cast a casual glance, quickly spotting the question Gu Sirou had answered incorrectly. With the system's rewards and her mastery of high school subjects, these questions seemed as simple as basic arithmetic to her. After Gu Sirou finished speaking, she nodded. It's indeed surprising to make a mistake on such an easy question. You should rewrite it a few times to reinforce your memory. Her words were not directed at anyone in particular, they were merely a truthful observation. The others in the Gu family did not hear Gu Sirou's thoughts, indicating that she genuinely spoke her mind. They had no ulterior motives. However, Gu Sirou felt a mix of anger and amusement. How could a slacker, who only slept in class, dare to look down on her grades? She stifled her irritation and replied, "You're right, little sister. By the way, I heard from the teacher that your class also took this test today. I bet you aced that question. Would you mind letting me take a look at your paper?" Gu Shiji, with a piece of watermelon stuffed in her mouth, resembled a pufferfish as she shook her head. Gu Shiji shook her head again, her mouth full, making it difficult to speak. Gu Sirou thought to herself that Gu Shiji must have performed poorly on the test, fearing embarrassment from revealing her paper. Yet she was determined to expose her. Why not? Hadn't little sister just said that question was easy? If it were so simple, surely she could do it with ease. Thus, why not let her take a look? Finally swallowing the entire piece of watermelon, Gu Shiji sighed, "You misunderstand. I'm not saying I can't. I simply don't know anything about the test. I've been sleeping in class and no one called me, so I have no idea what everyone else was doing." She spoke with an air of defiance, as if sleeping in class was perfectly acceptable. Lin Manny had finished signing her name and returned the paper to Gu Sirou, saying, "Well, since Xizhi has said so, you shouldn't push her any further." She glanced at the wall clock. It was nearly 8 o'clock. If they didn't finish the fruit soon, it would interfere with an early bedtime. Gu Sirou was taken aback by this response. She had anticipated a different outcome, envisioning a scenario in which she would confront Gu Shiji and make their family aware of the disparity between them. Yet Gu Shiji had nonchalantly undermined her own position. Not only had she not taken the test, but she had also slept through it entirely, unaware of its existence. Could one truly express such a thing so casually? Even more outrageous was that no one, including their mother, scolded her. She quickly scanned the others, who seemed to have ignored Gu Shiji's earlier words entirely, showing no reaction. It was clear they must have long since given up on Gu Shiji, which explained their indifference to her actions at school. Suddenly, a system task was triggered, instructing the host to request Gu Sirou's assistance with tutoring, followed by a jealous impulse to tear up the notes given to Gu Sirou by her senior from the prestigious university. As Gu Shiji bit into her second piece of watermelon, the system, which had been silent all day, abruptly reactivated. She nearly choked, almost suffocating. "Wait, system. Couldn't you give me a heads up before launching a new task? Why must you always appear so suddenly? Are you trying to scare me to death just so you can find a new host? Moreover, this task you've assigned is rather juvenile, don't you think? I'm a high school student now. Why would I tear up someone's notes out of jealousy? Seriously, who would believe that I acted out of jealousy? They'd surely think I've lost my mind." The Gu family, who had turned their attention back to the news, suddenly perked up, listening intently to Gu Shiji's thoughts. They all quietly tuned in, wondering about this new system task that involved Gu Shiji tearing up someone else's notes. It indeed seemed quite childish. Gu Jiangyuan, unconcerned with the task's childishness, was more interested in the rewards for completing it. Ideally, there would be something he could use, allowing him to find a reason to borrow it from Xizhi. Chapter 19. Please tutor me. Gu Shiji was also curious about the reward. System. Task completed. Reward. 300 combat power. An increase of 300 in combat power? I currently possess little to no combat power, so what does this enhancement entail? If I were to receive this reward and challenge Wang Daoshi from the popular drama The One Below, would I stand a chance against him? So, it is an augmentation of combat power? Lin Manny furrowed her brow, sensing that this system did not appear to be particularly beneficial. After all, Xizhi was still a child. Such violence was inappropriate. The other men of the Gu family, including Gu's father, became visibly excited. An increase in combat power was indeed a good thing. Gu Jiangyuan and Gu Jiangyu were both aware of the recent popularity of the drama and eagerly awaited the system's response. System, please remain rational, host. Reality is not a television drama. There are no superpowers. You cannot defeat someone with abilities. System, that statement is quite erroneous. I have a system. So why should I be devoid of abilities? It seems you are simply too weak. You have granted me such a significant boost in combat power, yet you still cannot overcome Wang Daoshi. TSK. Well, The men of the Gu family had now come to a conclusion. Gu Jiangyuan felt a tinge of regret. Gu Shiji picked up a bunch of grapes, munching on them while observing Gu Sirou. After Gu Sirou finished signing her paper, her intention to retaliate against Gu Shiji was thwarted, leading her to feel there was no longer a reason to stay. With someone like Gu Shiji, she thought it best to let her be. She would likely bring ruin upon herself. However, Gu Shiji's gaze made her feel a hint of unease. Sister, is something wrong? Do I have something on my face? Gu Shiji shook her head. No, I just want to ask you to tutor me. Let's go study together now. Gu Sirou? Did I mishear? You, who sleeps through class and is oblivious to even the smallest tests, are asking me for help? Compared to Gu Sirou's astonishment, the rest of the Gu family remained calm. Gu's father also encouraged Gu Sirou to assist Gu Shiji. Thus, 5 minutes later, Gu Shiji, who had just planned to eat and then rest to grow taller, found herself seated in Gu Sirou's room. In such an environment, it was all too convenient for Gu Sirou to scheme. She took out the notebook she had received from a senior and, in front of Gu Shiji, began tearing the notes apart. After shredding them, she left the room with reddened eyes. The others in the Gu family, upon seeing her, inquired about what had transpired. Hesitantly, she revealed that Gu Shiji was envious of her excellent grades and had torn up the senior's notebook. The family harbored no doubts and began to scold Gu Shiji. Consequently, her existence within the Gu household became increasingly arduous. Now, reflecting on Gu Shiji and the recent events, Gu Sirou thought it best to keep the notebook for herself. Sister, I heard you possess a genius's study notes. Could I have a look? Just as she set aside that thought, Gu Shiji spoke up. Here you go. It was merely a glance. After all, she wouldn't understand it anyway. Gu Sirou, somewhat impatient, extracted the thick notebook from under a stack of books. Take your time reading. I need to start my homework. Besides completing her own assignments, she also had to assist Gu Shiji. This was becoming increasingly vexing. From now on, she decided it was best to avoid any topics related to Gu Shiji to prevent inadvertently digging her own grave. Gu Shiji took the notebook, casually flipped through it, confirming it was indeed the notes of a genius. Suddenly, she stood up and headed for the door. Hey, where are you going? Didn't you say you wanted me to help you with your studies? Why are you leaving after just a short while? Gu Sirou felt conflicted. Gu Shiji was leaving so soon. Could she possibly be going to tell everyone that Gu Sirou refused to tutor her, tarnishing her reputation? Gu Shiji ignored her, swung the door open, and strode out, quickly standing at the balcony on the second floor, gazing down into the living room. Holding the notebook aloft, she declared, the reason Gu Sirou performs so well academically is precisely because of this notebook. I shall tear it to shreds. Ha ha. And indeed, she began ripping the pages one by one. The silence of the Gu family was deafening. Had it not been for Gu Shiji's inner thoughts, her actions would have seemed quite malicious and in need of intervention. System, am I not showcasing excellent acting skills? Does this count as an extraordinary performance? Can I receive additional rewards for this? You are omnipotent, system. Why not grant me some monetary rewards? Once I have wealth, I need not remain in this household. What? Is she suggesting that as long as she has money, she plans to run away? Surely the system wouldn't actually grant her money? If the system could roll its eyes, it would be doing so to the point of nearly losing its sight. Host, do not entertain impossible thoughts. This system shall not reward you with wealth. Even if such an idea had previously crossed my mind, it has since been discarded. What a joke! If she were to acquire wealth and move out, she would no longer fit the role of a wicked supporting character. System, you are truly disappointing me. It seemed that direct monetary rewards were off the table. The Gu family collectively sighed in relief. Concurrently, they each pondered that it was clear they could not directly provide her with money in the future. Gu Sirou, concerned that Gu Shiji might tarnish her reputation before the family, followed her out. She became the closest observer of this unfolding drama. After a moment of shock, she quickly regained her composure, her eyes glistening with tears as she rushed downstairs to Lin Manny's side. Embracing Lin Manny, she said, Mom, I genuinely want to tutor my sister, but why is she acting this way? Does she dislike me? Although she could not comprehend Gu Shiji's erratic behavior, she recognized an opportunity amidst the chaos. Lin Manny, taken aback by the embrace, gazed at her daughter, whom she had raised since childhood, feeling a pang of sympathy. She gently patted her head and said, "Sweetheart, do not overthink it. Xizhi merely believes you excelled because of that notebook. She never said she disliked you. Gu Sirou? Please, wake up and reflect on your own words. How convincing is that?" Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she wore a pitiful expression. "Does my sister feel that I have taken away our parents and brothers by staying at home, which is why she is upset? Perhaps I should leave the family? It is all right. As long as I act a bit more obedient, it will only serve to highlight Gu Shiji's faults, causing our parents to regard her with even greater disdain." Chapter 20. I am cursing myself in recent days. Lin Manny has been fervently immersing herself in the knowledge of novels at home. She has come to realize that Gu Shiji's dialogue with the system might not be related to consuming mushrooms, but rather that this system indeed exists. If Sierra were at home, this system might not be a benevolent one. She wonders whether it might lead Xizhi astray, yet as long as Sierra is absent. Could everything be acceptable? Sierra, we have several properties near your school. Gu Sirou suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, staring incredulously at Lin Manny. "Mother, what did you just say?" She felt certain that she must have misheard. How could her mother, who cares for her so deeply, possibly suggest she move out? With such considerate words, her mother should feel even more compassion for her. Before Lin Manny could finish her thought, she noticed Gu Sirou's expression, realizing she might have misinterpreted her intention. It seemed her words were not genuinely suggesting a move. Sighing, she decided to let the matter rest. As she handed a few tissues to Gu Sirou, she nodded. "Indeed, it is getting late. If you wish for Sierra to tutor you again, it should be done earlier. Not past 8:30. Gu Sirou? Gu Shiji is so blatantly targeting her, yet they haven't uttered a single word of reproach in her past life. The Gu family adored her to the point of sending Gu Shiji abroad to fend for herself. At this moment, she certainly would not doubt that their actions stemmed from feelings for Gu Shiji. Perhaps they have given up on her, unwilling to concern themselves with anything related to her. She must appear even kinder and more understanding, while subtly reminding them just how outrageous Gu Shiji has been. My parents seem quite lenient. They haven't scolded me at all. System, do you think if I sold off some of the antiques at home for money, they wouldn't scold me either? Father Gu, they certainly wouldn't scold you. They would want to give you a good beating. It appears she must ensure the butler keeps an eye on those antiques. Gu Jiangyuan. Indeed, Mom and Dad have such good temperaments. Even when Xizhi is so blatantly targeting Sierra, they don't scold her. If I do something that would anger them, I could let Xizhi take the blame, and would that allow me to escape unscathed? He resolved to cultivate a better relationship with Xizhi moving forward. Despite her efforts to maintain the persona of a victimized individual at the dinner table last night, Gu Shiji was promptly awakened early this morning, shoved into a car, and sent off to school. After dozing for half the day in class, she consumed 2 cups of milk tea, one gifted by Li Shuangshuang, and the other begrudgingly handed to her by Zhang Qi, whose face was dark with displeasure. Zhang Qi glared at her menacingly. "If Fan Jiang brings anyone to bully you again, I will absolutely pretend not to see it. Anyone who helps you is a dog." He had been misunderstood. Everyone claimed he was afraid of Fan Jiang and was intentionally pretending to be dragged along by Gu Shiji. He registered numerous accounts to defend himself, but no one believed him. He felt a desperate urge to use his long-saved pocket money to hire a team of online defenders to clear his name. Gu Shiji sipped her pearls, nodding. "Yes, you mustn't act like a dog. If someone bullies me, just pretend you don't see it. I don't want to drag you along. It's too exhausting." Zhang Qi. If he weren't so adamant about not hitting women, he would have struck out. In class 1 of the first year, Su Jing asked Gu Sirou to lend her the senior's notes. Gu Sirou, with reddened eyes, shook her head apologetically. "Jing, I'm truly sorry." I would love to lend you the notes, but my sister tore the entire volume last night. Tore it? What? Gu Shiji tore up the notes from Senior Lin Hao? Several classmates nearby gathered around, intrigued. Before long, a new post appeared on the school forum. Gu Shiji from class 18 of the first year is not only unambitious and spends her days sleeping, but she also tore up Gu Sirou's notes borrowed from Senior Lin Hao. The comments below were filled with vitriol directed at Gu Shiji, branding her as a poor student, envious, petty, and malicious, among other insults. Gu Shiji, is what they say true? Did you really tear up Senior Lin Hao's notes? During lunch at the cafeteria, Lin Shuangshuang glanced at her phone, then at Gu Shiji, unable to contain her curiosity. Gu Shiji, sucking on a lollipop, tilted her head in consideration. If the legendary and formidable senior is indeed named Lin Hao, then it must be true. She peeked at Li Shuangshuang's phone, noticing more insults directed at her. Li Shuangshuang nodded with a worried expression. Gu Shiji, feeling a rush of excitement, urged, "Hurry, let me see. I want to see if their insults are harsh enough." Being berated by a crowd on the school forum, her fragile spirit could hardly endure. TSK, these people are lacking. Are they all mere bookworms? Their insults are so gentle that I don't feel like crying at all. In fact, I might even find it amusing. Such tepid insults wouldn't convince my parents that I truly had a problem. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. You should help me register a few accounts. I'll teach you how to insult me later. Li Shuangshuang? She was worried that the multitude of insults on the forum would upset Gu Shiji, yet her response was to create more accounts to insult herself. Gu Shiji, determined to avoid school, was so focused that even during meals, she was busy tapping away on her phone. She thought to herself, act like a person, Gu Shiji. You can't bear the burden of being a daughter of the Gu family with such poor grades. Sirou doesn't mind sacrificing a bit more. Why are you repaying kindness with malice? Did you install GPS? Are you aware of your own location? A poor student should remain in their place. How dare you envy the top scholars? Your audacity is remarkable, able to encompass mountains and rivers. Spend more time in the sun, if you get tanned. No one will call you an idiot anymore. To sum you up in a single sentence, where have your looks gone? That thing around your neck is supposed to make you taller? Do you think that by tearing Sirou's notes, she will become a poor student like you? The eyes are the windows to the soul. Yours must have been splashed with ink. Li Shuangshuang watched in astonishment as Gu Shiji hurled insult after insult, feeling the urge to remind her that she was, in fact, cursing herself, and there was no need to be quite so harsh. Chapter 21. Yes, I am indeed here to find trouble. With Gu Shiji setting the tone, it seemed as though everyone had been unshackled, their voices flowing forth like a torrent. Insults directed at Gu Shiji proliferated, each more elaborate than the last. Any ordinary person, subjected to such vitriol from so many, would surely succumb to anger. Yet Gu Shiji was no ordinary individual. She surveyed the comments on the forum with a sense of delight, finishing off a hefty bowl of rice and 3 chicken legs. Time always seemed to fly when she was asleep, and before she knew it, the afternoon school dismissal bell rang. Li Shuangshuang, an avid fan, was particularly excited as her idol's new merchandise was to be showcased at the boutique in the alley behind the school. The moment the bell rang, she dashed out, fearing that if she hesitated, all the goods would be snatched away. Gu Shiji followed suit, although her destination was the school cafeteria. Given the degree of scorn directed at her today, she felt she was drawing ever closer to the day she would be forced to withdraw from school and languish at home. She needed to savor the school's chicken legs while she still could. Quick, let us head to the alley. Fan Jiang is out to reprimand someone again. Rumor had it that this time the target was a girl from class 18 of the first year. Gu Shiji emerged from the cafeteria, each hand grasping 2 chicken legs. Upon hearing her name mentioned, she perked up her ears, eavesdropping with keen interest. ISNT Fan Jiang, a student from the 3rd high school? What is he doing here? So idle? Why isn't he coming to find me? We're old acquaintances. He could at least come and bully me a bit. If I do end up withdrawing from school, I'll be sure to express my gratitude to him. As the senior students had evening study sessions, Gu Jiangyuan came to the cafeteria with a few classmates. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears, causing his lips to twitch slightly. He scanned the entrance of the cafeteria and soon spotted Gu Shiji, her mouth smeared with grease from the chicken legs. Gu Shiji was oblivious to his presence, engrossed in the gossip around her. She recalled that the girl being reprimanded by Fan Jiang was named Li Shuangshuang, someone who had been quite close to her lately. But wait, wasn't Li Shuangshuang the seemingly well-behaved and timid girl? Surely, she wouldn't dare to provoke Fan Jiang. In truth, if it were only Li Shuangshuang, she likely wouldn't have done anything to offend Fan Jiang. However, given her acquaintance with Gu Shiji, who had indeed crossed paths with him, it was a different matter. It was said that Fan Jiang, concerned for Gu Shiji's timid disposition, intended to target those close to her first, threatening them to withdraw from school and distance themselves from Gu Sirou. Li Shuangshuang? Who is she? Gu Shiji paused for a moment. Oh, I remember now. She asked the girl who has been sharing lunch with me these past few days, the one who even offered me her chicken leg on the first day. Gu Jiangyuan chuckled, pondering what exactly Gu Shiji was doing at school, taking so long to remember a new acquaintance's name after sharing meals for several days. Gu Shiji glanced at the chicken legs in her hands, initially intending to head towards the school gate, but then shifted direction towards the back wall of the school. Gu Shiji, the cafeteria is over there. Where are you going? The back wall of the school had no gates. Generally, to reach the alley behind, one would need to exit through the side gate and take a longer route. As Gu Jiangyuan hurried after Gu Shiji, he caught a distant glimpse of her standing atop the wall. Before he could call out to her, she vanished from sight. His eyes lit up. His sister was truly remarkable, scaling walls with such agility and daringly jumping down from such a height. In the alley, Li Shuangshuang pressed herself against the wall, trembling as she faced Fan Jiang and his gang. I only have this much money left. If it's not enough, I can bring more tomorrow. It was her first time being cornered alone. Having seen such scenes in television dramas, she knew their intent was typically to rob. Complying, she produced the scant 300 yuan she had managed to save over the past 2 weeks, intended for idle merchandise. Fan Jiang, in a fit of rage, swatted the money from her hand. Don't insult me with your petty cash. I never intended to deal with someone as unremarkable as you. It would be embarrassing. But you happen to be Gu Shiji's friend, so you can blame her for this. He exhaled the smoke from his cigarette, signaling his companions. Get him. He had brought 3 companions, all with their hair dyed in vibrant colors, exuding a delinquent vibe. Passers-by, witnessing the scene, dared only to observe from a distance, fearful of intervening. As the command left his lips, he stepped back, and his 3 accomplices approached from different angles. Li Shuangshuang trembled, pressing her body against the wall, slowly sliding down as the fists approached her face. Instinctively, she shut her eyes. Who dares to throw a bone at me? Are you looking for death? Which bastard dares to throw a bone at me? Step forward. The 3 halted simultaneously, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Lying quietly before them was a cleanly gnawed chicken bone. It's me, Gu Shiji. I am not a bastard. About 20 meters away, Gu Shiji ambled over, savoring her last chicken leg. Upon hearing Gu Shiji's voice, Li Shuangshuang's eyes flew open. Gu Shiji, hurry and leave. They want to spare you. Their target is you, not me. Just go. I'll hold them off for you. Sacrificing herself to protect her friend, the girl who had just moments ago been trembling in fear dashed forward, grabbing the nearest of Fan Jiang's lackeys, a blonde-haired boy. Fearing she wouldn't be able to hold him back while standing, she dropped to the ground, clutching his foot and shouting at the top of her lungs, Gu Shiji, go. Don't worry about me. If something unfortunate happens to me, once you grow strong, just avenge me. The drama unfolded. Upon seeing Gu Shiji, Fan Jiang's forehead bulged with veins, and watching Li Shuangshuang's performance only intensified his rage. Gu Shiji bit off the last morsel of meat from her chicken leg, gazing at the bare bone, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. With Li Shuangshuang finally silenced, Fan Jiang turned his attention to Gu Shiji. What are you doing here? Chapter 22, Haunted. Let's raise a scapegoat dog in a swift motion amidst a brief silence. A sharp whoosh was heard, accompanied by Fan Jiang's cry of pain. Struck in the abdomen by a bone, Fan Jiang doubled over, gritting his teeth, and exclaimed, Gu Shiji, you are seeking death. Indeed, I have come to confront you, you wretched creature. Initially, Fan Jiang had bullied Gu Shiji merely to avenge Gu Sirou, but now, he genuinely harbored a disdain for her, wishing nothing more than to reduce her to ashes. Wait, Gu Shiji interrupted him. She approached Li Shuang, bent down, and helped her to her feet. If you have a grudge, settle it on the spot. Do not postpone it for later, understood? Li Shuang glanced down at the fingers tugging at her sleeve, suspecting that Gu Shiji had come over just to wipe her greasy hands on her clothes. She nodded absent-mindedly. Fan Jiang had regained some composure, standing upright and adjusting his already short sleeves. Gu Shiji, you are finished. Once again, Gu Shiji interrupted him. Glancing at the crowd of onlookers, many of whom were recording the scene with their phones. Let us discuss this over there. Leading the way, Gu Shiji strode towards the end of the alley, where an old house, cloaked in moss, stood. There was a corner that appeared deserted. Fan Jiang clenched his teeth. Fine. Let us go. He was nearly grinding his teeth to dust. You go first, block them, don't let them follow. For the sake of swiftly teaching Gu Shiji a lesson, he endured. 2 minutes later, Gu Jiangyuan arrived. Where's Gu Shiji? I warn you. If she loses even a strand of hair, I will not spare you. From the end of the alley, Fan Jiang emerged, staggering, his face bruised. 2 of his companions followed, in even worse condition. The crowd gasped. What? They were only in there for half a minute. How could they be so badly injured already? Could there be traps in there? Where's Gu Shiji? If they are in such a state, she must be even worse off, right? Wasn't that house rumored to be haunted? Given their condition, could it be that they were tormented by spirits? As this speculation spread, some began to tremble. Was Gu Shiji attacked by ghosts? Gu Jiangyuan rushed forward, halting abruptly halfway. Gu Shiji emerged leisurely, her face spotless, her clothes immaculate, and she walked normally, just as she had when she entered. Except for, fourth brother, you've come to rescue me, haven to you? How wonderful! If it weren't for you, I would have been bullied to death by them. I was so scared just now, sob sob, they were terrifying. Fan Jiang and the others exclaimed. Clarify yourself. Who was truly terrifying? Others chimed in. After Gu Jiangyuan left with Gu Shiji, a new post began to gain traction on the school forum. I can attest. This is true. I was present. I saw Gu Shiji walk in with Fan Jiang and the others, and in the end, only the boys emerged, bruised and battered, while Gu Shiji was completely unscathed. Those spirits were truly formidable. In less than half a minute, they inflicted such harm. It is utterly terrifying. I advise everyone to steer clear of that alley. Who knows when those spirits might wander out. Seated in the Gu family car, Gu Shiji opened the forum on her phone. Amused, she commented openly, using her main account. I can also testify, it was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, I am a beloved beauty. And they couldn't bear to harm me, allowing me to escape unscathed. Those browsing the forum readily accepted Gu Shiji's words, for it was the most reasonable explanation, far more palatable than the notion that she had assaulted anyone. Who would have thought that seemingly ominous house was indeed a haunted one? Just perfect for me to use as a scapegoat. Meanwhile, Gu Jiangyuan, also scrolling through the forum, wore an expression of realization. The combat prowess granted to Gu Shiji by her system was indeed formidable, having incapacitated several individuals in such a brief span. Stop the car. Gu Shiji suddenly commanded, stepping out. Fourth brother, let us raise a dog. Gu Sirou seems quite dim-witted. She made mistakes on 2 of the homework problems she helped me with. If I continue to let her assist with my assignments, others may suspect that I actually wrote them, which would be utterly embarrassing. Gu Jiangyuan, still processing how Gu Shiji's thoughts had jumped to adopting a dog, now listened and found her idea quite clever. Having a scapegoat dog at home would mean he had someone to blame for any mishaps. They would need to remain home for a week, ensuring the dog was healthy before taking it for vaccinations. Time flew by, and the weekend arrived. The entire family donned their finest attire, eagerly awaiting her. Grandparents were urging her parents to hurry and take her over. Today was the day of the banquet hosted by the Gu family at their ancestral home. Having spent half a month in the Gu household, Gu Shizhi's complexion had brightened. Her figure filled out, and her beauty had become more refined. After dressing up meticulously, she truly resembled a young princess of a prestigious family. However, with so many guests at the banquet, why would she bring the little yellow dog along? Observing the male dog in a suspender dress perched on Gu Shiji's lap, Gu Sirou was filled with questions. She hoped it wouldn't cause any trouble at home. Chapter 23. The old ladies with Gu Shiji, Gu Sirou, Gu Jianyuan, and Gu Jiangyu were all seated in the same vehicle. Upon hearing Gu Sirou's words, Gu Jianyuan and Gu Jiangyu turned their attention towards her. Would I confess that I brought Xiao Huang along to take the blame? Gu Shiji gently ruffled Xiao Huang's head, her gaze softening as she continued. I simply felt uneasy leaving such a small dog at home alone. Gu Jianyuan and Gu Jiangyu exchanged knowing glances, clearly unconvinced by her reasoning. Since the banquet was scheduled last week, Lin Manny had arranged for invitations to be sent out. Today, nearly everyone in the city who had business dealings with the Gu family was in attendance, along with all the relatives of the Gu family residing in the city. Gu Shiji and her companions arrived somewhat late. As she cradled Xiao Huang, she followed Gu Jianyuan and Gu Jiangyu into the banquet hall, where a multitude of eyes immediately turned toward them. My daughter attends the same school as Gu Shirqing's biological daughter, whispered a voice from the corner. I heard that this girl isn't exactly a model student and pales in comparison to Gu Sirou. That much she's holding is quite ugly. Just like her, so plain and unrefined. The murmurs of those gathered were hushed, yet Gu Shiji, who had received several system rewards, caught every word. Having read about this very banquet in a novel, she recalled how the original protagonist faced similar disdain upon entering. Despite being the true daughter of the Gu family, she had spent her life in the most contemptible circles, enduring half a year as a beggar. A figure whom those who prided themselves on being part of high society would scorn. There were even several sycophants of Gu Sirou who had gone to great lengths to make her life miserable. Xizhi, come here. This is your grandfather and grandmother. Call them. Lin Manny's voice broke through Gu Shiji's thoughts. They had arrived at a small room adjacent to the banquet hall, filled with members of the Gu family. Sitting at the front, Lin Manny pointed to two elderly figures who appeared quite amiable. They were the original protagonist's real grandparents, among the few members of the Gu family who were friendly toward Gu Shiji in the narrative. Grandfather, grandmother, she called out obediently. The elderly lady, her face lined with visible wrinkles, smiled warmly, her eyes crinkling in delight. Come here, let Grandma have a look at you. The old lady took her hand gently, caressing it with concern, and removed a jade bracelet from her wrist, offering it to Gu Shiji. Oh, my dear, how lovely you are. This is such a fine bracelet for our first meeting. This bracelet, if sold, could sustain me for a lifetime, couldn't it? Does this mean I could leave the Gu family? Gu Shiji mused, aware that the protagonist was adorned with a halo, while she, as a mere supporting character, lingered in the background. If the story continued along its original path, she might end up overseas, which would be quite a loss. Gu Sirou's gaze was fixated on the jade bracelet adorning Gu Shiji's wrist. This was a family heirloom, rumored to fetch at least 200 million if sold. The old lady had never gifted it to her despite their long acquaintance. Now, upon meeting Gu Shiji for the first time, the old lady paused, suddenly removing the bracelet. Look at me being so foolish, you're still a child. How could I let you wear such an old-fashioned piece? Grandmother, Gu Shiji was taken aback, wondering why the money had slipped through her fingers. She looked earnestly at the elderly lady. Do not be fooled by my youthful appearance. My mental age is already 50. I truly adore such bracelets. The old lady chuckled softly, patting Gu Shiji's hand. "You child, how you love to joke." Gu Shiji widened her eyes, sincerity shining through. "I am not joking." Yet the old lady chose to ignore her. Indeed, the storyline suggests that while the grandmother was kind to me, she never offered me the bracelet. It seems things are not much different now. The old lady scrutinized Gu Shiji for a while. Had she truly heard the child's heartfelt words? Thankfully, her cleverness prevailed. And she reclaimed the bracelet. Otherwise, this child might attempt to sell it and leave home. What kind of absurd narrative was this? Lin Manny and the others released a collective sigh of relief. "Grandmother, a few days ago, I spoke with the housekeeper who mentioned you had a bit of a headache. May I help you with a massage?" Gu Sirou, clad in a delicate lilac gown and adorned with exquisite makeup, approached the old lady with a gentle smile. Drawing closer to her, she had been mistaken to think that grandmother would genuinely gift the bracelet to Gu Shiji. In her previous life, while grandmother had been kind to Gu Shiji, she had always regarded Gu Sirou as her most cherished granddaughter. Gu Sirou recalled that in her last life, grandmother had fainted just a week after meeting Gu Shiji, only to be diagnosed with a myocardial infarction later. "Grandmother, would it be all right if I brought my sister to visit you every day after school?" Gu Sirou nestled close to the elderly lady, gently massaging her temples. The old lady beamed and nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes. Grandma will wait at home for you both. I'll ask the chef to prepare delicious treats for you." Gu Shiji remembered the novel-esque description of the chef at the old residence, who had been a royal chef for generations, owing his position to the old gentleman's family. The thought of dining at the old residence daily was tantalizing, making her view Gu Sirou with newfound appreciation. "Grandfather, since this is our first meeting, do you have any gifts for me?" With Gu Sirou monopolizing the old lady's attention, she turned to seek out her grandfather, hoping to gather funds for her potential escape. The old gentleman's expression remained stern. "No." Gu Sirou subtly smirked, sensing that her grandfather seemed even less fond of Gu Shiji than in her previous life. Gu Shiji felt a twinge of disappointment. She glanced around at the circle of relatives, all of whom had been prepped and were ready with gifts. Despite being uncertain of her grandparents' motives, they still bestowed gifts upon Gu Shiji. As she made her way through the gathering, she found herself standing before a young man, strikingly handsome to the point of eliciting gasps, and with Lin Manny's introduction, she called out, "Uncle." In the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 24. The male protagonist appears. Isn't that the male lead Guijing from this novel? He is the adopted son of the Gu family patriarch and, at the tender age of 20, has already graduated from university and assumed the role of a department manager at the Gu Corporation. The original protagonist's suffering in the Gu household can largely be attributed to him. After the tragic demise of the original protagonist in a foreign land, Gu Sirou was unwilling to remain merely as an adopted daughter of the Gu family, even if she was a favored one. Eventually, she found herself entwined with Guijing. Indeed, he embodies the quintessential traits of a male protagonist. His appearance and aura starkly contrast with that of my unfortunate elder brother. He seems to be the one behind the schemes that led to Xizhi's downfall. This must be around the time he established his company then? Gu Jiangyu suddenly glanced at Guijing, realizing he had used him to poach talents from his own company. The Gu family patriarch also scrutinized Guijing's expression, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Guijing, though not fond of lively gatherings, felt compelled to attend as a senior. Seeing Gu Shiji approach him and call out to him, he expressionlessly took out his phone and opened WeChat. "Add me on WeChat. I will send you a red envelope as a meeting gift." He was too occupied with work to bother preparing gifts for a girl he had never met before. "All right away." Gu Shiji quickly retrieved her phone, opened WeChat, added him, and completed the transaction seamlessly. Upon seeing the transfer amount of 1 million, she beamed with delight. Truly, he was the generous male protagonist of the novel. She looked up at him with a smile. "Uncle, please allow me to introduce myself again. I am Gu Shiji, 15 years old. Aside from eating and sleeping, my greatest passion is money. Therefore, I am quite easy to please. As long as you offer me money, I am willing to do anything within legal bounds. If there is anything about me that displeases you, just give me money and I will leave at once. Having said this, I should be able to live more comfortably from now on, right? Lin Manny, who could hear her thoughts, felt a mix of exasperation, sympathy, and anger. In the original story, what had Gu Yijing done to make her prepare so cautiously for their first encounter? The rest of the Gu family could not help but chuckle. Some found it amusing that someone could be so candid about their greed, while others sneered, believing she truly was a beggar at heart. Gu Sirou rolled her eyes, noting that this incarnation of Gu Xizhi was even more brazen than her previous self. Gu Yijing's expression darkened, as if a thin layer of ice had grazed his throat. Keep your distance. The family recognition event concluded. Gu Xizhi received numerous gifts, along with a 1 million yuan meeting gift. She reveled in her fortune for less than 10 minutes before Lin Manny approached her. Xizhi, you are still young and cannot manage these things on your own. Please hand over everything to your mother, including the red envelope your uncle just sent you. I will return it to you when you grow older. Gu Xizhi was taken aback. At 15, a daughter of a wealthy family, she was still subjected to her mother's management of her red envelopes? It wasn't just Lin Manny, even her newly met grandmother, along with her father and brothers, echoed the sentiment. Reluctantly, Gu Xizhi handed over her still warm wealth with a pitiful expression. Gu Sirou recalled the pocket money her family had urged her to save over the years, which amounted to millions, and felt a sense of pride swell within her. All right. Everyone can leave now. Don't keep our guests waiting. The Gu family patriarch clasped his hands behind his back, standing tall as he led the way outside, where many guests awaited the banquet. At the event, the patriarch delivered a speech, formally introducing Gu Xizhi and clarifying that Gu Sirou was merely an adopted daughter of the Gu family. Although many had heard rumors prior, the revelation from the patriarch shocked a significant number of attendees. No one expected that Gu Sirou, hailed as the finest young lady in Ning City, was actually a false heiress, yet her demeanor resonated more with the Ning family than the true heiress. I have heard from my daughter that although Gu Sirou is aware of her status as a false heiress, she has not succumbed to despair. Instead, she has worked even harder in her studies. Gu Sirou is indeed a commendable child. One could argue she is the most pitiable, having been so young and unaware of her true origins when she was switched at birth. Now, with the true heiress emerging, she not only learns she is not a biological child of the Gu family, but also discovers her real parents are deceased. TSK. Most attendees felt sympathy for Gu Sirou, doubting her worthiness of such immense wealth. The adults discreetly discussed these matters, presenting their own children to engage with Gu Xizhi, encouraging them to play and converse with her. Instantly, Gu Xizhi found herself surrounded by 7 or 8 youths of similar age, both boys and girls. Gu Sirou and Su Jing were among them. Su Jing suggested, Gu Xizhi, let us go play by the pool. It's less crowded there. Gu Xizhi cradled little Huang, affectionately ruffling its fur. She nodded, though I know your intentions in inviting me to the pool, I will still play along. Soon, our little Wang will come into play. Among the attendees were Gu Jiangyuan's classmates and childhood friends. He sat on a sofa by the window, conversing with them while occasionally glancing at Gu Xizhi, concerned about her adapting to such an event. Upon hearing her thoughts, he promptly said, let us go sit by the pool. Oh, how delightful. Little Huang is sure to provide some entertainment. As Gu Xizhi and her companions approached the poolside, Gu Yijing, who was engaged in a conversation while holding a wine glass, glanced over. Su Jing, with a look of infatuation, remarked, Sirou, is that your uncle? He is even more handsome than in the photos. Does he have a girlfriend? Chapter 25. The hunting moment of little Huang in the narrative. It is mentioned that Gu Sirou exhibited a precocious maturity, harboring feelings for the 15-year-old Gu Yijing since she was merely 10. Blessed with the protagonist's halo, she successfully captured Gu Yijing's attention. The seemingly emotionally indifferent Gu Yijing, who appeared to harbor no feelings for the rest of the Gu family, displayed a stark contrast in his demeanor towards Gu Sirou. Why is Gu Sirou reacting this way? Isn't she fond of Gu Yijuan? How could she, being so petty, allow Su Jing to pursue him? Something feels amiss, indeed. An increasing number of events diverged from the original plot of the novel. Forget it, I should focus on saving money in dire circumstances. I can always use my savings to escape for my life. I hope that in the future, when someone transfers money to me, they can do so quietly behind my mother's back. Gu Jianyuan thought to himself, he must have a serious talk with his mother, urging her to routinely check Xizhi's phone for payment records. She must not be allowed to carry excessive amounts of money. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Yijuan had approached and stood directly opposite Gu Sirou, his expression grave. Is our relationship not good? Gu Sirou frowned, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Yet her voice remained gentle. Uncle, what do you need from me? Gu Xizhi, from somewhere, produced a handful of sunflower seeds, squatting on the ground. She not only munched on them herself, but also shared a few with little Huang. To be honest, the love story between the male and female leads is rather enjoyable. Especially the thrill of witnessing it firsthand is quite delightful. Previously, Gu Jianyuan thought that Gu Yijuan's demeanor towards Gu Sirou differed simply because she was a girl. Do you have any sunflower seeds on you? Share some with me. Sui rolled his eyes. Who carries such common snacks around? Sunflower seeds look unappetizing, Gu Jianyuan lamented. Growing increasingly disappointed in his friends, he decided to approach Gu Xizhi and asked her for a handful. Watching Gu Jianyuan relish the sunflower seeds, Sui snatched a few for himself. Suddenly, it was indeed delicious. Gu Yijuan lifted Gu Sirou's chin, his dark eyes deepening, drawing closer. Did you just imply that our relationship is poor? Despite being merely a 20-year-old youth, he exuded a commanding presence. I truly fail to comprehend what is so captivating about these cold, aloof characters in novels. They are genuinely intimidating. Aside from their handsome looks and wealth, their personalities are utterly deplorable. Why must they be so frigid, as if wishing to freeze those around them? Gu Jianyuan nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. A person like Uncle, who is cold to everyone, is hardly endearing. The girls in class who swoon over his pictures are all rather peculiar. According to him, it is the sunny, charming boys who are truly likable. Suppressing the urge to swat Gu Yijuan's hand away, Gu Sirou felt a surge of irritation, yet managed to smile. Uncle. I was just joking with my classmates. You are my uncle. How could I possibly have a poor relationship with you? If not for the potential future need for him, she would have relished the opportunity to sever ties at that moment. Gu Yijuan released her, his touch softening as he caressed her cheek, the chill of his demeanor lessening somewhat. I do not wish to hear such jokes again. With that, he turned and left with his entourage. Gu Sirou visibly exhaled in relief. Yet, as she quietly gazed at Gu Yijuan's retreating figure, her eyes were tinged with a profound, unyielding hatred. Strange. Why does Gu Sirou seem to harbor such animosity towards Gu Yijuan? Did the novel not proclaim her undying love for him? Among countless admirers, she singularly cherished him. Observant Gu Xizhi, engrossed in her sunflower seeds, did not overlook Gu Sirou's glances. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that an unspoken bond lay between Gu Sirou and Gu Yijuan. Su Jing ceased her incessant pursuit of Gu Yijuan. Gu Xizhi, previously just an onlooker, now found herself in the limelight as a flurry of attention surrounded her. Gu Xizhi, today is such a festive occasion. Why not indulge in some games? How about a game of blind man's bluff? Honestly, one could roll their eyes. Are these individuals truly still in elementary school, playing such childish games at someone else's gathering? The former Gu Xizhi must have been quite foolish to have fallen into such juvenile antics without suspicion, even thanking them for pulling her up afterward. In such gatherings, the majority often dictates the course of events. Gu Xizhi, despite her internal musings, chose not to seek special treatment and agreed to join in. Simultaneously, she released little Huang from his leash, cheerfully announcing, "Little Huang is just a puppy, akin to a human child. He wishes to join us in our playful antics. Surely no one minds?" The group merely sought to engage Gu Xizhi in their game. An additional bothersome mutt would be tolerable, perhaps even providing the opportunity to toss little Huang into the water, rendering the scene even more distasteful. Soon, the game commenced. Gu Shiji, the star of the day, was to be the first blindfolded. Her eyes were covered. The slightly older boys, including Gu Jiangyuan, refrained from joining, opting instead to stand by and observe, ever ready to rescue Gu Shiji should the need arise. In such scenarios, it was paramount to perform, and he worried she might leap into the pool, whether by accident or design. 2 minutes later. Don't chase me. Stay away from me. Splash. No. Don't come near. Help. Gu Shiji, come save me. Help. Someone, get this vicious dog away from me. Splash. 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 Chapter 26. Her eyes were completely covered. How could she possibly listen? Gu Jiangyuan stared in disbelief at the pitiful little Huang, who had just moments ago chased everyone into the water like a ferocious guard dog, now meekly leaning against Gu Shiji. Gu Shiji untied the scarf that was obscuring her vision and embraced little Huang, gazing innocently at the disheveled crowd in the pool. Oh! Were we supposed to be playing blind man's bluff? Have you all suddenly decided to play diving instead? But how could you not inform me beforehand? I see. You must all think poorly of me because I once lived as a beggar, finding me unclean and unworthy of sharing the same pool with you. She clutched little Huang closer, wearing a wounded expression. Fine, if you all disdain me so much, I won't force you to play with me anymore. Let us go. It was clearly your dog that drove us down there. Su Jing was livid. Gu Shiji was clearly playing the victim. Gu Jiangyuan. Your sister is quite shameless, isn't she? Everyone was shouting just a moment ago. I refuse to believe she didn't hear a thing. She undoubtedly knows everything yet continues to feign ignorance. I admire her. Su Yi, addicted to munching sunflower seeds, had procured another handful and was devouring them with enthusiasm. Gu Jiangyuan shoved the remaining seeds in his hand, irritated. Are you blind? Didn't you see my sister's eyes were covered? How could she hear anything? As he spoke, he hurried after Gu Shiji. Shiji, wait for me. If they want to play with you, I will. Sui, do you even hear what you just said? Just because her eyes are covered doesn't mean it has anything to do with her ears. Gu Shiji, who was supposed to be the star of the gathering, had left prematurely, instantly becoming the focus of discussion at the event. The online discourse surrounding the banquet was fervent. Even before 8 o'clock, Madame Gu had taken Gu Shiji away, presumably because she believed that her presence would bring disgrace to the Gu family. TSK? The Gu family places too much emphasis on blood relations. If it were me, with such an embarrassing daughter, I would simply give her a sum of money and send her far away to live a life of anonymity. It is said that the real Gu Shiji even pushed Gu Sirou and her friends into the pool last night. For someone who is truly a daughter of the family, such pettiness is utterly revolting. Lin Mani sat in the back seat with Gu Shiji, observing as she devoured the leftover cake from the banquet. Frowning slightly, she felt a pang of sympathy. This child must have suffered extreme hunger during her time as a beggar, and she still hadn't recovered. Spotting food. She wanted to stuff it all into her belly. Let us go to 22 cake. Since you enjoy cake so much, let's buy you plenty. All the while, reporters followed them, capturing the moment they entered the cake shop. Once the images were posted online, they further solidified the notion that Gu Shiji was not favored in the Gu household. It seemed they were afraid she would embarrass them at the banquet, so they didn't allow her to eat there. Instead, they could only take her out to buy food after leaving the gathering. Ha ha ha, this might just be the most unfortunate rich girl I have ever seen. The internet buzzed with excitement. Gu Shiji happily savored her cake, simultaneously claiming the rewards from the system. Last night, sending those people into the pool was also part of the system's tasks. Task reward, world-class traditional Chinese medicine skills, has been granted. Gu Shiji? I intend to be a slacker. You give me this, it won't affect my slacking off in the future, will it? For safety reasons, this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, if a horde of random people come looking for me in the future, that would be troublesome. Lin Mani glanced at Gu Shiji. The system must have given her another reward. She wondered what it could be and whether it would affect her sleep schedule that night. Regardless of what it was, since Gu Shiji wished to keep it a secret, she would support her. The next day, still the weekend, Gu Shiji awoke at 9 o'clock. Upon entering the living room, she noticed the family members of the Gu household wore grim expressions. Big brother, those trolls online have gone too far. They have completely distorted our intentions. Your company specializes in public relations. Hurry and have them clarify the situation. Gu Shiji went to the dining room, enjoying the thoughtful breakfast Lin Manny had prepared for her. Curiously, she listened to their conversation while pulling out her phone. How could one enjoy dragon meat without checking their phone during a meal? As she opened the screen, she was greeted with various headlines about the Gu family banquet from the previous night. Clicking on one, she chuckled. Oh! How well these comments capture the essence of a supporting character's struggles in a novel. If I'm portrayed as having such a miserable existence, surely if the male and female leads have any halo of protection, they would be too apathetic to deal with me, right? Alas, it feels like they haven't insulted me enough. If they were to be even harsher, perhaps the credibility of my own grievances would increase, wouldn't it? It seems I must take matters into my own hands. As she indulged in sesame paste for her hair health, Gu Shiji began to berate herself online. Gu Jianyuan, he quickly noticed a particularly harsh comment that bore an uncanny resemblance to the style of posts made on the school forum attacking Gu Shiji. It was evident who had written it. Big brother, should we just let this slide? They have the right to say whatever they want. Let them be. After all, it seems Xizhi is not affected at all. Not just unaffected, she appeared quite pleased. Just as he was about to arrange for the public relations team to issue a clarification, Gu Jiangyu nodded. For now, let us not worry about it. We'll address it when the little girl tires of the game. As for what the little girl had just said about the protagonist's halo, he smirked. Whether it was the protagonist or the author, they would never harm the little girl. After Gu Sirou finished breakfast, she returned upstairs to do her homework. However, her mind was elsewhere, engrossed in browsing various posts. By the time lunch arrived, the Gu family had taken no action to address the comments online, and she relaxed. Subsequently, she opened a search engine and entered a name. Chapter 27. The leading figure of contemporary traditional Chinese medicine Gu Sirou entered Fang Mianji into the search box. The leading figure of contemporary traditional Chinese medicine currently serves as the honorary dean of the Imperial Capital Medical University and is a guiding instructor for the National Academic Experience Inheritance work in traditional Chinese medicine. He is a prestigious master of traditional Chinese medicine in the capital and a representative inheritor of the National Intangible Cultural Heritage Project in traditional medicine. With his exceptional acupuncture skills and proficient application of herbal medicine, he has successfully treated numerous perplexing ailments that left other physicians at a loss. To date, this affluent individual has thrived for an additional 8 years, even welcoming 3 more children into the world, surpassing the health of an average person and being hailed as a miracle. This array of titles conveys an essential truth. He is the individual whom wealthy patrons most desire to befriend. As long as one is alive, the possibility of illness looms over everyone. Cultivating a relationship with a physician of such remarkable skill signifies a greater assurance of one's own life. In her previous life, Gu Sirou sought to secure the affection and wealth of the Gu family, showing no interest in other pursuits. However, in this lifetime, she must cultivate herself in diverse ways. She aims to become Fang Mianji's disciple. According to the unfolding narrative of her past life, Fang Mianji will secretly visit Ning City next month to attend a medical consultation. It will only be after his departure that others will realize he had come, and the affluent individuals in Ning City who hope to establish connections with him will have missed their chance. This is, indeed, her opportunity. On Monday, upon her arrival on campus, she was met with a cacophony of whispers and pointed fingers. Look at her, she seems half asleep. Perhaps she has chores at home and can't afford to rest. Previously, she had garnered some envy as the daughter of the richest man, but now she felt none. A privileged background meant little if she did not deserve such a life. I've been to Sirou's home. The Gu family is quite kind. After my visit, her mother treated me warmly, so it's clear they wouldn't intentionally mistreat Gu Xizhi. If she is unhappy in the Gu household, it must be because her actions are truly excessive. No matter how good-natured someone is, they cannot endure her behavior. Did you not see the video of her dragging a group into the water last night? Her audacity to come to school as if nothing happened speaks volumes about her character. Hearing this, Gu Xizhi pondered and pinched her own cheek. She still bore some baby fat, and indeed, her skin felt rather thick. Upon entering class 18 of the first year, the students were still uncertain about who was more formidable, her or Zhang Qi, thus no one dared to openly discuss her. The noise around her quieted considerably. As soon as Li Shuangshuang spotted her, she immediately handed her a cup of milk tea. Blushing slightly, she lowered her eyes and, turning her back to Gu Xizhi, said, "Regardless of everything, I believe in you." Gu Xizhi accepted the milk tea and affectionately ruffled Li Shuangshuang's hair. "Trusting me is wise. It grants you the experience of being let down 9 times in 3 days." Li Shuangshuang, should I still trust her? Zhang Qi's family had also been invited to a banquet at the Gu residence, but he chose not to attend. On the night of the banquet, he and a group of friends ventured into the haunted house behind the school for an adventure. They spent the night there, eventually falling asleep, and nothing occurred. Now, he wore a dejected expression. Upon seeing Gu Xizhi enter, he offered her a cup of milk tea. "Gu Xizhi, you were the only one with Fan Jiang near that haunted house. Tell me how the ghosts punished Fan Jiang. Did they mention when they might return?" Noticing that Zhang Qi's milk tea was overly sweet, Gu Xizhi frowned and handed it to Li Shuangshuang. "They gave Fan Jiang a good scare, saying they were once the landowners of that area. One day, a band of robbers invaded, taking all their belongings and killing their entire family. After their demise, their souls became trapped in that house, waiting endlessly until you send me 50, and on Thursday, I'll take you to hear their revenge plans." Zhang Qi, usually so serious about his studies, now gazed at Gu Xizhi with an almost childlike fascination, hanging on her every word, only to be led astray. At Gu's entertainment, he dialed his assistant, "Have Xizhi come to my office immediately." Although Xizhi had not yet signed with Gu's entertainment, his streaming app belonged to the company. His assistant quickly summoned him to Gu Jiangyu's office. Gu Jiangyu got straight to the point. "Do you know Wang Hao? He was my manager, but I had to let him go due to certain issues." Gu Jiangyu pulled out a sheet of A4 paper. "Is this the reason?" Xizhi glanced at it, his face paling as he nodded awkwardly. The paper detailed an affair between his ex-girlfriend and his former manager. "Take a look at these." Gu Jiangyu pushed several more sheets across the table, revealing chat logs between Wang Hao and Xizhi's ex, plotting to ruin him once he gained notoriety. Both were individuals he had once trusted deeply, making their betrayal all the more devastating. They planned to expose a fabricated scandal claiming that Gu's entertainment pressured Xizhi to break up with his girlfriend, who was pregnant, and to force her to terminate the pregnancy. Additionally, the manager would leak manipulated chat logs. Despite the evidence being fabricated, their connection to Xizhi meant that once these allegations surfaced, no one would doubt their authenticity. Not only would Xizhi face potential ostracism, but Gu's entertainment would also suffer significant damage. Gu Jiangyu narrowed his eyes. If the strife was solely between Xizhi, his ex-manager, and ex-girlfriend, it should not implicate Gu's entertainment. However, further investigation revealed some intriguing details. "Jingxi Entertainment Company, is it?" Xizhi, having read through the documents, looked remorseful. "I understand. I want to sign with your company to avoid implicating you." Gu Jiangyu tapped his fingers on the table. "The contract remains unchanged, but..." Chapter 28, Mathematics Assignment during the weekend. Every teacher assigned homework. Before and after the morning reading session, other classes were busy collecting assignments. While Class 18 of the first year was somewhat different, they were copying homework instead. This was particularly true for the mathematics assignment. If other subjects' assignments were not submitted, The teacher might only offer a few reprimands, but failing to submit the math assignment could result in a call to a parent. Unfortunately, the homework notebook of the class representative had already passed into the hands of other students. Upholding the principle that 3 heads are better than 1, Li Shuangshuang and her peers resolved to rely on one another and collaborate. Last week, the math assignment had not involved handing out papers. Only 5 significant questions from the textbook had been assigned. In their corner, Gu Xizhi and her companions, 5 in total, had not completed the homework. The 6th member, the math class representative, had been ousted from their little group as his work was borrowed by someone else. Since the advent of Xiao Huang, the mischievous dog capable of tearing up assignments, Gu Sirou had abandoned even Gu Sirou, who had previously been her go-to for completing homework. Numerous assignments had gone unsubmitted. Listening to Zhang Qi and Li Shuangshuang devise their copying plans as if they were strategizing for a major operation, she felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. You tackle this problem, Li Shuangshuang assigned a question to Gu Sirou, with only 8 minutes remaining before the homework collection. The others had already received their tasks and were diligently working. Gu Sirou glanced at the question assigned to her and then at the few individuals furiously writing. While she did not fully comprehend their approach, she respected them, particularly admiring their unity. Her own homework notebook had already been entrusted to Xiao Huang's den, awaiting the dog's whim to shred it. There was not even a notebook on her desk. She noticed Li Shuangshuang still pondering her assigned question, a look of distress on her face, as though the problem was intent on consuming her. With a sigh, Gu Sirou took Li Shuangshuang's notebook and began to solve the problem with swift strokes. The question was straightforward to resolve. Fortunately, both Gu Sirou's and Li Shuangshuang's handwriting were rather average, making it difficult to distinguish between the two. Once she finished, the others had also completed their tasks, and they began the final integration step of their homework by copying from one another. Typically, there is only one correct answer, while the mistakes of less diligent students vary. Thus, as they copied, they also adjusted some parts, resulting in answers that were not entirely identical among the 5. After Li Shuangshuang completed her copying, she realized that Gu Sirou, who had contributed a problem, had already succumbed to sleep. She gently tapped her shoulder and handed over her own notebook, urging, "We are about to submit the assignments. Hurry up and copy." Gu Sirou lazily lifted her eyelids and replied nonchalantly, "My homework was shredded by my dog." Li Shuangshuang, Zhang Qi, Li Shuangshuang, I'll give you another notebook. Let me help you copy. Gu Sirou calmly declined, "No need. It's not that I haven't done my homework. My dog is just too mischievous. The teacher won't hold it against me." After all, to the teacher, it's merely one less assignment collected, while I've lost all my work. Surely he will sympathize with me. This way, it spares her the daily hassle of copying assignments. Gu Sirou yawned lazily and added a piece of advice for Zhang Qi: adopt, don't buy. If you want a dog, I suggest you pick up a stray from the street. That way, you can have a dog that will chew on your assignments. And another little soul will find a home. Enemies will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Prepare for full engagement. Having completed the copying, Zhang Qi immediately opened a game on his device. It was unclear how loud his voice was, as even with headphones on, it still leaked out. He became fully engrossed in the game, arguing with someone on the other side. "Come on, dude, it's you again. After this match, I'm not playing with you anymore. You're such a cheat. We agreed on $5 per star, yet you only sent $3 last round. Just forget it. I'll return that $3 to you later, but prepare to lose a star this round." After saying this, Zhang Qi maneuvered his character in the game to stand in front of the enemy and then remained still, waiting to be defeated. Voices of insults erupted from his headset. Gu Sirou could not make out the specifics, but her eyes sparkled like stars. In her previous life, she had spent all her free time gaming. She was well-versed in the game Zhang Qi was playing and excelled at it. She could even make money as a gaming coach. Seeing her pull out her phone to open the game, Li Shuangshuang realized she could not dissuade her any longer and quietly took the other students' notebooks to submit the homework. In the mathematics department office of the grade, Zhang Yang observed the recently collected homework notebooks from Class 1 and Class 18, stacked side by side. Without hesitation, he opted to grade Class 1's first, as just the thought of Class 18's students gave him a headache. Class 1 was progressing through the curriculum at a faster pace than Class 18. The assignments given to them were also significantly more extensive. However, due to their high accuracy, neat handwriting, and clear problem-solving steps, grading them was swift and pleasant. As he marked, he could spare some attention to the conversation between two colleagues across from him. They were discussing a newly opened restaurant on the food street known for its authentic Huangmen chicken rice. With the new establishment offering complimentary drinks and fried eggs during lunchtime, they were planning to go together. Although the school cafeteria served food, teachers occasionally desired a change in flavor. The two female teachers had even agreed to enjoy the first cup of milk tea of the autumn after lunch. Zhang Yang scoffed inwardly, recalling the woman at home who had started the trend of drinking the first cup of autumn milk tea a couple of years ago. As if one could not survive autumn without it. Such peculiar rituals, reflecting on the woman he had known for over a decade, filled him with irritation. Just then, he realized he had finished grading Class 1's assignments and was now tackling those from Class 18. Observing the disorganized responses from Class 18, he felt his agitation rise further. Truly a bunch of fools. Chapter 29. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow, certain that he would not be coming. He had assigned the tasks himself and had briefly examined them beforehand, aware of their difficulty. One particular problem he had initially intended for Class 1, but later reconsidered. Realizing it would be too trivial for the top students there, he decided to allocate it to Class 18 instead, fully prepared for the likelihood that his students would fail miserably on that question. After grading 20 assignments, he noted that while some students occasionally managed to solve other problems correctly, that specific question was universally answered incorrectly, precisely as he had anticipated. This exemplified the disparity between individuals. What was too simple for Class 1 proved insurmountable for the underperformers of Class 18. These students were utterly lost, lacking even the slightest notion of which formulas to employ, producing a cacophony of erroneous answers. He continued to mark with a series of crosses. When he picked up another assignment, instinctively ready to annotate with more crosses, he suddenly paused. Had someone actually answered correctly? Opening the cover, he found the name Li Shuangshuang. His expression darkened. Her math scores upon entering were nearly as dismal as Zhang Qi's, consistently ranking at the bottom of the class, and her previous submissions had been a complete mess. Gu Xizhi had spent the entire morning gaming, netting a mere 35 yuan. Gazing at the solitary 35 in her WeChat wallet, she calculated her earnings. 35 for half a day translated to 70 for a full day. And if she worked without rest for an entire month, she could potentially earn 2,001. Over the course of a year, that would amount to 25,000. This would never suffice for her to lead a laid-back life. Perhaps it would be better. When Gu Sirou initially entered the coaching industry, she had no clients. All her patrons were assigned to her by Zhang Qi. Consequently, while guiding her clients through the game, she often teamed up with Zhang Qi. This led to a budding camaraderie forged through a morning of gaming together. During lunch, Zhang Qi naturally joined them. Gu Sirou turned to Zhang Qi and requested, "Please share Fan Zhang's contact details with me." Zhang Qi, hands in pockets, his bruises fading to a semblance of rugged charm, stood at an impressive height of 1.80 meters, towering over Gu Sirou, who had previously struggled with a mere 1.50 meters. He lowered his head. Puzzled, "Aren't you afraid of him? Why do you want his contact information?" Gu Sirou kicked a small stone on the ground, nonchalantly replying, "It's nothing. I just want him to come and bully me a bit. Earning money while running away from home seems challenging. I might as well hasten my withdrawal from school." As expected, my wit remains as sharp as ever. "Gu Sirou, are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Qi inquired, placing his hand on his forehead before reaching out to touch hers. "Get away. You just came from the bathroom without washing your hands. Don't touch me with those filthy hands." Gu Sirou swatted his hand away in disgust. "Wow, Gu Sirou, that's a bit extreme. You didn't sneak into the boys' bathroom to spy on me, did you? How else would you know whether I washed my hands? The silently Shuang was stunned. Even the classmates passing by were taken aback. What? My sister is a peeping Tom in the boys' bathroom? Sui teased Gu Jiangyuan. Who would have thought your sister is so reckless, not only at home, but also at school? Shut up. My sister isn't reckless. She is simply curious about the world and wants to explore the boys' bathroom, Gu Jiangyuan retorted. Sui remarked, sisters can truly make their brother's intelligence appear questionable. Gu Shiji shot Zhangqi a glare. You don't forget that the girls' bathroom is right across from the boys', do you? I came out of the girls' bathroom just as I bumped into you. Your hands are perfectly dry, obviously indicating you didn't wash them. The onlookers felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing the gossip was merely a half-truth. Gu Jiangyuan sighed in relief, convinced that his adorable sister could never engage in such bizarre behavior. Enough chit-chat. Give me Fan Zhang's contact information. Fine, I'll give it to you. However, I doubt Fan Jiang will come. The last time you were so timid at the school gate, you looked utterly terrified. It's hardly satisfying to bully someone like that. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't relish the idea of picking on such a coward. Don't get your hopes up too high. With that, he shared Fan Zhang's contact card with Gu Shiji. Meanwhile, aside from Gu Jiangyuan and Sui, who were still eavesdropping, the others had shifted their focus elsewhere. They had not heard about Gu Shiji's bold move to request Fan Zhang's contact information in order to provoke him. Gu Jiangyuan, has your sister undergone an IQ test? Is there something amiss with her intelligence? It was my first encounter with someone so eager to invite others to bully them. If it doesn't work out, I could accompany you on the weekend to have her IQ tested. Gu Jiangyuan sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Sui, shaking his head. God bestowed wisdom upon the world, but forgot to share it with you. What a pity. Sui was bewildered. Bro, I'm merely concerned about your sister. Why are you coming at me? During lunch, Gu Shiji successfully added Fan Jiang and clearly communicated her intentions to him. Zhangqi remained steadfast in his belief that Fan Jiang would not come simply because Gu Shiji wanted him to bully her. He would have to be quite irrational to do so. In Chinese class, the teacher screened an early film featuring Zhangqi. The movie was quite engaging, and Gu Shiji found herself wide awake, energetically munching on snacks and milk tea provided by Li Shuang and Zhangqi, while attentively watching the projection screen. By the end of September, the city still felt warm, the sun scorching the earth and causing waves of heat to rise, rendering the already lethargic individuals even more sluggish. If it weren't for the necessity of breathing to survive, Gu Shiji would have hesitated to expend even a modicum of energy on inhalation and exhalation. She informed the teacher that she was on her period and took a seat beneath a large tree. Zhangqi, playing basketball, glanced over at Gu Shiji, letting out a sigh. I'm done. You all continue. He quietly stepped aside, retrieving his phone. Hey, didn't you say you found me displeasing? Why don't you come to our school and hit me? I promise I won't fight back. Chapter 30. What is there to think for? It is utterly perplexing. However, let this be the only instance. After today, it shall be exceedingly difficult for you to strike at me again. He must be out of his mind to send such a message to Fan Jiang on behalf of Gu Shiji. His frustration mounted as he tugged at his own hair. After waiting for 3 or 4 minutes, his phone remained silent. Conversely, the commotion from a distance grew louder. Wang Hua rushed over, anxiously tugging at his clothes, urging him to run in a particular direction. Hurry. Chigo, come see. Fan Jiang is bullying our schoolmates right here. Zhangqi abruptly halted, grasping Wang Hua's shirt. What? Are you saying Fan Jiang has truly come? The crowd gathered beneath the shade of the tree where Gu Shiji leaned, clearly indicating that Fan Jiang had arrived there, and he dashed towards it. How absurd. He had just engaged in such a disgraceful act, worrying that Fan Jiang would not show up and that Gu Shiji would be disappointed, and now here was Fan Jiang, not only arriving but brazenly intruding into their school while they were still in class to fulfill Gu Shiji's expectations. He couldn't help but wonder how Gu Shiji had offended Fan Jiang to incite such unfathomable rage. Gu Shiji. You had better pray that you do not encounter me around school in the future, or your fortune will not be as favorable as today. I shall strike you every time we meet. Just as Zhangqi rushed over in an attempt to help, he happened to overhear Fan Jiang uttering those words. It seemed he had scaled the wall merely to deliver that declaration. After saying it, he fled, not even waiting for their physical education teacher to chase him away, departing in an ungraceful manner. Gu Shiji, who had never been confronted by Fan Jiang, curled up with her legs drawn and buried her head within them. Whoa! I am so frightened. I did nothing but stay at school, and yet Fan Jiang came in to berate me. I can't bear to come to school anymore. I never want to return. After school, she was supposed to go to the old house with Gu Sirou to enjoy delicious food. With no time to be bullied by Fan Jiang, Gu Jiangyuan, who wasn't particularly strong in academics, was a student athlete, training on the playground. Upon hearing about Fan Jiang bullying someone, he tossed the basketball aside and rushed over. Listening to Gu Shiji's inner thoughts, his lips twitched. Was Fan Jiang truly so inept that he would align with their Xizhi? The time and place were dictated by Gu Shiji herself. Was he still haunted by the shadows of being beaten last time? Gu Jiangyuan, do you want me to accompany you to teach Fan Jiang a lesson? It was intolerable that Fan Jiang would dare to bully their sister within the school. He hasn't bullied Xizhi. He merely came to discuss their next meeting and what they would do thereafter. Sui, are you out of your mind? Or do you think I am easily deceived? If it weren't for your propensity to concoct reasons to accidentally encounter her, I would suspect you harbored some grudge against her. At that moment, Gu Jiangyuan, as her elder brother, showed no concern for Gu Shiji. Sui sighed and departed. The scene of Fan Jiang deliberately scaling the wall to issue threats to Gu Shiji was captured on video and quickly disseminated across the school forum. As soon as the class bell rang, Su Jing handed her phone to Gu Sirou. Look how cowardly she is. She appears quite ugly like this. I doubt she will dare to come back to school anytime soon. That's for the best. She won't be able to disgust you at school anymore. Observing the video of Fan Jiang standing up for her, Gu Sirou recalled what Gu Yijing had done to her in her past life. A flicker of warmth blossoming in her heart. She pulled out her phone, found Fan Jiang in her contacts, and sent a message. I heard about what happened on the playground. Thank you. Fan Jiang, sporting bruises akin to those Zhangqi had a few days prior, emerged from the wall of the first high school, his demeanor sullied, and led his friends to get bubble tea. Brother Fan, will the school administration contact your father about your overtly audacious intrusion into the campus to bully others? Let them. I am my father's only son. He surely wouldn't dare to punish me. That little demon is different. Her punches hurt terribly. I wonder how that petite frame can strike with such agility and force. His companion, relishing a large sugary bubble tea, felt compelled to advise Brother Fan against being so infatuated. Honestly, I believe you need not go to such lengths for Gu Sirou. Going to her school to threaten her sister is quite excessive. Moreover, Gu Sirou is merely a false heiress. She has enjoyed a life of luxury while the true heiress struggles outside, reduced to begging for food. Perhaps we should simply ignore their affairs. If Gu Shiji truly withdraws from school, it would reflect poorly on us, as men. To be so petty as to drive a girl who has endured so much to that point. Several days had passed since the last altercation. And though Fan Jiang's mouth still ached, he could only sip on a glass of lemon water filled with ice to ease the pain. He grumbled. Do you think I wish to let her off? It's she who refuses to leave me be. Gu Sirou has messaged you. Oh! Fan Jiang casually opened his phone, bewildered by Gu Sirou's message of thanks. He could not fathom what warranted her gratitude. Were it not for her, he would not have been tormented by Gu Shiji. And now even the sight of her name irked him. Believing she might be busy, she sent a sticker of a chibi girl pouting and pretending to blow a kiss, which concluded with a cheerful thank you. Chapter 31. Confessing to my uncle, she had often sent similar emoticons to Fan Jiang and other boys before. If it were possible, she believed they might even pluck the moon from the sky for her. While she looked down upon them, she also relished their adoration. Fan Jiang observed Gu Sirou sending another message, The girl in her profile picture was as charming as the little devil Gu Shiji. He was so startled he nearly tossed his phone aside. Gu Shiji walked to the school gate with Li Shuangshuang and Zhang Qi. Her head bowed as she typed a message. The performance earlier had been commendable, and she intended to keep the momentum going. To encourage Fan Jiang, she even sent him enough money for a cup of milk tea, urging him not to be courteous with her. After being startled by Gu Sirou's emoticon, Fan Jiang tossed the phone to his sidekick. The little follower, seeing the message was from Gu Shiji, recalled that his boss was in a foul mood and didn't even want to see Gu Sirou's messages, let alone Gu Shiji's. He prepared to put the phone away. Fan Jiang casually inquired, "Who messaged?" The little follower replied, "It's from Gu Shiji. Quick, hand me the phone." In the blink of an eye, Fan Jiang snatched it back, glancing at the message while rapidly typing a response. Suddenly, he found himself a bit confused. Was he a sycophant to Gu Sirou or to Gu Shiji? The Gu family's car was already waiting at the entrance. After picking up Gu Sirou and Gu Shiji, it headed straight for the ancestral home. The elderly matriarch, anticipating the visit of her two granddaughters, had been in the kitchen since 3 in the afternoon, preparing a plethora of dishes favored by children: fried chicken wings, drumsticks, and fried rice cakes, among others. The fast food sold outside was mere junk. The delicacies crafted in their home were indeed the products of a master chef's lineage, truly exquisite yet indulgent. Upon arriving, Gu Shiji was greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of the food, and she rushed over to embrace her grandmother, planting a kiss on her cheek. If not for her grandmother's insistence, she would have started feasting without washing her hands. "Grandma, I finally see you. You have no idea how I counted the minutes at school, just waiting to see you after class. I've been counting down since morning." The fried chicken was irresistible, and the culinary expertise was evident. I knew that once I arrived at the ancestral home, I would be treated to such gourmet delights. It was worth the anticipation all day long. Gu Shiji continued to flatter her grandmother. "I can't wait to see my beautiful and lovely grandma right this second. With such a wonderful grandmother waiting for me at home, how could I possibly waste time at school?" The elderly lady raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased. "If I hadn't heard your thoughts, I might have believed you truly missed me at school. Wow, the chef at the ancestral home is amazing. After this meal, I feel like everything else I've eaten before was fit for pigs. Now, even the chicken legs at school no longer tempt me. Thankfully, I didn't buy any at the cafeteria after school, or I would have regretted it. Thinking about it, not having money to run away from home isn't such a bad thing. It means I can enjoy these delicacies more often." The matriarch felt a sense of pride. She had always understood the importance of having a good chef at home. Gu Sirou, who was prone to gaining weight, typically maintained a strict diet. Fried foods like chicken wings and legs were off limits for her, and she refrained from indulging now. Upon entering, she quietly informed her grandmother, "Grandma, I have a lot of homework today, so I'll go do that first. Let my sister keep you company for a while." Meanwhile, Gu Shiji, with her mouth full of food, blinked eagerly. After swallowing, she nodded seriously. "Yes, I don't like doing homework. I'll stay here and eat with Grandma." Though Gu Sirou's words were a bit snarky, I must admit she knows me quite well. The elderly lady frowned slightly, nodding with some irritation at Gu Sirou. "All right. Go do your homework. What you said was indeed a bit snide." Gu Shiji was correct. Gu Sirou's comment was unnecessary. The elders of the Gu family had worked hard for years so that the younger generation could have more freedom concerning their studies. Children like Gu Shiji, who were less inclined to do homework, were the ones filled with vitality. The system task was triggered as the supporting character who often opposed the female lead. Confessing to the male lead was a basic requirement. The host was to gaze affectionately at the male lead, Guijing, and say, "Uncle, I like you very much." Cough. Cough. After indulging in so much meat, Gu Shiji nearly choked when the elderly lady fed her a spoonful of chicken soup. "System, are you serious about this task? You want me to confess to Guijing? Are you trying to get me killed?" With someone as stoic as Guijing, I worry that after I confess, He might make a phone call and decree, "In 30 minutes, I want Gu Shiji to disappear from this world." The elderly lady widened her eyes. System? What system? Does my granddaughter have a system that issues her tasks? Having been a full-time housewife for 20 years, with household chores handled by servants, she often indulged in novels and dramas. Having read quite a few system-themed stories, she could guess the gist of it. Generally, completing tasks came with rewards. And while this task seemed a bit unusual, it was just a task after all. But why did Grandma mention Uncle at this moment? A sudden realization struck the elderly lady. She regretted bringing it up. If Gu Shiji discovered she had heard her thoughts, she would no longer dare to think anything around her, and then she would never hear any more. I see, Grandma and I truly have a special bond. Perhaps this is what they call intergenerational affinity. The matriarch sighed in relief, urging Gu Shiji to finish her soup before it got cold. System. Task completion reward. World-class chess skills. This reward is mediocre, but perhaps it could be monetarily beneficial in the future. I accept this task. Chapter 32. At that moment, a significant event transpired within the Gu family. Gu Shiji was sipping chicken soup, her lips glistening with grease, when she absent-mindedly lifted her gaze towards the entrance of the dining hall. There stood Gu Yijing, exuding an imposing aura. Clad in black trousers and a white shirt with the top button undone, one hand casually tucked into his pocket while he handed his black handcrafted suit to a servant. He appeared strikingly handsome and irresistibly alluring. Truly, he is the male lead. If I were not currently the female supporting character destined for his torment, I might genuinely find myself enamored by his appearance, she mused. Confessing to such an attractive man hardly seems like a disadvantage. She felt a thrill at the thought of the rewards the system would grant her upon completing her confession. Initially, Grandma Gu merely acknowledged Gu Yijing with a slight nod, but her expression soon sharpened. Narrowing her eyes in discontent, she pondered, is Xizhi merely a supporting character? Would Gu Yijing truly harm her? And to think she claimed she might actually fall for him due to his looks, how reckless. Hello, Uncle, Gu Shiji greeted him sweetly, remembering her intention to enlist his help for a task. Gu Yijing glanced at her with a cold response before swiftly averting his gaze. As expected. In the eyes of the novel's male protagonist, only the female lead holds significance. Other women are met with disdain, or rather, outright aversion. Given how much he dislikes me now, if I were to confess, would he strike me? Perhaps I should do it in front of Grandma, surely. She would intervene if he attempted to retaliate. Grandma Gu instinctively nodded in agreement. Yes, if she were to carry out her task, it should indeed be in her presence. Allowing her to remain engaged in the unfolding drama, to keep a watchful eye over her beloved granddaughter. The novel described Gu Yijing as exceedingly busy, nearly resembling an ancient emperor burdened with state affairs, often neglecting meals. Gu Shiji seized a golden brown chicken leg and took a hearty bite. As Gu Yijing turned to leave, she called out, "Uncle, wait." With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "What is it?" Uncle, I like you." Realizing her words did not align with the task's requirements, she rephrased, "Uncle, I truly like you." Oh, and it needed to be infused with longing. Glancing between the chicken leg in her hand and Gu Yijing, she imagined him as the chicken leg, her gaze imbued with affection. She repeated, "Uncle, I truly like you." Task completed, rewards dispensed. Finally, the task is done. I can focus on eating, she thought. Witnessing the entire confession, Grandma Gu exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Xizhi did not genuinely harbor feelings for Gu Yijing. Otherwise, such a perfunctory confession might dissuade even him, should he have any interest. Gu Yijing's expression darkened as he observed Gu Shiji resume eating, seemingly disregarding their earlier interaction. He felt she was mocking him. Meanwhile, Gu Sirou had been completing her homework in her room. Feeling thirsty, she called for a servant but received no response. Thus, she descended the stairs to fetch water. As she stood at the staircase's corner, she greeted Gu Yijing with her head down. "Hello, Uncle." Upon seeing Gu Sirou, Gu Yijing felt a slight lift in his spirits, momentarily forgetting the shadows cast by Gu Shiji. They stood at an angle where Grandma could not see them. And he gazed tenderly at Gu Sirou, asking, "Do you have any questions about today's assignments? Would you like my help?" Gu Sirou averted her gaze awkwardly, replying no. The teacher covered everything in class. "I can manage on my own." She added, "Uncle, I'm a bit thirsty. I want to go downstairs to get some water." His expression dimmed. Previously, Gu Sirou had always greeted him warmly, often feigning confusion over simple problems to solicit his assistance. Now she was oddly distant. "You may go," he said, watching her retreating figure. His mind was plagued by the image of Gu Shiji, her face slick with grease from her feast. Gu Shiji had consumed nearly 10 pieces of fried chicken and wings, prompting Grandma Gu to worry about her appetite for dinner, thus preventing her from continuing. Exiting the dining room, she lifted her gaze and spotted Gu Yijing standing at the top of the staircase. He noticed her gaze and met it with a smile, albeit a condescending one. "Fool," he seemed to convey silently, his cold demeanor faltering momentarily. Gu Sirou sighed in relief as the oppressive gaze behind her vanished. As she passed Gu Shiji, she called out, "Were your earlier words sincere?" In her previous life, Gu Shiji had indeed held affection for her uncle. Yet, this lifetime was fraught with differences. However, if Gu Shiji still harbored feelings for him, Gu Sirou was more than willing to assist. Knowing it was a perilous endeavor, a great pit of fire she would gladly encourage Gu Shiji to leap into. Gu Shiji rolled her eyes. "What do you think?" "Ah, it seems I forgot something," she mused. "What could it be?" One should refrain from excessive snacking before meals, yet fruits are permissible and even beneficial for digestion. In addition to an array of fried delicacies, Grandma had arranged a generous platter of cut fruits for Gu Shiji. Clutching a bowl of watermelon, she migrated to the living room sofa. "Once again, I find myself concocting various excuses to visit the old residence, all for a fleeting glimpse of Gu Yijing." About a week after the banquet, Gu Sirou informed the original owner that Gu Yijing also liked her and encouraged her to confess. Why should Gu Yijing like her? Why must she be the one to confess first? Even if Gu Sirou's words were true, lacking the courage to confess renders him unworthy of her affection. Only a fool would believe such a notion. The original owner, filled with naive excitement, ventured forth, and thus, an important matter arose within the Gu family. An important matter? In a hurry, Grandma Gu carried a bowl of cantaloupe to the living room. Chapter 33. The Old Gentleman Plays Chess. Children shouldn't interfere. She desired to be a competent bystander, absorbing the sentiments of Gu Shiji while indulging in her family's melons. Although Gu Yijing was merely an adopted son of the Gu family and not my biological uncle, he was still, in name, a member of the family. When I attempted to confess my feelings to him, my grandmother overheard. She later advised me against pursuing Gu Yijing, asserting that it was impossible. Yet, I stubbornly refused to heed her warnings. I even had a fierce argument with her, insisting that I would be with Gu Yijing, and, if they disapproved, I would rather die. It was during this tumultuous moment that my grandmother, infuriated, fainted. After being taken to the hospital, she was diagnosed with a myocardial infarction, and within a few months, she had passed away. Gu old lady? To think that while indulging in gossip, I would find myself entwined in my own tale, and even face the specter of early demise? Contemplating this, Gu Shiji abruptly lifted her gaze towards the elderly matriarch. "Oh no! I just confessed to Gu Yijing in front of my grandmother, did I not? This mirrors the very narrative I had read. Could it be that my grandmother was agitated by this? Grandmother, do you feel your heart racing or perhaps a bit dizzy?" Gu Shiji waved her hand before the old lady. She was even prepared to administer first aid. The old lady, after consuming 2 pieces of cantaloupe to calm her nerves, shook her head in response. "It's nothing, my dear. Seeing you brings me comfort. My head feels clear, my heart beats steadily, and my blood pressure is normal." It was fortunate that she could hear the child's thoughts, recognizing that her feelings for Gu Yijing were merely part of a task, not genuine affection. Otherwise, she might have truly succumbed to a myocardial infarction, as Gu Shiji feared. Did you just say you have feelings for your little uncle? What kind of feelings are those? She was concerned that Gu Shiji might hesitate to undertake similar tasks in the future out of worry for her health. Initially, they had considered raising a son for your uncles, but when your third cousin was born, they were overwhelmed. Your second uncle was not yet married, making it inappropriate for him to take on a son, and your family already had enough children. Ultimately, it was just your grandfather and me who raised him as the youngest brother, though his true identity could not remain hidden for long. Gu Shiji, with a mouthful of watermelon, found herself bewildered by the old lady's sudden revelations. The old lady handed her a tissue to wipe the juice trickling from her mouth and continued, "What I'm saying is that if you truly have feelings for your little uncle, it is perfectly acceptable. Everyone knows there is no blood relation between you two. If your little uncle reciprocates your feelings, we shall prepare a wedding for you after your graduation." She merely spoke offhandedly, fully aware of Gu Shiji's aversion to Guijing. Gu Shiji's eyes widened in disbelief. Unbelievable. How can my grandmother be like this? It's so different from the narratives I've read. If such was the case, could it be that if the protagonist issued similar melodramatic tasks in the future, she could undertake them without worry? She did not comprehend why the old lady's words diverged from the original plot, yet this did not diminish her delight. Grandmother, rest assured. If I ever truly develop feelings for my little uncle, I will definitely consult you first. I will seek your approval. Otherwise, I shall not act recklessly. As for any previous indiscretions without your consent, they were merely the follies of youth. Please do not take them to heart. Consider it just a child's mischief. Based on my understanding of the protagonist, there will undoubtedly be many similar tasks in the future. She aimed to prepare her grandmother in advance, hoping that perhaps, should a challenging task arise, her grandmother might lend her assistance. The sun had yet to set. After indulging in so much food, Gu Shiji feared she could not eat dinner. Behind the old residence was a park she had yet to explore. So the old lady summoned a servant to take her for a stroll, to aid in digestion. Your grandfather is likely in the park, playing chess with someone. If you see him, please call him back. Gu Shiji obediently agreed and skipped outside. Indeed, having eaten excessively, a stroll invigorated her spirit. The area surrounding the Gu family estate was a prestigious, affluent district, sparsely populated, with strict management of the small park. Only residents of the area were permitted entry, rendering it essentially a private garden for the wealthy. Consequently, the expansive park appeared nearly empty, with few individuals in sight. The scenery was splendid and open. She could only imagine the joy little Huang would experience if brought here. Young miss, the old gentleman usually plays chess in that pavilion over there. Would you like to go find him now? Yes, let us go. The servant guided Gu Shiji to the pavilion. Contrary to the desolate path they had traversed, the pavilion was bustling with people. They were a mix of individuals clad in Zhongshan suits, comfortable Tai Chi attire, and impeccably tailored suits, all of whom appeared to be distinguished elderly gentlemen. Old Gu, it's time to concede. You've been contemplating your next move for ages. If you continue, it will be dark before you finish. Come now, old Gu. Just admit defeat. The outcome is already apparent. There's no point in prolonging this. Amidst the crowd, old Master Gu was engaged in a match against another elderly gentleman with a head of white hair. This older man wore a triumphant expression, exclaiming, "Haha, old Gu. You've lost all afternoon. Losing one more match won't make a difference. Just concede already. We are all familiar with your penchant for challenge. We shall mock you openly, but never behind your back." Old Master Gu's beard quivered with indignation. Alas, my grandfather is playing chess with others. What business do I have here? Old Master Gu's expression darkened instantly. As he struggled through his game, the arrival of his granddaughter felt like an unwelcome distraction. Having lost 7 or 8 games, his mood was far from pleasant, and he waved his hand, signaling for her to leave. In the novels she had read, old Master Gu was not as completely swayed by Gu Sirou's manipulation as the other family members. However, he was often rather indifferent towards her. Chapter 34. Do continue your thoughts well. Well, pursuing others with a warm face is a futile endeavor, and should they let out a foul breath, it would surely suffocate me. I shall take my leave, Gu Shiji thought to herself, promptly deciding to depart. You're the one letting out foul breaths. Even if I were to do so, my release would surely be fragrant, the old Master Gu retorted. What a splendid day it is, and the chicken drumsticks are exquisite. My grandfather could have easily won that chess match. Only if. I've taken a few steps and feel a twinge of hunger. Hearing Gu Shiji hum a whimsical tune in her heart, the old Master Gu contemplated urging her to hasten her pace and not linger around him. At that moment, he had no desire to hear her inner musings. Suddenly, a spark of hope ignited within him. Could he still win that chess match? Just how could it unfold? Today's elderly men are truly unfathomable, she mused. How could my benevolent and affectionate grandmother endure this for so many years? It must be true love. Yet in her heart, she could not conjure a single good thought about him. Allowing herself to drift into fanciful reveries, she pondered when she might return to the chessboard. Old Zhang, you spoke too soon. Who said I would lose? Just wait and see. Indeed, who claimed my grandfather would lose? Xizhi, pray tell. How should grandfather move to turn the tables? After all, he has taught you for so long. This should be simple for you to discern, no? The old Master Gu did not wait for Gu Shiji's inner voice, insisting she take the stage herself. Ridiculous. His granddaughter was no helpless infant. He certainly did not need to heed her thoughts. Moreover, should she manage to defeat that old codger Zhang, it would surely leave him in a state of despair. If she failed, it would merely reflect the capabilities of a child, who would be so petty as to mock a young one. What? Why is grandfather putting me on the spot? She gasped. I have hardly been at the Gu residence for a few days, and this is only our second encounter. What have you taught me? They weren't fools. They would hardly trust her. The old Master Gu felt a flush of embarrassment. In his haste to fabricate a lie, he had overlooked this detail. To prevent his old companions from realizing he was deceiving them, he urged Gu Shiji to hurry. However, as he observed her genuinely preparing to engage, unease crept into his heart. This child had endured such hardships. Had she ever even played chess? Would she be entirely clueless? The other elderly men began to catch on, especially old Zhang, who reacted most strongly. Old Gu, are you jesting? Your granddaughter is but a child. Even if she had been learning chess since birth, she would have only 15 years of experience, while you have played for over 20. How could she possibly win? Are you truly that incapable of losing? Is this a ploy to have your granddaughter come and create chaos? Alas, these bothersome old men were quick to see through his ruse. While the old Master Gu pondered how to salvage his reputation, old Zhang spoke again. No, it cannot be. Have you truly dismantled my strategy? Huh? Wait, what is Zhang saying? The old Master Gu looked at the chessboard in confusion. The situation had entirely shifted. Just moments ago, old Zhang had been on the verge of victory, yet now the tables had turned dramatically. It was clear that no amount of desperation from old Zhang could alter the outcome. This transformation arose solely because Gu Shiji had effortlessly positioned her knight to threaten the opposing king, providing 2 points of attack that left the opponent unable to defend adequately. Victory was assured. Grandfather, let us depart. The outcome was beyond doubt. I must tell you, upon leaving, grandmother specifically instructed me not to spare your ears. Gu Shiji skipped ahead, her spirits high. The old residence's chef prepares even unhealthy delights like fried chicken wings and legs so deliciously. I can only imagine how delightful the actual meal will be. Oh, I'm so hungry. Just thinking of the food makes me ravenous. The old Master Gu had intended to boast to his old friends, but upon hearing Gu Shiji's exuberance, old Zhang, having lost to a child, sought a rematch to redeem himself. Yet, the grandfather and granddaughter had already ventured 100 meters away. Do you think old Gu's granddaughter truly possesses skill? Or is it mere luck? The old men, having played only a brief game, found it difficult to judge. Once outside the Gu residence, the old Master Gu inquired how long Gu Shiji had studied chess. He felt a bit disheveled in the wind. Could it be that she had never learned chess yet managed to turn around a situation that had eluded him for decades? Could it truly be luck? She quickened her pace, waiting at the door as they approached. Gu Sirou, sweet and clever, with a charming disposition, had caught the old Master Gu's affection. He nodded at her. Sirou, you've arrived as well." Gu Sirou affectionately took his arm, a gesture she had often made in the past. Although the old Master Gu was unaccustomed to such intimacy, he had never rejected her overtures before. Gu Sirou assumed he relished it. Continuing her endearing display, she said, "Grandmother mentioned that sister had eaten too much and might not have digested it well, so we should delay dinner. May I join you for a game of chess first?" Grandfather? Chapter 35. Why are those around me so disrespectful of elders? The teacher has enrolled me in the National Youth Chess Championship taking place in November, and I wish to seek further guidance from my grandfather. Elder Gu has a fondness for chess, and in order to cater to his interests, Gu Sirou has been taking chess lessons from Lin Manny since the age of 6. After nearly a decade of study, coupled with her natural intelligence, she has now surpassed her peers as well as the children of the Gu family of her generation in chess proficiency. When Elder Gu finds himself without a companion for a game, he often plays a few rounds with Gu Sirou. Upon hearing her words, a smile graced his face. Sirou is truly impressive, qualifying for the National Youth Chess Championship. Then I shall accompany you for a while. After all, she is still a child of the Gu family, and it is only fitting that he offers her some guidance. The chessboard is located in the tea room, adjacent to the dining area. As Elder Gu leads Gu Sirou toward the tea room, he catches a glimpse of Gu Xizhi heading toward the dining hall. The old lady often expresses concern over her excessive eating, deliberately delaying dinner to prevent her from overindulging. Yet Gu Xizhi is intent on consuming various snacks before dinner, which could lead to her discomfort. Xizhi, come and take a look. He wishes to keep her close, both to deter her from sneaking food and to ascertain her true chess abilities. Gu Xizhi thought to herself, I can still see the leftover fried chicken wings and drumsticks on the dining table. Perhaps my grandmother forgot to have them discarded. I was hoping to sneak a few bites now, but what on earth is my grandfather up to? What interest could he possibly have in watching Elder Gu play chess with Gu Sirou? I have no desire to see it at all. Elder Gu. It seems she is indeed planning to sneak a snack. The old lady ought to dispose of leftover food promptly. Xiao Zhang. Go and throw away all the fried food that Miss Xizhi left on the table. Gu Xizhi abruptly looked up at Elder Gu. Wait a moment. How does my grandfather know there are fried foods in the dining hall without even entering? And why is he so wasteful? These are edible items. He should be tossing them into my stomach instead. Perhaps I should wait by the trash can for Aunt Zhang to discard them. As long as no one else sees me, I won't lose face. Must I truly wait by the trash can? Those unaware might think the Gu family mistreats me, denying me food. Elder Gu's expression darkened. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come over. This gluttonous child must be kept under close watch. Gu Sirou secretly chuckled. It appears that Elder Gu has grown even less fond of Gu Xizhi compared to his previous life. He cannot even tolerate her penchant for fried food. Although she felt no need to intervene, Gu Xizhi would undoubtedly lead herself into trouble. However, if her light-hearted remarks could further diminish Elder Gu's fondness for Gu Xizhi, she would not hesitate to voice them. Grandfather, my sister has never learned chess. She knows nothing about it and has no interest. She definitely wouldn't want to come and watch you play. Perhaps you should let her stay in the living room to watch her cartoons instead. The show she loves most should be starting now. She has always been punctual, more so than when she attends school. In her previous life, Gu Xizhi had no understanding of chess. Later, upon discovering Elder Gu's enthusiasm for the game, she implored her mother to allow her to learn as well. In this lifetime, considering Gu Xizhi's careless attitude, it is unlikely such a scenario would unfold again, and she would forever remain incapable of winning her grandfather's favor. Truly. Sometimes I feel Gu Sirou is genuinely kind. She often articulates my thoughts. I am utterly disinterested in watching them play chess. At this time, I cannot eat. And it is not yet mealtime. Watching cartoons would be far more enjoyable. Given how much grandfather dotes on Gu Sirou, he is bound to heed her counsel, right? Then I shall simply head to the living room to watch cartoons. With renewed determination, Gu Shiji turned and made her way toward the living room. Elder Gu, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with Gu Shiji, approached her directly, grasping her by the collar and guiding her toward the tea room. Gu Shiji, often deprived of sufficient nourishment and consequently undernourished, was quite petite and slender, making her an easy feat for him to lift. He admonished her. I told you to come along, so come along. If you disobey, I'll ensure you don't get any vegetables at dinner. This little rascal had been thinking about tonight's dish. If she were merely to watch without being allowed to eat, she would surely lose her mind. No need to wait. For simply listening now made Gu Shiji feel as though she were on the verge of madness. Oh, my dear grandfather, please be more considerate. Your obedient granddaughter is advising you. She clearly does not wish for me to observe your chess match, yet you persist in ignoring her. You will surely lose such a dutiful granddaughter if this continues. She is still the protagonist of this narrative. Should you irritate her, she may very well retaliate. And even fate itself would favor her, leaving you no escape. Gu Sirou and Elder Gu had begun their match. Gu Shiji glanced over, utterly uninterested, and could only sigh in boredom. Speaking of which, my grandfather does not seem to have much time left, does he? In the story, he perished earlier than I did. Didn't he? Gu Shiji recalled that prior to being sent abroad, both of the Gu family elders seemed to have already passed away. If they had been alive then, perhaps the original character would not have been sent away. By the way, the novel did not specify the true cause of my grandfather's death. Could it be that he was truly harmed by Gu Sirou? Gu Sirou's chess skills could only be deemed commendable among her contemporaries, yet in Elder Gu's eyes, she paled in comparison to his old comrades. He skillfully managed her moves while also taking note of Gu Shiji's inner musings. Initially, he felt a tinge of anger. This young girl dared to claim he lacked wisdom, showing no respect for her elders. Then, he was filled with confusion. The child spoke of a book of protagonists? Were they characters from a novel? So, what if they were? Regardless of their fictional status, he remained master of his own destiny, unfazed by any notions of protagonists or heroines. As his emotions began to simmer with anger, he realized that this child truly lacked respect for her elders, even suggesting he might have met an untimely demise at Sirou's hands. Another disrespectful young one? Chapter 36. Li Shuangshuang weeps under criticism. Old Master Gu cast a menacing glance at Gu Sirou. Enough of this. Go to the kitchen and urge them to expedite dinner preparations. These ungrateful granddaughters make my head ache just by looking at them. He abruptly stood up and exited the tea room. If what the little one said was true, then he might be in danger from Gu Sirou, and he needed to take preventative measures. However, he dismissed the thought. He had consumed more salt than Gu Sirou had rice. Did she truly believe she could bring about his demise? Preposterous. Gu Shiji savored a delightful dinner at the ancestral home, far exceeding her expectations. In high spirits, she found herself more amenable to Gu Sirou and Gu Yijing. The following day, memories of the delectable meal prepared by the ancestral home's chef lingered in Gu Shiji's mind as she awoke. The mere thought of it ignited her appetite, akin to the pangs of unrequited love. To distract herself from the torment of hunger, she indulged in a deep slumber during class. Had it not been for the pressing need to relieve herself, she could have slept through to lunch. As a student, the pressures were immense. It was quite normal for some to weep over a few unsolvable problems. She paid little mind to such matters. However, when she patted Li Shuangshuang's back, inquiring if she wanted to accompany her to the restroom, she was startled to discover that the voice had originated from Li Shuangshuang herself. With a sigh, she grew concerned. Here, stop crying. Tell me who has bullied you, and I shall seek retribution on your behalf. With her current prowess, she knew no one in the school could rival her. A simple act of vengeance for Li Shuangshuang would be effortless. Li Shuangshuang accepted the chocolate offered by Gu Shiji, vigorously wiping her tears and shaking her head. No one has bullied me. Are you blind? Look at my eyes. She was clearly distressed, and her hasty exit was like a gust of wind. Li Shuangshuang ceased her tears, focusing instead on memorizing English vocabulary, too shy to turn and face Gu Shiji. Clearly, she had no intention of confiding. Just then, a thin boy with glasses approached, nervously informing her, "Gu Shiji, the math teacher just said to submit your assignment. If you fail to do so, your parents will need to come and explain tomorrow." Gu Shiji instinctively glanced at the schedule in the corner of the blackboard and realized they had just had math class. No wonder she had slept so soundly. She responded with an "oh," acknowledging his message, and added, "I'll tell my dog when I get home that if it chews on my homework again, its owner will have to explain to the teacher." The math class representative was left speechless. After lying down again, Gu Shiji soon sat up, feeling irritable. Lying in one position for too long had left her neck uncomfortable. Furthermore, some teachers were terribly inconsiderate. Her homework had been chewed up by Xiao Huang. And despite her distressing experience, they continued to pressure her for submissions. She truly needed to take a break from school. At lunchtime, Li Shuangshuang's mood appeared to have completely lifted. After getting their meals in the cafeteria, she led Gu Shiji to a corner. Once Zhang Qi had stepped away to buy drinks, she quietly whispered to Gu Shiji, "Sister Ji, I know your secret." Sister Ji? The term caught Gu Shiji off guard, making her feel unexpectedly powerful. Curious about what Li Shuangshuang had learned, she leaned closer and asked in a conspiratorial tone, "What do you know?" Li Shuangshuang glanced around to ensure no one was near, then spoke with conviction, "I know you are actually a top student, pretending to be a slacker to avoid drawing attention. If you wanted to, you could score full marks in every subject, even outperforming the top student in our grade." After recalling the assignment the math teacher had distributed, she had pieced everything together and envisioned a narrative of her own. Gu Shiji stared at Li Shuangshuang in astonishment. How could she know this? She nodded, then shook her head vigorously. "No, I might be a top student, but I'm not pretending to be a slacker. What would be the point of that? I'm just lazy, too lazy to pretend." Huh? Li Shuangshuang was perplexed. "You might be a top student, but don't act like a slacker. Yet you appear to be a slacker now. If you're not pretending, does that mean you really are a slacker? How can you claim to be a top student? Was that particular problem merely a stroke of luck? Surely, this was not a tale of a secret identity, but rather a stroke of fortune." Time flew by, and Thursday arrived, just 2 days before National Day. The temperature had cooled slightly, with autumn's essence becoming more pronounced. For those prone to laziness, this was the season of drowsiness, and Gu Shiji found herself increasingly sleepy, yearning for slumber. However, a day of lying down had taken its toll on her neck. Zhang Qi, too, was suffering from a sore neck. "We have art and music classes coming up in the arts building. Even if someone skips, the teacher won't notice, so I plan to sneak out for Crazy Thursday. Would you like to join?" Gu Shiji's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, let us go together." The best way to indulge in idleness was through food and sleep, with food taking precedence. Only in cases where eating was inconvenient or financially unfeasible would she reluctantly choose sleep. Thinking of Crazy Thursday's generous offerings, which were perfect for someone like her looking to save money, she messaged Fan Jiang before heading downstairs, "Let us meet at KFC outside our school. I'll treat you." To ensure she could take a break from school and indulge in leisure at home, it was only right to treat Fan Jiang to a meal, as she would need to ask for his assistance frequently in the future. There was only one KFC near Ning City No. 1 High School, and Fan Jiang soon arrived with his entourage. It wasn't he merely to snag a free meal. He feared that not eating would lead to repercussions, and he lacked the means to retaliate. Chapter 37. Gu Sirou, I have made plans with Fan Jiang. Today, on this Crazy Thursday, the Colonel's chicken nuggets, Orland's chicken wings, and egg tarts are all on promotion. Gu Shiji took out her meager pocket money and ordered 3 servings. She also ordered several combo meals that included drinks, which she shared with Fan Jiang and his entourage. Since it was her invitation, she naturally took on the responsibility of treating them. As for Zhang Qi, his meal was not included in her treat. He would have to cover his own expenses. After all, she had a hearty appetite, and the Gu family often imposed restrictions on her allowance. She could hardly afford to treat anyone beyond her immediate circle. "Why are you here too?" Fan Jiang boasted as he sipped on the sugary beverage Gu Shiji had offered him, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Qi. He had assumed that Gu Shiji had only summoned him. Zhang Qi's gaze towards Fan Jiang was equally unfriendly. I haven't yet inquired how you came to be here. This is near our school, so don't tell me you came here just for a stroll, Gu Shiji thought to herself, having kept her message to Fan Jiang a secret. Only when Fan Jiang arrived with his companions and greeted her did she realize he was indeed looking for them. Zhang Qi, noticing that the drink Fan Jiang was enjoying was courtesy of Gu Shiji, felt a surge of irritation and chose not to engage with him further. He pushed the items he had purchased toward Gu Shiji, opting instead to consume the promotional snacks she had bought. If he couldn't have the drink she treated him to, he would pretend that these snacks were a special treat from her, which offered him a modicum of solace. In the vast expanse of the first high school, truancy was not limited to just Gu Shiji and Zhang Qi. On Thursday afternoons, many students would take the opportunity to visit KFC. Zhang Qi had always been quite popular at school, and recently, Gu Shiji's fame had been on the rise, subtly outpacing his own. As soon as students entered, they spotted the two of them. Everyone was aware that Gu Shiji and Zhang Qi were in the same class and often had lunch together. Thus, their absence from class was hardly surprising. The moment they glanced over, they prepared to shift their attention to ordering, but the next moment, their composure faltered. Soon, someone began to sneak photos. The pictures were quickly uploaded to the school forum. Shocking. I can accept that Gu Shiji and Zhang Qi are dining together on Crazy Thursday. But how on earth did Gu Shiji, Zhang Qi, and Fan Jiang end up together? The person taking the photos used the latest Pear phone, capturing images with crystal clarity. It was unmistakable that the three individuals in the photograph were indeed those mentioned in the title. There was no possibility of mistaken identity. The forum buzzed with excitement. Wow! This is surreal. Isn't Fan Jiang the one who trespassed into our school just to warn Gu Shiji? Don't he and Zhang Qi always fight on sight? How are they sitting together in harmony? I've always known that KFC's Crazy Thursday is quite formidable, often surfacing in various memes. But I didn't anticipate it could serve as a lubricant among these three. If I hadn't witnessed how Fan Jiang bullied Gu Shiji, I might doubt whether their usual discord is merely an act. It became evident that many students in the school were neglecting their studies. Hundreds of comments flooded in almost instantly. In the senior year, Gu Jiangyuan, prompted by Su Yi, began scrolling through the forum as well. Meanwhile, he felt a thrill. Oh! The photo of Xizhi and Fan Jiang dining amicably had been captured and shared online. He wondered how this girl would continue to maintain her facade with Fan Jiang. If the charade of being bullied fell apart, what strategy would she employ to justify her academic disengagement? He pondered whether he could learn something from this. In class 1 of the first year, being a group of top students, no one played on their phones during class. Gu Sirou only entered the forum during the break and stumbled upon the post. Why is he laughing and joking with Gu Shiji? Does he still consider her a friend? Gu Sirou frowned, convinced that the content depicted in the photo must be fabricated. Of course, Gu Shiji must have deceived Fan Jiang, just as in their previous life. Out of fear of being bullied by him, after several failed attempts at resistance, she probably tried to trick him by posing as her sister, claiming that if he ceased his bullying, she would assist him in pursuing her. Fan Jiang, not particularly bright, had actually believed her at the time. Fortunately, she had discovered this ruse early on, which only led to Fan Jiang becoming more vicious towards Gu Shiji. With that thought, she smirked. Gu Shiji truly remained the same. As foolish as ever. After some reflection, she messaged Fan Jiang. Fan Jiang, I just realized it's been a while since we had a meal together. Can you come to our school after class? I'll treat you to a meal at our cafeteria. She decided to keep her scheme under wraps, waiting for Gu Shiji to escalate her antics, ensuring that the resulting revenge would be all the more satisfying. For now, she merely wanted Gu Shiji to understand that as long as she beckoned, Fan Jiang would eagerly rush to her side, even if he were currently with Gu Shiji. After Su Jing finished browsing the forum, she turned to Sierra. Sierra, are you attending evening study tonight? If so, Let us go to the cafeteria together for dinner. Gu Sirou replied softly, yes, I will. My sister has been quite excited visiting our grandmother's lavish home lately, making it hard for me to concentrate on my studies. I told my grandmother I wouldn't go today. However, I might not be able to join you for dinner. Fan Jiang is coming to our school. And he invited me to the cafeteria. She knew that Fan Jiang would never refuse her invitation. As for who had invited whom, Fan Jiang wouldn't divulge that information, so no one would be the wiser. She feigned a look of distress. He has helped me so many times. It wouldn't be right for me to turn him down. Well, he seems rather fierce and likely wouldn't appreciate me joining you, so I won't tag along. All right. After speaking with Su Jing, Gu Sirou lowered her head to check her phone. Fan Jiang was likely still at KFC, eating and playing on his phone. He surely must have seen her message. When school ended, she intended to keep him waiting at the cafeteria entrance for a while, taking her time to complete her homework before leisurely making her way over. Gu Sirou's assumptions were correct. Fan Jiang, along with Gu Xizhi and the others, remained at KFC, eating and playing cards. Bomb. King Bomb. Chapter 38. Have you forgotten to drink the mangpa soup after being reborn as a duck? The game of do Diju belongs to others. Fan Jiang, the landlord who had just lost a round, was idly playing on his phone. Upon seeing a message from Gu Sirou, he felt a surge of irritation. He hadn't even finished his KFC and was unable to eat anymore. Fan, go. It's your turn again. Gu Xizhi abruptly concluded a game with a bomb, and Fan Jiang re-entered the fray, this time teaming up with Gu Xizhi as a farmer. They emerged victorious. It was 10 minutes later that he was eliminated once more. Apologies, but I have evening self-study tonight and cannot come to your school. Perhaps another day. After editing the message, he sent it off, instantly feeling a sense of clarity. His phone vibrated, but Gu Sirou, still in class, discreetly took out her phone. It was indeed a message from Fan Jiang, and the triumphant smile on her face froze upon reading his words. She gritted her teeth, gripping her phone tightly. Fan Jiang had deceived her. He was clearly nearby yet refused to join her for a meal, even fabricating such an absurd lie. Gu Xizhi and the others played several rounds of do Diju, and she won every time, rendering the experience utterly devoid of excitement. After the final game concluded, she decided not to play anymore. Zhangqi and Fan Jiang shared a meal at KFC, and after several rounds of do Diju, a thawing of their previous animosities seemed to be occurring. The two even planned to head to an internet CF together afterward. Gu Xizhi, needing to return to the old residence for dinner, was indifferent to their subsequent activities. The group decided to linger at KFC a while longer, finishing the food they had ordered before parting ways. A figure, thoroughly wrapped in layers of clothing, approached their table. Aside from their height, it was nearly impossible to discern whether they were male or female. They sat down amidst the puzzled gazes of the group, calmly taking a piece of fried chicken from their table. With a deliberate opening in their mask, they stuffed the chicken inside. Hey, who are you? Zhangqi, irked, stood up, leaning forward to snatch the chicken from their hands. This table is filled with our food. Did we invite you to eat? He grabbed the chicken leg without even touching the person, who suddenly fell sideways and shouted with a voice that was unpleasantly hoarse. You have such a wicked heart, striking my heart with a punch. Am I having a heart attack? Zhangqi glanced at Gu Xizhi and then at Fan Jiang, veins throbbing on his forehead, his fists cracking ominously. You, who forgot to drink the mangpa soup after being reborn as a duck, dare to bother me. He was determined to show this impudent individual a lesson, thinking to himself that he was not a pushover. Fan Jiang leisurely sipped the soda Gu Xizhi had offered him, appearing to be merely an observer in the scene. Nonchalantly, he remarked, if you were to show him some colors, he might mistake you for a palette. Zhangqi immediately aimed his fist at Fan Jiang. Damn it. We really can't be friends. The heavily wrapped individual nodded. Yes, show me some colors, and I shall treat you as a palette. Seriously. Can you be a bit more professional with your antics? Zhangqi was exasperated. This person was halfway through a scam and suddenly turned comedic. After being prompted, The individual with the duck-like voice yelled again. Looking at you, who's risking it all for a few bites of food, feels oddly familiar. It's as if I see my own kind. They pushed the portion of snacks they had bought across the table. Here, eat this, and then you can perish. Since they had said that, neither Zhang Qi nor Fan Jiang objected. They watched as the person began devouring the food voraciously, with not a single inch of their skin visible. Gu Sirou, intrigued, asked, "Is it because you've scammed too many people that you fear they'll come after you for revenge, hence wrapping yourself up so tightly? Does that even need to be asked?" "Of course," Zhang Qi replied with certainty. "But you must be in quite a dire situation to resort to scamming for a mere KFC meal on a Thursday. Moreover, your scamming technique is rather poor. How about you pay me some tuition, and I'll teach you how to scam effectively?" Listening to Zhang Qi's blend of disdain and confidence, Gu Sirou paused for 2 seconds before sliding the last Orleans chicken wing across the table to him. "Tuition, teach me. I need money." The individual with the duck-like voice, eyes lighting up, hesitantly pushed over their half-eaten original chicken. "I want to learn." Fan Jiang, with a mocking tone, said, "Your so-called funny scamming must refer to scamming your father, right? I've heard he's preparing to take you for a paternity test. And if it turns out you're not his biological child, he plans to put out a worldwide manhunt for you. And you still wish to learn from him?" The individual with the duck-like voice continued munching on the original chicken without hesitation. "You have a severe case of vocal muscle weakness and vocal cord polyps, which is why your voice sounds like that." Gu Sirou disowned the issue from their voice, despite lacking any medical experience. As soon as her words fell, the individual with the duck-like voice fell silent, even ceasing to eat the fried chicken. "Huh? Did I guess correctly?" Gu Sirou wondered. "But even if I did, it's not a serious illness. A minor surgery would suffice. Even if the surgery fails, it merely means your voice will sound a bit unpleasant." Zhang Qi and the others exchanged puzzled glances at the individual's reaction. Gu Sirou added, "In fact, having a slightly unpleasant voice can be quite beneficial. Look at how you've wrapped yourself up. No one knows what you look like, but everyone will remember your voice. One day, when we meet in the world, we'll recognize you merely by your voice." The individual with the duck-like voice did not seem comforted. "Thank you for the meal. I must take my leave." With that, they stood up, dejected, leaving behind a solitary figure. Zhang Qi stared at their retreating back for a while. "Don't you think they're strange? I have an identical outfit, which cost me over 30,000 when I bought it. This looks exactly like mine, not a fake. Yet they've fallen so low as to scam us just to eat our leftovers?" In a courtyard somewhere in the capital city, Fang Mianji received a phone call. "What's wrong? Is there news about Ruishan?" Chapter 39. A stroll through the traditional Chinese medicine clinic declining his invitation. Fang Mianji furrowed her brow as she listened to the voice on the other end of the phone. "Understood. I shall personally visit Ning City tomorrow." After hanging up, she sighed, feeling as though she had aged several years in an instant. Inside KFC, Gu Sirou parted ways with Zhang Qi and the others. With some time left before the driver arrived to take her to the ancestral home for dinner, she wandered past an ice cream shop and decided to indulge in 2 affordable ice creams. Holding one in each hand, she savored the treat with delight. Suddenly, a waft of herbal medicine filled the air, tainting her ice cream experience. She felt as if the very ice cream she was enjoying had taken on the flavor of traditional Chinese medicine. Casting a resentful glance at the nearby Fang family clinic, she opened her mouth wide and stuffed one of the ice creams inside. The coldness made her shiver momentarily, but soon she wore a look of satisfaction as she swallowed it down. She repeated the same with the other ice cream. "By the way, dear system, since I possess world-class skills in traditional Chinese medicine, shouldn't you gift me a set of silver needles?" A sudden thought struck her. If the elderly lady were to fall ill and pass away, what excuse would she have to visit the ancestral home for meals? For her own sake, it would be far better if the elderly lady lived a long life. Her medical skills could certainly be discreetly utilized. "System. This system does not possess silver needles. If the host requires them, please find a way to acquire them yourself." "Dear system, I sense a hint of stinginess in you," Gu Sirou replied, feeling quite disappointed that, given their camaraderie, the system would not even part with a set of silver needles. Well, I suppose I shall purchase them myself. Sewing needles are quite inexpensive. Silver needles surely cannot be too costly. A few dollars were within her means. She turned and walked towards the clinic. Hello, do you have silver needles? The kind used for acupuncture? This clinic happened to be the largest in Ning City, and indeed, they had silver needles. Although they were referred to as silver needles, they were not genuinely made of silver. There were disposable and non-disposable options available, with the latter being of superior quality and higher price, thus falling outside Gu Sirou's consideration. As for the disposable acupuncture silver needles, the cheapest option was priced at 30. Just as Gu Sirou was preparing to empty her wallet for this box of silver needles, she stood in the shop and opened an online shopping platform. Searching for the product, she found acupuncture needles listed at $11.99. No, thank you. I no longer need them. There are cheaper alternatives available. Only a foolish person with abundant money would purchase these expensive ones. Upon entering the clinic, a finely dressed young woman followed her in, standing beside her and witnessing her price checking on the shopping platform. She scoffed, how pitiful, unable to even afford a 30 yuan acupuncture needle. Are you really aspiring to learn traditional Chinese medicine? Gu Sirou turned around and caught the words of the girl, responding with a self-satisfied smile. Trying to provoke me into spending that extra 10 or so yuan. Not a chance. I, Gu Sirou, am not the type to sacrifice money for the sake of pride. A staff member from the Fong family clinic, having just put away the previously displayed needles, stood straight and respectfully addressed the girl. Mississippi Fong Ruoching nodded coolly in acknowledgement. At Ning City No. 1 High School, when the final bell rang, Su Jing approached Gu Sirou with another girl, linking arms. Sirou, are you joining us for lunch? Isn't Fan Jiang already waiting for you at the cafeteria? Gu Sirou, engrossed in her exam paper, looked up at the sound and replied, I told him I would finish my homework before coming. I'll meet him a bit later. You all go ahead. All right, I'll head over first then. Su Jing departed, chatting and laughing with her companions. As classmates gradually left, only 5 or 6 remained. Gu Sirou pulled out her phone to review the message Fan Jiang had sent earlier. Gripping her pencil tightly, it snapped with a distinct crack. The noise drew the attention of the remaining classmates, who turned to look in her direction. Nonchalantly, Gu Sirou tossed the broken pencil aside and picked up another pen, pretending to continue her work. Her expression turned cold as she clenched her phone tightly, standing up. She realized that going to the cafeteria might lead to encounters with other classmates, and since she had spoken quite loudly to Su Jing earlier, everyone in class knew she had plans to dine with Fan Jiang. They even assumed that Fan Jiang came to the vicinity of their school specifically to find Gu Sirou, and that his trip to KFC with Zhang Qi was merely coincidental. Gu Sirou walked directly out of the school. Outside, a food street beckoned, and she chose a relatively quiet restaurant, sitting in a corner with her back to the entrance. She ordered a single-person hot pot. Menu. That 3-point shot you made was incredible. If it weren't for that, our team would surely have. Hey, look, who is that? 5 boys clad in the school uniform entered the restaurant. Isn't that Gu Sirou? I remember Su Jing saying she was having lunch with Fan Jiang after school. One remarked. But why is she sitting alone? Is Fan Jiang nearby? The boys scanned the area but failed to spot Fan Jiang's figure. Someone suggested they should go over and greet Gu Sirou, considering they were all classmates. However, Minyu advised against it. Although they were also in Class 1. They ranked at the bottom academically and came from lesser financial backgrounds. Gu Sirou had always been aloof towards them. The group settled into a distant corner, ensuring they remained out of Gu Sirou's sight. She remained oblivious to their presence throughout her meal and left the hot pot restaurant without noticing her classmates had come. As evening study began, she leisurely entered the classroom with a cup of milk tea. Upon seeing her, Su Jing approached with an inquisitive expression. So, how was it? You've been dining with Fan Jiang all this time. It must have been delightful. Did he finally gather the courage to confess his feelings to you? 15 to 16-year-old girls are particularly fond of gossip regarding romance. The story of Fan Jiang, who resembled a young lord of the underworld, and Gu Sirou, the diligent student, unfolded like a sweet narrative of forbidden love. The girls in the class immediately surrounded her, curiosity sparkling in their eyes. Really? Did Fan Jiang truly confess to you? So, Sirou, did you accept him? I've always said Fan Jiang must like you. Otherwise, how could someone like him be so kind to others? Oh my goodness. That is so romantic. A fleeting flash of annoyance crossed Gu Sirou's face, and her gaze towards Su Jing bore a sharp edge. Yet, she quickly masked it with her signature sweet and gentle smile, blushing as she said, "What are you all talking about? Fan Jiang and I are merely high school students. How could I possibly agree to date him? We simply had a regular meal together." As someone approached the classroom, Minyu. Chapter 40, The Lies Unraveled. Do you know Feng Ruishan? As the evening study session came to an end, we were about to leave together when Minyu and a few of his friends entered the classroom. Upon hearing Gu Sirou's words, they paused momentarily. The boy conversing with Minyu, somewhat simple-minded and direct, voiced his confusion without hesitation. "Hey, Gu Sirou, that's odd. We just saw you eating alone at a hot pot place." I waited quite a while, but I didn't see Fan Jiang show up. Minyu and the other boys attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The classroom fell into a hushed silence, followed by murmurs of disbelief. Could it be that Gu Sirou was lying? Hadn't she just claimed that Fan Jiang had invited her to dinner? Her statement implied that Fan Jiang had indeed confessed to her during dinner. However, if Fan Jiang never joined her, then her confession must be false. Gu Sirou's complexion turned pale, and she clenched her fist, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Apologetically, she added, "This might be quite damaging to the boy's pride, so I hope you won't spread this around. Even though we are not officially a couple, I have always considered him a good friend. Fan Jiang was formidable and from another school. These boys wouldn't dare to confront him for the truth." After finishing her statement, she lowered her head, extracting a paper from her desk, laying it flat and immersing herself in her work. She appeared genuinely focused. Observing her demeanor and recalling her previous words, the questioning voices dissipated. If I were rejected after confessing, I probably wouldn't feel embarrassed to leave first. The goddess truly lived up to her name, remaining unaffected by a confession from someone as distinguished as Fan Jiang. How kind of her to worry about hurting him. Urging us all to keep his secret. Listening to the chatter around her, Gu Sirou exhaled slowly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. They are such fools, easily deceived. The boy beside Minyu scratched his head in confusion. So, when we arrived, Fan Jiang had already left? Minyu furrowed his brow. For he had actually seen Gu Sirou long before the others. He witnessed her entering the restaurant alone. It was far from the story she narrated about Fan Jiang leaving before their arrival. The bell for the evening study session rang. Gu Xizhi cheerfully sat at the dining table in the old residence, savoring the chicken leg her grandmother had placed in her bowl. With her eyes squinted in delight, she resembled a little mouse. "My grandmother is simply wonderful. She always prepares my favorite dishes every afternoon. Such a marvelous grandmother must live to be 100. Just wait for 2 more days. After that, I should be able to ensure my grandmother's longevity." Old Master Gu sat at the table, chewing on dishes prepared by the royal chef's descendant, yet finding them bland as if he had consumed vinegar. It was ironic. The little girl had previously claimed that he was ultimately harmed by Gu Sirou, yet she had never considered helping him to live longer. Now, however, she wished for the old lady's longevity. Wasn't he the cherished elder in her heart? Wait a moment. What did she mean by waiting for 2 more days? Surely, she wasn't contemplating some nefarious act against Sirou, eliminating her worries, was she? She recalled the last time when Gu Xizhi expressed that her fainting spells were related to Sirou. Oh dear, the old lady's face turned pale at the thought. "My dear, promise me you won't engage in anything unlawful, no matter what happens. Always strive to be a good, law-abiding child." Gu Xizhi chuckled, swallowing her chicken leg before nodding. Yes, I will definitely be a good child and listen to my grandmother. Both the old lady and old Master Gu felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. This old woman, the old man grumbled, eating is one thing. But why bring up the law and instill such dreadful thoughts in the child? After dinner, Gu Shiji settled on the living room sofa, indulging in the fruits prepared by her grandmother while watching a variety show. An idea struck her, and she picked up her phone, which had been tossed aside on the sofa, and opened an online shopping app. Seeing that her order had been shipped, she sighed in relief. With the current speed of logistics, the acupuncture needles would surely arrive in 2 days. Tomorrow was Friday, the last day of the month, and after attending class, a 7-day National Day holiday awaited her. The next day, thinking of the impending week of relaxation, Gu Shiji, for once, did not linger in bed when Lin Manny came to wake her. She bit into a pancake roll that Gu Jiangyuan had bought for her and walked into the classroom. Li Shuangshuang, who was happily chatting with her female classmates, turned to her and asked, "Sister Ji, do you know Feng Ruoshan?" The money for the pancake roll came from her fourth brother, so Gu Shiji didn't hold back, adding plenty of ingredients: ham, pork tenderloin, chicken fillet, bacon, and meat floss. She took a large bite, almost devouring an entire piece of ham. Puffing out her cheeks, she managed to slurp the ham back in, preventing it from falling. She shook her head. I don't know him, not at all. All she knew was that today's pancake roll was exceptionally delicious, and she was relishing every bite. Feng Ruoshan is the most popular singer right now. We're all talking about his concert and wanted to ask if you'd like to join us. Chapter 41. How bold. The girl beside Li Shuangshuang sighed. It's best not to think about it. Tickets for his concert are nearly impossible to acquire. I've inquired. And even scalper tickets are sold out. I've been saving since the new year, accumulating over 10,000 yuan, all intended for a single concert ticket. Yet, it seems that money is futile. Gu Shiji bit into a generous piece of pork tenderloin, cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish. Upon hearing of someone willing to spend 10,000 yuan on a scalper ticket, her eyes widened in disbelief. I cannot associate with such a person. I am impoverished. Being an underappreciated child at home, she had to surrender any red envelopes she received, leaving her unable to pursue her idol. That morning, she had enjoyed a lovingly prepared breakfast from Lin Manny's kitchen, followed by a pancake stuffed with an array of fillings. Her stomach felt slightly bloated, and lying down pressed uncomfortably against it, making sleep a rarity. She languidly settled into her seat, openly extracting a novel to read on her desk. When their mathematics teacher and head of the grade, Zhang Yang, entered, he inadvertently cast a glance toward Gu Shiji's direction. At first sight of her unfamiliar face, he failed to register who she was, mistaking her for a new transfer student. After a moment, he recalled that was indeed Gu Shiji's seat. Realizing he had been her math teacher for nearly half a month without witnessing her awake until now. Upon seeing her for the first time in full awareness, Zhang Yang felt irritation rise within him. It was class time, and despite his frustration, he had to suppress it temporarily. Even the first-year students at Yizhong faced rigorous examinations, one question modeled after a fill-in-the-blank from the previous year's college entrance exam. Li Shuangshuang, please come to the board and solve this question, Zhang Yang instructed, directing his gaze toward her. With a grimace, Li Shuangshuang approached the board, chalk in hand, writing a solution followed by a colon. She bit her lip, standing there reading the problem repeatedly, yet unable to produce a single character. After a few minutes of struggle, Zhang Yang's patience wore thin. Enough, go sit down. Even if you copied someone else's answer, you are still utterly inept, unable to solve such a simple problem. I truly wonder how you managed to get into Yizhong. Anyone unfamiliar would think you cheated on the entrance exam. Class 18 was comprised of students Zhang Yang looked down upon, and he spoke to them with brutal honesty. After all, aside from him, no other teacher was willing to take on this class. Gu Shiji was engrossed in a supernatural novel which advised caution when renting houses, warning of potential ghosts lurking beneath beds or unclean items within used air conditioners. She immersed herself in the narrative, envisioning her future self successfully fleeing home and renting a place alone. Just as she was engrossed in the story, she suddenly heard the teacher call out Li Shuangshuang's name. She glanced up but paid little attention. As she continued reading, Zhang Yang's voice intruded once more. The atmosphere in supernatural novels is crucial, and each interruption shattered her immersion. Gu Shiji frowned, unable to block out Zhang Yang's words. Even if you copied someone else's answers, you remain utterly worthless. I thought you might have cheated on your entrance exam. Her frown deepened further. She recalled a few days prior when she awoke from a nap during class to find Li Shuangshuang in tears after math class. During lunch, Li Shuangshuang had questioned her about concealing her academic prowess. Gu Shiji sighed, feeling irritable as she tugged at her hair, speaking directly. If you're referring to the answer on Li Shuangshuang as homework, that was my work. It has nothing to do with her, if you must vent your frustration. Direct it at me. If you insist, expel me from school. While this situation would distress Li Shuangshuang, it would merely solidify my own academic hiatus. Zhang Yang was taken aback, having not anticipated that the answer in Li Shuangshuang's notebook was penned by Gu Shiji. She hadn't even submitted her own homework, yet had the audacity to assist another. Without her needing to offer an excuse, he surmised she must have copied the answer from online. Well then. It seems the one engaging in deceit is you. Since enrolling, you've never submitted an assignment, spending your time either sleeping or dozing off, exhibiting no semblance of a student. You merely caused trouble at school, tarnishing the reputation of Yizhong as students. Zhang Yang slammed his hand on the desk, wearing a stern expression. This afternoon, I will summon your parents. Otherwise, you need not return to school tomorrow. Gu Shiji's eyes sparkled. Could happiness arrive so swiftly? In that case, she nodded in agreement. You are absolutely correct. I exhibit none of the qualities of a student. I do not deserve to remain in school. Please expel me without waiting for my parents. Before Zhang Yang could respond, she continued, however, shouldn't you apologize to Li Shuangshuang before expelling me? As a teacher, you are meant to educate without bias, impart knowledge, and treat every student equally. Even if Li Shuangshuang did copy an answer, you, as her teacher, should not label her as completely inept. In the absence of evidence, you should not accuse her of cheating on her entrance exam. Furthermore, to suggest she cheated is not only defaming her, but also undermines the integrity of our national examination system. Do you truly believe the individuals responsible for the entrance exam are so incompetent as to allow a cheater to smoothly transition into high school? Gu Shiji shook her head and clicked her tongue. If this statement were to leak, your career would be in jeopardy. Typically, Gu Shiji spent her time either sleeping or eating, rarely engaging with her classmates, leading many to suspect she had some psychological issues. Hearing her express such bold opinions left everyone astounded and filled with admiration. How audacious! Gu Shiji! Zhang Yang found himself confronted by a student for the first time, especially in front of so many peers, his face turning an ashen hue. Gu Shiji yawned. Teacher, I'm fine. You needn't call my name. Just apologize to Li Shuangshuang. She is a child capable of recognizing her mistakes. While assisting someone with their homework, even if it was just one question, may not be a grave offense. It seems inappropriate nonetheless. If expulsion is what you deem necessary, I can fully accept that. Moreover, she added, Teacher, you truly need not apologize to me. And look, while I appear to acknowledge my errors, if you do not expel me soon, I shall continue to assist others with their assignments. And I will do so even more egregiously. Chapter 42. The Perils of Overthinking in a Rather Unexpected Turn of Events. Xizhi was granted a rather swift opportunity to summon her parents. Each student, upon enrollment, is required to furnish the school with a dossier that contains their parents' contact information. Enraged, Zhang Yang promptly placed a call to Lin Manny. By the end of class, Li Shuangshuang's eyes were still red from distress. She fetched water for Gu Shiji, wary that it might be too hot, and unscrewed the lid of the cup, placing it delicately on the edge of Gu Shiji's desk. When I sat for my high school entrance examination, I was fortunate enough to gain admission to #1 high school, to the extent that even my brother doubted whether I had resorted to cheating. It is only natural for the teacher to voice such sentiments. Lowering her gaze, she tugged at her clothing, overwhelmed with anxiety. Zhang Yang was notorious for his pettiness. It was said that he was a relative of the principal. Should he indeed expel you, life at the Gu household would become increasingly arduous. Since the family reunion banquet, the online community has been rife with speculation that the Gu family does not hold Gu Shiji in high regard. During the banquet, out of fear of embarrassment, they did not allow her to eat her fill, and although she was the center of attention, they hastily dismissed her. Having known Gu Shiji for nearly half a month, I discovered that she was even more impoverished than I, meticulously comparing prices at several stores before purchasing items costing merely a few dollars. This was hardly representative of a child from the wealthiest family in the city. It was evident that the rumors regarding Gu Shiji's lack of favor in the Gu family were indeed true. Zhang Qi glanced at Gu Shiji and sighed, retrieving a packet of spicy snacks that his younger companions had gifted him, offering it to her. Here, take it. Eat up. You won't have another chance like this. His gaze and tone were such that an outsider might mistakenly believe he was implying Gu Shiji's days were numbered. You were indeed a bit impulsive just now. Zhang Yang is a sycophant. Had you enjoyed even a modicum of favor in the Gu household, he would not dare to confront you, regardless of how harshly you chastised him in class. Alas, never mind. I will speak to my father tonight and see if he can assist you. The school desk was hardly as comfortable as one's own bed. She tore open the packet of spicy snacks and offered some to Li Shuangshuang, who declined. She ate them herself, taking a bite and observing Li Shuangshuang, who seemed on the verge of being engulfed by guilt, self-reproach, and worry. Blinking her eyes, she thought to herself, I am quite pleased. I truly do not wish to attend this dreadful school even for a single day. Initially, Li Shuangshuang's eyes were merely red. Tears had not yet fallen. Suddenly, she burst into tears, rushing to embrace Gu Shiji from behind, catching her off guard. Woo woo woo, Gigi. You are truly the most wonderful and kind-hearted person. Not only did you stand up to Zhang Yang for me, but you also pretended not to want to attend school to spare me from feeling guilty. I promise I will find a way to ensure you are not expelled. If the school dares to expel you, they will have to step over my corpse first. Gu Shiji, what? I want to drop out and coast through life. And do you want them to step over your corpse? Do I harbor some deep-seated vendetta against you? Zhang Qi ruffled his hair in annoyance. All right. I will call my father right now. If he does not help resolve this issue, he can await my return to collect my remains. He, Zhang Qi, the aspiring king of the campus, could not allow himself to be overshadowed by a mere girl. Gu Shiji felt that the spicy snacks had lost their appeal. There was truly no need for such dramatics. You all mustn't help. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Shuangshuang released her and dashed out of the classroom. Zhang Qi stood up and followed her out. Gu Shiji, what on earth? The perils of overthinking truly do haunt us. Having finished her spicy snacks, Gu Shiji leaned on her desk and resumed her idle demeanor. She must have dozed off for only a short while when she heard someone call her name, rousing her from her slumber. The English teacher at the podium continued. Gu Shiji, Mr. Zhang requests your presence in his office. Oh! Rubbing her eyes, she noticed the water Li Shuangshuang had brought her earlier had cooled. She took a couple of sips before sealing the lid and, rising, ambled towards the administrative building. In the first-year teacher's office, there was a designated conference room. Apart from Zhang Yang and Lin Manny, Li Shuangshuang, Zhang Qi, and two middle-aged men were present. One was clad in a suit, his hair impeccably groomed, exuding an air of success. The other wore jeans and a gray polo shirt, with a sun-kissed complexion and a simple demeanor. As soon as Zhang Qi spotted Gu Shiji entering, he eagerly proclaimed, "This is my father. I brought him along to help you. With him here, you will surely be fine." Gu Shiji's eyes widened. "Did I not say not to involve your father?" Li Shuangshuang, her head bowed in trepidation, introduced, "This is my dad." Although he may not seem as formidable as Zhang Qi's father, he works on a construction site, and he is quite strong. Gu Shizhi's eyes widened further. Did you not just say you wanted the teacher to step over your corpse? Why does it now sound like you wish to step over the teacher's corpse instead? I am losing my mind. I have finally found a quick way to drop out, and yet they are all so eager to help. Lin Manny, having just arranged an appointment at a beauty salon, received a call from the school. Throughout her journey there, she was anxious, fearing something had transpired with Gu Shizhi. Upon arrival, noticing the presence of other parents, she became even more apprehensive, assuming Gu Shizhi had been involved in a fight. However, upon hearing their conversations and Gu Shizhi's sentiments, she felt an immense wave of relief wash over her. At the same time, she was touched and proud. Truly, her daughter was a good child. Within less than half a month at school, her classmates had already taken a liking to her, even going so far as to summon their own parents to protect her from potential bullying by the teachers. Zhang Qi, Li Shuangshuang, quickly take your fathers and leave. Do not cause any more trouble. Zhang Yang was exasperated. He had summoned Gu Shizhi's parents, yet these individuals were merely adding to the commotion. We will not leave. Whatever you need to discuss with Gu's mother, feel free to do so. We will remain here quietly, Zhang Qi boldly declared, as he plopped down onto a nearby sofa. His father, accustomed to his son's antics, said nothing and sat beside him. Li Shuangshuang's father, possessing a shy disposition akin to his daughter, sat beside Zhang Qi and the others, his intentions clear. He too had no intention of departing. Chapter 43. Resuming Old Pursuits. Upon reflection, one might consider that this situation is not devoid of merit. In school, my knack for stirring up trouble has not only led to my parents being summoned, but has also prompted others to call for their own parents on my behalf. Zhang Yang is undoubtedly more incensed. He is likely to desire my expulsion from the institution even more fervently. Lin Manny, you possess a remarkable talent for self-comfort. She had been seated in the office for quite some time. Having grasped the situation, she finally spoke. Teacher Zhang summoned me today to discuss Xizhi's failure to submit assignments and her propensity for napping during class, correct? Indeed, regarding classmate Gu Shizhi. As there was no means to remove her, Zhang Yang chose to disregard them and began to relay Gu Shizhi's transgressions to Lin Manny. In the brief span of less than half a month since Gu Shizhi's enrollment, he could enumerate several pages of her offenses, particularly her defiance in the classroom. However, barely having begun, Lin Manny interrupted him. These issues ultimately stem from my shortcomings as a mother. I should have managed my household better. I ought not to have allowed my dog to repeatedly chew up Xizhi's homework, nor should I have permitted it to incessantly bark at night, disrupting Xizhi's sleep. Alas, I have failed her as a mother. My dog truly bears the brunt of the blame. Not only am I casting it in a negative light, but even my mother has begun to spread unfounded rumors about it. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the homework was genuinely torn apart by a dog? Wasn't this merely a convenient excuse for classmate Gu Shizhi's reluctance to submit her assignments? Zhang Qi's eyes brightened. If even Gu Shizhi's mother is asserting this, it seems the method of using a dog to destroy homework is quite effective at home. Lin Manny chose not to linger on the topic. Instead, she glanced out the window and casually remarked, "Perhaps I shall donate a laboratory building to the school." Li Shuangshuang felt an immense sense of relief. "Jijia, this is splendid news. You need not fear expulsion from school." Gu Shizhi tilted her head at a 45-degree angle to gaze at the azure sky outside, her heart weeping. "I find no joy in this at all. My carefree, lackadaisical life at home seems to have receded into the distant future." Gu Shizhi, is your mother not peculiar? She so casually offers to donate a laboratory building to the school, yet is unwilling to provide you with additional living expenses. Zhang Qi recalled how Gu Shizhi was stingy when they went to KFC, refusing even to treat him to a drink. Your mother permits your dog to chew up your homework. Her donation of the laboratory building should be aimed at ensuring Gu Sirou's comfort at school. Yet you also benefit from it. As long as you do not behave too outrageously at school, expulsion will likely remain off the table. Zhang Qi reclined in his chair, crossing his legs with a relaxed and audacious air as he assisted Gu Shiji in analyzing her predicament. Why not feign a cordial relationship with Gu Sirou going forward? This way, you may find yourself basking in the afterglow of future benefits. He sighed. Even my father's visit today proved fruitless. He truly is of no help. Gu Shiji was a person of gratitude and would not neglect to repay kindness simply because someone's visit bore no fruit. She earnestly addressed Li Shuangshuang and Zhang Qi. Should your fathers ever contract an ailment that even ordinary hospitals cannot treat, bring them to me, and I shall heal them. Zhang Qi, Li Shuangshuang? Wait, our fathers specifically took time off from their work to help you. And you dare curse them with ailments that even hospitals cannot remedy? Lin Manny's admission in front of the teacher about allowing her dog to destroy Gu Shiji's homework and her donation of a laboratory building for Gu Sirou swiftly circulated. Gu Sirou garnered considerable attention at school, while Gu Shiji became the subject of ridicule. Finally, the National Day holiday arrived. For the residents of Ning City, this year's holiday was unlike any other, for it coincided with the hosting of the A-Continent Games. Gu's father and elder brother Gu Jiangyu were preoccupied with business matters, while Lin Manny took Gu Shiji and Gu Jiangyuan to witness the events of the games. On the 1st of October, they attended the athletics competitions. By the time the shot put event commenced, Gu Shiji was already yawning incessantly. Mother, I'm stepping out to use the restroom. Among the shot put athletes was the niece of Lin Manny's high school classmate, who was unable to attend the event. Lin Manny had promised to record the competition and send the video to her. Enthusiastically capturing the footage, she did not hear Gu Shiji's words. Gu Jiangyuan, uninterested in shot put, was engrossed in a game with his classmates, oblivious as well. Gu Shiji skipped joyfully toward the restroom. The queue for the restroom was rather lengthy. While scrolling through her phone, she stood at the back of the line. Look here, these individuals are discussing making money outside the venue of the games. What? Gu Shiji hurriedly stood on tiptoe to see what they were viewing. Good heavens, I must become a tour guide in Ning City. This is an incredible fortune. D-country athletes reportedly tipped tour guides 60,000. 60,000 in tips? Gu Shiji recognized the app they were using and quickly opened it on her phone to search for relevant videos. In the videos, merely photographing D-country athletes garnered a 4,000 tip. The drivers who transported them to the venue received a stack of dollars as tips. She began to read the comments. I just happened to pass by and said hello and received a stack, dollar image. Grinning with pride, I overheard them looking for a charger and took them to rent a portable power bank. Earning a 10,000 tip, I was exhausted and sat down for a moment when a group of D-country athletes passed by. And I suddenly found myself with $20,000. Once it was her turn for the restroom, Gu Shiji finished and checked her WeChat balance. Instead of heading toward the audience, she made her way toward the exit. During the National Day holiday, the sports village was bustling with activity. Fortunately, the weather was not excessively hot that day, and Gu Shiji sought a prime location where D-country athletes were most likely to pass. As she walked, she passed by a flower bed, recently watered, the soil still quite moist. Chapter 44. The disappearance of my sister in the audience. Gu Jiangyuan had just concluded a game. He lifted his gaze towards the arena, where competitors were still engaged in the shot put. Beside him, Lin Manny was engrossed in a video call, live streaming the events taking place on the field. Concerned that Gu Shiji might be bored, he turned and asked, Sister, would you like to join me for a game? However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that the seat where Gu Shiji should have been was conspicuously empty. Bewildered, he exclaimed, Mom, where is Xizhi? Wasn't she right here? Lin Manny, equally puzzled, turned to look. Huh? Wasn't Xizhi just here? Where could she have gone? I thought I told you to keep an eye on her, Gu Jiangyuan said as he dialed Gu Shiji's number, prompting Lin Manny to end her video call. Outside the competition venue, amidst the bustling crowd, a disheveled little girl sat on the ground, her face and clothes smeared with an unknown substance, rolling her eyes in frustration. In front of her lay a battered stainless steel bowl and a cardboard sign that bore a message. One line read in Chinese, I am blind, please help me. The other line, in English, I'm blind, I need help. To enhance her performance, she had silenced her phone. Numerous individuals wielding selfie sticks were live-streaming the scene. Suddenly, a beggar appeared outside the competition venue, drawn to the cardboard sign. "Let me see what the sign says," one remarked. Wow, even beggars are getting professional these days? This begging script even includes an English translation? Laughter erupted among the viewers, who noted that since this area was frequented by foreigners, the English translation was indeed a thoughtful inclusion. Wait, are you saying that this beggar is wearing L-brand clothing? The young live streamer, who had only a couple of hundred viewers, had previously been silent, merely guiding his audience's gaze around the venue. But now, the chat was abuzz with excitement. I want to beg too. But it feels awkward to go alone. Is anyone interested in forming a group? I can just lie nearby and act like I'm gravely ill. Another chimed in. Who says only education can change one's life? Clearly, begging can also lead to prosperity. Unbeknownst to Gu Sirou, who was preoccupied with her own worries, her attire had been provided by Lin Manny. She was not so naive as to fail to recognize L-brand clothing. Yet, she had hastily decided to take on this job without bringing her previous work attire. She contemplated how this might affect her earnings for the day. Leaning over the cardboard, she began to write fervently. Thanks to a kind-hearted stranger for the clothes. Though I cannot see, I can tell that these garments are incredibly comfortable. I have never worn anything so pleasant in my life. Even in death, I wish to take this clothing with me. She quickly translated her words into English. The young live streamer and his audience watched in stunned silence. Unable to contain his amusement, he quipped, "It seems I may have overstated her professionalism. How could a blind girl write so fluidly?" He glanced around, relieved that no affluent athletes from D country had yet appeared to expose her ruse. The viewers, amused by his commentary, filled the chat with laughter. This is all the host's fault. If you hadn't recognized her clothing brand so quickly, her act might have lasted longer. Clothes, you can die alone. There's no need to drag me down with you. Am I the only one who noticed that this little blind girl has quite a good command of English? Now that you mention it. I too realized that as a university student who just completed a level 6 exam, I would need some time to translate that sentence. She might even do it better than I could. I was just about to buy a ticket to join her. But with your comments, it seems I wouldn't even qualify to beg. As the chat became increasingly lively, more onlookers joined to witness the spectacle. The number of viewers surged from under 300 to 3,000 within minutes, and it continued to grow. Having finished her last word, Gu Sirou heard the live streamer's comments and raised her hand to beckon him over. Was she calling the host to confront him for revealing her charade? Surely. She wouldn't attempt to attack him. Her petite figure was hardly a match for him. The live streamer, intrigued by her gesture, approached her. As he crouched down to see what she wanted, Gu Sirou leaned closer to inspect the screen of his phone. Your live stream is quite lively. And the audience is growing rapidly. You all came to watch me, didn't you? She greeted the viewers with a smile. They were taken aback by her boldness. And the chat erupted with excitement. Indeed, I was about to leave, but upon seeing you, my curiosity compelled me to stay. I, too, entered out of curiosity after seeing the stream's cover. Most were eager to gossip about Gu Sirou's potential earnings. Confirming that the audience was indeed there to see her, Gu Sirou instructed the host to read the comments. With her arms crossed and a serious expression, she said, "You see, they all came into your live stream because of me. Therefore, if you wish to continue broadcasting, you should compensate me with an appearance fee. After all, I am just an ordinary person without fame. A modest sum of 5,000 for half an hour would suffice." Chapter 45, A Reunion. No wonder you seem so familiar, the host pondered for a moment, then nodded. I understand your point. I won't film you any longer. I shall take my leave. Gu Sirou was taken aback. What? Are you certain you understood? I merely wished to earn a fee for appearing. Why do you intend to leave? Some viewers in the live stream found the scene amusing, capturing it on screen or taking snapshots to share online. The host indeed departed, leaving Gu Sirou momentarily dazed. She rolled her eyes and resumed her primary occupation. Many passers-by stopped to see what was written on her cardboard sign. However, at the moment, it appeared that the onlookers were predominantly her compatriots, the Huagua people. Modern Huagua individuals, even those depicted in novels, share a common trait: they venture out without cash. Contemporary beggars often display a QR code before their stalls for payments. Time was of the essence, and Gu Shiji was ill-prepared. She could only feign blindness while discreetly scanning for any D-country individuals bearing ample cash. "Young lady, you cannot beg here. It's time for you to leave." The affluent D-country athlete she awaited did not arrive, resulting in a silent standoff with the security guard. In that moment, she deeply empathized with the plight of street vendors being chased away by city management. Resolutely, she decided to take action. She pointed to her ears, shaking her head and waving her hands. The security guard instantly grasped her intent. Thus, a new dilemma arose. Are you implying you are deaf? Yet your sign claims you are blind. How then did you notice my presence and engage in conversation? Your gaze aligns perfectly with mine. Gu Shiji was rendered speechless. The guard no longer urged her to leave. Instead, he apprehended her and escorted her to the security office. "I'll call your family to come retrieve you." Disrupting the order of the sports event allowed the guard to take her away. Gu Shiji's plan to earn money had ended in failure. As she took out her phone to call Lin Manny, she noticed dozens of missed calls. Putting her phone away, she looked up in shock. "What are you doing here?" In a distant corner, she spotted the boy she had seen at KFC, wrapped up tightly, with a voice as hoarse as a duck's. She rushed over, feeling a sense of joy akin to reuniting with an old friend. The boy recognized her voice, turning to reveal a muddy-faced figure, his features vaguely familiar. "You're the one I encountered at KFC, right? Are you also here, caught as a beggar like me?" Reunions naturally lead to more conversation. The boy had been watching videos and comments online, prompting him to come and seek a bit of money. Their thoughts aligned remarkably. While others chose to offer water to D-country athletes or act as their guides, they simply sought to beg for a profit. I had just set up my stall, pretending to be a paralyzed person, when someone brought the security over. I thought, am I not already paralyzed? When the guard approached, I didn't leave. Who knew $100 bill would blow my way? I jumped up to grab it and was brought here instead. At this, Fong Ruishan felt a pang of sadness. The owner of that bill soon arrived, reclaiming their money. Gu Shiji felt sympathy for the boy. How long have you been here? Are you also waiting for your family to pick you up? I've been sitting here for over 2 hours. I'm waiting for them to finish lunch. They said if my family doesn't come before noon, they'll provide me with a meal. Gu Shiji raised her eyebrows, seriously doubting his motives for coming. No wonder she sensed a sense of familiarity when she had seen him that day. It was as if they were comrades in misfortune. My mother and brother will be here soon. Would you like to join us for lunch? As lunchtime approached, she knew they would head straight to eat. The boy's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously. They huddled together, chattering away. You're still wearing the same clothes I saw the other day. You haven't changed in days, have you? The boy lifted his arm to sniff, making a face of disdain at his mask-covered face. By the way, you didn't run away from home, did you? Gu Shiji, with her keen sense regarding runaways, asked. The boy, perceiving her as a child, nodded in admission. Gu Shiji shook her head disapprovingly. That's not right. Just look at how you've ended up after leaving home. It's clear you weren't prepared beforehand. At the very least, you should have saved up some money before setting out. You have no funds and you ran away? That's pure self-infliction. Actually, I did have money, the boy said, his voice tinged with disappointment. I left home with my phone and a substantial amount of cash. For safety. I even brought several bank cards. I packed everything into a bag, but he trailed off, and Gu Shiji surmised the conclusion. He had been robbed. This was the fate of those with low physical prowess who attempted to run away. Fortunately, she was agile and had never faced such a predicament. Why did you decide to run away? Gu Shiji asked curiously. Never mind. Let us not discuss it. Everyone has their own privacy, and I respect yours. The boy barely began to speak before Gu Shiji interrupted him, finding his voice too unpleasant to endure. Suddenly, the system task activated. Capture Feng Ruishan's heart and make him one of the host's devoted followers. Task completion reward, proficiency in 8 languages. The system, nearly forgotten. Revived once more. Feng Ruishan? Gu Shiji recalled hearing that name mentioned by Li Shuangshuang and others the previous day. A ticket scalper could sell concert tickets for exorbitant prices. Moreover, she remembered that in the book, Feng Ruishan was one of Gu Sirou's devoted followers. He even participated in a variety show with her, helping her gain 3 million followers overnight. The system wouldn't issue tasks without reason. Gu Shiji raised an eyebrow at the boy before her. Feng Ruishan? Chapter 46. Strategizing with Feng Ruishan. Healing the elderly Lady Feng Ruishan's visage was entirely enveloped by a mask and hat, leaving only a pair of astonished eyes visible. Goodness. You can actually recognize me like this? Lin Manny and Gu Jiangyuan, having sought her out, arrived drenched in sweat under the October sun. They led Gu Shiji and Feng Ruishan into the Gu family's vehicle. Gu Shiji's face had been cleaned by Lin Manny, and as she sipped on the iced lemon tea Gu Jiangyuan had just procured for her, she engaged Feng Ruishan in conversation. Is it because your voice is too unpleasant that your company terminated your contract and expelled you? She inquired nonchalantly. The system, rather speechless, interjected, Host. Your task is to win over Feng Ruishan. Such directness may provoke him and escalate the difficulty of your mission. Whatever, as long as I can speak Chinese, which is the most formidable language in the world, I am not particularly interested in the rewards of this task, the host replied. After Gu Jiangyuan distributed the beverages to Gu Shiji and Feng Ruishan, he bent down to play a game. Upon hearing Gu Shiji's thoughts, he paused momentarily and instinctively glanced in her direction. Oh, is there a new system task? Is the reward related to language? However, my sister is correct. Chinese is indeed the most impressive language, so knowing it suffices. Lin Manny, unable to finish watching the match, found Gu Shiji and relaxed as she explained to an old classmate. She too turned to look in Gu Shiji's direction. Feng Ruishan, sweltering in his layers of clothing, dry and parched, downed half a cup of lemon tea in one go, momentarily taken aback. Then, somewhat despondently, he remarked, No. They didn't terminate my contract or expel me. I left of my own accord. Did you give up because of your throat condition? Gu Shiji squinted slightly, her eyes narrowing. Feng Ruishan noticed that the ice in her lemon tea far exceeded that in his own, and he grinned. Yes, you noticed last time as well. My throat is indeed problematic, and due to the sensitive location of the polyp, any forced surgery carries an 80% risk of permanently damaging my vocal cords. As you know, I am a singer. With my voice in this state, I can no longer continue to perform. Perhaps because Gu Shiji's tone was rather calm and understated, he felt inexplicably inclined to share without reservation, much like her. The Gu family owned an entertainment company, signing several first-tier stars. Lin Manny and Gu Jiangyuan showed little interest in Feng Ruishan. One continued chatting on WeChat, while the other remained engrossed in his game. Gu Shiji pondered whether Li Shuangshuang had a fondness for Feng Ruishan. If he ceased singing altogether, would she be heartbroken? Show me your hand, she said, extending her own. Feng Ruishan, unsure of her intentions, complied and offered his hand. Gu Shiji gently squeezed his wrist and continued, Lean closer and open your mouth. Having reached this point, Feng Ruishan realized what Gu Shiji was doing. Curiously, he leaned in closer, exclaiming softly. Gu Shiji activated the flashlight on her phone and illuminated his throat. Gu Jiangyuan's game character had perished, and he raised his head in curiosity. Hey, sister, are you examining him? Can you actually treat people? Gu Shiji immediately shook her head. No, I was merely curious if his throat structure is similar to mine. I would never let you know that I possess medical skills, especially since my expertise in traditional Chinese medicine is unparalleled, lest every ailing individual seeks me out for treatment. Then I would be overwhelmed. In the future, when I seek employment, I might find myself in a position with over a decade of experience despite being only in my 20s. That would be too dreadful. Even if major corporations favor such employees, it would still be daunting. Gu Jiangyuan was taken aback. Wait, my sister is actually a miraculous healer? Does that mean I can enjoy the freedom of falling ill? Lin Manny, distracted from her conversation, was equally astonished. My daughter is a miraculous healer? Fong Ruishan, who had initially hoped for a medical examination, felt a tinge of disappointment. So you weren't actually going to treat me? It made sense. Gu Shiji appeared younger than him. And even his grandfather, a master of traditional Chinese medicine, had been unable to resolve his ailment. How could she possibly have a solution? Having completed her examination, Gu Shiji turned off the flashlight and opened a shopping app. She navigated to her orders and added acupuncture needles to her cart once more, placing a new order. Since you've run away from home, you must have nowhere else to go these days. You can stay with us. After arranging everything for Fong Ruishan, she recalled that she herself was merely a supporting character, at risk of being expelled from her own home at any moment. She quickly sought Lin Manny's opinion. Gu Shiji's attire bore traces of the black mud she had applied herself. Meanwhile, Fong Ruishan had not bathed for several days, and a faint musty odor lingered about him. Shortly after lunch, the delivery person arrived with the acupuncture needles Gu Shiji had ordered 2 days prior. With the needles arrived on the nation's birthday, Gu Shiji expressed her disinterest in the day's athletic events to Lin Manny, stating her desire to visit the ancestral home and celebrate with her grandparents. Lin Manny, having nothing else to do at home, decided to accompany them. Fong Ruishan followed closely behind. Seated together in the back row of the car, he whispered to Gu Shiji, "Your family seems quite affluent, and your mother treats you well. How did you end up in such dire straits?" This matter is somewhat complex. I shall be brief." And then, Fong Ruishan prepared to listen attentively. After a moment, Gu Shiji sighed again. "Alas, this is a lengthy tale." He continued to lend her his ear. Gu Shiji took a sip of soda and closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep. Fong Ruishan was left bewildered. "Weren't you supposed to be brief? Why have you stopped?" The vehicle arrived at the ancestral home. Knowing that Gu Shiji and Gu Jiangyuan were coming, the elderly Gu couple remained indoors. Upon seeing the elderly lady, Gu Shiji approached and took her hand. "Grandma, I noticed you have dark circles under your eyes. You certainly didn't take a nap, did you? I shall take you inside for a rest. My silver needles have arrived. I must quickly administer a few acupuncture treatments to help clear your blood vessels, ensuring you become the healthiest elderly lady in the neighborhood." Chapter 47. Accidentally demolished the old residence. What? The young girl possesses medical skills? She intends to perform acupuncture on the elderly lady? Old Master Gu gazed at Gu Shiji in astonishment. Madame Gu, too, was taken aback. As for Lin Manny and Gu Jiangyuan, they were already aware during the car ride that Gu Shiji was proficient in traditional Chinese medicine and exceptionally skilled. Thus, they remained quite composed. Fong Ruishan, who was completely oblivious to the situation, had already revealed her identity in front of the Gu family and did not attempt to conceal herself, boldly clad in Gu Jiangyuan's clothing, openly displaying her face. With a puzzled expression, she looked at Gu Shiji and remarked, "Did you not say you would come to accompany your grandparents? Why did you send your grandmother off for a nap? Moreover, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. And my grandfather had stated that sleeping at this hour is detrimental to one's health. What harm could it bring?" Old Master Gu retorted sternly. "Did you not hear Xizhi mention that the old lady has dark circles under her eyes? Given that situation, she should be resting. Otherwise, people might think we are secretly harboring a national treasure, and we would all end up imprisoned." Fong Ruishan, I never expected you to be so humorous at your age. Lin Manny nodded in agreement. Now that you mention it, I have noticed the dark circles are rather pronounced. Come, let us have the old lady take a nap together. Gu Jianyuan chimed in, "Indeed, sister, take grandmother for a longer rest. Sleeping until evening is perfectly acceptable. We can wait until you both awaken to have dinner together." Fong Ruishan, you all just indulge her. As she awaited Gu Shiji's response, she pondered whether the Gu family's affection for Gu Shiji was merely an illusion. Otherwise, how could she be so impoverished? Now, her confusion deepened. Could it be that someone was genuinely engaging in a life of begging for the sake of experience? Gu Shiji ushered the elderly lady into the room, stating, "I cannot allow anyone to disturb grandmother's slumber," as she locked the door. Subsequently, she mentioned giving the elderly lady a massage and discreetly inserted a silver needle into the acupuncture point on her neck, the one often targeted by the detective Kagero Mori. The elderly lady promptly fell unconscious. An hour later, Gu Shiji emerged from the room, meeting the bewildered gazes of several individuals outside. Gu Shiji, her face filled with confusion, queried, "What brings you here?" Old Master Gu adjusted his reading glasses, lamenting, "My eyesight is failing. I can hardly see anything clearly once I remove my glasses and stumbled here in a haze." Gu Jiangyuan supported his grandfather's arm. "Indeed, I noticed grandfather wandering in circles and realized he must not have his glasses on. Fearing for his safety, I hurried over." Lin Manny wielded a feather duster, explaining, "Half of the servants have the day off, and no one is cleaning. I noticed the dust accumulating here, so I came to tidy up." "The only honest one," Fang Ruishan remarked. "I saw everyone gathered here and was curious to see what was happening. By the way, has your grandmother awakened? My grandfather mentioned that elderly individuals should not nap for too long, otherwise, they might suffer from insomnia at night due to a lack of sleepiness. If your grandmother hasn't awoken, perhaps you should rouse her early." Each individual provided a reasonable justification, and Gu Shiji harbored no doubts. After the elderly lady had been treated with acupuncture, it took another half-hour before she finally regained consciousness. Upon waking, Old Master Gu, Lin Manny, and Gu Jiangyuan surrounded her with eager expressions. "Old lady, after your nap, do you feel any different?" "Mom, you mentioned feeling dizzy a few days ago. Is the dizziness any better now?" "Grandma, do you not feel as though you have regained several years of youth?" Fang Ruishan, seated nearby, indulging in afternoon tea and watching a movie with Gu Shiji, was left utterly perplexed. Wait, the Gu matriarch merely took a nap, did she not? How is it that upon waking, she perceives such changes in her body? Her complexion appears revitalized, and she seems full of vitality. She stretched her limbs and remarked, "I must admit, I feel significantly lighter. Previously, I had a sense of heaviness in my chest, but now it has dissipated. It seems taking a nap in the afternoon is indeed beneficial." While Old Master Gu rejoiced for the elderly lady, he cast a somewhat reproachful glance at Gu Shiji, saying, "You truly have a wonderful granddaughter who encourages you to rest. Unlike this old man, who is plagued with dark circles, yet no one reminds me to take a nap. Why is everyone so concerned about my grandmother's post-nap condition? Could they genuinely believe that a simple nap could restore one's health? How naïve. Moreover, is my grandfather a giant infant? At his age, he feels sleep-deprived yet is unaware that he should take a nap, waiting for someone to prompt him? TSK. Gu Shiji reclined on the sofa, rolling her eyes at Old Master Gu's comments. The old man's beard bristled in indignation. "You insolent girl! Who are you calling a giant infant?" The elderly lady stifled a laugh, while Lin Manny gazed at her shoes, remaining silent. Gu Jiangyuan, struggling to suppress his laughter, silently gave Gu Shiji a thumbs up. Fang Ruishan, is the effect of a nap truly so remarkable? Perhaps I should inquire with my grandfather whether the benefits of napping are as substantial as they claim. Xizhi, Old Master Gu turned his gaze toward Gu Shiji, who was sprawled on the sofa without an ounce of decorum. "The servants have the day off at the estate today. You and your brother should assist in tidying up." Daring to mock him as a giant infant, she would no longer have the luxury of idleness. Not all the servants were on leave. A few long-serving loyal servants, along with their descendants who had grown up in the estate, remained. They were merely occupied with their respective duties. Today, the estate's cleanliness was primarily managed by the butler and 2 other servants who found time to attend to it. With insufficient manpower and the estate being extensive, many areas were neglected. Gu Shiji's eyes widened in disbelief as Gu Jiangyuan tugged her to fulfill the command. In the Gu household, the elder's words were akin to an imperial decree, and no one dared to defy them. The 2 stood outside in the courtyard with brooms in hand. "You sweep that side, I'll take the side. Afterward, we'll clean by the pool together." Gu Jiangyuan delegated the tasks. Gu Shiji lethargically took her broom to the far side of the garden, where several exquisitely crafted statues stood. Underneath the statues lay a few leaves and a trash bag that had mysteriously floated over. Gu Shiji swept the area twice, but the leaves and trash bag remained stubbornly in place. After a mere moment of contemplation, she discarded the broom and bent down to lift the statue. Chapter 48. In a moment of inspiration, Gu Shiji found herself cradling a statue of a dog, which, along with its pedestal, stood approximately 2 meters tall. The sitting canine was nearly a meter wide, and Gu Shiji had to stretch her arms fully to grasp it. Although Butler Gu disapproved of allowing the children, Gu Shiji and Gu Jiangyuan, to clean the garden, he could only anxiously observe from the sidelines, waiting for an opportunity to offer assistance. When he saw Gu Shiji lifting the stone dog, he paid it no mind, as the statue was crafted with remarkable realism, and the Gu family children often embraced it in their youth. Some merely hugged it, while others dreamt of lifting the stone dog. Clearly, they were merely dreams. He believed Gu Shiji was no different. Fourth young master, wait for me. He noticed Gu Jiangyuan attempting to climb a tree to retrieve a bag of trash that had mysteriously drifted down. He intended to stop him, but was startled when his peripheral vision caught Gu Shiji actually lifting the stone dog. Such a heavy statue would be impossible for even 3 or 4 adults to move. Yet, this young girl had succeeded in raising it off the ground. Little miss, please put it down. Don't strain your back. After lifting the stone dog, Gu Shiji frowned, clearly displeased. The object was far heavier than she had anticipated. Raising it felt akin to an untrained woman attempting to lift a 30-kilogram sack of rice, quite a struggle. She glanced down and saw she had completely relocated it, exposing the refuse that had been hidden beneath. Just then, Butler Gu rushed over to assist, and fearing he would hinder her efforts, she carelessly tossed the stone dog aside. A resounding crash echoed through the garden. Was there an earthquake? Did I just hear a sound akin to the heavens collapsing? Gu Jiangyuan abandoned his tree-climbing endeavor and rushed over. Gu Shiji stood momentarily dazed, having failed to notice another statue nearby, a standing figure holding a dog leash. This figure, proportioned like an average human, stood about 1.7 meters tall and lacked a pedestal, appearing significantly shorter than the stone dog. It was evident to anyone that this figure was meant to represent the dog's owner. However, Gu Shiji could not comprehend her grandfather's aesthetic choice in placing a stone dog larger than its frail owner in their garden. Yet, this was of little consequence. The pressing matter was that when she had discarded the stone dog, it had audaciously toppled its stone owner. The thunderous noise had originated from the owner's fall. What transpired? The commotion in the garden was loud enough to attract the attention of the household. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, Lin Manny, and the guest Feng Ruishan all hurried out. Gu Shiji, looking at the fallen stone dog and its owner, remarked with utmost seriousness, "Those who do not possess a tall and imposing stature should refrain from keeping excessively large dogs, lest they be knocked down." Witnessing the entire incident, Butler Gu could only remain speechless. The others wore expressions of confusion. Feng Ruishan, the honest one, bluntly inquired, "While your reasoning is indeed sound, could you please explain how a stone dog could topple its equally stony owner?" The rest remained silent, yet their clear gazes betrayed their shared curiosity. Her compulsion to rectify the situation remained unchanged. Seeing something on the ground compelled her to lift it. For instance, the poor stone owner lay pitifully on the ground. The stone dog, when cast aside, had occupied a portion of its owner's space, revealing the pile of trash beneath. She proceeded to assist the stone owner, relocating it to a different position before moving the stone dog slightly as well. The onlookers in the garden were momentarily enlightened. Feng Ruishan, astonished, exclaimed, "Gu Shiji, how can you possess such strength?" Gu Shiji certainly harbored a desire to be languid. Yet a person who had once prioritized work over life itself could hardly transform completely after a single brush with death. Once she commenced a task, she became earnest in her endeavors. Feng Ruishan experienced an epiphany and firmly believed, indeed, the notion that Popeye becomes strong after eating spinach is true. I must also consume more spinach henceforth. The Gu family regarded him as if he were a fool. They surmised that this peculiar strength likely stemmed from the unreliable system associated with Gu Shiji. If such a thing existed, he wished to partake in spinach as soon as possible. In the garden, soon only the duo assigned to cleaning and the ever-eager butler Gu remained. Gu Shiji diligently cleared the refuse beneath both statues, applying the same method to other sculptures scattered throughout the garden. After completing this section, she sought out Gu Jiangyuan. Gu Jiangyuan had been startled by the commotion on her end, momentarily distracted and forgetting the trash in the tree. As Gu Shiji approached, she looked up and spotted the bag hanging from the branches. Gu Jiangyuan, noticing her gaze, followed suit and exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot. I'll climb up and get it down right away." With that, he began discarding his broom and rolling up his sleeves. The area they were in was filled with various trees, osmanthus, phoenix trees, and others of unknown variety. One of their cleaning objectives was to gather the fallen leaves. Gu Jiangyuan had already swept a portion, and a small pile of leaves had accumulated, yet new ones continued to fall. Gu Shiji alternated her attention between the leaves on the ground and those drifting down from the branches. Suddenly, inspiration struck. "Fourth brother, there's no need for you to climb. I can shake the leaves down myself." "Huh?" Today, being the birthday of the nation, Gu Shiji was in good spirits and patiently explained Gu Jiangyuan's perplexity. "I intend to shake all the dead leaves from the tree so that we can clean everything at once. There's no need to worry about new debris falling just after we finish. I'll also bring down that trash bag up there." Gu Jiangyuan's eyes lit up as if illuminated by a lamp. Chapter 49. The fourth brother rendered someone unconscious. "Quick, look over there." The garden before him was no longer the familiar haven he once knew. The dozen trees he had observed the gardener tending to with utmost diligence stood barren, some even bereft of numerous branches, as if they had just endured a calamitous natural disaster. Gu Shiji stood awkwardly to the side, apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I lost control of my strength, and it ended up like this." She had been so engrossed in shaking the trees that she hadn't noticed the state of disarray surrounding her. Gu Jiangyuan was too astonished to remind her. The commotion attracted the inhabitants of the residence, who rushed out collectively, bewildered. He felt an urgent need for a cup of tea to calm his nerves. Although Gu Shiji and Gu Jiangyuan lacked experience in cleaning, their youth and vitality aided them. In approximately half an hour, they managed to clear most of the debris, leaving only a scattering of leaves carried about by the wind. Some of the leaves had settled on the grass. Gu Shiji, armed with a broom, ventured forth to sweep the leaves and stumbled upon a peculiar object on the ground that resembled trash, yet was immovable. Resolutely, she squatted down and tugged at it vigorously, dislodging the stubborn object, which turned out to be attached to a long pipe, akin to a water hose. Applying significant force, she realized too late that something was amiss. The pipe snapped, unleashing a torrent of water. "What on earth, Gigi? What have you done now?" The elderly Gu family members were once again startled. Observing the waterlogged grass, the patriarch sighed. "No need for you to clean anymore. Just go lie down in the living room and continue your idleness." Gu Shiji gazed at the chaotic garden with an innocent expression. "It seems everything in my grandfather's garden is rather fragile. It simply cannot withstand much. If I had known that by merely putting in some effort, my grandfather would insist I continue my idle ways, I should have acted sooner." The old gentleman shot her a glare. Were it not for the inability to let her realize he could hear her thoughts, he would have given her a stern reprimand. This is what they say online. When one can blame others, one should not blame oneself, right? The garden's state was somehow the garden's fault in the end. Gu Jiangyuan felt he had acquired a new skill. The next time his grandfather assigned him a task, he would resort to this tactic. Regardless of the outcome, Gu Shiji had indeed exerted effort in her cleaning endeavors. At dinner that night, she unabashedly indulged in 2 extra bowls of rice. Meanwhile, Fang Ruishan, experiencing the culinary delights of the family's chef for the first time, also partook of 2 additional servings. After the meal, he sought out Gu Shiji. "Sister Ji, may I discuss something with you?" Gu Shiji, munching on the watermelon the matriarch had offered her, replied, Do you think I resemble you in some way? We both have 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth. Gu Shiji turned in surprise. Are you implying that because we look so alike, we must be long-lost siblings? Exactly. No wonder I felt an instant connection when I first laid eyes on you. Feng Ruishan exclaimed excitedly. How about we vow brotherhood over this cake? The cake rested upon the coffee table. After our vow, I shall be the grandson of your grandparents. They are not getting any younger, as their grandson. I should spend more time with them. I think I shall just live here. Gu Shiji was taken aback. She could only manage to come here for a meal once a day. Feng Ruishan wished to reside here, partaking in 5 meals daily. She promptly declined. Let's not. The law of universal gravitation states that the more alike 2 people are, the less they should swear brotherhood. Otherwise, sugar would lose its sweetness, and chili would lose its saltiness. Feng Ruishan was left in a state of confusion. Does the law of universal gravitation really say that? And since when is sugar spicy? What kind of chili is salty? Wait a moment, I'll look it up. He immediately pulled out his tablet to search. Gu Jiangyuan, sitting nearby with a cup of water, had listened to the entire exchange. Suddenly, he felt a surge of confidence in his intelligence. Perhaps he was quite clever after all. Lin Manny extravagantly purchased several tickets for the upcoming sports events. The next day, the 3 of them, accompanied by Feng Ruishan, continued to attend the matches. While still in the car, Lin Manny instructed Gu Shiji not to beg for food again that day. She had already portrayed herself as so pitiful without any gain. After 2 consecutive days of watching the sports events, Gu Shiji received the acupuncture needles she had ordered online. Feng Ruishan, I just remembered that I left something in your room. Will you accompany me to find it? What? Gu Jiangyuan's alarm bells rang. His adorable sister intended to enter Feng Ruishan's room alone with him? He turned in shock, only to see Gu Shiji holding the familiar acupuncture needles. Instantly, his panic subsided. Recalling Gu Shiji's previous antics at the old residence, he understood she likely did not wish others to know of her medical skills. Much like Conan, who concealed his identity as a detective by rendering Muri Kagaro unconscious before acting, he felt it was his duty as an older brother to handle this preparatory work. He glanced at the table, spotting a baseball bat he had just retrieved to practice with. He picked it up and swung it with force. Gu Shiji gasped, "Fourth brother. Why did you knock him out?" Huh? I merely wanted to test if this bat was still functional, and it accidentally struck his head. Gu Shiji believed him. Yet she sighed. Alas, I had intended to discreetly inform Feng Ruishan that I could remedy his throat issue and request his discretion. After all, Feng Ruishan could sell a concert ticket for a fortune. He surely had no lack of money. And I must leave my mark in doing good to allow him the chance to repay me. She glanced at Feng Ruishan, unconscious and sprawled on the sofa. Should I wait for him to awaken before treating him? Otherwise, if he does not believe I cured him, I would be at a loss. She scrutinized the baseball bat in her hands, shaking her head. Feng Ruishan was simply too feeble, fainting from just one blow and remaining unconscious for so long. Thankfully, Xizhi had not sworn brotherhood with him. That would have been embarrassing. I've got it. I'll record a video while treating him. Gu Shiji devised a perfect plan. Feng Ruishan's ailment required not only acupuncture, but also several days of medication. Gu Shiji stealthily took Feng Ruishan to the pharmacy, and then snuck a rice cooker from the kitchen. The 2 spent several nights holed up in the room, successfully restoring Feng Ruishan's croaky voice to a melodious one. As the National Day holiday came to an end, Gu Shiji dozed off in class, only to be jolted awake by a sudden outburst. Quick, look over there. Goodness. Could this be real? Chapter 50. Participation is not out of the question. Xizhi, wake up quickly and take a look over there. Gu Shiji, in a daze, dreamt she had transformed into a rattle drum, shaken uncontrollably. She groggily lifted her head and spotted the source of her disturbance, who, after creating the ruckus, had not fled, but was instead half leaning against the window, gazing outside. Curiously, Gu Shiji followed her gaze. It was just past 10 in the morning, and the sunlight outside was blinding, nearly rendering her sightless, causing tears to spring forth unexpectedly. I can't look anymore. Just tell me what S over there. Her eyes were too beautiful to be distressed. Li Shuangshuang exclaimed, "It's Fan Jiang. Fan Jiang has come to our school, and he is even wearing our school uniform. Could it be that he is transferring here?" She sat down, hands resting on the back of the chair, looking at Gu Shiji with concern. "He wouldn't have transferred here for Gu Sirou, would he? To better drive you out of school?" Zhang Qi, who had just lost a game, lifted his gaze and shot Li Shuangshuang a disdainful look, scoffing meaningfully. Li Shuangshuang suddenly recalled an incident that had occurred in a narrow alley. I'll continue with my problems," she said, turning away to bury her head in her math workbook, pondering over the exercises. "By the way," she turned back after a while, "have you heard about the math competition?" On Gu Shiji's desk lay a water bottle. Whether filled by Li Shuangshuang or Zhang Qi was unknown. She twisted the cap off and took a sip. Upon hearing the mention of the competition, she shook her head, saying no. She capped the bottle again, preparing to return to sleep, completely indifferent to the math competition. Li Shuangshuang continued, "I heard this math competition is nationwide, with a prize of 30,000 for the first place, and the top 3 can represent our country in the International Mathematical Olympiad. The international competition has even more substantial rewards." If you're talking about money, then I'm suddenly wide awake. Gu Shiji felt as if she had just awakened from a 24-hour slumber, her spirits lifted. "Are there any restrictions for registration? Where do I sign up? Do we need to fill out any forms?" Li Shuangshuang replied, "It should be enough to just inform the teacher, right?" She was a poor student, destined to be excluded from the math competition, knowing only about the prize money but little else. "Okay, here is some chocolate for you." Having received the information she desired, Gu Shiji generously pulled out some chocolate from her drawer and handed it to Li Shuangshuang. Zhang Qi, having died twice in the game, glanced up, exasperated. "Li Shuangshuang, do you really think she would enter this math competition?" He felt that his chances of participating were far greater than Gu Shiji's. Li Shuangshuang replied, "I just thought the prize was quite appealing, so I wanted to mention it to Xizhi." Gu Shiji checked her WeChat balance and murmured, "It's not entirely out of the question." "What?" Zhang Qi was taken aback. "Gu Shiji, are you not familiar with yourself? Don't you know you're a poor student?" Li Shuangshuang was equally astonished, assuming Gu Shiji was joking. Gu Shiji ignored their reactions, glancing at the class schedule on the board, noting that math class was in the afternoon. She would have to wait until then to consider registration. The news of Fan Jiang transferring to Ning City No. 1 High School had already spread throughout the school. Posts about it on the school forum had garnered significant attention. "Wow, this is so romantic. Fan Jiang, the little delinquent, actually transferred to our school to protect Gu Sirou. How endearing. Gu Sirou is truly the princess of the group, with knights overcoming all odds to be by her side." Students in class 1 of the first year envied Gu Sirou. The director and other artists in her group spoke highly of her, mentioning future collaboration opportunities. She was in a good mood. Listening to her classmates' conversations and reading envious comments on the school forum, she contemplated temporarily forgiving Fan Jiang for previously deceiving her. She pulled out her phone and sent Fan Jiang a message. "I heard you transferred to our school. Let us have lunch together." In stark contrast to the envy in Class 1, students in Class 18 were worried about Gu Shiji. Ever since she had boldly confronted the math teacher the day before the National Day holiday and emerged unscathed, she had become an idol in the eyes of most classmates in Class 18. While Gu Shiji continued to sleep, they hesitated to disturb her and instead turned to Zhang Qi, the once dominant figure in their class. "Zhang Qi, what do you think we should do? Fan Jiang, who used to be in another school, has come here and he has been trying to pressure Gu Shiji into leaving. Now that he has transferred, will he come looking for her 9 times in 3 days? Gu Shiji is just a girl. If Fan Jiang truly seeks her out that often, she would surely be driven mad. Zhang Qi, you are the leader of our first-year class. You must think of something." Zhang Qi, feeling overwhelmed by the incompetence of his teammates, had died countless times in the game trying to save them. He found the experience utterly unenjoyable. He contemplated a refund and quitting the game altogether. Impatiently waving his hand, he dismissed their concerns. Get lost. Don't bother me with this nonsense. The others, perplexed by his indifference, left dejectedly, continuing their discussions. I've been noticing that Zhangqi often takes Gu Shiji's cup when he goes to get water. I thought their relationship was quite close, but now it seems he has no intention of getting involved in this matter. What will happen to Gu Shiji? If even Zhangqi went to help her, could it be that she is truly on the verge of dropping out? Not only did they believe Gu Shiji was about to leave school, but others throughout the school shared the same sentiment. In class 3 of the 3rd year, Sui opened the school forum and handed his phone to Gu Jiangyuan. Shall we talk to your other sister, Gu Sirou? Maybe she could say a few good words for Xizhi to Fan Jiang? Or perhaps I could accompany you, and we could confront Fan Jiang together? Chapter 51. Gu Shiji entered alongside Fan Jiang as the midday bell rang, signaling the end of classes. Gu Sirou took out her phone, pondering whether the transfer matters had yet to be resolved. Su Jing jogged over, linking her arm with Gu Sirou's as they headed towards the cafeteria. Noticing her friend engrossed in her phone, she curiously inquired if Fan Jiang had invited her to lunch. Indeed, it made sense. After all, he had transferred to their school for her, so he would surely seek her out at the earliest opportunity. Gu Sirou quickly locked her phone screen and replied with a smile. I turned him down. There are bound to be many eyes on him right now, and I have no desire to become the center of attention alongside him. Oh! Soon after, 2 other girls joined them on their way to the cafeteria, engaging in further discussions about Fan Jiang. Upon learning that he had asked Gu Sirou to lunch only to be rejected, they expressed their understanding. In class 18 of the 1st year, the moment the dismissal bell rang, Gu Shiji sat up. Like many of her contemporaries, she had developed the habit of instinctively checking her phone whenever she was not sleeping or engaged in activities that prohibited its use. She pulled out her phone and noticed unread WeChat messages, hesitating momentarily before opening them. A frown creased her forehead, revealing her reluctance. Li Shuang, waiting for her to join for lunch, observed her confusion. What's wrong? Did something happen? Gu Shiji, feeling a surge of irritation, ran her fingers through her hair. It's nothing. Just that Fan Jiang asked me to lunch. He's waiting at the classroom door. Li Shuang instinctively glanced toward the classroom entrance and was momentarily startled. Forgetting how to breathe, there stood a boy with a rebellious air, his silver hair glinting in the light, backlit as he leaned against the door. Clad in the loose-fitting uniform of their school, he resembled a character from a comic book, handsome to the point of taking one's breath away. However, it seemed as though an invisible barrier surrounded him. Passing students maintained their distance, daring only to steal glances from afar. Li Shuang could faintly hear her classmates whispering cautiously. Fan Jiang is so good to Gu Sirou, isn't he? He won't even wait a moment longer for her. He just transferred here and is already causing a stir. Doesn't he worry about getting expelled? What should we do? Should we rush in to protect Gu Shiji? After all, as boys, it's our duty to protect the girls in our class, right? Amidst the concern of her peers, Gu Shiji made her way toward Fan Jiang, her face betraying clear impatience. Why did you transfer to our school? Upon seeing her, Fan Jiang wore an embarrassed expression. My dad found out about my repeated visits to your school and pulled some strings to have me transferred. The other students still dared not approach them, and this exchange was confined to just the 3 of them. Li Shuang was taken aback by this revelation, her mind racing with questions. What did this mean? Was Fan Jiang's father aware of his intentions to pressure Gu Shiji into withdrawing from school, hoping to make it easier for him to bully her? Or did he know that Gu Shiji had secretly retaliated against Fan Jiang and wanted her to teach him a lesson again? It was hard to believe that the notorious local troublemaker would comply so readily with his father's wishes. She refrained from asking which scenario was true. Gu Shiji, uninterested in the implications, briefly inquired before leading the way. The cafeteria's chicken legs were in high demand, and they had no time to lose. As they departed, some wondered if Fan Jiang intended to take Gu Shiji to a secluded spot to confront her. Hurry! Let us capture this on video and post it on the school forum. If anything happens to Gu Shiji, we'll have evidence. Some discreetly followed behind, while others uploaded videos to the school forum. This wave of gossip swiftly reached Gu Sirou. Sirou, you must see the school forum. It seems you might as well surrender to Fan Jiang. He truly adores you, having transferred just to find Gu Shiji. Fan Jiang wants to eliminate all obstacles for you at school, so you can study in peace. How thoughtful. Gu Sirou clicked on the forum, quickly absorbing the information. A smile crept across her face, mingled with a tinge of worry. I've told him several times not to trouble Gu Shiji. She will always be my sister. Even if she doesn't regard me as her sister, I still wish to look after her. But Fan Jiang, he truly cares too much for me. What should I do? Frustration and a sense of helplessness washed over her. Su Jing and 2 other classmates attempted to console her. This is all Gu Shiji's doing. If she hadn't foolishly been envious and done so much to provoke you, Fan Jiang wouldn't have intervened. It's not your fault. You are the victim here. Just let Fan Jiang handle it. If he insists on avenging you, let him. Gu Sirou felt torn but ultimately remained silent. As a member of the student council, she was well acquainted with many upperclassmen. Word of Fan Jiang's transfer had spread among the 2nd and 3rd year students. On their way to the cafeteria, some upperclassmen approached Gu Sirou to confirm the rumor. Sirou, is it true that Fan Jiang transferred to our school to protect you? Wow, how romantic. I'm so envious. Especially the upperclassmen, who wished they could be in Gu Sirou's position, receiving such unwavering protection. Gu Sirou's status as the beloved princess of the school was now solidified. In no time, her bashful acceptance of the attention was captured and posted on the school forum. Shortly after Gu Sirou and her friends entered the cafeteria, Gu Shiji and Fan Jiang arrived outside. Those who had followed them, anticipating a confrontation that would leave Gu Shiji in tears, were bewildered. Isn't Fan Jiang supposed to take Gu Shiji to a secluded corner to bully her? Why is he bringing her to the cafeteria instead? Surely, he wouldn't be strong enough to bully her after a meal, would he? Fan Jiang chatted amiably with Gu Shiji, learning of her fondness for the cafeteria's chicken legs. As they neared the entrance, he rushed inside to queue for her. It's Fan Jiang. He is here for lunch. Has he already resolved things with Gu Shiji? Gu Sirou and Su Jing were queuing at the window closest to the entrance, surrounded by admirers. Upon hearing the commotion at the cafeteria door, they turned to look. Sirou. Fan Jiang is right there. Did he really settle things with Gu Shiji so quickly? Gu Sirou, contemplating the scene, decided, I'll go over and greet him. And perhaps ask him a few questions. Chapter 52. The first wave of slaps. Gu Sirou, speaking as she walked out of the line, made her way toward Fan Jiang's team. Fan Jiang, oblivious to Gu Sirou's presence, turned his head excitedly toward the entrance as soon as he joined the queue. Hurry. Come over here. His enthusiastic demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a notorious school bully. Rather, it resembled that of an eager admirer. Confused by whom he was calling, Gu Sirou turned to look in the same direction. Others who had been watching Fan Jiang also glanced curiously towards the cafeteria entrance. Gu Shiji and Li Shuang entered, arm in arm, engaged in light-hearted conversation, radiating joy. A few onlookers from Class 18 trailed behind them. Is that Gu Shiji? Didn't she just get dragged off by Fan Jiang for a lesson? How could she appear so unaffected? Could it be that Fan Jiang was speaking to Gu Shiji? Among the newcomers, aside from the spectators from Class 18, only Gu Shiji and Li Shuang were left. The onlookers from Class 18 seemed even more bewildered. Clearly not the individuals Fan Jiang was waiting for. Thus, only Gu Shiji and Li Shuang remained. Furrowing her brow, Gu Sirou immediately dismissed this possibility. Given Fan Jiang's disdain for Gu Shiji due to her connection with her, it was implausible that he would queue for her in the cafeteria, let alone speak to her in such a tone. Shiji, Fan Jiang is in line. Let us hurry over, Li Shuang said, a hint of fear in her voice as she tugged Gu Shiji along. Fan Jiang, seemingly unaware of the attention he was attracting, inquired of Gu Shiji, there are so many people in line. Should I go and drive them away? Gu Shiji shot him an exasperated glance. Don't be reckless. Just cue properly. Oh, then come stand in front of me. There's no one behind us anyway, so it wouldn't be considered cutting in line. Fan Jiang obediently relinquished his position. Gu Shiji, not one to be polite, accepted. The students ahead of Fan Jiang trembled with apprehension. While they were curious to glance at the famed bully, they feared being remembered by him for daring to stand in front of him, potentially facing the consequences later. As for abandoning their place and fleeing, they were equally hesitant, fearing recognition. The onlookers realized that Fan Jiang was indeed waiting for Gu Shiji. However, it was not quite as they had imagined. He did not seem to be seeking trouble with her, but rather appeared to be courting her favor. When Gu Shiji instructed him to cue properly, he complied without hesitation. Goodness, he was surprisingly well-behaved. Gu Sirou stood frozen, incredulous. How could this be? Su Jing rushed over, linking her arm with Gu Sirou's, equally perplexed. The students ahead of Gu Shiji did not dare to linger when it came time to select their meals. They hastily chose the nearest dishes and hurriedly departed. Consequently, they soon reached Gu Shiji's group. As they three bought their meals and sought a place to sit, Gu Sirou remained rooted in place, her expression one of existential doubt. Su Jing still clung to her arm. Nearby stood two other girls from Class 1. Their gazes toward Fan Jiang akin to that of a betrayed partner observing a cheating spouse. Su Jing, emboldened by her acquaintance with Gu Sirou and having seen Fan Jiang a few times, took a bold step. As Gu Shiji and her companions passed by, she called out to Fan Jiang, "Fan Jiang, what are you doing? Don't you know that Gu Shiji bullies Sirou? Why are you dining with her?" Only then did Fan Jiang notice Gu Sirou, his expression turning irritated as he impatiently replied, "I can eat with whoever I want. That's none of your business." Previously, he had been cautious, attempting to maintain a facade due to their past connection. However, now that his father had learned of Gu Shiji's brutal lesson, he had been sent directly to her side. Suddenly enlightened, he realized he needed to win Gu Shiji over, otherwise, he feared his father might persuade her to beat him again. Su Jing was incensed, feeling that with Gu Sirou present, Fan Jiang would not dare to act against her. In her fury, she exclaimed, "You confessed your feelings to her?" Fan Jiang looked perplexed. When did I ever confess to her? Who said that? Bring them forth, so I can deal with them. How dare they spread such rumors about me? Su Jing. Gu Sirou attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Su Jing, nearly laughing in disbelief, spoke rapidly, "Fan Jiang, haven't you heard the saying, if you want to keep something secret, you must not do it? Even if no one else knows about your confession to Sirou, how could she not? Are you planning to eliminate her after being rejected?" Su Jing. Gu Sirou was genuinely mortified. Fan Jiang's gaze turned dangerous as he fixed it on Gu Sirou. "Are you implying that you said this? That I confessed to you? I haven't even seen you lately. What could I confess? How could you spread such a rumor? If my father hears, he'll think I'm trying to date early and I'll get another beating. I considered you a friend, but it seems you wish to harm me." He pulled out his phone, genuinely anxious, knowing that if his father could learn of his secretive troubles with Gu Shiji, he could just as easily hear this rumor from Gu Sirou. "I'm saying this for the last time," Fan Jiang declared, surveying the crowd as he dialed. "I have never confessed to her, not in the past, nor will I ever in the future." He needed to clarify this matter swiftly or face the consequences. What? Gu Sirou lied? Fan Jiang never confessed to her, yet she told classmates he did? Is she attempting to masquerade as a heartthrob? The crowd looked on in astonishment. Could it be that the earlier claims of Fan Jiang assisting her against Gu Shiji were also mere fabrications? Just look at how well he and Gu Shiji were getting along. He certainly did not appear to be someone who would instigate trouble with her. Chapter 53. Do not bring shame to the school. Gu Jianyuan remarked, "It seems we need not worry about your sister anymore. She is now on good terms with Fan Jiang and Zhang Qi. She will surely manage well at school, and even after we graduate, no one would dare to bully her." Su Yi, who was also in the cafeteria, looked on with a sense of relief. Gu Jianyuan, listening to Gu Shiji's inner thoughts, found it somewhat amusing. She might not think that way. Not far away, A classmate who had not yet finished their meal hurriedly cleared their tray to give way to Gu Shiji and the others. Gu Shiji, biting into a chicken leg, wore a look of melancholy. Oh no, why did Fan Jiang want to have lunch with me? I should have outright refused him earlier. Now, how can I ask him to act with me in the future? My dream of dropping out and lounging at home might have to be postponed. Fan Jiang noticed Gu Shiji's gloomy demeanor as soon as she sat down and inquired, "Is the food really that bad?" Gu Shiji shook her head and glanced at him, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed. It seems I need to devise another plan regarding my desire to drop out. Gu Sirou, having not finished her meal, abruptly left. Throughout the entire lunch break, the school was abuzz with discussions about the matter. By the afternoon, it was reported that she had even skipped class. This was no longer a concern for the students of Class 18. They were preoccupied with another issue. Zhang Yang, suspecting he had misheard, confirmed with Gu Shiji, "Did you just say you want to sign up for the math competition?" Gu Shiji nodded. "Indeed, I wish to register." I inquired, "And anyone can sign up for the preliminary round, so I can certainly participate." "No," Zhang Yang responded, as if he had heard a joke. "Everyone can register. But those who do are usually good at math. Do you think someone who sleeps in class and has never completed an assignment is fit for this?" Gu Shiji continued to nod. "I am suitable and the registration criteria do not state otherwise. If you do not submit my name, you would be discriminating against underachievers. And that would be inappropriate." Zhang Yang felt a smirk coming on. "So you do recognize yourself as an underachiever," he said, slamming his books down on the table in frustration. "What do you mean by suitable? With your abilities, even if you participated, you would only lower our school's average score. Stop this nonsense. An underachiever like you shouldn't even think about entering a math competition." Having said that, he gathered his books and left, not wanting to linger in a class filled with underachievers. "And as for you all, this math competition has nothing to do with you. The 3 spots for our class will be given to Class 1. With that, he walked away. Gu Shiji did not expect that even signing up would be such a challenge. Li Shuangshuang suggested, "Sister Ji, perhaps you should reconsider registering, although the prize money is substantial. Merely participating doesn't guarantee anything. If you're just going to be a bystander, it would be a waste of your time." The others chimed in, "Exactly, Gu Shiji. Don't bother with this competition. You might just end up sleeping at your desk during the event, which wouldn't be comfortable at all. Such competitions are utterly pointless. Look at me, I've never participated in any." Gu Shiji responded with a hum. "I believe you all make valid points. But I still wish to participate in this competition. Not only this one, please help me find out if there are any other competitions with prizes." Her thoughts suddenly ignited. Age restrictions aside, she could earn money through knowledge. Just by sitting at a desk for a few hours and completing some papers, she could earn several thousand. Such an hourly wage was quite appealing, far easier than leading others in gaming. The group gazed at her, convinced she had lost her mind. They believed the further away from such competitions, the better. They would rather not participate, even if it meant facing ridicule. Just as they resigned themselves to letting Gu Shiji be, she spoke up. "The teacher mentioned that our class has 3 spots available for the competition. Does anyone else wish to sign up? I can register us together." "What?" The surrounding classmates stared at Gu Shiji, bewildered. Was she not content with her own madness, but intent on dragging them along as well? They all shook their heads. Even if there were a few eager learners in the class, they all understood that participating would only mean being a mere bystander, wasting their time. "Then I'll select the participants myself. Li Shuangshuang and the math class representative, you both will join me in the competition. Since those 3 spots belong to our class, the teacher has no right to allocate them to others." The math class representative wanted to refuse, but recalled the teacher's disparaging remarks about their classmates before leaving. After some contemplation, he ultimately agreed. If someone like Gu Shiji, who only slept in class, was willing to compete, then he had nothing to fear. As for Li Shuangshuang, though reluctant, she thought it better to accompany Gu Shiji than let her face ridicule alone. The next class was English, and for once, Gu Shiji stayed awake, though she did not pay attention to the lesson. In front of her lay a mathematics textbook, which she diligently flipped through. pausing at each page as if scanning from the first line to the last. After finishing the math book, she began perusing their math workbook with the same diligence, moving quickly yet with focus. Having completed the workbook, she rummaged through her drawer, uncovering a pile of math papers that lacked her name, and reviewed them all. Upon reaching the last question of the final paper, she frowned. Subsequently, she pulled out her phone and sent a message in the newly created family group chat. At a bookstore not far from the school gate, Gu Shiji selected several sets of past competition papers and 2 books on high school Olympiad mathematics. Li Shuangshuang, somewhat dazed, followed suit and purchased the same papers and books. Finally, she stood in front of the bookstore's audiovisual section, delightedly gazing at a CD in her hands, only to be shoved aside by someone exclaiming, "Step aside, Fong Ruishan. That CD is mine." Chapter 54. The Unbelievable Actions of the System and Such Rewards? Li Shuangshuang was nearly knocked over. The one who pushed her was a girl from Class 1 who had been following Gu Sirou during lunch. She snatched the CD from Li Shuangshuang's hands. Li Shuangshuang steadied herself, feeling a pang of urgency. "I clearly got it first." The girl wore a smug expression. "But it's in my hands now, so it belongs to me." After saying this, she called over a few companions and sashayed off to the checkout. Gu Shiji finished selecting her items and wandered off to read a novel for a moment. Hearing the commotion, she approached, only to see a few people swaggering away and Li Shuangshuang with teary, red eyes, looking utterly wronged. After grasping the situation, she sighed. Gently ruffling Li Shuangshuang's fluffy short hair, she said, "Come on, let us go check out too." Li Shuangshuang nodded, looking dejected. By the time they arrived, the girl who had snatched the CD was already opening her phone to pay, waiting for the cashier to scan the QR code. The CD lay on the table. Gu Shiji stepped forward, blocking the QR code with one hand while she lifted the CD with the other. The girl, Chen Min, looked at Gu Shiji in surprise. "What are you doing?" Gu Shiji lazily waved the CD. "I'm sorry, but according to your earlier statement, whatever is in someone else's hands belongs to them, so now it is mine. Li Shuangshuang, hurry up and pay." She handed the CD to Li Shuangshuang, who was still dazed, accepting it in a stupor. Chen Min, in disbelief and fury, exclaimed, "How dare you?" Gu Shiji looked at her in confusion. "I'm about to check out. Isn't that quite obvious?" Chen Min had only taken one CD, which meant she wouldn't have to pay at all. Gu Shiji pulled her aside. "If you're not buying anything, don't hinder others from checking out." The cashier, merely an employee, preferred to avoid conflict and began scanning the items Li Shuangshuang had purchased. "Let go of me. That CD is mine. I got it first," Chen Min protested. Gu Shiji pointed at the surveillance camera in the audiovisual section. "There's a camera right there. It must have recorded what you just did and said. Have you already forgotten your own words when you snatched it?" Chen Min. Li Shuangshuang had already completed her transaction. Fuming, Chen Min left with her friends. Li Shuangshuang was still in a daze, and when she finally processed everything, she nearly hugged Gu Shiji and showered her with gratitude. "Sister Ji, thank you so much." Gu Shiji rummaged through her book bag for the receipt, calculating how much she had spent on her books. She transferred the money to Li Shuangshuang and then heard her contentedly say, "Being able to buy Fong Ruishan's CD feels almost like attending his concert." Gu Shiji turned to glance at her, thinking that seemed a bit excessive. "As for the concert? It shouldn't be too difficult, right?" she pondered, opening a WeChat conversation with a rather juvenile avatar. This was Lin Wenwei, Lin Manny's older brother, whom she had called second uncle since childhood. This second uncle, known for his lack of ambition, was infamous in the city for his frivolity, yet he inexplicably adored Gu Sirou. He even had a dedicated room for her. After personally picking up Gu Sirou, he received a call from a friend and went out for drinks, leaving Gu Sirou alone at home. Gu Sirou sat by the bay window, browsing the school forum when her phone rang with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Hadn't she said not to contact her again? Her tone was sharp and impatient. A male voice on the other end threatened, "Send me another $1 million, or I'll expose what you did for me." Gu Sirou's expression darkened, her grip on the phone tightening, veins bulging on the back of her hand. Do you dare? Half an hour from now, if I don't receive the money, you can test whether I dare or not. Taking a deep breath, Gu Sirou replied, Fine. I'll transfer the money shortly, but this is the last time. The caller hung up without another word. Gu Sirou, fuming, grabbed a notebook and opened it. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, causing the screen to go black as lines of code began to appear. Just then, a new text message arrived. It was a bank card number, sent from the same unfamiliar number. She copied the number, swiftly opening her banking app to initiate a transfer. Simultaneously, her other hand moved even faster on the keyboard, leaving only a blur in its wake as lines of code flashed rapidly on the computer screen. Once all the code had ceased, a red began to pulse on the screen. She made a phone call. I'm sending you his location. If you take care of him, I'll help you out this once. Upon receiving a response, a slight smile graced her lips. Trying to threaten her? Humph. She was now the internationally ranked fourth hacker, S. After managing those tedious matters, Gu Sirou resumed her browsing of the school forum, where nearly every post was rife with insults and accusations of hypocrisy against her. After manipulating her computer for a moment, the next instant, all derogatory posts had been entirely erased. Gu Jiangyu sat in the living room, a laptop open before him as he continued working. Ding, a system task was triggered. As the saying goes, a sycophant eventually gains everything. As the female supporting character of this tale, the host must diligently flatter Guijing. The host is reminded that Gu Jiangyu and the others have long been aware of Guijing's plans, merely setting a trap for him. System. Who told you that a sycophant gains everything? Are you sure this person isn't trying to harm you? Gu Jiangyu suddenly looked up at Gu Xizhi. Was she conversing with the system again? Did another task arise? Gu Xizhi had initially considered finding another opportunity to discuss Xizhi with Gu Jiangyu, but upon hearing the system's words, she also glanced in his direction. Gu Jiangyu smirked, feeling quite pleased. The little one is praising me. Host. Now is not the time for compliments. Please complete the task promptly. The reward for this task. Gu Xizhi? What? The system is so outrageous and there are such rewards? Chapter 55. Am I going to betray my brother? Gu Xizhi doubted whether her ears were malfunctioning. System. Could you repeat that? You, a malicious female antagonist system, can actually help me reverse my fate and become the protagonist? Don't you find that utterly absurd? To ensure Gu Xizhi completed her task, the system reiterated its message. The reward for completing this task was a chance to draw a lottery, with the prize including the opportunity to become the protagonist. Once the host became the heroine of the story, she would no longer need to fear being harmed by the female lead. After confirming she hadn't misheard, Gu Xizhi felt a surge of desire for this reward. If she became the protagonist, she wouldn't have to run away from home to escape Gu Sirou, thereby avoiding the unfortunate fate of a child unable to thrive. Gu Jiangyu was equally astonished. This little system is quite impressive. It can assist her in becoming the protagonist? System, what is the probability of winning this reward? She was not yet overwhelmed by excitement. Just as everyone can spare 2 coins to buy a lottery ticket, not everyone is destined to win. The crucial factor remains the probability, which ultimately hinges on luck. Gu Xizhi. System, perhaps you should just disappear. Host, consider this. The odds are actually quite favorable. Look at the probability of winning the lottery, which is even lower, yet many people still take the chance. Haha, while the probability of winning the lottery may be low, the cost is minimal. You're asking me to betray my brother for a mere 1 in 10,000 chance? Eavesdropping, Gu Jiangyu had finally learned the answer he sought. So, it was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Yet, there was still a possibility. Although he did not believe in the protagonist's halo, nor did he trust that under their protection, Gu Sirou could truly harm Gu Xizhi if it meant helping Gu Xizhi become the heroine. Her life would surely be smoother and more secure. This task must be undertaken. Additionally, your little uncle was always an excellent student. After dinner, let him tutor you. As Gu Shiji attempted to reject the task, Gu Jiangyu's voice suddenly rang in her ears. I suspect he has a tapeworm inside me. Knowing exactly what I'm thinking about Gu Yijing. Gu Jiangyu cast a knowing glance at Gu Shiji, then pulled out his phone, feigning a conversation with his assistant. The contract with Xizhi is finalized, correct? Excellent. Regarding his work arrangements. He rambled for 5 or 6 minutes about matters related to Xizhi, even sharing how he had orchestrated a trap for Gu Yijing. Gu Shiji, initially uninterested, inadvertently absorbed every word. After Gu Jiangyu ended the call, he turned to Gu Shiji, his expression suddenly wavering. Xizhi, do you think what I just said was too excessive? He is our little uncle. Have I gone too far in scheming against him? Should I stop now or perhaps find someone to warn him in advance so he can be prepared? Honestly, if someone informed him ahead of time, I would feel more at ease. Gu Shiji? She no longer questioned whether Gu Jiangyu had a tapeworm. She only wondered if he had implanted some sort of surveillance device on her. It seemed as if he was aware of the task the system had assigned her. Of course, such notions were absurd. How could anything so fantastical occur? Gu Shiji concluded that her brother must be slightly unhinged. She approached and gently touched Gu Jiangyu's forehead, then patted his shoulder, reassuring him, Brother, it's all right. If you ever drive the company to ruin, I will work hard to support you. If father were to throw you out, I would simply leave home with you. Lin Manny called them down for dinner. Gu Shiji, having not eaten for nearly an hour, felt her stomach grumble. At 9 o'clock, her usual bedtime, Lin Manny brought her a warm cup of milk upstairs. Upon entering the room, she found Gu Shiji seated at her desk, her back turned, deeply engrossed in writing. So focused was she that even Lin Manny's entrance went unnoticed. Seeing Gu Shiji in such a serious state for the first time, Lin Manny paused, instinctively slowing her steps. She gently placed the milk on the table and left with a soft reminder, don't write too late, quietly closing the door behind her. School began at 7:30, and usually Lin Manny would wake Gu Shiji at 6. Today, however, she waited until 6:40. When Gu Shiji finally descended the stairs after washing up and changing, Lin Manny had already prepared breakfast for her to eat in the car. Accepting the meal, Gu Shiji gazed at Lin Manny's loving yet worried expression as she watched her leave. She looked up at the sky, lost in thought. In class 18 of the first year, Xizhi, what is this? Li Shuangshuang asked, taking the notebook Gu Shiji had handed her, puzzled. These are some competition problems I organized yesterday. Copy them down, and after you finish, let the math class representative copy them too. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me later. Not only was Li Shuangshuang astonished, but even Zhang Qi and the others found it hard to believe. Wait, Gu Shiji, have you lost your mind? You actually organized competition problems? And you're inviting them to come to you with questions? Are you not familiar with yourself? Despite knowing Gu Shiji was entering a math competition, Zhang Qi and the others still found it surreal. Now it felt even more unbelievable. Gu Shiji ignored their reactions. She had worked until 3 in the morning, diligently compiling problems and reviewing materials for the competition. Now she felt utterly exhausted, overwhelmed by fatigue. After handing in her work, she could not resist resting her head on the desk and drifting off to sleep. What she had done in the teacher's office remained a mystery. Chapter 56, a mistake in the Title I just went to the teaching building to collect the exam papers, and guess what I heard? I was astonished to see Gu Shiji announcing her intention to register for the mathematics competition. Initially, her math teacher opposed her participation, believing it would be a waste of a spot, but she argued her case in front of all the teachers in the office, and ultimately, the principal acquiesced. The news spread like wildfire throughout the entire grade. Can you believe it? Does she even understand what a math competition entails? Her insistence on participating threatens to lower our school's average score. I was present in the teacher's office at that moment and witnessed the grade director, who is also her math teacher, turn ashen with anger. The students of class 18 in the first year soon learned of this development and stormed into the teacher's office in protest. Upon entering the classroom that morning, She explained the previous day's events to her classmates, attributing the misunderstanding to Fan Zhang's excessive kindness towards her, leading to a comical mix-up. Upon hearing this, the students of Class 1 recalled Fan Zhang's previous gestures for Gu Sirou, and it became clear that not only Gu Sirou could misinterpret his actions, they could too. A chorus of condemnation for Fan Jiang erupted, expressing sympathy for Gu Sirou. This incident seemed to settle down. Su Jing approached Gu Sirou with her phone, exclaiming, "Look, Gu Xizhi is also signing up for the math competition." Gu Sirou had just overheard her classmates discussing it and remarked, "Perhaps she genuinely wants to study hard now?" I scoffed. "I heard she came to school today and, as usual, slept through class. She certainly doesn't appear to be serious about studying. I suspect her motivation stems from jealousy over your registration. She seeks to imitate your actions without considering her own capabilities." Su Jing rolled her eyes. "I doubt she can even solve a quadratic equation. Each class has 3 spots for this Olympiad, and with her math score ranking 6th in her class. If the teacher reallocates all 3 spots from Class 18, she could represent the school in the competition. Now, due to Gu Xizhi, she is unable to participate." Su Jing harbored intense resentment towards Gu Xizhi. Gu Sirou understood her frustration, but felt no personal connection to the matter. She was rather pleased that Gu Xizhi had signed up for the Olympiad. This would allow her to overshadow Gu Xizhi with her superior scores. Zhang Yang entered the classroom with a scowl, casting a glance in Gu Xizhi's direction. He still needed to prepare more for Li Shuangshuang and the others to elevate their competition scores. "Gu Xizhi, come up and solve this problem." He suddenly called out her name. Gu Xizhi glanced at the problem written on the board and immediately recognized that it involved knowledge from the senior year. Zhang Yang smirked with satisfaction. "Aren't you going to the Olympiad? This should be a breeze for you. Come up and explain it to everyone." Gu Xizhi had caused a ruckus in the teacher's office, resulting in Zhang Yang receiving a reprimand from the principal and preventing 3 other promising students in Class 1 from participating in the competition. He couldn't let her off without proper humiliation. After all, he was Zhang Yang. Gu Xizhi blinked at the problem. "What? You can't even tackle such a simple question? And yet you want to participate in the Olympiad? Although it's commonly said that gold will shine, glass shards merely reflect light. One must possess a clear understanding of their own abilities." Zhang Yang was confident Gu Xizhi would falter, relishing the prospect of a good reprimand, feeling a sense of relief. He planned to spare Gu Xizhi for the time being and magnanimously declared, "Fine, if you can't solve it, there's still some time before the Olympiad registration deadline. If you come to your senses, you can relinquish your class's spots." There was no need for a bunch of glass shards to rush into embarrassment. He resumed his lesson. Gu Xizhi interjected, "Teacher, you've written the question incorrectly. The condition AB is incorrect. If you solve it based on this condition, the problem becomes unsolvable." She spoke with an even tone, devoid of any emotion, even stifling a yawn. Zhang Yang's earlier remarks had visibly altered the expressions of most students in Class 18. He had insulted their entire class. Zheng Qi, who had been awake, was on the verge of slamming the table in protest. He believed his grades should surpass Gu Xizhi's, and if he couldn't discern the mistake, then surely she couldn't either. Zhang Yang was skeptical. He was amused by Gu Xizhi's audacity. "Gu Xizhi, sometimes it's not shameful to admit that you can't solve a problem. But to question the teacher's accuracy when you clearly can't do it yourself is truly revolting." "Fine. Let's do this." He decided to prove Gu Xizhi wrong. "If I demonstrate that you are mistaken and that the problem is indeed correct, you and your 2 classmates will withdraw from the Olympiad and relinquish your spots." Gu Xizhi lowered her head in contemplation. After a moment, she raised her gaze. "All right. But this wager is unfair to me. If it turns out the problem is indeed incorrect, it reflects poorly on your professional abilities as our math teacher. You should then approach the principal to request a replacement. There are no inherently foolish students. If students struggle, it is certainly due to the teacher's inability to teach. Perhaps it is time to consider a new teacher." As her words hung in the air, the eyes of all Class 18 students sparkled with anticipation. Alas! They soon sighed in unison, realizing that Gu Xizhi was even less confident than they were. How could she possibly know if the problem was erroneous? The prospect of changing teachers seemed unattainable. Zhang Yang's expression darkened further. A struggling student dared to question his expertise. Fine, I accept your challenge. He did not believe there was any issue with the problem on the board. Soon, he would make Gu Shiji regret her challenge. He turned his back and began to solve the problem. Chapter 57. The visit of Fang Mian. 10 minutes elapsed. Zhang Yang was sweating profusely. 15 minutes passed, and his back was soaked. Only 2 more minutes remained until class ended, and whispers began to circulate. Is this question truly so challenging? Has the teacher been struggling for this long? It doesn't even seem that hot in here. Yet teacher Zhang is tackling a math problem as if he were in a sauna. Could it be that even he cannot solve this question? As Zhang Yang turned to work on the problem, Gu Shiji was focused on organizing her competition notes. Curiously, he leaned towards her and asked, Gu Shiji, if old Zhang has been stumped for so long, could there really be an error in the question? Gu Shiji found the surrounding chatter too distracting. So she put on her Bluetooth headphones and began listening to music, missing Zhang Qi's inquiry. Intrigued by her actions, Zhang Qi leaned slightly closer to catch a glimpse. As Gu Shiji worked through the problem, she noticed that the accompanying answers were overly simplistic. Concerned that Li Shuangshuang and the others might not comprehend them, she took it upon herself to solve the problem independently. When Zhang Qi peered over, he saw Gu Shiji diligently writing, her pen gliding swiftly across the page with elegant handwriting, filled with complex concepts that left him bewildered. Zhang Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he misjudged her abilities? Rubbing his eyes, he was met with the same sight. He had always believed his capabilities were on par with Gu Shiji's, yet she had seemingly evolved without him. Casting a glance at the podium, he entertained a daring hypothesis. Meanwhile, up at the podium, Zhang Yang had already discerned that there was an issue with the problem halfway through his calculations. However, unwilling to concede defeat, he attempted another method of resolution. By the time the class bell rang, he had still not arrived at an answer. The problem was indeed flawed. Zhang Yang finally surrendered. Rumors about the impending change of math teachers for Class 18 began to circulate throughout the grade. Some students from Class 18 divulged the reasons behind it, yet none were believed. They were met with skepticism. How could a student like Gu Shiji, perceived as academically weak, possibly identify an error that even Zhang Yang had missed? Zhang Yang explained to the principal that he did not wish to teach Class 18, believing he could not adequately educate them. Other students speculated that it was due to Class 18's perceived inferiority that Zhang Yang looked down upon them and refused to teach. Fang Mian, delayed by various matters, arrived in Ningshi today and had informed Fang Ruishan to wait at home. Fang Ruishan spent the day at home, enduring Fang Mian's persistent inquiries and being dragged to the hospital for an examination. He even performed several songs in front of him. It was only then that Fang Mian was convinced of the improvement in his voice. Impossible, this cannot be. Even if I personally treated you, I could not facilitate such a swift recovery. Fang Ruishan's previous condition was precarious. The location of the polyp was too close to the vocal cords, and surgical intervention carried a significant risk of damage. As a singer reliant on his voice, he could not afford such a gamble. He had contemplated conservative treatment through traditional Chinese medicine, but that approach was prohibitively slow, requiring at least a year for potential healing. With an upcoming concert, he felt he could not wait and thus decided to leave home in despair. To enhance the efficiency of his treatment, he planned to visit Ningshi to consult with the doctors there, seeking an optimal solution in conjunction with Western medicine. To his astonishment, "A young girl cured you?" Hearing Fang Ruishan's explanation, Fang Mian became increasingly unsettled. Fang Ruishan nodded. Gu Shiji had merely requested he keep it a secret, but Fang Ruishan believed it would be acceptable to mention it to his grandfather, who was also a physician. Fang Mian called his assistant and instructed him to make arrangements, stating he would visit to express his gratitude. Please call their family to inform them of the visit. I wouldn't want to startle them with an unexpected arrival. Fang Ruishan, without needing further prompting, intended to notify Gu Shiji as well. He had not anticipated his grandfather's urgency and feared that a sudden visit would alarm Gu Shiji's family, potentially upsetting her and jeopardizing future opportunities to dine with them. He quickly sent a message to Gu Shiji. My grandfather knows about your healing. He plans to visit your family's old residence to express his gratitude. To alleviate any concerns Gu Shiji might have about their visit, he quickly added, my grandfather is a renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine. He is quite affluent and has prepared a valuable gift for you. Upon reading the first message, Gu Shiji glanced at Li Shuangshuang, already inclined to agree. However, upon seeing Feng Ruishan's subsequent message, she decided to inform her grandmother. Grandma, Feng Ruishan is bringing his grandfather to the old residence for dinner. I'll head there directly after school. In class 1 of the first year, Gu Sirou's phone vibrated. It was a contact from that evening. She had asked them to gather information about Feng Mian. Feng Mian had arrived in Ningshi. Along with that was a location pin indicating his current whereabouts. At the Gu family's old residence, upon receiving Gu Shiji's message, Grandma Gu immediately called Grandpa Gu, who was out playing chess. She instructed the kitchen to buy groceries, as they had guests coming and must not neglect them. After speaking with Gu Jiangyuan, she also called Gu Sirou. They had not seen the children in several days, and with guests arriving, it was a perfect opportunity for everyone to gather. After hanging up, she pursed her lips in mild annoyance. This was undoubtedly wasting her time. As soon as school ended, she swiftly packed her belongings, exited the school gate, and took a taxi to the location provided to await Feng Mian. Chapter 58. Do you mind having an older apprentice? In the Gu family's ancestral home, Feng Ruishan and Feng Mianji had been present for quite some time. Feng Mianji was in the tea room, engaging in pleasant conversation with the elderly Mr. Gu, while Feng Ruishan was in the courtyard tossing toys for the lively little Huang. During the National Day holiday, Gu Shiji had spent an extended period at the ancestral home and had brought little Huang along. Woof, woof. Woof, the exuberant little creature wagged its tail and looked up at Gu Shiji with eager anticipation. Gu Shiji rushed over, snatched the toy from its mouth, and tossed it far away. Little Huang dashed after the toy. Gu Shiji approached Feng Ruishan, who was clad in a loose-fitting sweatshirt with a large pocket in the front. He pulled out a stack of paper from his pocket, estimated to be a dozen tickets stacked together. Thank you. She glanced at the concert tickets in her hand and casually tucked them into her clothing pocket. What did you tell your grandfather? I merely mentioned that you administered acupuncture and prepared medicine for me, but rest assured, I made him promise to keep it a secret. He won't disclose it to your grandfather or grandmother. Feng Ruishan relayed what he had discussed with Feng Mianji to Gu Shiji. Upon seeing her, his eyes widened in astonishment. Miss Gu, I heard from this little rascal that it's all thanks to you. Gu Shiji widened her eyes. What do you mean? Did you not notice my grandfather is right beside you? You wouldn't want to expose my medical skills, would you? I truly do not wish to enter the workforce at the age of 25 with merely a decade of experience. She regretted revealing her medical abilities to Feng Ruishan just for a little compensation. From a vantage point where Gu Shiji could not see, the elderly Mr. Gu shot her a disapproving glare. This little one was truly lazy. Despite possessing such remarkable medical skills, she hesitated to let others know for fear of tiring herself out. Sigh. Feng, I have a matter to attend to. Please converse with Xizhi for a while. Since the young lady wished to keep her secret, he decided to step away for a moment. My grandfather is leaving too? Then my secret will remain safe? My grandfather is indeed a considerate man. Today marks yet another day of love for Grandpa. Mr. Gu turned away, a smile spreading across his face. Let her be lazy, after all. These old folks had toiled their entire lives hoping their descendants could live with less burden. Feng Mianji had just begun to speak when he realized he almost misspoke. While contemplating how to remedy the situation, he noticed Mr. Gu departing and sighed in relief. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Gu Shiji and said, Miss Gu, to be frank, I have been treating Ruishan's ailment for quite some time, but I have been unable to ensure a full recovery in such a short span. Although it may be presumptuous, I still wish to seek your guidance. Gu Shiji crossed her arms, tilting her head to scrutinize Fang Mianzi. He appeared benevolent and upright, embodying the image of a good elder. I shall demonstrate the acupuncture techniques I utilized on him, but I have one condition. I hope that after you learn, you will propagate these techniques further. She indeed wished to be lazy, yet her medical expertise could benefit humanity and should not be squandered in her hands. Besides, if more individuals with her skills emerged, even if her abilities were eventually revealed, she would not be overwhelmed. Really? Fang Mianji exclaimed. Miss Gu, you genuinely wish to teach me? He had approached with the intention of seeking her counsel, yet as a master of traditional Chinese medicine, he understood that many techniques were closely guarded secrets. He had prepared himself for a refusal from her. Now, however, soon. As Fang Mianji observed the silver needles embedded in Fang Ruishan's neck, he recognized that Gu Shiji was indeed a woman of her word. Fang Ruishan, relegated to the role of the tool, bore an expression of indignation. You treat me as a mere tool. How noble of you. This acupuncture technique can treat various complex ailments. Practice it. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Gu Shiji instructed, removing the silver needles from Fang Ruishan. Fang Mianji hastily retrieved his phone to add Gu Shiji on WeChat. Witnessing her perform the techniques firsthand, he came to the clear realization that her skills surpassed his own. He took a mere fraction of a second to ponder before speaking. Miss Gu, would you be open to taking on an older apprentice? Gu Shiji promptly declined. The thought of an elder even older than her grandfather calling her master daily was daunting. She feared it might shorten her lifespan. After all, once one becomes a master, they are akin to a parent, and she had no intention of accepting that. As time wore on, Grandma Gu arrived to summon them for dinner. Gu Shircheng, Lin Manny, Gu Jianyuan, and Gu Jiangyu were also present, all gathered around the dining table. Gu Jiangyu scanned the room, frowning. Where is Uncle? Instinctively, Gu Shiji looked around as well. Why is Big Brother specifically inquiring about Guijing? He mentioned yesterday that he would have Guijing tutor me. He can't be serious, can he? If I encounter Guijing later, will I still be able to complete my task? Big Brother, please be more discerning. Do not compel me to betray you. Elder Mr. Gu, Grandma Gu, and the other family members discreetly tuned in, curious if there was a new task at hand. Elder Mr. Gu turned to the butler, instructing him, call him and ask when he will arrive. The young one was on a mission, and this tool could not be absent. Elder Mr. Gu and the others did not wait for him and began their meal. In a fit of irritation, he made a phone call. Didn't you say Fang Mianji was there? She has been waiting for over an hour without seeing him. Chapter 59. The Tool. I inquire of him after dining. Fang Mianji departed with Fang Ruishan. He had barely touched his meal. Gu Jiangyu glanced at his wristwatch, noting the time to be 8:20, nearly the hour for the little one to retire for the night. He remarked, Little uncle, I shall have the kitchen prepare your meal. You may ascend to assist Xizhi with her studies in the meantime. Seated on a small stool beside the coffee table, Gu Shiji munched on watermelon, her cheeks resembling those of a little mouse, as she gazed at Gu Jiangyu with her bright, clear eyes, sighing. I was initially hesitant, pondering whether to undertake this task for the ephemeral chance of winning. Yet, my elder brother is truly foolish, even going so far as to deliver me into Guijing's presence, granting me the opportunity to betray him. Perhaps I should forego this endeavor. He is in such a predicament. I ought not to add to his misfortunes. Inwardly lamenting his role as a good brother, Gu Jiangyu was met with the disapproving stares of the other members of the Gu family. What a fool he is, impeding Xizhi's task. The undertaking had been abandoned. Yet when Gu Jiangyu proposed that Guijing assist Gu Shiji with her studies, Guijing had already acquiesced. Thus, Gu Shiji carried a plate of watermelon upstairs. Entering the room. In the confines of a single room, a young man and woman, devoid of any blood relation and separated by less than a decade in age, found themselves in a scenario reminiscent of a tutor-student relationship, with the male being handsome and the female beautiful. Gu Shiji pondered what might transpire. Balancing the plate in her hands, she continued to savor piece after piece of watermelon, her eyes fixed on Guijing. Upon entering, he wore a cold expression, irritably loosening his tie. "I will grant you 10 minutes. If you have any questions, ask quickly. After 10 minutes, do not disturb me." Gu Shiji took another bite of watermelon, her dark, luminous eyes sparkling like stars, and nodded in agreement. After a moment's thought, she freed one hand, retrieving her backpack. Unzipping it to extract her homework from the day, she extended it towards him. "There are too many problems. Merely reviewing them and explaining will take too much time. You may solve them directly. I shall review them myself when I have the opportunity." Today, the mathematics teacher had distributed a set of worksheets before class. She glanced at it, noting that many questions might be challenging for Li Shuangshuang and the others, but it covered a multitude of knowledge points. It would likely benefit their mathematical proficiency. Initially, she had intended to tackle the problems herself and present the worksheets to them tomorrow, explaining the solutions. Now, after another bite of watermelon, her eyes squinted in delight. Having a tool is not so bad after all. Guijing paused momentarily, casting a cold glance at Gu Shiji. Accepting the worksheet, he rolled up his sleeves and settled at the desk, picking up the pen and remaining silent. He needed only to complete the worksheet. With no necessity for superfluous conversation, his previous hostility seemed to diminish slightly. Having consumed half a plate of watermelon, Gu Shiji felt a bit full. She set down the fruit, retrieved her backpack, and pulled out a packet of spicy strips. After opening it, she began to eat, her gaze fixed on Guijing's back. By the time Guijing entered, he had already removed his suit jacket, now clad in a white shirt that could not conceal his broad shoulders and narrow waist, presenting a figure of perfection. He emanated an aura that suggested a desire for solitude. She recalled descriptions of Guijing from novels, depicting him as a person of remarkable restraint, exceptionally skilled in concealing his true self. Just as now, in order to suppress his ambitions before his grandfather and others, he, who clearly despised her, still agreed to assist her with lessons and even complete her assignments. "Little uncle, aside from this mathematics worksheet, I am also struggling with the physics assignment. Could you assist me with that as well? Otherwise, my brother will certainly find another opportunity to have you tutor me if he sees my worksheet remains blank." After finishing one packet of spicy strips, she opened another to continue snacking. Guijing appeared displeased even at the thought of merely helping her with a mathematics worksheet. Remembering how her somewhat foolish elder brother nearly fell victim to Guijing's schemes, she decided to provoke him further. She spoke, then, after a moment's consideration, slipped on her slippers and dashed outside, calling down the stairs, "Elder brother, you need not rush the kitchen with dinner. Little uncle has stated he will help me with my mathematics as well, which may take some extra time." Thus, he was compelled to maintain his pretense. Guijing. She dutifully handed Guijing a few pens, perhaps 5 or 6, smiling brightly. "Little uncle, feel free to use them. Grandmother prepared an entire box for me, so I needn't worry about running out." She shifted aside slightly, allowing Guijing to see the entire box of pens on the floor. The following day, Li Shuangshuang and the mathematics class representative discussed the worksheets distributed the previous day. Gu Shiji presented her completed worksheet. Truly, Guijing embodied the essence of a protagonist. Even when reluctant to engage with the assignment, the answers he provided were nonetheless orderly, clear, and concise. Even those with less than stellar academic performance could comprehend some of it after reviewing, alleviating Gu Shiji from the need to explain extensively. In Class 1, Gu Sirou sat at her desk, perusing a book related to traditional Chinese medicine. Aspiring to become Feng Mianji's apprentice, she was currently self-studying the subject. "CEO, have you managed to acquire tickets for Feng Ruishan's concert?" Su Jing inquired, chatting with another girl, both glancing at Gu Sirou. Gu Sirou looked up, a hint of pride on her face. "Not yet, but when my third brother and I filmed a variety show, I added a person who is quite familiar with Feng Ruishan. I can ask him to help me see if he can secure tickets." With that, she took out her phone to message him. Su Jing and the other girl gazed at her in admiration. "Xiao, you are truly remarkable, knowing a friend of Fang Ruishan. Xiao, could you also procure a ticket for me? I would pay a premium for it." News of Gu Xiao's acquaintance with Fang Ruishan's friend quickly spread. Class 18 also became aware of it. Li Shuangshuang and several girls in her class discussed the matter. "The students in Class 1 are fortunate. I've heard Gu Xiao agreed to help them ask Fang Ruishan's friend for tickets and autographs. I wish I could approach Gu Xiao for assistance, but she surely will not help us. Alas, what should I do? I long to attend Fang Ruishan's concert." Fang Ruishan was the most popular singer at present, and among the youth, nearly no one was unfamiliar with him. The girls in Class 18 were now exceedingly envious of Gu Xiao and those friends who were close to her. Chapter 60, I can help you get signatures. As the conversation around her grew increasingly animated, Gu Xizhi, who had been engrossed in her novel, found herself reluctantly eavesdropping. Was it about Fang Ruishan's concert? She interrupted the throng of girls enviously discussing Gu Sirou, saying, "You need not be so envious of her. I actually possess quite a few concert tickets." As she spoke, she reached into her pocket, only to retrieve nothing but air. It dawned on her that she had changed her clothes the previous night, and the tickets remained in the garments she had discarded. "I haven't brought them with me today, but I can bring them next Monday," she explained, nonchalantly returning to her reading. Li Shuangshuang and the others, sensing their conversation had been interrupted, instinctively turned to look at Gu Xizhi. They were not at all surprised that she had produced only air, for if she had indeed pulled out tickets, it would have startled them. Moreover, there was an unspoken sense of gratitude, especially from Li Shuangshuang, who was closer to Gu Xizhi and understood that she was not favored in the Gu household, living in conditions even more modest than her own. The notion of her being willing to fabricate such an evident lie to comfort them was both touching and poignant. Feigning indifference, she remarked, "To be honest, I was merely expressing idle chatter. I have other commitments on the day of Fang Ruishan's concert, so even if I had tickets, I wouldn't be able to attend." Several others, familiar with Li Shuangshuang from their shared middle school, instantly grasped her implication and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I have piano lessons that day, so I won't be able to go to the concert either." The more they conversed, the more invested they became, almost convincing themselves of their own fabrications. Gu Xizhi glanced at them with a look of bewilderment. Did she appear particularly gullible? "Sorry, but all the tickets I had are already distributed," Gu Sirou interjected, frowning slightly. Suddenly, a new message appeared on her WeChat. It was from her brother. "I've sent 3 tickets for Fang Ruishan's concert over. You and your classmates should enjoy." Her brow unfurled in relief. "Yes, I wrapped things up last night, and fortuitously, someone gifted me 3 tickets, thinking you and your classmates would appreciate them. They should arrive by this afternoon." It appeared that only 3 tickets had been sent, and he only mentioned her and her classmates, omitting Gu Xizhi entirely. Gu Sirou bit her lip and typed, "Brother, could you possibly arrange for a few more tickets? I've already promised my classmates I would help them get tickets, and 3 is just enough for us. However, my sister might also want to see the concert. I would like to share one with her." She quickly added, "I need to go film soon, so I won't elaborate." Although Gu Jiangyu owned an entertainment company, their firm was considered a rival to Fang Ruishan's agency, making it difficult to procure concert tickets at this juncture. Her brother seemed rather indifferent to whether Gu Xizhi attended the concert. A smile crept onto Gu Sirou's face as Gu Jiangyan instructed his assistant to deliver the concert tickets directly to the school. After classes, Gu Sirou called upon Su Jing to accompany her to the school gate to collect the tickets. Witnessing the 3 coveted concert tickets, which could hardly be purchased at any price, the students of Class 1 went into a frenzy. Some even took photographs of the tickets and posted them on the school forum, captioned, "While others can't even secure a single concert ticket, Gu Sirou has 3, what a win." The comments that followed were overwhelmingly envious. Class 18 had a math class that afternoon. Zhang Yang, who had been somewhat defiant the previous day, was finally given a legitimate excuse to avoid teaching them math. Today, a young, attractive math teacher entered their classroom, around 25 years old, wearing stylish black-rimmed glasses. sporting a youthful face, and dressed in athletic attire with thick hair that would evoke envy in other male teachers. As he stepped into the classroom, a wave of excitement erupted among the students. Gu Shiji, who had been napping with her head on her desk, was jolted awake by the commotion and found it impossible to return to sleep during the break. Propping her chin in her hands, she stared blankly at the recently distributed math exam paper. The soft autumn sunlight at 3 in the afternoon illuminated her youthful face, exuding a serene and pristine beauty. In front of her, Li Shuangshuang and several other girls huddled together, discussing how fortunate Gu Sirou was to have a brother who was a film star. Oh, why don't I have a film star brother? Even an assistant to Fang Ruishan would suffice. When their gazes met, one girl quickly turned away, signaling the others to hush and discreetly gesture towards Gu Shiji. Only then did they remember that Gu Sirou's brother was also Gu Shiji's brother. However, the topic was swiftly redirected. Our new math teacher is incredibly handsome. He looks so youthful. Indeed, our new math teacher is strikingly attractive. He resembles the ideal senior I envisioned in college. The conversation shifted, albeit rather awkwardly. Gu Shiji, initially lost in thought, was caught off guard by their sudden change of subject. Reflecting on their prior dialogue, she vaguely recalled that they hadn't spoken ill of her. What did Li Shuangshuang's earlier glance signify? The students in Class 1 mentioned that when Gu Sirou attended the concert, they could request a few signatures from her. Should we ask her for help? As the afternoon class concluded, Gu Shiji was packing her belongings and preparing to leave when she overheard the other girls speaking with Li Shuangshuang. Just as Li Shuangshuang was about to nod in agreement, she suddenly shook her head. No, I want to ask her for help. It's just a signature. It's not a big deal. I can do without it. Chapter 61. I have many autographed photos, Sister G. Let us go. I have absolutely no interest in Fang Ruishan's concert. After speaking to someone, Li Shuangshuang approached and linked arms with Gu Shiji, pulling her away. Along the way, her small face was still puffed up with indignation. She said to Gu Shiji, Sister G, your third brother must have forgotten about you since he hasn't seen you, which is why he didn't give you a ticket. When he remembers that he has a sister like you, he might send someone to deliver a ticket to you. Originally intending to comfort Gu Shiji, she suddenly grew furious again at this point. How could the Gu family not appreciate someone as wonderful as Sister G? They were so biased, giving Gu Sirou 3 tickets, while Sister G received none. Sister G, don't worry. Even if your family doesn't like you, it doesn't matter. In our hearts, you will always be the best, Sister G, and we all adore you. Li Shuangshuang, why are you only coming now? Hurry over. Just as Gu Shiji was about to say something to Li Shuangshuang, someone from the crowd ahead rushed out and pulled Li Shuangshuang away. Since Li Shuangshuang had been holding onto her arm, Gu Shiji was pulled along as well. It turned out that after school, Gu Sirou had come down and was blocked by someone asking her to help get Fang Ruishan's autograph. The one who pulled Li Shuangshuang was a classmate from middle school, now in another class. She was stout and strong, easily dragging both Li Shuangshuang and Gu Shiji to the front. Excitedly, she said to Gu Sirou, "Can you help me get 2 more autographs? They also want them." Upon seeing Gu Shiji, Gu Sirou momentarily displayed a look of surprise, followed by a flash of smugness in her eyes. She nodded, appearing very accommodating, and turned to Gu Shiji. "Gigi, do you also want an autograph? Is 2 enough? If not, I can try to get a few more for you." Gu Shiji's phone had just vibrated. As she picked it up to check her messages, she realized that when others referred to them, they included her. She looked up and replied, "Don't count me in. I'm not interested in him. It's not as if his signature on a piece of paper is of any use to me." After saying that, she continued to read her messages. Su Jing, standing beside Gu Sirou, scoffed, "You've squeezed to the front and still claim you're not interested in Fang Ruishan's autograph? Who would believe such nonsense? Fang Ruishan is the most popular male singer right now, young, handsome, and with a beautiful voice. No young person, especially girls, could possibly dislike him." Not only Su Jing, but even Gu Sirou didn't believe Gu Shiji's words. Gu Sirou wore a guilty expression, I know you want to go to the concert, but I only have a limited number of tickets and I promised everyone in advance to give them out. I genuinely can't spare one for you. However, I will do my best regarding the autograph. Gu Shiji had just typed no on her phone. She deleted those 2 characters and retyped thank you, sending it off. Looking at Gu Sirou's pretentious face, she spoke sincerely. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. I already have many of his autographed photos. Li Shuangshuang nodded vigorously. Exactly. Our sister Ji doesn't even like Feng Ruishan. We didn't push our way in here. Let us through quickly. We need to leave. With that, she pulled Gu Shiji and squeezed out of the crowd. Humph. What a liar, capable of spinning any tale. You can't even guarantee that you'll get Feng Ruishan's autograph, yet you claim to have many. Su Jing spat in disdain as she watched Gu Shiji's retreating figure. From her tone, one would think she was very familiar with Feng Ruishan. After Li Shuangshuang pulled Gu Shiji out, she wore a guilty expression. Sister Ji, I'm sorry. I didn't know she would suddenly pull me in. Gu Shiji didn't dwell on it. She looked down at her phone again. My grandmother just messaged me, asking if you all want to come over for a barbecue tomorrow. The elderly lady had sent her a message stating that after the National Day holiday, they would have 7 consecutive days of classes, and they should take the rare weekend to relax. Li Shuangshuang nodded vigorously. During the National Day, Zhang Qi created a group chat, adding a few classmates with whom they usually got along a bit better. The elderly lady had mentioned that she wanted to interact more with young people, pretending to be youthful herself. Gu Shiji noticed a new message and opened the group chat. Typing, "We're having a barbecue at our house tomorrow afternoon. Those who want to come, please sign up." The next afternoon, Old Master Gu took the little dog Xiao Huang for a walk in the park, while Feng Mianji took his beloved dog Xiao Sa out as well. Li Shuangshuang, Zhang Qi, Fan Jiang, Wang Hua, and class representative Lin Yan gathered in the garden of the old mansion. Gu Jiangyuan, Gu Shiji, and Sui were also present. The elderly lady, Gu Shicheng, and Lin Manny were concerned that their presence might disturb the children's play, so they sat on the second-floor terrace, sipping tea while watching the group of children frolic below. The elderly lady turned to Lin Manny. Where is Sirou? Didn't anyone notify her? The elderly lady ceased to inquire further. Outside a park in Ning City, Gu Sirou, dressed in a somewhat traditional outfit with her hair pinned up with a wooden hairpin, appeared slightly impatient as she stood under the sun with an umbrella, speaking into her phone. Didn't you say you saw him walking the dog? Why hasn't he arrived yet? This park is pet-friendly and very close to where Feng Mianji currently resides. If he were out walking his dog, he would definitely come here. How strange, it's only early autumn, yet the trees in your courtyard are all bare. And is your gardener not up to par? Can't even water properly? That patch of grass looks like it's been overwatered. It seems quite a few of them have drowned. Hey, why is this statue missing a corner? Among the group of children from class 18, many were visiting such a mansion for the first time. Upon entering, they looked around in awe, immediately doubting their preconceived notions of luxury. Gu Shiji, casually enjoying a meat skewer, remarked with nonchalance, "Perhaps those trees are lamenting the lack of others in this garden, feeling despondent for not being part of a grand forest, which led them to wither. As for the waterlogged grass, it is merely the grass's tears. The statue's design is intentional, compared to flawless sculptures. People are more inclined to remember something unique with a missing piece." Chapter 62, The Backpack. Let the third brother be destroyed. Listening quietly to everything, Gu Jiangyuan nearly applauded Gu Shiji's words, which were astutely reasoned. Had he not known the circumstances that led to the situation, he might have believed it. The other oblivious individuals around suddenly enlightened. The Gu family often indulged in barbecues at home during weekends, and Gu Jiangyuan had honed his skills in crafting delectable skewers. The skewers he prepared were crisp on the outside and tender within, emanating an enticing aroma, far surpassing the efforts of Zhang Qi and Fan Jiang. Everyone eagerly clamored to partake. Su Yi, capitalizing on his familiarity with Gu Jiangyuan, was the most voracious in his pursuit. Gu Jiangyuan, slightly exasperated, swatted his hand away, saying, "Let go, this is for Xizhi. He presented the freshly grilled lamb skewers to Gu Sirou. On the second floor, Grandma Gu, who had been observing their barbecue affair, instructed the busy butler downstairs, please prepare some cool tea. These children have consumed quite a bit. I hope they do not overheat. Lin Manny added. And cut up more fruits. Those young ladies enjoy them. Those classmates who had always believed that Gu Sirou was neglected in the Gu family? Not only was she treated well, but they also seemed to regard Gu Shiji's classmates as their own children. Was this not an indication of affection? Monday. This situation left her feeling somewhat uncomfortable. In the morning, she rode to school with Gu Jiangyuan and Gu Xizhi. Gu Jiangyuan sat in the front passenger seat, while Gu Sirou and Gu Xizhi occupied the back. Their backpacks were placed together. Having stayed up late the previous night, Gu Xizhi felt a bit drowsy and began to catch up on sleep as soon as she got in the car. Gu Jiangyuan, in the front seat, immediately immersed himself in a game, leaving Gu Xizhi and Gu Jiangyuan to amble slowly towards the school gate. Around them, other students were also flocking in the same direction. The ticket situation that Gu Sirou had posted about on the forum had been trending for several days, and today was no different. The concert was just a few days away, yet she still couldn't manage to secure a ticket, making today another day of envy towards Gu Sirou. Me too, she thought. I envy her for having such a good third brother, one who is in the entertainment industry, capable of procuring even the most elusive tickets. Gu Xizhi and Gu Jiangyuan walked behind them, clearly able to overhear their conversation. Gu Xizhi raised an eyebrow. Another mention of the third brother? Right. Li Shuangshuang also mentioned that the tickets were given to Gu Sirou by my yet-to-be-met third brother. Gu Jiangyuan? He had never been interested in Fang Ruishan. The first time he encountered her, her voice had been so unpleasant that it only dampened his interest further. In their sports class, they were all rough-and-tumble boys, not the type who would idolize Fang Ruishan. He had not kept up with the ticket incident on the forum, as none of his classmates had reminded him. To his surprise, his third brother had taken the time to assist Gu Sirou with concert tickets. My third brother dotes on Gu Sirou excessively. I wouldn't be surprised if he could procure anything she desired, even if it were the rarest of items. He is supposed to be filming a martial arts drama soon. During the shoot, the wire suddenly snapped, causing him to fall and break his leg, leaving him in recovery for half a year. Could it be that his brother would break his leg while filming? He pulled out his phone, located Gu Jiangyan's WeChat, and typed, "Third brother. Are you about to film a martial arts drama? By the way, it's curious that Gu Sirou's tickets were given by my brother, yet I did not receive any. Does this imply that I am truly undesirable, even my own brother does not care for me?" The discussions among his classmates reached his ears. Gu Jiangyuan, noticing he was about to remind his brother, deleted all the words he had been typing without hesitation. What nonsense! Such blatant favoritism only led to misunderstandings that Gu Xizhi could not compare to Gu Sirou. He deserved to fall. My brother's behavior is exceedingly biased, causing others to misinterpret my worth. Perhaps I should refrain from reminding him, allowing him to break his leg? After all, I have never even met him. And his leg is not my doing. It's merely a few months of recovery, not an amputation. Yet, the manner of his fall seems rather tragic. Gu Xizhi hesitated, her small face scrunching in contemplation. Gu Jiangyuan too was torn. After all, this was the brother he had grown up with. Perhaps he should offer him another chance? He utilized the few brain cells he possessed as a sports student and, with a sudden spark of inspiration, decided to send a message to Gu Jiangyan. "Third brother, could you procure a few more tickets for Fang Ruishan's concert? I wish to give them to Xizhi." Gu Jiangyan had just settled down to rest when he received the message. He recalled that Gu Jiangyuan had been frequently reaching out regarding Gu Xizhi, mentioning Gu Sirou less often. He added a few more words, though by blood, Gu Xizhi is indeed our biological sister. Gu Sirou is someone we have watched grow since childhood. Moreover, she no longer has her biological parents, which makes her particularly sensitive. You should be more attentive to her. If you continue to treat her so well, she may become more reckless in her treatment of Gu Sirou, which would surely displease her. Gu Jiangyuan? What nonsense! Let him break his leg. Even if it were an amputation, it mattered not. Without a second thought, he blocked him. His brother had uttered such outrageous words, and Gu Shiji was still contemplating whether or not to remind him. He needed to make Gu Shiji aware of his true nature, so she could completely give up on him. What? I have never even met him, and he speaks so ill of me? Let him be destroyed. She did not wait for his response. The first-year teaching building and the third-year teaching building were in opposite directions. After passing the stairs outside the cafeteria, they parted ways. Chapter 63. Oh, someone's up to no good. Placing her backpack upon the table, Gu Shiji noticed Zhang Qi, filled with righteous indignation, conversing animatedly with Wang Hua and others nearby. It was evident that Gu Sirou had acted with intent. Securing the tickets was one thing, but flaunting them on the forum was another. Just 3 tickets, hardly a matter of great significance. Yet, she had chosen to broadcast to all that these tickets were a gift from her third brother, effectively revealing to others that he did not hold Gu Shiji in high regard, nor had he bestowed tickets upon her. Consequently, Gu Shiji found herself the subject of discussion on the forum for several days. It was as if she were the only one without tickets. Gu Shiji, let us post our photos on the forum as well, lest she revel in her triumph alone, Zhang Qi remarked, turning to her. Just as Gu Shiji unzipped her backpack to retrieve some snacks, her hand hesitated as she drew out several peculiar items, a trio of slightly stiff paper tickets. The words concert tickets caught her eye, and upon examining the seat numbers, she sighed. Can we post photos on the forum? Zhang Qi inquired. Well, Gu Shiji recalled the 3 tickets she had just seen and promptly shook her head. No, we cannot. Oh, Zhang Qi replied, visibly disheartened, having overlooked the peculiar items in Gu Shiji's possession. Much like how Gu Shiji would intentionally provoke Fan Jiang to bully her, he often found himself perplexed by her thoughts. He turned away, continuing his conversation with Wang Hua and others. Xizhi, this is for you, Li Shuangshuang said, presenting a transparent plastic bag containing 2 bun-like delicacies. As she handed it to Gu Shiji, she noticed her staring into her backpack and asked, Xizhi, what are you looking at? Nothing. Accepting the silver thread rolls from Li Shuangshuang, she took a bite, her eyes narrowing in delight. The flavor was indeed delightful, reminiscent of a sweet sponge cake. While savoring her treat, she opened her phone to navigate to the forum and locate Gu Sirou's post about the 3 tickets. Observing the seat numbers confirmed her suspicions. Alas, she sighed, I thought if I played the part of the docile supporting character, the protagonist would refrain from troubling me, yet I was naively mistaken. Suddenly invigorated, the system chimed in, so, you have finally resolved to rise against her? To become even more malicious? No, I wish to remain more laid back. Gu Shiji mused. A moment of leisure is enjoyable, but perpetual ease is bliss. Yet, this sentiment was complicated by her awareness of Li Shuangshuang's efforts to spare her feelings by refraining from seeking Gu Sirou's assistance for an autograph, and Zhang Qi's indignation on her behalf when she was criticized. With a renewed determination, she extracted the 3 tickets, activated her phone's camera, and captured a few images. After a brief period of gloom, her peers began to discuss matters that lifted their spirits. Chiga, let us get haircuts together before the concert and perhaps buy new outfits, one suggested. Or we could apply makeup. I've noticed many girls do their nails and makeup when attending concerts. Surrounded by excitement, Gu Shiji was involuntarily drawn into their conversation. Can she help me create a zombie bride look? She playfully inquired. The system observed intently as Gu Shiji discovered the tickets within her backpack and took photos of them. It overheard her lively discussions with her classmates about the concert. Then, there was silence. The system, nearly convinced that the host was striving for improvement, could not contain itself. Host, have you not realized that the female lead is plotting against you? Do you not intend to retaliate? Based on my extensive experience with novels, since the female lead has secretly placed the tickets in your bag, she will surely contrive a way to announce their disappearance, leading others to suspect you of theft. Perhaps she or her accomplices will search your bag, and upon discovering the tickets, you shall find it impossible to clear your name. I advise you to act swiftly, destroy the tickets, and eliminate the evidence. Even if she brings others to search your belongings, she will not achieve her goal. Gu Shiji replied, Indeed, the malicious supporting character system seems well-versed in the actions of a sinister counterpart. However, I have no intention of heeding your counsel. A question lingered. Was Gu Sirou following the protagonist's script, or had she momentarily adopted the role of the wicked supporting character? The forum erupted anew. My goodness. Gu Sirou's tickets have finally gone missing. They're lost? Some classmates, upon hearing this, hastily retrieved their phones to check the forum. Incredible. They truly are missing. But she brought this upon herself. Her ostentatious behavior was an open invitation for others to covet her tickets. The students of Class 18 exchanged gleeful glances. Yet, as time passed, their amusement waned. Are they out of their minds? Gu Sirou's tickets are missing, and instead of seeking the thief, they suspect Gu Shiji? They must think highly of her capabilities. Does anyone genuinely believe she would expend energy on theft? Indeed, if it weren't for the necessity of using the restroom. Gu Shiji would likely delegate that task as well, so why would she squander effort on thievery? The laughter continued. Those upstairs really know her. I sometimes think if breathing could be outsourced, she might even find someone to help her with that. Gu Shiji, having overheard these remarks, felt exasperated. Could you not discuss such matters behind my back? Must you present them so brazenly before me, leaving me without dignity? Furthermore, this is blatant slander. I merely pondered why humans still need to use the restroom. As for breathing, I am quite content to handle that myself. I refuse to become a lifeless, slothful creature incapable of even that. Chapter 64. The search for the backpack. If that were the case, then why were there so many people in this household? Why did she only suspect Gu Shiji and not others? The students of Class 18 were so furious that some even forgot to go to the restroom while others neglected to fetch water. Zhangqi was so agitated that he could not sit still and approached Gu Shiji, saying, Gu Shiji, just let us post the photos online. If you don't clarify this, you will be vilified beyond measure. He took a lollipop to calm down, and Gu Shiji handed him one in return. Zhangqi plopped down in frustration. If I see Gu Sirou and Su Jing later, even though they are women, I will not hesitate to confront them. Gu Shiji opened the forum to browse. The very first post was from Su Jing. Although it seemed reasonable at first glance, her assertions were utterly unfounded, stirring the hearts of many students who lacked tickets. Quite a number of them believed her words and lambasted Gu Shiji in the comments. As Gu Shiji scrolled through the forum, Li Shuangshuang watched her intently. She feared Gu Shiji might suddenly exclaim, "These people are too weak. Their insults lack any sting. I might as well do it myself." Fortunately, she remained silent until Gu Shiji finished on her phone. As the afternoon class approached, Su Jing seethed with rage at the thought of her ticket, which Gu Shiji had allegedly stolen. She marched up to Gu Sirou. Sirou, Gu Shiji has gone too far. Everyone knows she stole your ticket. Yet she pretends as if nothing happened. She neither apologizes nor returns your ticket. She must think that if she doesn't admit it, we won't find any evidence. And this will all blow over. Before long, she might actually waltz off to the concert with those tickets. Gu Sirou was working on her assignments and looked troubled upon hearing this. She probably didn't mean to steal my ticket. Maybe she just wanted to take a look at it this morning, and since I was asleep, she didn't want to wake me. Later, she might have confused our bags since they look alike and accidentally placed the ticket in her own bag. Perhaps you should delete that post on the forum? If this escalates, it could end badly for her. Su Jing seized on Gu Sirou's words. Are you saying she put your stolen tickets in her own bag? Perfect. I'll gather some people to search her bag. Then we will have irrefutable evidence, and I want to see how she will deny it. Gu Sirou had kept one of the 3 tickets for herself, while the other 2 were promised to Su Jing, and Chen Min followed Su Jing, brimming with indignation as they headed towards the Class 18 classroom. Many students from Class 1 trailed behind, curious about the commotion. As they descended the stairs, students from other classes, intrigued by their large group, joined them upon learning their purpose. The entrance to Class 18 was soon crowded. Su Jing and Chen Min stood defiantly before Gu Shiji. Hand over your backpack, Su Jing demanded. Sirou saw you steal her tickets and put them in your bag. If you don't let us search it now, we will call the police. Before Gu Shiji could respond, Zhang Qi exploded with anger, blocking her. How absurd. You have no evidence and yet demand to search our bags? Should I claim you are a pile of dung? And then you would jump into a cesspit to prove you are not similar? Gu Shiji gently patted his arm, signaling him to calm down. Without standing up, she merely pushed her chair back slightly, revealing her face as she looked at Su Jing and asked, You claim Gu Sirou said she saw me steal her ticket and put it in my bag? Su Jing, mistaking this for guilt, replied smugly, Exactly. Sirou was asleep. But she saw everything you did. If you don't want this to escalate, return the tickets and apologize to Sirou. She is magnanimous enough to let it go as if nothing happened. Well, it seems that Gu Sirou and you are deliberately slandering me about stealing her tickets. She glanced at Wang Hua, who was filming not far away. Zhang Qi shielded her from Su Jing's view. Su Jing, infuriated, retorted, What is your attitude, Gu Shiji? Sirou witnessed you stealing, and yet you still refuse to admit it? I admit nothing, Zhang Qi interjected, but Gu Shiji's voice cut through. Why don't you all show your tickets to them? The students of Class 18 instantly grasped the implication of her words. Laughter erupted as they retrieved their tickets. There were a total of 17, all for Fang Ruishan's concert, and upon closer inspection, they were marked for the VIP section. Steal her ticket? What nonsense are you spouting? Those following Su Jing were taken aback. 17 tickets? How did they acquire 17 tickets when Class 1 was so adamant that Gu Shiji stole 3 from Gu Sirou? I am curious how 3 tickets could multiply into 17. If stealing could produce such results, I would want to steal too. It dawned on them that all the evidence was merely conjecture. One moment they claimed Gu Shiji and Gu Sirou lived together, asserting guilt based on that. And the next they insisted Gu Sirou saw the theft, demanding to search Gu Shiji's bag. If the police were to judge cases like they did, apprehending criminals would be a breeze, and wrongful convictions would vanish from the world. Haha, this is the best joke I've heard today. Gu Shiji can casually produce a handful of VIP tickets, yet some still believe she would steal 3 from a commoner. Su Jing stood frozen. Staring at the 17 tickets brought forth by Class 18, her face flushed from embarrassment as the crowd laughed. Chapter 65. Gu Sirou reminds third brother just as a wealthy individual would never stoop to steal a few coins from a poor person, Gu Shiji, who casually produced 17 VIP tickets, had no regard for Gu Sirou's meager 3 tickets. Along the way, many mocked her, claiming she was oblivious yet dared to post about it, even confronting Gu Shiji with accusations. Some speculated that her motivation was to covet Gu Shiji's 17 tickets, hoping to claim them for herself. Su Jing and Chen Min, both top students in Class 1, had never faced such harsh criticism before. The more they pondered, the more aggrieved they felt, ultimately placing the blame squarely on Gu Sirou. You can't be certain that the tickets were taken by Gu Shiji, which is why you didn't join us in confronting her. Or perhaps you knew all along that the tickets were not taken by her. Your third brother is her biological brother. If he could provide you with tickets, he would surely do the same for Gu Shiji. Thus, you must have known she possessed those 17 tickets. You intentionally incited us to create a scene, wanting to make us the subject of ridicule. Confidently, Gu Sirou awaited evidence to unequivocally prove her guilt in ticket theft. After being unexpectedly berated, she quickly realized something must have transpired. Without questioning the agitated Su Jing and Chen Min, she sought information from others who had attended Class 18 with them. They recounted all that had transpired in Class 18. Gu Sirou's expression shifted dramatically. How could this be? She could not fathom that Gu Shiji could possibly possess tickets, let alone 17. This was inconceivable. In a rush, she opened the school's forum. Footage of the recent incident had already been shared, alongside photographs of the 17 tickets. The seat numbers were entirely different from the 3 tickets she held. Could it be that her third brother had secretly given those tickets to Gu Shiji? She glanced at some critical comments directed at her and captured a few screenshots. Opening Gu Jiangyin's WeChat, She sent him the images without directly asking. Third brother, I apologize. You kindly provided me with a few concert tickets, and yet it led to such a misunderstanding, causing my sister to be misjudged. Thankfully, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Gu Jiangyan, having just finished a scene, reclined on his lounge chair and accepted the phone from his assistant. As he read Gu Sirou's messages, he furrowed his brow upon seeing the 17 concert tickets shared by Gu Xizhi. Where on earth did she obtain so many tickets? Gu Sirou sighed in relief. It seemed her third brother was not involved. They all said on the forum that they were criticizing me, which is how I found out. Gu Jiangyan then opened another screenshot filled with forum comments. I just want to ask, does Gu Sirou's face hurt? Gu Jiangyan's expression darkened as he sent Gu Sirou a comforting emoji, replying, do not worry. Third brother knows this matter does not concern you and will assist you in resolving it. Recalling events from her past life, she quickly sent another message. Third brother, are you currently filming a martial arts drama? In my past life, you had an accident while filming, yet survived. If I had warned you then, you would have appreciated it and cared for me more. Gu Jiangyan replied with a simple MHM. Then please be cautious. I dreamt last night that you fell while suspended and broke your leg. Ensure that the harness is thoroughly checked every time you use it. Gu Jiangyan found her adorably naive, believing her dreams held truth. All right, I shall heed your advice. Coincidentally, the next scene required a harness, prompting Gu Jiangyan to instruct his manager to accompany the prop team for a thorough inspection. He continued to recline, opening Gu Jiangyuan's WeChat profile, intending to request him to share Gu Xizhi's contact information so he could speak with her directly. As soon as he sent the message, a red exclamation mark appeared. He dialed a number. Gu Jiangyuan, are you seeking death? Quickly remove me from your blacklist. The next moment, the call was abruptly terminated. When he dialed again, he was met with a message. Sorry, the number you are trying to reach is unavailable. Please try again later. Gu Jiangyan gritted his teeth in frustration. Gu Jiangyuan. That wretched boy had actually blocked his number. Borrowing his assistant's phone, he redialed Gu Jiangyuan. Before he could speak, a staff member's voice came through. Brother Yan. It's time to prepare for the next scene with the harness. Harness? Just as he was about to hang up, Gu Jiangyuan suddenly interjected. Third brother. Are you filming a martial arts drama? Are you about to use the harness? Just know this and do not waste my time. Quickly provide me with Gu Xizhi's WeChat and remove me from your blacklist. Gu Jiangyuan replied, I merely wished to commend my sister. She is truly remarkable. She mentioned you would be using a harness. And indeed you are. Remembering Gu Jiangyan's absurd antics, he rolled his eyes at his phone, sharing what he had overheard from Gu Xizhi. Third brother. Ensure that someone you trust carefully examines the wires. Make certain they will not snap mid-use, or you will be in grave danger. Gu Jiangyan, now somewhat irritated, responded. Did Sirou tell you that? Fine, I understand. Enough of this. Just unblacklist me and don't forget Gu Xizhi's contact. With that, he hung up. Gu Jiangyuan stared at his phone, bewildered. What did Gu Sirou tell me? It was I who overheard from Xizhi. Was third brother S intelligence all on display? TSK? TSK. Forget it, I'll just remove him from the blacklist. After doing so, Gu Jiangyuan promptly sent Gu Xizhi's contact information to Gu Jiangyan. In Class 18, the students were animatedly discussing the recent events. Chapter 66. Gu Xizhi posted on her social media, Dad, what do you think? No wonder you previously prohibited us from posting pictures. It turns out you were waiting for this moment. Your strategy is quite clever. By allowing the situation to escalate before revealing our numerous tickets, the impact is now even more profound. I reluctantly concede that your intellect surpasses mine, albeit slightly. Gu Xizhi felt as though she had received a compliment, though not entirely. Nevertheless, if such a situation arises again, please inform us of your plans in advance. Otherwise, like just now, I might truly be driven to violence. Indeed, witnessing those individuals on the forum unjustly accusing you made my blood boil. As if I were the one wronged. Fortunately, I neither suffer from heart disease nor hypertension. Otherwise, Seeing their vitriol directed at you could have induced a stroke or heart attack. Everyone seemed to take this matter exceedingly seriously. As the conversation unfolded, Wang Hua and Zhang Qi began to playfully bicker, their laughter echoing in the air. Gu Shiji couldn't help but chuckle alongside them. This feeling of being protected by friends is rather delightful. Aren't those tickets with scalpers all gone? That day, after enjoying a barbecue at the Gu family's ancestral home, Gu Shiji handed them a stack of tickets. Curiosity still lingered among them. Sipping on the milk tea that Fan Jiang had just procured by scaling a wall, Gu Shiji responded, "You'll find out the next time you come to my house for a barbecue." Grandma's saying that being around the young keeps one youthful might hold some truth. During the barbecue, although the ancestral home's royal chef did not cook, he personally marinated all the ingredients. The flavors of the grilled dishes far surpassed those from any restaurant, and anyone who had tasted it salivated at the thought of another opportunity. After school that afternoon, Gu Sirou was at a loss for where to go, while Gu Jiangyuan was jogging on the playground. Only Gu Shiji sat alone in the Gu family car. She bit into the ham sausage that Li Shuangshuang had offered her and opened a game, preparing to indulge during the ride. A new WeChat message popped up in the background. Upon checking, she saw someone had added her with a note, "I am your third brother. Please accept." Third brother? Gu Shiji clicked to accept, just as she pondered how to remind him to be cautious. A message from Gu Jiangyan arrived. "I've heard about the situation with Sirou. I know you deliberately concealed the fact that you had so many tickets to embarrass her. You need to post a clarification for her immediately. I can forgive you this once, considering your age." In the entertainment industry, Gu Jiangyan had encountered many individuals like Gu Shiji and could see through her schemes with ease. Only Sirou, being so naive, fell victim to her tricks. Gu Shiji silently deleted the few words she had typed in response. Without a second thought, she blocked and deleted him in one swift motion. Gu Jiangyan recalled his manager's earlier words, "Fortunately, you had us double-check. Otherwise, if we had started filming, the wire would have surely snapped. And that would have been dangerous. Had it not been for Sirou, he might have been lying in a hospital bed at that moment." He sent another message to Gu Shiji. "You previously monopolized Sirou's parents, who are now deceased. Xizhi is an orphan, and our family owes her. I hope you recognize this and learn to be grateful." After sending the message, he received his second red notification of the day. Gu Shiji felt a surge of anger and needed a sip of soda to cool her temper. She retrieved her backpack, which contained the soda she had packed during the barbecue over the weekend. The soda rolled around in the bag, coming to rest between 3 tickets. Seeing the tickets reminded her of unfinished business. Otherwise, the classmates who had been agitated for so long would have done so in vain. She nonchalantly posted on her social media, "I was wondering why someone was so adamant about rummaging through my backpack. It turns out they were waiting for me here." The accompanying image depicted the 3 tickets quietly nestled within her bag. Gu Shiji had added most of her classmates on WeChat. Since she rarely posted, her peers rushed to view her latest update. Wow, so this was all a self-directed play, they mused. Who would have thought that some who appear to be goddesses are actually scheming green tea? How frightening. The comments on her post began to multiply rapidly. Zhang Qi even sent her a message asking, "Could you screenshot your post and share it on the school forum?" It is well known that opening a bottle of soda that has been jostled around in a bag can lead to disastrous consequences. To prevent such a scenario, Gu Shiji tapped the can to release the pressure. After a few taps, the bubbles rose to the top, allowing her to safely pull the tab. Gu Shiji soon managed to enjoy her soda without incident. The rest of the Gu family also saw her post. Lin Manny immediately created a small group chat, adding Gu Shircheng, Gu Jiangyu, and Gu Jiangyuan. Gu Jiangyuan shared several links, leading to posts on their school forum, including one by Su Jing and others from classmates who had shared videos, along with Zhang Qi's recent post. Lin Manny and the others quickly reviewed the content. Gu Shircheng, "Dad, what do you think of this matter?" Gu Shircheng had just finished a meeting and opened the link. Upon seeing the first post where everyone was accusing Gu Shiji of stealing Gu Sirou's concert tickets, his brows furrowed deeply. He clicked on the second link and Upon viewing videos that cleared Gu Shiji of suspicion regarding the 17 concert tickets, his frown eased slightly. After glancing at Zhang Qi's recent post, he exited and checked Gu Shiji's social media. A cold demeanor enveloped his features. Realizing a simple question to dad wasn't sufficient, he added, "Gu Jiangyu, elder brother. What is your perspective on this matter?" Gu Jiangyuan gave a thumbs up and replied, "I agree. Otherwise, if she misplaces something else in the future, our entire family would be under suspicion." However, he soon felt a twinge of sadness. Gu Sirou had once been delightful. He had even thought her the best sister in the world. How had she changed so drastically? Lin Manny sighed and said, "This is one way to resolve the issue. But Sirou might end up resenting Xizhi even more, and us as well. After all, she has been raised for over a decade. It is disheartening." She added, "I'll accompany her when she moves out. She can stay with you all at home." Even for the sake of expressing gratitude to Gu Sirou's biological parents for raising Xizhi, she found it hard to be harsh toward Gu Sirou. A moment of silence enveloped the group chat. Finally, Gu Shircheng spoke up, "No need. You stay home to care for Xizhi. I'll ask Aunt Luo to look after her." Aunt Luo had been the Gu family's servant for over 20 years and had raised the children. With her assistance, Lin Manny chose not to voice any further concerns. Gu Shiji first headed to the ancestral home. What was meant to be a discreet endeavor became apparent as she decided to enlist the previous tool used during her lessons with Fong Mian to assist in preparing for the concert. They required a new assistant to provide more precise guidance on acupuncture points and techniques. Coincidentally, Grandfather Gu, being of advanced age and frail health, could serve a dual purpose. Thus, her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was unveiled within the Gu family. Observing Fong Mianji administering a series of acupuncture treatments to the elderly gentleman, Gu Shiji stood by the window, casting a wistful gaze outside at a 45-degree angle. "Am I drifting further away from my dream of becoming a laid-back individual?" she pondered. "Perhaps I should establish a traditional Chinese medicine academy imparting all that I have learned? If everyone becomes a master, would there be no place for me?" Old Master Gu. Gu Shiji merely entertained these thoughts. After all, she lacked even a medical practice certification in traditional Chinese medicine and was merely 15 years old, hardly in a position to start an academy. "Grandfather, Grandpa Fong, my brother has returned. I shall take my leave now." As she stood by the window, she spotted Gu Jiangyu entering with her favorite cake in hand. She dashed toward the entrance. The two dogs, Xiao Huang and Fong Mianji's pet, mistook her exuberance for a playful invitation and eagerly followed her, tails wagging in delight. Gu Jiangyu entered, handing the cake to a servant while simultaneously conversing on his phone and unfastening his suit jacket. "Have the PR team issue a statement. Gu Entertainment is officially terminating its contract with Ling Wenin." Gu Shiji hurried down the stairs, her pace impeded by the two dogs tugging at her pant legs, reluctant to let her go. Struggling to descend with them in tow, she caught wind of the name Ling Wenin. Chapter 67. Has my brother's cremation finally arrived? Ling Wenin? I recall this individual. At one point, I even suspected her to be the author's father's nemesis. How could anyone in this world endure such a tragic fate? As if she has traversed the entirety of human despair? The tragedies of the wretched world pale in comparison to her own. Gu Jiangyu concluded his phone call and cast a surprised glance towards Gu Shiji. He hadn't anticipated her acquaintance with Ling Wenin. Simultaneously, he was eager to glean the details of Ling Wenin's misfortunes. Alas, while Ling Wenin's plight was indeed tragic, his brother's circumstances would ultimately prove far more harrowing. Ling Wenin's suffering, though prolonged for over 2 decades, could not compare to the decades of torment that awaited his brother. His remaining years would be fraught with psychological anguish. Prepared to indulge in the gossip, Gu Jiangyu mused, "Did I stumble upon my own scoop? Brother, is this cake intended for my enjoyment?" He decided to set aside thoughts of sorrow and instead savor the cake, recognizing that his brother, in happier times, was quite agreeable. "Today marks yet another day of adoration for my brother." Although the young girl professed her love for him, which brought him joy, he wished she would allow him to finish his own slice of cake. Gu Shiji retrieved a piece of cake and settled in the living room, switching on the television. She tuned into a rural variety show. Taking a glance, she scooped a spoonful of cake. Gu Jiangyu positioned himself on the sofa with his laptop, balancing work while remaining ready to continue indulging in the unfolding drama. The rural variety show primarily featured agricultural tasks and culinary endeavors. On screen, a stunning beauty donned in a form-fitting crimson dress, radiating an ethereal glow, sat in the courtyard on a small stool, playfully teasing two small dogs with a stalk of foxtail grass. She appeared utterly relaxed. In stark contrast, other performers busied themselves with chores in the background, harvesting vegetables, cooking, or sweeping. The online comments buzzed with excitement. Is Lingwenyin disabled? Everyone else is laboring, yet she sits idly, thoroughly at ease. Even top-tier actors are toiling away, while this minor celebrity seems to eclipse them all. Questions arose about her understanding of the show she had joined. Did she believe she was participating in a beauty pageant, dressed as she was? As Gu Shiji stuffed her mouth with cake, she noticed the name Lingwenyin appearing frequently in the comments. Oh, what a coincidence. I just heard my brother mention her, and here she is. Wow, she is truly stunning. No wonder my brother fell under her spell. Culminating in a whirlwind of pursuit and heartbreak. The thought that such a beautiful person could lead such a sorrowful life is truly heart-wrenching. In moments of emotional turmoil, only delicious food could provide solace. Thus, Gu Shiji seized the remaining half of the cake and devoured it in one bite. Gu Jiangyu gazed intently at the breathtaking figure on the television screen. A pursuit of love? Lingwenyin? For the first time, he questioned Gu Shiji's sentiments. He despised the cunning nature of women like Lingwenyin. How could he possibly harbor affection for her? The premise of a romantic pursuit was fundamentally flawed. After finishing her cake, Gu Shiji took a sip of soda. On screen, a dog snatched the grass from Lingwenin's hand, while another dog circled her, panting and wagging its tail. She stood, walked to the side, and picked another stalk, revealing her figure and grace more vividly. Sister, slay me. Her figure is absolutely stunning. To be so breathtaking on screen, I cannot fathom how exquisite she must be in reality. What flaw exists in my brother's taste that he would initially recoil from such a beauty, even as she bore his child? Poor little nephew, deprived of the chance to enter this world. Once again, she felt the need for comfort. Gu Shiji dashed to the kitchen and retrieved another piece of cake. Gu Jiangyu remained transfixed, his gaze fixed on Lingwenyin. Was it truly possible that they had a child together? Just that one time, and she was with child? It had been 3 months since that encounter. She could not be unaware of it. Why had she never mentioned it to him? This was clearly a scenario she had meticulously orchestrated, was it not? As Gu Shiji peeled away the cake's outer packaging, she noticed Gu Jiangyu's unwavering gaze upon Lingwenyin. Curiously, she inquired, "Brother, do you find her more beautiful than Zhou Weiran?" Zhou Weiran, who appeared nurturing as she washed vegetables behind Lingwenyin, sported bangs and a sweet, soft makeup style. Yet, in juxtaposition to Lingwenyin, she seemed ordinary, merely a backdrop to the radiant star. At this moment, my brother has likely been beguiled by Zhou Yueran's innocent exterior. He believes whatever she claims. Surely, he must find Zhou Weiran more beautiful. My brother's wretched taste is such a waste of those lovely peach blossom eyes. She rolled her eyes in disdain, no longer wishing to hear Gu Jiangyu's answer, fearing it would further wound her heart for the beauty. Gu Jiangyu shifted his focus to Lingwenin's face. Objectively speaking, few in the entertainment industry could rival her beauty. She had initially debuted solely based on her looks. With just a glimpse, she had garnered an immense following overnight. Had she not engaged in such antics afterward, her beauty alone could have secured her a place among the top-tier stars. Lingwenyin was indeed more beautiful. This was an undeniable truth. "Oh, brother, you do possess some taste after all," Gu Shiji remarked, slightly taken aback. On screen, a dog leapt to snatch the grass from Lingwenin's hand, which she playfully lifted high, bringing joy to the dog and illuminating her face with a radiant smile. Her beauty was ethereal, and when she smiled, It was as if she could illuminate the world. The comments that had previously berated her fell silent, replaced by a chorus of admiration. 666. What a goddess of beauty. I cannot even bring myself to insult her. That divine smile, could we see it again? I am utterly enchanted. I too am enchanted. She possesses a celestial visage. I can hardly imagine having a sister-in-law this beautiful. How blissful that would be. I must find a way to have such a sister-in-law. If not, I have 3 other brothers. Gu Jiangyu furrowed his brow, resisting the notion of Ling Wenyin becoming Gu Shiji's sister-in-law. Yet, what if she were to become a second, third, or even 4th sister-in-law? Suddenly, his phone rang. Mr. Gu, the matter has been resolved, and Ling Wenyin has already departed from the city. Chapter 68. Have I accumulated virtue to change my fate? Volunteering at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Gu Jiangyu's expression suddenly shifted. He then turned to Gu Shiji and inquired of his assistant. Are you saying that Ling Wenyin has left Ningxi? What? She's left already? Is the efficiency really that high? I recall that in the novel. It mentioned that after Ling Wenyin departed from Ningxi, reflecting on her tragic life, she feared for the child in her womb and immediately sought to terminate the pregnancy. Then, does that mean she is about to abort the child very soon? Oh dear, this concerns my little nephew. Should I inform my elder brother? But how do I explain that I know all this? Gu Shiji felt a wave of irritation wash over her, rendering even the cake unappetizing. Elder brother. I suppose I should drop a hint to my elder brother. He may be a bit dim-witted, but surely he can grasp my insinuation. Under normal circumstances, if Gu Shiji remarked on his foolishness, Gu Jiangyu might feel a twinge of annoyance. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters now. The girl had mentioned that the woman would soon terminate their child, and he had to prevent her from doing so. Xizhi. Inform Grandma and the others that I have an urgent matter and must leave, Gu Jiangyu said, swiftly donning his suit jacket and hurrying out. Gu Shiji blinked, feeling somewhat bewildered. Had she heard him correctly? Was her elder brother sending someone to find Ling Wenyin? She hadn't even mentioned anything yet. Wasn't he currently entangled with Zhou Yuan, believing Ling Wenyin to be a manipulative woman? Wouldn't he prefer her to distance herself as much as possible? Why was he in such a rush to find her? Yet, she breathed a sigh of relief. If elder brother was now seeking her out, perhaps he would prevent her from discovering the truth about her pregnancy. Should she call him later to hint at it? Not long after Gu Jiangyu departed, Gu Shicheng and Lin Manny arrived. Gu Shiji was somewhat surprised to see them. They rarely visited the old residence during weekdays. Gu Jiangyuan followed closely behind them. Everyone is here? I see. They must have come because of the matter between me and Gu Sirou. Had I not happened to treat Feng Ruishan's ailment and established a rapport with him, I wouldn't have secured so many concert tickets. According to the original storyline, my theft of Gu Sirou's tickets would indeed be akin to washing away the stain of my guilt in the family swimming pool. Now that they are gathered here, it seems they have come to drive me away? Lin Manny, listening to Gu Shiji's thoughts, imagined that if she were unable to hear Shiji's true feelings, she might have doubts about her. Given their long-standing relationship, it was entirely possible that she could have misgivings about Xizhi. As apprehension washed over her, she approached Gu Shiji, her eyes reddening with guilt. Xizhi, I am so sorry. Though nothing had transpired this time, she still felt remorse, both for the Gu Shiji she had yet to meet and for the Gu Shiji who now lived in her stead. Oh no! My mother is speaking to me in such a tone and expression. Could it be that she still believes in Gu Sirou? Are the 3 of them collectively here to expel me? Indeed, the protagonist's aura is terrifying. Despite all evidence indicating I have been framed, my parents and brother still do not believe me. If they truly wish to oust me, then perhaps they could at least share some of their wealth. Let's see. If I need $1 million to buy a house and a car and then to lounge about, that should suffice. After purchasing, I would merely deposit the remainder in the bank for interest. Gu Jiangyuan felt quite sorrowful upon hearing Gu Shiji's thoughts. Unlike Lin Manny, he did not overthink the situation. He simply regarded the girl before him as his sister. She had nearly fallen victim to a scheme and faced online harassment at school. Before he could fully process his emotions, he heard her calculating how much money she would need to survive if she were expelled from the family. It sounded rather reasonable. If he too were to be driven away by their parents, he figured 1 million would suffice for him as well. Lin Manny felt even more heartbroken. Such a young child must feel utterly insecure to constantly worry about being expelled or contemplating running away from home. Xizhi, to prevent you from spiraling into further distress, please control your emotions. We are aware of the concert ticket situation, and it was indeed an error on Sirou's part. Gu Sirou let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the protagonist's aura and the fated look of the story were not entirely unchecked. We also know that she harbors some negative feelings towards you, and to prevent similar incidents from occurring, we will have Sirou move out. Gu Sirou was taken aback. What? Not only are you not expelling me, but you're sending Gu Sirou away? Could it be that my past virtuous deeds have granted me a smooth journey in this life, allowing me to eliminate the protagonist right from the start and assume her role? Mother, is this true? Gu Sirou felt uncertain and thought it necessary to confirm with Lin Manny once more. Gu Sirou and Gu Jiangyuan affirmed that this was a collective decision among them. However, she still bore the burden of the malicious supporting character system. Her virtuous deeds had not even managed to temper the system's nature, nor had she transformed into an invincible protagonist. This indicated she was still merely a supporting character and should not let her guard down. After all, protagonists in novels often seemed as resilient as cockroaches. At 7 in the evening, it was time for dinner. The old Master Gu and Fang Mianji descended from upstairs. As soon as Grandma Gu sat down, she scanned the room and asked, "Where is Sirou? Since you all are here, why didn't you bring her along?" Lin Manny replied. She said she was doing her homework outside and would come over shortly. She had called Gu Sirou, instructing her to come directly to the old residence. This was the first time she had spoken to her in such a serious tone, and Sirou dared not refuse. Fang Mianji, curious, asked, "Sirou? Is she your other granddaughter? Is she also in Ningxi? I have come here so many times, but have yet to meet her." Gu Sirou stood outside the Fang family's clinic, accompanied by Fang Ruoqing. As we previously discussed, you only need to come and help out here every afternoon after school, Fang Ruoqing said. Gu Sirou nodded. Though she had searched for Fang Mianji for quite some time without success, it was not entirely in vain. She knew this clinic near the school was a branch of the Fang family clinic in the capital. Since Fang Mianji had arrived in Ningxi, there was a high probability she would visit this location. All she had to do was wait here. Chapter 69. A symmetrical slap in the face. The peculiar woman Gu Sirou, at the tender age of 15, remains a minor, restricted to volunteering at the Fang family clinic. After concluding her conversation with Fang Ruoqing, she exited the clinic, only to find the clock striking 8. Hailing a cab outside the traditional medicine clinic, she made her way to the old Gu residence, arriving past 8:30. As the vehicle rolled into the Gu estate, a black Hongqi car emerged from the driveway. "Your grandfather Fang just inquired about you, expressing surprise at your frequent visits without ever having met you," someone remarked. Gu Sirou paid little heed to the elder Fang. They were merely retired chess buddies of her grandfather. Their influence paled in comparison to that of her own family patriarch. "I just finished my homework," she replied curtly. "Have you eaten?" Grandmother Gu asked, still unaware of the recent events at school. "If not, I can have the kitchen prepare something for you." She was just like any grandmother who wished to pamper her grandchild. "I've already eaten," Gu Sirou interjected, breaking the seemingly affectionate exchange between them. "Let us head inside." 10 minutes later, both grandfather and grandmother Gu were apprised of Gu Sirou's situation, and silence enveloped the room. Gu Sirou's phone suddenly rang, displaying a call from his third brother. "Dad, please switch to speaker. I'd like to address everyone." A screenshot of Gu Shiji's social media post appeared, alongside a photograph of her walking alone beneath the streetlights, her shadow elongated. Gu Jiangyan felt a pang of sympathy. Gu Sirou, recognizing the involvement of Gu Jiangyan in this incident, was curious to hear his thoughts. He not only activated the speakerphone but also initiated a video call. In the video, Gu Jiangyan donned his costume, exuding an aura reminiscent of an elegant aristocrat. Truly, he possessed a striking beauty that surpassed that of his elder and younger brothers, the kind that could inspire thoughts of wanting to bear his children with just one glance. "I've heard about Sirou's situation," Gu Jiangyan stated. "I noticed her backpack resembles Gu Shiji's, which explains her confusion in mistaking it for her own. This is merely a misunderstanding, and there's no need to escalate it further." He scanned the video for Gu Shiji, spotting a young girl who bore a striking resemblance to his mother, her eyes mirroring those of their siblings. With just a glance, he recognized her as their sister. A paternity test would be superfluous. However, he furrowed his brow. Addressing Gu Shiji, "You must clarify this on your school forum, explaining that it was a misunderstanding, and ensure you maintain a good relationship with Sirou at home." Gu Sirou, his expression darkening, interrupted, "Enough. You should rest now. Refrain from contacting the family unless absolutely necessary." Gu Jiangyan retorted, "If it's not life-threatening, then don't contact us." This third brother was dispensable. He seemed oblivious to the absurdity of his own words. Gu Sirou ended the video call. "My third brother is exactly as described in the novels. He dotes on Gu Sirou without a hint of discernment." Seeing this, I inexplicably felt a sense of security. Otherwise, I might have doubted whether I had entered the wrong story. The rest of the Gu family exchanged glances. System. Task activated. As the notorious antagonist, remember your identity. Let your malice accentuate the protagonist's virtue. Gu Shiji? She had grown accustomed to the system's frequent resurrection-like task announcements. "Yet no, system, I understand your words. But can you be a bit more realistic? What kindness do you expect me to highlight?" The other members of the Gu family, aside from Gu Sirou, tuned in with keen interest. Gu Jiangyan remarked, "Here it comes. That system with rewards has returned." Lin Manny glanced at Gu Sirou with a sigh. "Whenever Sirou is around, that system never presents a favorable task. I wonder what undesirable mission it will assign to Xizhi now." System. When the protagonist apologizes, exhibit your unreasonable side, without hesitation. Deliver a slap to her face. Task reward. None. Oh, a task without a reward. Gu Jiangyan scoffed. What a useless system, demanding labor without compensation. Sighs. For the sake of our friendship, I suppose I'll reluctantly comply. I wonder if this will hasten my demise, but who cares? I've been so lackadaisical, and it hasn't shown any inclination to let me off the hook. Gu Shiji's gaze towards Gu Sirou was infused with anticipation. Gu Jiangyan exclaimed, "Oh, something's brewing." He too felt an eagerness to uncover the nature of this task, curious as to why Xizhi would willingly subject herself to such a disadvantage without reward. Grandfather Gu was equally intrigued, wondering why the young lady would willingly endure such indignity. With matters laid bare, it was now time to resolve the issue. Gu Sirou, suppressing his curiosity about Gu Shiji's task, turned his serious gaze to Gu Sirou. "Sirou, this time you were in the wrong. You must apologize to Xizhi." Gu Sirou bit her lip, her eyes betraying her defiance. Yet, she understood that her parents and brothers cherished her deeply. If she feigned humility, they would quickly rally to her side, as they did for her third brother. "Sister," Gu Sirou approached Gu Shiji, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm truly sorry. I didn't realize I mixed up our backpacks. I thought I had lost my ticket and panicked. Regardless, it was my fault. I should have stopped them." Before she could fully convince herself of her own innocence, a slap rang out, striking her across the face in front of everyone. She stood in disbelief. Was she losing her mind? "Sister," tears streamed down her face as she covered one side of her cheek, thinking that if she seized this moment to perform, her parents would once again favor her. "I know you're angry. If you want to hit me, go ahead." Another slap landed, this time on her untouched cheek. Gu Shiji replied, "I'll grant you this." Strangely enough, slapping her is quite gratifying. The system has orchestrated this task to my satisfaction. The Gu family understood now. The task was indeed this. Yet, no one intervened to stop Gu Shiji. Not out of favoritism, but rather because if they allowed the misunderstanding to persist, Gu Sirou would endure relentless scrutiny, potentially ruining her life. Moreover, Xizhi was inherently kind-hearted. Despite Gu Sirou's treatment of her, she had acted only because the system had tasked her. On a train bound for Suguang City, a woman enveloped in layers of clothing sat by the window, gazing outside with a distant expression, lost in thought. She instinctively pressed a hand to a bruised spot on her skin, letting out a sharp hiss. Chapter 70. Never to meet again, Ning City. Gu Sirou had endured 2 slaps in succession. It was imperative that they not go unchallenged. Her complexion was pale, and as she lowered the hand that had covered her face, she leaned against the sofa for support, appearing on the brink of collapse. I truly do not know. Smack. 3 resounding slaps had reddened my hand. But what does she mean by this? All evidence has been laid bare, yet she insists on quibbling, feigning a pitiful demeanor, delicate as a willow in the wind. If I do not strike her, I would be doing a disservice to my own eyes. Even if you possess the aura of a protagonist, even if I appear cowardly, should you tempt me to act, my restraint shall wane. Gu Jiangyuan glanced at Gu Sirou and could not help but nod in understanding. After witnessing her actions, he found himself at a loss. Though her apology lacked sincerity, her plea for Gu Xizhi to strike her bore an odd genuineness. Thus, the matter of her apology was swiftly laid to rest. What followed was the discussion of Gu Sirou moving out. To everyone's surprise, when the topic was broached again, she readily acquiesced. Initially, Gu Sirou had been taken aback and incredulous upon hearing the family's decision for her to vacate. They had never considered sending her away, even when sending Gu Xizhi abroad. Yet now, she harbored no fear that relocating would diminish her ties with the Gu family. On the contrary, without Gu Xizhi's interference, it would afford her the opportunity to strengthen herself. Once she became more accomplished, she was confident that the Gu family would make the right choice between her and Gu Xizhi. After listening to the entirety of the family meeting, the system mused. I have exerted so much effort to keep you in the Gu family, so you can adequately play the role of the vicious female antagonist, and yet, the protagonist has truly fallen short. Host, why not plead for her and allow her to stay? Gu Xizhi rolled her eyes. Compared to completing tasks, I would prefer to live a peaceful life. The Gu family members were puzzled by this sudden shift to discussing tasks. Had the system said something again? No one offered an answer to their queries. Gu Xizhi was still preoccupied with her young nephew. She retrieved her phone and, in front of her family, called Gu Jiangyu. Brother, I remember seeing the artist you mentioned on a variety show. She seems to be 3 months pregnant, but judging by her complexion, she doesn't appear to be well. Could you inquire about her well-being? I am indeed quite astute. It is only natural that I, a contemporary master of traditional Chinese medicine, could discern that Ling Wenin is pregnant at a glance. Brother knows what he has done once I mention Ling Wenin's pregnancy. No matter how he doubts her private life, surely he will question whether the child in her womb is his. Gu Sirou, having received 3 slaps, had retreated upstairs to tend to her face. The remaining members of the Gu family lingered in the living room, confused as to whether Gu Xizhi was merely a fan. Upon hearing her thoughts, they could no longer remain composed. Lin Manny exclaimed, What? My son fathered a child 3 months ago and is oblivious to it? Could he truly be such a scoundrel? Grandma Gu gasped, Oh my, I may finally hold my great-grandchild, yet my grandson harbors suspicions about his future granddaughter-in-law. This sounds like a tale of pursuing a wife amidst chaos. How thrilling. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to play a supporting role in such a story after all these years. Gu Jianyuan remarked disdainfully, What a scoundrel. My brother, who has been single for 27 years, already has a child, while I, handsome and charming, still have a girlfriend who is lost. On the other end of the line, Gu Jiangyu replied, I understand. I will go find her immediately and convey your regards. Gu Xizhi hung up the phone, satisfied. I hope my brother finds her quickly and manages to prevent her from terminating the pregnancy. Lin Manny and Grandma Gu's expressions shifted dramatically. Was their grandson, great-grandson, in danger? Gu Shircheng and Grandpa Gu wore grim faces. What a disgrace. Concerned for the fate of the next generation, Gu Shircheng and Grandpa Gu could not trust Gu Jiangyu to handle the matter alone. They concocted excuses to leave and attend to the situation. Lin Manny and Grandma Gu, aware that others could hear Gu Shiji's thoughts, found similar justifications to contact Gu Shircheng and Grandpa Gu's assistants, claiming that Gu Shiji was merely chasing a celebrity and wanted to locate Ling Wenin quickly. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Shiji was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, reading the chat logs from their class group. Look at this outfit. When we all wear it to the concert, we will undoubtedly be the brightest stars in the venue. Gu Shiji clicked on the link, revealing a set of fluorescent attire, glowing only in the middle and on the limbs, resembling a comical fluorescent figure. Indeed, it was bright. When they all sat in a row, they would be a line of glowing figures. 10,086. Such a cool idea was unanimously agreed upon, and Gu Shiji contributed to the group fund for the purchase of the outfits. As long as they did not feel awkward, the embarrassment would befall others. On the train, a laborer appeared flustered, hastily apologizing. I'm sorry. Ling Wenin softly reassured him. It's fine, it has nothing to do with you. With that, she turned her gaze back to the scenery flashing past outside, her hand brushing over the spot that had just been jostled. Her phone vibrated incessantly in her bag. She took it out to see a call from Sister Yi. You have endured enough already, even if she is your Sister Yi. Ling Wenin's voice was hoarse. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Thank you, and in the future. Outside, fields stretched endlessly, and a young woman carried a child on her back while holding the hand of a little girl of about 3 or 4. The girl, holding a half-eaten pear, seemed to be chattering away, looking up at the woman with a youthful smile. Ling Wenin was momentarily lost in thought. Goodbye. She did not continue, simply ending the call. In the future, perhaps there would be no future, and they would never meet again. Never to meet again, Ning City. Chapter 71. The emergence of the overbearing brother in my fragmented state. I perhaps truly do not deserve this. Ling Wenin rested her head against the glass, a scalding tear cascading down her cheek. In Suguang City, located in the western part, there lies Ma Xiang, named so for its horseshoe shape. This area is notorious as a slum within the city, with tightly packed, dilapidated houses. The sunlight can only filter through the narrow crevices between the buildings, casting sporadic rays into the alley. Even during the day, the alley remains dim, exuding a sense of oppression. At the end of the alley stands a building with a weathered exterior, beneath which dangles a large, precariously hanging sign proclaiming accommodation. Below the sign, a narrow storefront houses a hair salon, its doors slightly ajar. A woman, clad in a white tank top and a black mini-skirt, leans languidly against the door frame, a cigarette clutched between her fingers. Amidst the swirling smoke, her expression appears somewhat numb. A man steps out of the salon, adjusting his coat. Beside the salon is the entrance to the building, where daylight struggles to penetrate the darkened hallway. Ascending the staircase, one finds a closed door on the left side of the 3rd floor. Inside, beer bottles, liquor bottles, cigarette butts, and several takeout boxes with remnants of food are strewn about. The mingled scents of alcohol, smoke, and spoiled food create a nauseating atmosphere. A woman in her 50s or 60s, her cheeks flushed, with greasy hair and dandruff, lies languidly beside the coffee table, her eyes half open. As she fumbles around her, unable to find anything, she reaches for the ashtray on the table and hurls it towards Ling Wenin, who is collecting trash from the floor. Get out. I don't want to see you. Ling Wenin keeps her head down, offering no resistance as the ashtray strikes her shoulder, causing her to instinctively furrow her brow. Silently, she continues to gather the debris into a garbage bag. On the right side of the staircase, a door swings wide open, filled with the sounds of mahjong clattering. At the mahjong table, someone glances in the direction of Ling Wenin's home. Just look at her, taking hits without even fighting back. One might think she owes her mother something. Across the table, someone wins a hand and remarks, it seems she does owe her mother something. I once heard her mother berate her, saying that if it weren't for her, she wouldn't be in this situation. It's all her fault. In that moment, the mahjong tiles seem less enticing than the juicy gossip. However, the woman who initially shared the tidbit only caught a fragment of the conversation, merely grasping the essence of the drama. The group continues to play, their eyes glinting with intrigue. That girl is undeniably beautiful. With a face like that, she could easily captivate countless men. I've seen the supermarket owner. He could practically be her grandfather. But alas, he is wealthy, and isn't that what matters most? I heard her mother has given her consent. Another person enters, dragging a chair to sit beside one of the women at the table, eager for more gossip. Has she become a star? For them, who have never witnessed much, any mention of being an artist equates to stardom. I heard that a star can earn $2 million a day. The voice drips with unabashed jealousy. Others remain silent, taken aback by the revelation. Not a star. My granddaughter says she's just an 18th tier nobody. I don't really understand, but I heard many online criticize her, urging her to quit. This nobody seems to be on her way out. A collective sigh of relief fills the air. If someone who has always lived beneath them suddenly ascended to a life better than theirs, it would indeed be unbearable. 2 hours later, Ling Wenin finally tidies the room. Having disposed of all the trash, the woman by the coffee table has fallen asleep at some point, her brow furrowed even in slumber. A stark contrast to her usual rage. Ling Wenin approaches, gritting her teeth as she drags the woman to the sofa. The woman is frail, lacking in flesh. And despite the effort, Ling Wenin successfully places her on the couch. A picture frame falls down. She quickly picks it up. Inside is a photograph from over a decade ago, featuring 4 individuals, 2 adults and 2 children, a boy and a girl with roughly a 10-year age difference. Ling Wenin's gaze lingers on the man's face before settling on the boy's for an extended moment. After a long while, she retrieves a blanket and covers the woman with it. Taking a moment to breathe, she can no longer suppress the urge to lean against a nearby chair. Clutching her abdomen and bending slowly, after about an hour, she heads to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Once finished, she washes the clothes and hangs them out to dry. Glancing at the time, she notes it's 12:45. The agreed-upon meeting time is 2 o'clock. If she leaves now and takes the bus, it will be just on time. On the highway from Ning City to Suguang City, a car speeds along. Gu Jiangyu's handsome face bears no trace of his former calm demeanor. Find all the hospitals in Suguang City, leave no stone unturned. Since learning that Ling Wenin had gone to Suguang City, he has been relentless in his pursuit. After hanging up the phone, his eyes remain fixed ahead. In Suguang City, at 1:40 p.m., Ling Wenin disembarks from the bus. She glances down at the address written on a piece of paper, then raises her gaze to the building before her, furrowing her brow. Following the address, she enters a narrow alley bustling with people. Some notice her, bundled up tightly, and their expressions reveal a sense of recognition. A man with dyed blonde hair, whistling as he approaches, points with his cigarette towards a nearby building. UAI Hospital is over there. Chapter 72. The mark of imprisonment. Ling Wenin lowered her gaze to the address in her hand, then glanced at the building the man was pointing to. The UI hospital she sought was indeed situated right there. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, she took a deep breath and proceeded forward. Once she left, the group of people gathered, munching on sunflower seeds, continued their idle chatter. Could this child possibly be yet another minor? Someone has gotten her pregnant, and she dares not confide in her family, quietly arriving at such a small clinic for an abortion. The current generation of girls truly fails to exercise restraint. It is the innocent child within her womb that suffers, cursed to have such a mother. A woman, having just finished her lunch, approached with a bowl of rice. Glancing around, she conspiratorially whispered, "Have you all heard? Just last month, a girl came to that little clinic for an abortion, suffered severe hemorrhaging, and perished." What? Suddenly, the crowd grew more animated. No way. If a life was lost, how can it remain so quiet? This clinic seems to be untouched by any scandal. Indeed, I heard of another small clinic that had a serious medical mishap. Once it was reported, it was closed the very next day. The woman with the rice bowl beckoned the others to come closer. Lowering her voice, she continued, I heard there are connections involved that helped cover it up. Now even the girl's family dares not raise a fuss. I, too, noticed many people outside the clinic late that night when I went out. I thought something was amiss and hurried down to inquire with a staff member. She cautiously glanced around, covering her mouth with her hand holding the chopsticks. You mustn't let this leak. Who knows what kind of power lurks behind this clinic? If they find out we're discussing it, who knows what might happen? The crowd's enthusiasm waned, their sunflower seeds suddenly losing their appeal. But if you're genuinely concerned about being silenced, why would you share this with us? One quipped. Are you afraid that dying alone would be too lonely and thus seek company? They swiftly changed the subject, pretending to be nonchalant. Some continuing to snack while others resumed their meals, though their eyes couldn't help but cast furtive glances toward UI Hospital. UI Hospital was merely a small clinic located beneath a residential building, modest in size, approximately 50 to 60 square meters, spanning 2 stories. Upon entering, a young girl in a nurse's uniform sat at the reception desk. When she noticed Ling Wennin's entrance, she lifted her gaze and coldly inquired, Do you have an appointment? Name? Ling Wennin used a pseudonym. Although her career in the entertainment industry was lackluster, her face had inadvertently earned her many enemies within the circle. To evade the relentless paparazzi, she sought refuge in such unregulated clinics, striving to conceal her identity. The receptionist, after checking Ling Wennin's appointment details on the computer, coldly instructed, Please change into a gown and proceed to operating room number 1. With that, she stood up and took her unfinished milk tea with her. After changing, Ling Wennin entered operating room number 1. Upon her arrival, she saw the same girl from the front desk, sipping on her milk tea. Ling Wennin couldn't help but stare a moment longer. The girl held the milk tea in one hand while preparing surgical supplies, an oxygen tank, tubing, medications, and more with the other. Noticing Ling Wennin's gaze, she appeared displeased. It's just a minor procedure. There's no need for such fuss. Besides, if someone were meticulous, they wouldn't come to our clinic for such a procedure. She resumed her preoperative preparations, grumbling, I dislike these types. They can engage in reckless behavior but shy away from accountability, and then they want to make demands while clandestinely seeking an abortion. Fortunately, most patients arriving for abortions were either young girls coming alone or accompanied by irresponsible boyfriends. Ling Wennin lay on the examination table, her expression vacant. Just as she settled down, a doctor entered. Ling Wennin, right? I reviewed your previous test results. Your coagulation and blood counts are normal. So there's no need for further testing. We can proceed directly to the operation and prepare to administer anesthesia. As intravenous anesthesia began to take effect, Ling Wennin felt her eyelids growing heavy. She gradually withdrew her hand from her abdomen, allowing it to fall limply to the side of the bed. Drops of blood fell silently from her palm onto the floor, her fingertips, especially her nails, glistening a vivid red. The young girl, noticing this, regarded Ling Wennin as if she were insane. Is she unwell? She has drawn blood from her own palm and remains silent. Meanwhile, a tall figure clad in a black suit emerged from a car, rushing into UI Hospital. Who is that man? He bears a striking resemblance to a celebrity. His car looks incredibly expensive. One could purchase several apartments with it. Could he be the powerful owner behind this hospital? If the owner of this hospital possesses such wealth, it is no wonder that such incidents occur without consequence, allowing it to remain operational. This owner seems rather anxious, rushing inside. Could it be that the girl who just entered has encountered trouble again? The gossiping women, startled by the imposing figure at the hospital entrance, fell silent. This man, exuding authority, could easily silence them if he chose. They tightly closed their mouths, occasionally pretending to look elsewhere, only to steal glances back at UI Hospital. Although the hospital had 2 floors, the upper level housed the director's office and staff lounge, leaving only 2 operating rooms on the ground floor. In operating room number 1, a male doctor, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, smirked. The individual who previously assisted with the medical incident had informed him that if this matter was handled properly, a significant investment would be made in their hospital, allowing him to expand its scale. He proceeded to remove her trousers and began the surgery. Chapter 73. Secrets to Exam Success. What do you think? As he spoke, he reached to remove Ling Wennin's mask. In his other hand, he held a phone with the camera already activated, poised to capture a moment. Suddenly, the operating room door was kicked open from the outside. Gu Jiangyu immediately recognized the woman on the operating table, even though her face was still obscured by a mask. The male doctor turned around warily. Who are you? What do you want? Gu Jiangyu's focus was solely on Ling Wennin. He rushed in, forcefully pushing the doctor aside, and carefully removed the needle from Ling Wennin's body, lifting her into his arms. As he exited, his face darkened. He commanded the assistant who had followed him, "Take care of things here." After running a few steps, he halted, find out what his relationship with Zhou Weiran is. He recalled that when he had sent someone to locate Ling Wennin the previous night, he had also instructed them to investigate Zhou Weiran. Someone had mentioned that Zhou Weiran had seemingly referenced a hospital for friendship. He hadn't paid it much mind at the time, but now, seeing the 4 prominent characters on the clinic's backdrop, everything felt too coincidental. At 3:20 in the afternoon, during class dismissal, Gu Xizhi pondered for a moment before sending Gu Jiangyu a message. Brother, have you checked on Ling Wennin for me? Yes. I came personally to see her and have spoken to her. Is it true that she is pregnant? Is the baby all right? After sending the message, Gu Xizhi clasped her hands in prayer. May the Bodhisattva bless, may God bless, may the Buddha bless, may Sun Wukong bless, may Shu Beiji bless. May the celestial hound bless. My dear little nephew must be safe. She did not harbor profound feelings for the unborn child she had yet to meet. In the original narrative, the successful abortion had become the final straw that broke Ling Wennin. She had overestimated herself, believing she could continue living with her mother after losing the child. Yet, day after day, burdened by guilt over the child, she eventually simply loved the beauty, unwilling to allow another beauty to fade from this world. It's all right, there's no need to worry. Gu Xizhi let out a long sigh. Sister Ji, I can't understand this problem again. Li Shuangshuang turned around, holding her workbook, her face a portrait of despair. This was the 101st time she felt unworthy of participating in the mathematics competition, unable to even comprehend the questions. Gu Xizhi glanced at the problem in her hand. Given points M, T, and A are collinear, it's evident that the trajectory of M is defined by A and B as foci, with a real axis length of 2 cos. She illustrated further on paper, making her explanation clearer and more accessible. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi, distracted by his game, cast a reluctant glance but listened intently, suddenly feeling as if he could comprehend what was being discussed. Indeed, his desk mate had quietly evolved without him. Math class representative Lin Yan was pondering Gu Xizhi's notes when she noticed Gu Xizhi explaining the problem to Li Shuangshuang and quickly joined in, pushing Zhang Qi aside. Zhang Qi retaliated by displacing Wang Hua, plopping down in his seat. Wang Hua, feeling aggrieved, stood on the side, scratching his nose, staring at Gu Xizhi and the others. Chiga, what are they doing? So serious? Aren't they afraid we might misunderstand that they could actually win an award? 3 underachievers huddled together, putting on a facade of scholars, which was rather perplexing. Zhang Qi's character in the game revived, and he immersed himself back into the game, completely oblivious to Wang Hua's chatter. Wang Hua awkwardly continued the previous conversation with those nearby. Are you saying that Gu Sirou didn't attend class this afternoon either? With just a week left until the preliminary round of the mathematics competition, the math department was abuzz with discussions about it. As the conversation progressed, they arrived at class 18. Teacher Jean, do you think you should give those 3 students in your class some crash revision? Every point counts. Yes. Every school must tally the average scores, and with 3 students from your class participating, one of whom is Gu Xizhi, who reportedly hasn't submitted any homework and sleeps through class. What if they score 0 and drag our school's average down? Some well-meaning teachers shared tips for exams. I have some strategies for underperformers. Write down the questions you know first, then alternate your guesses for the remaining ones. If the first unanswered question is guessed correctly, follow it with a wrong guess, then a correct one again. This method can improve your odds. If the number of questions is low, always choose true. There's always a 50% chance of being correct. As teacher Jean was grading assignments from class 18, he overheard the word strategy and listened with curiosity. I heard that for multiple choice questions, if there are 3 long options and 1 short, choose the shortest. If there are 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest. Your explanation is not comprehensive enough. Teacher Chen, who had been searching for strategies, brightened at teacher Jin's words. Indeed, these matters are best understood by the younger generation. Your method is more detailed. Let me try a few practice sets. If it proves effective, perhaps our school's average score could indeed rise. Hearing this, Zhang Yang scoffed. Those lacking genuine knowledge tend to resort to such dubious tricks. At the First People's Hospital of Suguang City, the effects of the anesthetic on Ling Wenin had worn off. She awakened slowly, her eyes fluttering open to the stark white ceiling above and the scent of disinfectant in the air. She abruptly reached for her abdomen. Gu Jiangyu had been vigilantly watching by her bedside, and the moment she awoke, she noticed him. He regarded her with a mix of mocking amusement and icy detachment. What? Are you suddenly remembering that he is your child and starting to feel heartache? That voice. It was him. Ling Wenin turned her head in disbelief. Gu Jiangyu's cold, handsome face met her gaze. How did you get here? Even lying on the operating table, she felt a surge of panic. Gu Jiangyu kicked the chair behind him, standing up and leaning close to her, grasping her chin with a firm hand. What do you think? Chapter 74. The long road to winning her back. Attending the concert, is this woman a fool? How could she possibly choose a clinic devoid of any legitimate medical qualifications, where the nurse was sipping milk tea during the operation, to undergo such a critical procedure? Moreover, she was completely unaware that she had been set up. His assistant had just informed him that the male doctor at the clinic accepted Zhou Waren's money, not only intending to terminate her pregnancy, but also to feign a complication during the procedure that would result in her losing her uterus and experiencing severe hemorrhaging. The mere thought of what could happen if he arrived even a moment late filled him with an inexplicable dread and fury. His grip on Ling Wenin's chin tightened, distorting it slightly. She winced in pain, her brow furrowing, yet she uttered not a single cry of anguish. Gu Jiangyu gazed at her, his eyes brimming with emotions she could not decipher, perhaps emotions she never imagined he would possess. Resolutely, she closed her eyes to focus on her body, attempting to ascertain the current situation. There was no pain. It seemed the operation had not been performed, and the baby within her remained unharmed. Had he intervened? Did he know? But was he not supposed to despise her? To look down upon her? If he were aware of her pregnancy, would he not be more inclined to find a way to eliminate the child? Gu Jiangyu watched this woman before him, who dared to close her eyes, refusing to meet his gaze. With a stern expression, he lifted her chin, insisting she open her eyes and speak. Ling Wenin complied, her eyes meeting his directly. With her chin still grasped tightly, her voice emerged cold and somewhat distorted. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for bringing me to the hospital. This establishment was evidently worlds apart from the previous clinic. She continued, Mr. Gu, you are quite busy. Please attend to your work and do not waste your time on me. Regardless of his reasons for being there, they should no longer have any connection. Those who drew close to her only found misfortune, much like her father, her mother, and her once doting elder brother. Meeting her gaze, which was devoid of any attempt to hide her feelings, but remained cold, as if entirely emotionless, Gu Jiangyu let out a scoff, both amused and irked. Abruptly, he released her chin and turned to leave, slamming the door of the hospital room behind him. October 20th, the weekend of Fang Ruishan's concert. It was barely 10 in the morning when Li Shuangshuang's calls began flooding in every 5 minutes, more punctual than her alarm. Xizhi, are you awake? Xizhi. Hurry up. There are many people getting their makeup done today. We need to arrive early, or we'll be stuck at the back. Xizhi. Remember to bring the fluorescent outfits we bought together. Xizhi, have you left yet? We are already here. Gu Sirou, still half asleep, scrambled out of bed, hastily washed up, grabbed 2 slices of bread and a bottle of milk, and dashed out. At the Wanhui Mall near the Ning City Sports Center, the crowd was overwhelming, yet it did not hinder Gu Sirou from spotting Li Shuangshuang and the others immediately. Their group of 16 donned matching outfits, making them conspicuously eye-catching in the bustling throng. With Gu Sirou joining, they now numbered 17, attracting numerous curious glances. Are they all together? How impressive that they managed to secure so many tickets at once. I wonder if they have some connections. Otherwise, how could they acquire so many tickets that are so hard to come by? Have you seen their outfits? They look rather cool. Why can't I be among those who got tickets? Zhang Qi and Wang Hua walked with a newfound confidence under the envious gazes of the crowd. Complemented by their makeup and outfits, they exuded an air of arrogance that bordered on obnoxious. Li Shuangshuang pulled Gu Sirou away from them, accompanied by several other girls. I saw Su Jing's social media. She and Gu Sirou are here today as well. Lin Yan leaned in to share gossip with them. On the day the tickets were thrown away, I overheard some people saying that Su Jing and Chen Min had fought with Gu Sirou, but a few days later, when Gu Sirou produced those 3 tickets again, they reconciled. Gu Sirou has been acting as if nothing happened and is thriving in class. Gu Sirou sipped her milk tea, raising an eyebrow at the news. Oh, is this what they call the insufferable charm of a protagonist? Caught doing something wrong yet remains unaffected? Will this thorn in the side of the heroine ultimately meet her demise? 2 of those cream puffs for me, please. After eating 2 slices of bread and a piece of hand-grabbed pancake, Gu Sirou hurried to place an order for cream puffs upon passing the stall. Who knows? Perhaps she would end up like those characters in novels who face untimely ends. Thus, she felt compelled to indulge in delicious treats while she could. Passing by a cheesecake stall, she ordered one. Then at a noodle vendor, she requested a bowl of noodles, thanking the vendor. With several hours until the concert commenced, they had ample time to eat and explore. Initially, Zhang Qi and the others joined in when they saw Gu Sirou buying food, but soon they merely watched her eat. Zhang Qi, watching Gu Sirou devour her food, was left in awe. I think I understand why Gu Sirou is so favored at home yet remains so poor. With her appetite, even if she were given more money, she would eat it all. I've secretly resolved that I'll never date someone who eats this much, otherwise supporting a girlfriend might lead to my own downfall. Gu Sirou, Su Jing, and their companions also arrived quite early. The 3 of them did their makeup in the mall before searching for a place to eat. Outside a Hong Kong-style tea restaurant, they spotted the conspicuous group from Class 18. Su Jing curled her lip. Making such a fuss, they look like country bumpkins who have never been to a concert. Chen Min nodded in agreement. Exactly. Just seeing them like this makes me feel embarrassed for them. Gu Sirou casually glanced over at Gu Sirou's group before turning towards another shop. Let us go. Later, I'll take you to get Feng Ruishan's autograph. After volunteering at Feng's traditional Chinese medicine clinic for a few days, she had learned some things she hadn't known in her previous life. It turned out that Feng Ruishan had never revealed to her that he was the beloved grandson of Feng Mian. In her past life, she had been quite close to Feng Ruishan, who had a fondness for her, always granting her requests. Their first encounter had been at his concert. Initially, she had thought their friendship held little significance, for he was merely an artist. She had not planned to attend the concert, but now she had changed her mind. Chapter 75, Preliminary Round of the Mathematics Competition. Shiro, do you think Gu Sirou might know Feng Ruishan, or perhaps her agent? Otherwise, how could she possibly acquire so many tickets? Moreover, the tickets I saw were all for the VIP section, unlike ours, which are merely in the B section. Even Gu Sirou's older brother, a top-tier artist in the entertainment industry, could only manage to secure 3 B section tickets. It seems one would need to have a personal connection with Feng Ruishan or be particularly close to someone who does to obtain such a plethora of VIP tickets. Gu Sirou shook her head with certainty. There's no way she knows Feng Ruishan. In my past life, because of her, Feng Ruishan's most detested person was Gu Shiji. How could Feng Ruishan possibly know her before even meeting her in this lifetime? As the clock approached 7 in the evening, the concert was about to commence, and the crowd surged toward the stadium to have their tickets checked. Once inside, Gu Sirou greeted Su Jing and the others before making her way toward the restroom. In her previous life, Feng Ruishan had faced vocal issues, leading his agency to have him lip-sync during the concert, a pressure that weighed heavily on him. He had donned a mask and hat, concealing himself completely, attempting to escape through a small door near the restroom. It was then that they had collided, and he had fallen for her at first sight. She stood outside the restroom, scanning the area for a man wearing a mask and hat. Gu Shiji, accompanied by Zhang Qi and the others, settled into their seats in the second row of the A section, nearly occupying the entire row. Dressed in matching outfits, they entered with a lively chatter that drew attention. Had the lights in the venue not been so bright, their fluorescent attire would have dazzled even more. Xizhi, you've eaten so much just now. Shouldn't you take a break? Li Shuangshuang expressed concern as she noticed Gu Shiji munching on a bucket of popcorn. Assuming Li Shuangshuang wanted some, Gu Shiji passed the popcorn to her and lowered her head to check her phone. Most popular male singer, have you arrived? Most popular male singer, I'm coming out to find you now. Their group was quite conspicuous. If Feng Ruishan were to appear nearby, he would undoubtedly be recognized. Another message from Feng Ruishan arrived. Most popular male singer, I see you all. I'm on my way. Gu Shiji thought, let him be. If he isn't afraid of being discovered and causing a commotion, it doesn't concern me. After all, I am not the celebrity here. Before long, Feng Ruishan truly arrived. Just as she had seen him in KFC, he wore an oversized black coat, concealing his face save for his eyes, resembling someone trying to discreetly withdraw money from a bank. Gu Shiji was seated in the middle, with Li Shuangshuang to her left and Lin Yan to her right. Upon his arrival, Feng Ruishan politely requested Lin Yan to temporarily vacate her seat, and he began conversing with Gu Shiji. Xizhi, these are for you. Someone just gave them to me. He placed an entire bag of snacks on her lap. He glanced at the contents, which appeared to be quite delightful, and thought Gu Shiji would enjoy them, thus he brought them over. After the concert, will you wait for me backstage and join us for a late-night snack? Gu Shiji replied, I won't go. I need to sleep by 10. Having stayed at the Gu household for a few days, Feng Ruishan was familiar with Gu Shiji's routine and was not particularly surprised by her response. They exchanged a few more words, and as his phone buzzed incessantly, he reluctantly took his leave when he realized the time. Once he was gone, Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan immediately turned to Gu Shiji, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. Xizhi, who was that just now? Being an honest person, Gu Shiji replied, oh, that's Feng Ruishan. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so humorous, Xizhi. Li Shuangshuang and the others erupted in laughter. The man had appeared almost like an infatuated admirer, bringing her snacks and inviting her to late-night snacks. How could he possibly be Feng Ruishan? Gu Shiji thought, in this day and age, trust between people is virtually non-existent, even when I speak the truth. No one believes me. Zhang Qi and Fan Jiang, seated nearby, had just posted photos on social media, boasting to their acquaintances about attending the concert and sitting in the VIP section. Upon noticing someone approaching Gu Shiji to chat, they glanced over. Isn't that the person in black who tried to provoke us at KFC? Has he really become so famous that he can appear at a concert to bother Gu Shiji? Fan Jiang recognized the individual but was indifferent to the matter. He was preoccupied with receiving a red envelope from his father. Despot. After the concert, please join us for a late-night snack. Build rapport with them. He harbored serious doubts that his father meant anyone but Gu Shiji. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Shiji bore no resemblance to his father, he might have suspected she was his father's daughter. The real reason, however, might simply be that his father's tolerance had reached its limit, and he was attempting to buy Gu Shiji's favor to endure a few more beatings. Parental discipline could be classified as domestic violence, and his father dared not be too harsh. But being beaten by peers, especially female classmates, was a different matter. As long as he wasn't killed, he wouldn't dare to complain for the sake of his pride. In these times, trust between individuals is scarce, and affection between fathers and sons is equally absent. As the concert was about to commence, all the attendees were seated, while only a few stragglers lingered near the restroom. Gu Sirou furrowed her brow, glancing at the time and then toward the stage. Biting her lip in frustration, she returned to her seat. After the concert, having reveled in a day filled with excitement, they welcomed the weekend. For most of the mathematics prodigies, there loomed another significant event within the week, the preliminary round of the mathematics competition, scheduled for this Wednesday. The venue for the preliminaries was right at their school. Starting from Monday, many students had been engaged in discussions about the competition. Class 18 even had several individuals strategizing for Gu Xizhi and her friends. Gu Xizhi, Li Shuang. Why not just feign illness and forfeit the competition? I believe that forfeiting is far better than risking a few points in the examination. Besides, there are plenty of people waiting to mock you. If you actually score a few points, I can already imagine their laughter echoing until graduation. Chapter 76. Submitting the paper early. What an explosion of excitement in the blink of an eye. The day of the competition arrived. The examination took place in the experimental building. With 18 classes in the first year, 3 students from each class participated, totaling 54 competitors divided into 2 classrooms. Gu Xizhi, Li Shuang, and Lin Yan found themselves in the same classroom, joined by several top scholars from classes 1 and 2. Representing class 1 were Gu Sirou and 2 other boys. Gu Sirou, seemingly oblivious to Gu Xizhi's presence, took a seat towards the back of the middle row with her pencil case and admission ticket. Another boy from her class sat 1 seat away from her. The 3 students from class 2 also settled towards the back. Li Shuang and Lin Yan occupied the front 2 rows, while Gu Xizhi's seat was roughly in the center. As the bell rang, the examination officially commenced. The classroom fell silent, save for the sound of pens swiftly gliding across paper. Even the invigilating teacher moved deliberately, taking care to avoid disturbing the students as they focused on their answers. After 15 minutes, Gu Sirou completed the initial fill-in-the-blank and true or false questions. Habitually, she glanced towards Gu Xizhi, who was fervently writing, seemingly without a moment's pause for thought. Gu Sirou curled her lip in disdain. How dull. She merely wished to imitate Gu Xizhi because she knew she was competing in the mathematics contest, not considering her own abilities. Ultimately, she would likely just scribble on her paper. Half an hour later, Gu Xizhi paused, letting out a slight sigh. Writing the exam was indeed exhausting. She had finished the paper so quickly that her hand ached, and she felt a twinge of hunger. She collected her pen and admission ticket from the desk, picked up her paper, stood, and walked to the podium to submit it. Renowned among her peers as a well-known underachiever, her early submission, after just 30 minutes, elicited no significant reaction from her classmates. After all, as an underachiever, it was expected that she wouldn't understand the questions, rendering her presence pointless. Some students with a sense of collective pride felt angered by Gu Xizhi's actions, resenting her participation in the contest, which could drag down their average scores. Meanwhile, students who did not participate in the competition attended regular classes. Aside from a few students on the playground for physical education, the campus was quite serene. Gu Xizhi reclined, enjoying the view while snacking. In her previous life, while attending classes, she had often gazed out at the tranquil campus scenery, longing for moments like this. It was indeed as delightful and comfortable as she had imagined. Relaxed and snacking, she dozed off again. The campus forum buzzed with discussions about the competition. Class 18 students were aware of Gu Xizhi's early submission. Some approached her with consolation. Congratulations. The dreadful contest is finally over. You won't have to concern yourself with those incomprehensible questions any longer. We noticed you were diligently working through exercise books, even sacrificing sleep in class. Look, you have dark circles under your eyes now. Let us promise not to participate in such contests again. After all, you excel in other areas compared to Gu Sirou. We should give her a chance to breathe. What if she loses hope? Gu Shiji responded. You all are quite the comforters. Observing their concerned expressions, she replied earnestly, Do not worry. I finished all the questions on the paper. They were fairly simple. However, she lamented the absurdity of the competition questions, feeling as if they had driven her to the brink of delusion. Alas, it's my fault, as her classmate. I should have dissuaded her from entering the competition from the start, but now it's too late. Zhang Qi was seated, engrossed in a game. On his desk lay a half-finished cup of milk tea, while Gu Shiji had a new, untouched cup of fruit tea. He looked up at her and noticed the plastic bag she held, faintly revealing snacks within. Observing her face, marked by dark circles and a hint of sleep residue, he began to suspect she had napped somewhere during the exam. As for the competition, he recalled her secretive evolution. Students from other classes also discussed the mathematics contest. A student from Class 2, ranked second in mathematics, approached the door of Class 1 to inquire about Gu Sirou. Did you manage to solve the last major problem? Gu Sirou shook her head. No. Indeed. You couldn't solve it either? I found that problem to be somewhat beyond the scope of high school mathematics. I couldn't even comprehend the question. Gu Sirou nodded in agreement. In the teacher's office, instructors were reviewing the competition papers. This year's exam was indeed challenging. It was likely that the scores across the city would not be high, particularly the final major question, which even they struggled to solve. Truly, it was an examination problem that defied human capability. Zhang Yang glanced at Jin Jihao, who was methodically grading assignments. Actually, a more challenging paper isn't entirely a bad thing. With such difficult questions, everyone's scores will be lower, preventing our school's average from plummeting too much. Don't you agree, Teacher Jin? Jin Jihao, engrossed in correcting Li Shuang's assignment, noted the thorough and correct solution process on the practice paper, revealing a knowing expression. He hadn't been listening to the other teachers until Zhang Yang called out to him, lifting his head in confusion. Huh? What did you call me for? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Nothing. In the afternoon, discussions about the mathematics competition temporarily subsided. During break time, Wang Hua lay on his desk, scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he sat up and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh!" The outburst startled him, causing him to fumble and lose his place in the game, leading to an immediate defeat. His expression darkened. Wang Hua, are you out of your mind? No, Chica. Come look at this. We've gone viral. We're trending. In this moment of excitement, he couldn't keep the news to himself and called over others. What on earth? We aren't celebrities. Why would we trend? Chapter 77. Finally encountering Feng Mianji, Zhang Qi snatched Wang Hua's phone, revealing a stunning photograph. A line of individuals donned in fluorescent skeleton costumes swayed in the darkness. The trending topic read, "A line of fluorescent figures stuns the audience at Feng Ruishan's concert." Zhang Qi, along with his classmates who attended the concert, instantly grasped the situation. However, they were perplexed, but the concert we attended was several days ago. Why is this photo only surfacing today? Everyone pulled out their phones to peruse this belated trending topic. At the concert, their conspicuous line of fluorescent figures had caught Feng Ruishan's attention, prompting her to invite them to dance. The entire audience cheered for them, making it feel as though the concert was theirs. They thoroughly indulged in the thrill of being the center of attention. As they scrolled through the comments, they found, "Ha, they are simply adorable." Were they there to watch the concert or to perform? I couldn't take my eyes off them. This is so cool. Please share the link. I want to wear this outfit to the next concert. Others from different classes also stumbled upon the trending topic. Wow, isn't that the group from Class 18? They are so much fun. I envy them. Why wasn't I in Class 18? Then I could partake in such cool activities. No way, they are too stylish. I must find Zhang Qi to shake his hand. Instantly, a throng gathered at the entrance of Class 18. As the school bell rang, most of the day students dashed toward the school gates like pets released from their cages. Gu Sirou was also packing her belongings. Su Jing asked Sio, "Are you not leaving with us today?" No, I have other commitments. As usual, she headed to the Fong family clinic nearby to volunteer. Surrounding one high school were various residential complexes, catering to the nearby kindergarten, elementary, and middle schools. Where there are children, there are elders, and with so many children, there are even more elders. Most elderly individuals tend to have a favorable view of traditional Chinese medicine. The Fong family clinic is the finest in Ningxi, flourishing with business. When Gu Sirou arrived, she found many elderly individuals waiting to be seen. Some had just picked up their grandchildren from kindergarten or elementary school and brought them along. Inside the clinic, a doctor was checking the pulse of a woman in her 60s. Upon seeing Gu Sirou enter, he called out, "We are short on staff for decocting medicine today. Could you lend a hand?" The clinic also offered a service for decocting medicine. Although most patients were retirees, traditional Chinese medicine requires decoction over 10 days to half a month, and many elderly individuals preferred not to do it themselves every day. It was a nuisance, as the strong scent of herbal medicine could permeate their homes, potentially causing friction with younger family members. While decocting medicine posed no technical difficulties, its simplicity meant that nearly anyone could do it. Hearing that she was again assigned to decoct medicine today, Gu Sirou frowned. It was hardly educational and left her reeking of unpleasant herbal scents. In the clinic's backyard, Fong Ruoqing was engrossed in her phone. Gu Sirou entered, pursing her lips as she observed her for a moment before retrieving a beautifully packaged box from her bag. Approaching her, she greeted Sister Ruoqing and sat beside her. Without lifting her gaze from her screen, Fong Ruoqing was watching a video of a handsome man. Gu Sirou's expression darkened. Maintaining her soft voice, she said, "Sister Ruoqing, this necklace is a new release from tea. When I saw it, I thought of you and believed it would suit you perfectly. So I wanted to buy it for you. What do you think?" Upon hearing of a gift, especially a necklace from Tea's latest collection, Fong Ruoqing finally looked up at the box in Gu Sirou's hands. "It looks nice. You are thoughtful," she replied, taking the box and placing it into her bag. "You've been here for several days now, haven't you?" Gu Sirou nodded, "Yes. I've been helping with decocting medicine." Fong Ruoqing contemplated for a moment, then today, "You should help with gathering the herbs. It's a good opportunity to familiarize yourself with traditional Chinese medicine. Once the doctors here have some free time, I will ask them to teach you how to diagnose patients. Gathering herbs entails following the prescriptions provided by the doctors, which is not particularly challenging. However, it is undoubtedly more enjoyable than decocting medicine, and it allows for greater exposure to herbal remedies." Gu Sirou went to work. Upon entering the clinic's main hall, she noticed a child crouched beneath a chair, struggling to retrieve something that had fallen inside. Seemingly oblivious, she walked past the child, who suddenly plopped down, causing their small white rabbit backpack to tumble to the ground, right in front of Gu Sirou. She glanced at it without attempting to avoid the child's bag and stepped on it before proceeding to the counter to gather herbs. "Sir, you're here. Please, come in." Just as Gu Sirou received a prescription from the doctor, she noticed him sprinting toward the entrance. Curious, she looked up to see who had arrived. Fong Mianji's face unexpectedly came into view. In her previous life, she often saw news about him, and in this life, she had searched for many of his photos to get closer to him. Recognizing him instantly, she froze, and the prescription slipped from her fingers onto the counter. Had she finally found him after searching for so long? Fong Ruoqing, hearing the news from the backyard, rushed out, "Grandfather, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? I would have gone to pick you up." Fong Mianji addressed the doctor and Fong Ruoqing, "I was passing by and thought I would stop by." He then turned his gaze to Gu Sirou. She had been staring at him, contemplating how to get his attention so that he might accept her as a disciple. When she realized he was looking at her as well, she felt invigorated. In her previous life, her luck seemed extraordinary. Everyone she encountered liked her. It appeared that this luck persisted into this life, as Fong Mianji noticed her upon their first meeting. She pushed open the small door beside the counter and stepped out, standing before Fong Mianji. "Hello, Grandfather Fong. I am Gu Sirou, a member of the Gu family in Ningxi. Currently, I am a freshman at Ningxi No. 1 High School. Having been interested in traditional Chinese medicine since childhood, I decided to volunteer at the Fong Family Clinic after school to learn more about this field. Chapter 78. Not understanding, but respecting. My old master has excelled the Gu family from Ning City? Fong Mianji recalled that his old partner had a granddaughter named Sirou. Could she be the one before him? Although he could not fathom why Gu Sirou would seek guidance elsewhere instead of consulting the master-level Gu Xizhi, he chose to respect her as a member of the Gu family and nodded in her direction, uttering, "Study well." He then turned aside to listen to the physician attending to patients. While observing the consultations, he turned to his assistant beside him and whispered something. The assistant promptly departed to the little girl who had been searching for something on the ground, brushing off her small rabbit-shaped bag. The physician, who had just emerged to greet Fong Mianji, stood next to Gu Sirou and quietly remarked, "The old gentleman is dedicated to the art of medicine, possessing a cool demeanor and a tendency to avoid social interaction. Yet, he just nodded at you and encouraged you to study diligently, which indicates he holds high hopes for you. You must not let him down." With a confident smile, Gu Sirou replied, "I will strive to do my best." After being sent out by the elderly lady for a stroll and to walk the dog, she took her little yellow dog back to the park she had visited on her second trip. Old Master Gu was still at the same pavilion, engaged in a game of chess. From a distance, she heard Gu Xizhi playing with the little yellow dog and called her over. "What does my grandfather want with me while he plays chess with those old men? There isn't even a handsome young man around. Is he not concerned that I might become fond of these old gentlemen, leading to a distorted sense of aesthetics, where I might come to prefer older men?" While Gu Xizhi appeared obediently standing nearby, her thoughts were quite the contrary. This young girl, yearning for the attention of older men, surely knows the tales of familial betrayal that accompany such pursuits. Alas, my grandfather truly does not love me. Old Master Gu pondered. What nonsense is this little one contemplating? If she dares to develop a fondness for such old coots at her tender age, he would not hesitate to break her legs. Should any of these old fellows harbor inappropriate thoughts towards his little girl, he would ensure they were separated from this world. He suddenly glanced towards the other elderly gentleman across the table, who inexplicably felt an icy chill. Old Master Zhang remarked, "Strange, the temperature is 27 degrees today, yet it feels somewhat cold." Old Master Zhang echoed, "I too feel a bit chilly. Could it be a sign of impending cold?" After walking the dog, Gu Xizhi, slightly perspiring, raised her hand to fan herself. These old gentlemen clearly are not in good health. Even in this heat, they claim to feel cold. It baffles me what those young girls see in older men. Do they find their odor appealing? When I date, I shall choose my younger brother. He has both the physique and looks truly delightful. Old Master Gu instinctively nodded. Indeed, older men are no good. They are perpetually cold, and apart from their age scent, they possess little else of value. Wait, I am an old man too. He glared sharply at Gu Xizhi. Is this little one making indiscriminate attacks, implying that even her grandfather is inadequate? Surely, he does not emit an elderly scent. He tugged at his collar, inhaling deeply. All he could detect was the fragrance of laundry detergent from his clothes. It was rather pleasant. Relieved, he assured himself that she could not have meant him. Yet, hold on, she mentioned wanting to date her brother. She herself is only 15. If she were to pursue a relationship with her brother, would that not be with a minor as well? Moreover, how could this little girl be contemplating romance at such a young age? Gu Xizhi observed her grandfather sniffing his own attire, her eyes widening in astonishment. Oh dear, could my grandfather possess some peculiar obsession? Does he have an affinity for his own scent that he cannot bear to be away from it? Old Master Gu. Old Gu. What are you doing? It's your turn. Currently, Old Master Gu was engaged in a chess match with Old Master Zhang. He was playing as the red pieces, while Old Master Zhang had just completed a move with the black pieces. A few other elderly gentlemen gathered around, leaving a bit of space for Gu Xizhi to lean in and watch idly. This game seems slightly unfavorable for my grandfather. Old Master Zhang just moved his cannon from 3 to 5. Observing my grandfather. He seems intent on moving his rook from 8 to 6 to capture the black rook. If he proceeds with that move, his strategy will be exposed, as the black pieces have several methods to counter his move. Old Master Gu had placed his hand on the red rook, ready to advance, but then hesitated, his hand retracting. Following Gu Shiji's insight, he contemplated. Indeed, he had intended to move his rook from 8 to 6. Upon reflection, he realized he had unwittingly provided old Zhang with an opportunity. He stroked his chin, pondering how to secure victory over old Zhang while simultaneously marveling at the little girl's aptitude for chess, which seemed quite formidable. Having only observed for a brief period, she had already pinpointed a trap that even he failed to see. Old Zhang was notorious for setting traps during their matches, displaying a cunning nature. With his weight of 140 pounds, over 130 were likely comprised of scheming thoughts. No wonder age spots adorned his face, his cunning having no place else to manifest. Yet, how could he possibly win against him? Old Gu, are you struggling? It takes you an eternity to make a single move. Old Master Zhang, feeling assured of victory, observed old Gu's hesitation. This game should be simple for my grandfather to win. He could first move his rook to 3, forcing old Zhang to defend, thereby revealing his vulnerabilities. Next, with a move of cannon 5 to 6, he could checkmate the opponent. Old Master Gu's eyes lit up. How had he not considered that move? He swiftly executed the rook's advance to 3. Realizing he must block the impending threat or risk being cornered, old Master Zhang hastily made a defensive move. Yet, in doing so, he had left his prior defenses exposed, allowing old Master Gu to advance his cannon to 6, delivering a resounding checkmate. Old Zhang, it seems you are outmatched. What a thrill it is to comprehend the little one's thoughts. Her chess skills are impressive indeed, making him feel as though he were under a fortunate spell. Chapter 79. The benefits of gossip for mind and body. The indomitable Elder Zhang insisted on challenging Elder Gu to another game. With a twinkle in his eye, Elder Gu readily agreed and motioned for Elder Zhang to vacate his seat for Gu Shiji. He affectionately patted her head and encouraged her to watch her grandfather play chess attentively. Gu Shiji, indulging in an array of snacks mysteriously produced by the elderly gentleman, nodded obediently. With nothing else to occupy her time, she focused her gaze on the chessboard. The previous match had showcased her grandfather's remarkable strategies, aligning seamlessly with her own thoughts. Perhaps he was not as foolish as she had presumed. Indeed, there was still hope for him. However, Elder Gu remained oblivious to her internal musings, feeling a twinge of disappointment at the thought that she might perceive him as lacking intelligence. The initial moves of the game adhered to conventional strategies, with no apparent flaws. Gu Shiji watched diligently, maintaining a silence that extended even to her thoughts. As the game progressed, Elder Gu found himself struggling and on the brink of defeat. She began to contemplate her own winning strategies, only to find that Elder Gu executed precisely what she envisioned. Before long, he emerged victorious once again. It is often said that the elderly, like children, exhibit a childlike exuberance in victory. Elder Gu, having won, beamed with the pride of a 3-year-old, his delight almost infuriating. One couldn't help but wonder if age had dulled his faculties. How fortunate that my grandfather has lived so long, surrounded by such kind-hearted individuals, she mused. Today's performance was exceptional. He played far better than last time, aligning perfectly with my thoughts. Truly, he is my grandfather, like grandchild, like grandparent. Elder Gu felt a mix of pride and irritation, sensing that while Gu Shiji appeared to praise him, a part of him longed to chastise the child for her cheeky remarks. As November approached, the daylight waned quickly. By just past 6, darkness enveloped the park, and the streetlights flickered to life. After another game, guided by his intuitive understanding of Gu Shiji's thoughts, Elder Gu claimed yet another victory. He began to comprehend why today's youth often spoke of power-ups in gaming, dreaming of acquiring such abilities in their own lives. This exhilarating experience was one he wished to prolong. However, he also pondered whether his mental acuity was waning, given his unprecedented arrogance after winning 3 consecutive games. Elder Zhang, having transcended multiple generational gaps, shared similar sentiments with Gu Shiji. The reason Elder Gu had managed to live so long was indeed due to the benevolence of friends like Elder Zhang. Otherwise, with his insufferable demeanor, he would have been subjected to countless beatings. Gu Shiji paused mid-bite, her curiosity piqued. Wait, if Grandpa always refers to him as Old Zhang, could he be Zhang Qi's grandfather, Zhang Huaimin? She suddenly recalled that Zhang Huaimin, as a supporting character in the narrative, had indeed made an appearance. He had attended her grandmother's funeral, appearing frail and unable to articulate much, barely clinging to life. He had suffered a stroke, exacerbated by the misbehavior of his third son, Zhang Qi's uncle. What? Old Zhang had a stroke? And it was caused by his often praised, dutiful third son? Elder Gu and Elder Zhang had known each other since their teenage years, their bond deepening over 5 or 6 decades, each regarding the other as more than mere brothers. The thought of his dear friend suffering such indignities was intolerable. Elder Gu listened intently, eager to understand the circumstances behind the incident, believing that only by knowing could he prevent a similar fate. Gu Shiji, indulging in her snacks, continued to chew. His first wife tragically passed away during childbirth with their second son. Years later, he remarried, and his new wife bore him a third son in his 40s, a late life blessing, surely cherished. However, unbeknownst to him, this third son was not his biological child. He had been deceived. His wife had an affair with his cousin, and their son was the product of that union. This wife was particularly crafty, having been his cousin's first love, maintaining an improper relationship even after his cousin's marriage. The cousin, a rogue himself, even facilitated their affair. Elder Gu, not particularly savvy with internet slang, struggled to grasp the full implications of rogue, but he could surmise the essence of the situation. Elder Zhang's cousin was indeed quite ruthless, while he remained oblivious. His third son and cousin conspired to siphon off substantial funds from the business, undermining his own company. Gu Shiji continued. If this were to happen to my grandfather, he too would surely suffer a stroke. Elder Gu was momentarily struck by the gravity of the situation, contemplating his own shoes. Perhaps it was time to confront this little rascal. After all, could she not think of him in a more favorable light? Yet, he resolved to wait. The child was still young and incapable of leaving home, and he had ample time to address her mischief later. For now, Elder Zhang's plight was paramount. His dear friend was truly unfortunate, facing such a glaring betrayal in his twilight years. Mrs. Gu had attempted to reach them multiple times via phone. Gu Shiji trailed behind Elder Gu, their silhouettes elongated by the streetlights. And little Huang's shadow was also stretched high. Much of the snacks she had consumed were gifts from Elder Zhang, who was none other than Zhang Qi's grandfather. Having recalled this connection, she felt compelled to intervene. How should I subtly hint to my grandfather about Zhang's situation? The answer eluded her. 3 days later, the results of the mathematics competition were released. Chapter 80, Celebration Feast. Did he have no other thoughts? To ensure absolute fairness during the grading process, the entire evaluation adhered to the examination model of the college entrance examination until the results were revealed. Even the teachers at the school were unaware of how their students had performed. The specific score sheets would not be sent from the competition organizers until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the office of the first-year mathematics group, it was rumored that a student from their school had excelled particularly well in the preliminary round, securing first place in the entire city. Even though the final results had yet to be released, the teachers had heard some whispers regarding this news. The mathematics teacher of class 13 placed her freshly purchased breakfast on the table, retrieving a cup of coffee and gliding over to Zhang Yang's side, presenting the coffee to him. Your class's Gu Sirou is truly remarkable, achieving first place in the city. This reflects well on Director Zhang's teaching, she remarked. Gu Sirou had entered their school through exceptional performance in mathematics during the entrance examination, and in subsequent tests, her scores had consistently been the highest. Upon hearing that someone from their school had achieved first place in the city, most assumed it was indeed Gu Sirou. Zhang Yang shared this sentiment. As the head of the mathematics group, he felt there was no need for humility in this context. In high spirits, he accepted the coffee and smiled, saying, "After the exam, I asked her and she indeed mentioned she had performed well. However, I did not anticipate her luck would lead to such an impressive outcome. I believe Gu Sirou stands a chance of winning first prize in the finals, which would bring honor to our school." The news spread among the students. In Class 2, the top mathematics student was Chunwen. Two boys who usually maintained a good rapport with Chin approached him after hearing the news to inquire, "Is it really her that everyone is talking about?" After completing his exam, Chin had waited at the door for Gu Sirou to compare answers. Nodding, he replied, "Yes. It should be her. She solved several problems that I couldn't. Is she even human? Such a challenging paper, and she performed so well." Chen exclaimed, "I need to hurry and find her in the neighboring class to shake her hand. Perhaps I might inherit even a fraction of her brilliance." Many from Class 2, sharing the same sentiment, rushed over to Class 1. Others simply wished to congratulate Gu Sirou. "Gu Sirou, you're astonishing. How did you manage to excel on such a difficult paper? What kind of brain do you possess?" One student remarked. Another added, "I thought I was impressive for getting into the first high school, but seeing you, I suddenly doubt my own intelligence." A few students from Class 1, who were friends with Gu Sirou, chimed in, "Gu Sirou, once you enter the finals and secure the competition's first prize, you must remember to treat us." Others echoed, "Yes. Please do treat us. We want to bask in your glory." Gu Sirou, with a serious demeanor, replied, "My performance this time was merely due to good fortune. Once I reach the finals, I will be competing against others from different locations, and the outcome is uncertain." However, she smiled. "I can treat you all to lunch today to celebrate my decent performance in the preliminary round." This was also a good opportunity to mend her relationship with everyone. As for whether she truly secured first in the city, she had no doubt in her mind. After comparing answers with Chinwen, she was confident she had performed better than him, indicating that she indeed placed first in the preliminary mathematics competition. She was just slightly surprised that her answers were not particularly exceptional, while others in the city had fared worse. It appeared that the paper was exceedingly challenging. In contrast to other classes discussing Gu Sirou's first-place achievement, Class 18 seemed to have convened a secret meeting, as they conspicuously refrained from mentioning it. Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan, being two of the three participants from their class, were quite curious about the situation. However, they were preoccupied with studying under the watchful eye of Gu Xizhi, who was hunched over her desk working through problems, leaving them no time to focus on these matters. As the morning bell signaling the end of school rang, a group of 7 or 8 students from Class 1 surrounded Gu Sirou as they exited. Someone remarked, "By the way, didn't Gu Xizhi also participate in this competition?" In such contests, those with weaker math skills generally do not participate, who lacks the self-awareness to enter. Another speculated she couldn't have placed last in the city, could she? That would mean we have both the top and bottom performers from our school. How amusing. Some felt embarrassed to share a school with the last-place student and sought comfort from Gu Sirou. "Gu Sirou, do you think she really performed that poorly?" Gu Sirou, at this moment, was somewhat reluctant to associate with Gu Xizhi. Every time her name came up, events seemed to spiral out of her control. "Oh, I forgot someone mentioned this the other day. That's bad. Even a scholar like you didn't dare to submit your paper early. How could a struggling student like her have the courage to participate? I now suspect she aimed to embarrass the school by entering this competition." As they spoke, they had already descended to the first floor. After class, Zhang Qi, still engrossed in his game, wanted to join Gu Xizhi and the others for lunch, causing him to keep her waiting for a moment. The group then strolled leisurely from the classroom. "Gu Xizhi, does your family have some tradition of fasting? My grandfather has been complaining at home, saying your grandfather must be quite ill. He has invited him over for dinner 3 consecutive times, but each time, he has only prepared a table full of green vegetables. My grandfather claims he is about to turn green from all the greens." Gu Xizhi, sucking on a lollipop, turned to Zhang Qi and asked, "Really? I heard a few days ago that my grandfather was inviting your grandfather for dinner, but I was a bit skeptical. Now it seems my grandfather is indeed aware of the situation. After so many meals, your grandfather must have eaten enough greens to turn green himself. Has he mentioned anything about it? You mean? Zhang Qi was taken aback, stumbling over his own feet and nearly colliding with the students beside him. Chapter 81. The school is in an uproar. Zhang Qi, once the school bully, found himself at a loss for words after a mere bump from the first class. However, this encounter drew attention to Gu Shiji's presence. Su Jing, linking arms with Gu Sirou, called out to Gu Shiji and her companions, announcing, "Sirou has scored first in the city mathematics competition and wants to treat us all to a meal. Would you like to join us?" Gu Shiji had been engrossed in conversation with Li Shuangshuang, but upon hearing this, she looked up in surprise towards Gu Sirou. Su Jing, mistaking her astonishment for jealousy over Gu Sirou's achievement, felt an increasing sense of pride. She urged Gu Sirou, "Why not invite them along? Let them share in the glory." Gu Sirou nodded in agreement, thinking that it was merely a meal and nothing could go awry. Zhang Qi, however, wore a frown and protested no. But Gu Shiji interrupted him, declaring, "We will go." As Gu Sirou led the first class ahead, Gu Shiji and her group followed closely behind. Zhang Qi was perplexed, questioning, why would we want to dine with them? Gu Shiji opened a savings app on her phone and deposited her lunch money for the day. After all, weren't they celebrating someone who had achieved first place in the city? How could she not partake? As the protagonist, she could even save a meal's worth of money, bringing her one step closer to the day she could leave home. However, she wondered about the author's mental state. Was it truly normal to hold a celebratory feast before the final results were even announced? Did she have a peculiar fondness for slapping faces? If the female protagonists in novels were all this foolish, perhaps she would rather remain as a supporting character. With the invitation to celebrate someone's achievement, Gu Shiji ordered without restraint, filling the platter to the brim, with rice barely visible beneath the mountain of dishes. After their meal, everyone retired for a brief rest. As afternoon approached, the excitement surrounding the mathematics competition results began to wane. The consensus was that everyone already knew who had secured first place, leading to diminished interest in the other scores. Only the participants remained anxiously awaiting their own results. The campus appeared no different from any other day. At precisely 3 o'clock, the mathematics teachers, without classes, gathered in the office. Someone mentioned that the results could be checked, prompting one of the teachers to leisurely access the results website. Despite knowing Gu Sirou had achieved first place, there was still curiosity about her exact score and the number of students advancing to the finals. After filling in the required information, they clicked confirm and were greeted with a new screen displaying the results of all participants in the mathematics competition. The teacher instinctively sought out the score column, knowing the maximum score was 150. Upon seeing the score of 150, he became exhilarated. 150. It's a perfect score. Gu Sirou from your class. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the names listed, and he abruptly fell silent. The other teachers, drawn in by his exclamation of a perfect score, gathered around. Gu Sirou is truly remarkable. I attempted the competition paper myself and struggled with several questions. How could she achieve a perfect score? Director Zhang, did you already know Gu Sirou was going to score perfectly? You're far too modest. With such an accomplishment, you still claim she merely performed well. Zhang Yang had not yet powered on his computer, but he too approached, excited. Then came the trembling voice of the teacher checking the scores. No, it's not. The perfect score isn't Gu Sirou. What? Is there someone else in our school who performed better than Gu Sirou? That's impossible. One of the teachers had already edged closer, pushing him aside to seize the mouse and check for themselves. It's truly not Gu Sirou. It's Zhang Yang, remaining somewhat composed despite the revelation that someone had outperformed Gu Sirou, leaned in to inquire. Is it one of our other classmates? He recalled Gu Sirou mentioning that Chunwen had not scored as well, eliminating him from consideration. And the same for 2 other students from class 2. As long as it was a classmate, the honor would still reflect on him. No. It's not. It's Gu Shiji. As soon as the teacher who had snatched the mouse finished speaking, it was quickly taken from him again by another. Zhang Yang, in disbelief, scrolled frantically, his gaze fixed on the computer screen. Gu Shiji, 151. Won the last two ones indicating her rank in the grade and city, respectively. It was merely the preliminary round. There had been no provincial or national rankings yet. How could this be? Gu Shiji, the underachiever, could not possibly have achieved a perfect score. He immediately checked the score of the second place, certain that if Gu Sirou was not first, she must be second. However, the name listed was not Gu Sirou's. Lin Yan? Who is this Lin Yan? They scored 110, better than Gu Si. The teacher who had been announcing the scores abruptly halted, noticing the rapid change in Zhang Yang's expression. After a long silence, the office remained in a state of chaos. One of the teachers who had shared a few meals with Xizhi sent him a message. Teacher Jean, are you aware of your Class S results in the mathematics competition? Gu Shiji achieved a perfect score and secured first in the city. And even your Lin Yan and Li Shuangshuang scored 110 and 98, placing second and eighth in the grade. Your class is staging a comeback. The score sheet was printed and posted on the bulletin board beneath the first-year teaching building. After class, students rushed to see the results. Su Jing and two other competitors from Class 1 came down, but Gu Sirou did not. The bulletin board was right next to Class 18's classroom. Hearing the discussions among the students passing by, what do you think Sirou scored? She got first in the city. I bet it's at least 130. A few who had already seen the scores walked past, their excitement overwhelming their volume. 150. 150. Is she even human? I struggled to get 80 on those questions. And she scored a perfect 150. What? Sirou actually got a perfect score? Su Jing and her friends hurried off. Zhang Qi scoffed. So, what if it's a perfect score? It's still high scores with low competence. Gu Shiji? Upon hearing Zhang Qi's remark, he looked at him with pity. Brother Qi, you're done for. You just called Sister Ji a high scorer with low competence. He now wished to call Gu Shiji sister like Li Shuangshuang did. Who said that? Zhang Qi asked, bewildered. You did. You said that a perfect score is a high score with low competence, and Sister Ji is the one who got a perfect score. What? Gu Shiji got a perfect score? The whole school is in an uproar. Chapter 82. Shall we take a chance? The elder brother has returned. Not only did Gu Shiji achieve a perfect score, but even Lin Yan and Li Shuangshuang performed commendably. The entire grade is abuzz with discussions surrounding this event. Whispers also circulate about another individual. During lunch, I observed Gu Sirou leading a large entourage to the cafeteria, celebrating her claim of ranking first citywide. Has she lost her memory? She seems oblivious to her own results, yet upon hearing that someone from our school has achieved the top position, she inserts herself into the narrative. It is indeed laughable. She is confidently hosting a celebration before the official results are even announced. Have you forgotten? She brought Gu Shiji along. Perhaps she is merely celebrating Gu Shiji's success. The students of Class 1 cast peculiar glances at Gu Sirou. What thoughts occupy Gu Sirou's mind? She harbors a desire to eliminate Gu Shiji, convinced that her rival is deliberately concealing her mathematical prowess, intent on witnessing her embarrassment. The astonishment among the students of Class 18 is no less than that of their peers. Aside from the shock of Gu Shiji being an undisclosed prodigy, they entertain an unsettling notion. While personal failure is daunting, the success of one's classmates is far more distressing. They once believed themselves to be all mediocre students, comfortably wallowing in their academic shortcomings. Yet one day, as they tread the path of underachievement, they find themselves isolated, with some unwittingly straying from the group. Lin Yan and Li Shuangshuang, weren't you both barely passing or failing in the last test? Gu Shiji has once again succumbed to slumber at her desk, leaving her classmates to engage Lin Yan and Li Shuangshuang in conversation. I heard this competition-esque questions were exceedingly difficult, even in Class 2. One participant did not meet the requirements. How did you manage such impressive results? Especially you, Lin Yan. You outperformed Gu Sirou this time. Had it not been for Gu Shiji's presence, you would have claimed the top spot. Lin Yan gently placed a piece of chocolate on Gu Shiji's desk, stating, "Many questions on the exam were ones that Sister Ji had previously asked us to solve." She positioned it slightly away from Gu Shiji. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Li Shuangshuang chimed in. "I too benefited from Sister G's extensive compilation of competition notes, which included numerous questions she insisted we practice, along with thorough explanations. During the exam, I realized I had encountered many of those questions before. However, I struggled to fully grasp a few of them, hence my less-than-stellar performance. From the moment Gu Shiji enrolled them in the competition to the actual event, only about 10 days elapsed. In such a brief span, Li Shuangshuang transformed from a student who could not pass a regular test to one who excelled in competition questions. As they contemplated the imminent midterm exams, they exchanged glances. Perhaps we should also solicit Sister G's assistance before the midterms. After all, we could use some extra preparation. The midterm exams will soon coincide with a parent-teacher meeting. Now that they realize their grades might still be salvageable, the struggling students place their hopes squarely on Gu Shiji. They split into two groups, one surrounding Li Shuangshuang, imploring her to explain problems, and the other encircling Lin Yan, requesting her to outline key study points. Casting a glance in Gu Shiji's direction, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. When Gu Shiji awoke, class had already resumed, and her peers immediately gathered around her. "Sister Ji, look at my math score. Is there still hope? Sister Ji, please save me. I just want to pass my midterm in math. Is it too late for me to kneel and call you Dad?" While vocally pleading for Gu Shiji's help, they also presented her with an array of snacks. Gu Shiji took a sip from her now lukewarm thermos, gazing at Li Shuangshuang, who looked on with admiration. Have they truly lost their minds? She mused. Indeed. This academic journey cannot continue. Otherwise, I too shall be driven to madness. Li Shuangshuang chuckled and explained the situation to Gu Shiji. With a singular desire to remain uninvolved, Gu Shiji observed the group of children who seemed energized and eager to excel. With a sigh, she remarked, "You've even resorted to calling me Dad. A failure to educate is a parent's fault. I refuse to accept the notion of being a negligent parent, thus, I shall grant your request." That very evening, as a newly appointed father, Gu Shiji chose not to dine at the ancestral home. After finishing her meal at home, she intended to ascend the stairs to review ordinary test papers. Until now, she had only examined competition papers, which differ significantly from standard student assessments. Notes cannot be shared. As she held a plate of cherries, she stepped onto the first step when Lin Manny's voice reached her ears. Lin Manny spoke while subtly glancing behind Gu Jiangyu. Gu Jiangyu had been pursuing his wife for several days. Lin Manny's child was blessed with beauty, stature, and wealth. Gu Shiji abandoned her ascent and rushed to Lin Manny's side, peering behind Gu Jiangyu as well. Unaware of what Lin Manny was observing, Gu Jiangyu was, however, keenly aware of Gu Shiji's gaze. My brother's expression seems rather grim. Even if the child is safe, can he truly escape the trials of pursuing his wife? Yet why does this fill me with such delight? Ha ha ha, my brother has finally found himself in a predicament. Gu Jiangyu sighed, thinking, this sister is more trouble than she's worth. Lin Manny shot a disapproving glance at Gu Jiangyu. Disappointed by the lack of beauty in sight, Gu Shiji dashed upstairs, placing her briefcase on the table and extracting a stack of documents. The contents revealed that his encounter with Ling Wenin was orchestrated by Zhou Yuan, who had drugged him with the intent of seduction. Concurrently, arrangements were made for someone to await Ling Wenin in another room upstairs. Little did he expect, Ling Wenin had mistakenly entered his room instead. He began to suspect that Ling Wenin had deliberately set him up. Zhou Yuan. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Chapter 83, Almost Losing a Son. Too much given by the ruler Gu Shiji has stayed up late once again. To the hour of 3 in the morning. Fortunately, she had previously reviewed the mathematics textbook for their first year, thus she need not revisit it now. Instead, she focused on organizing key revision points. In one breath, She compiled an entire semester's worth of highlights and even devised several problems, which she inscribed in her notebook. The questions she crafted encompassed nearly all knowledge points, allowing her to conclude that mastering these few problems would ensure a solid grasp of the first semester's mathematics. The following day, passers-by of Class 18 were left questioning the state of their eyesight. To their astonishment, every student in Class 18 remained seated during break, engrossed in their books and exercises. Had it not been for the familiar figure slumped in the corner, Gu Sirou, as usual, resting her head on the desk, they might have doubted they were indeed witnessing Class 18. Was that not Chenwen from Class 2? What brought him to Class 18? As several students from Class 17 stood in the corridor discussing the seemingly possessed atmosphere of Class 18, they spotted Chenwen holding a workbook at the entrance of their classroom. It was widely acknowledged that Chenwen, a mere bookworm, rarely engaged with anyone outside his class, save for his occasional interactions with Gu Sirou from Class 1 to discuss mathematical inquiries. Chenwen had achieved the remarkable feat of ranking second in the school during the entrance examinations. With commendable grades and striking looks, he was undeniably a figure of admiration. Numerous threads discussing him adorned the school forum, and he boasted a considerable following even among the second and third-year students. Upon seeing him at the entrance of Class 18, several of his admirers congregated to observe. Within Class 18, there were also those who held him in high regard. Upon catching sight of him, Xizhi, Lin Yan's deskmate, abandoned her exercises, her excitement propelling her forward to greet him. "Hello, academic overachiever Chen. Are you searching for someone in our classroom? Would you like me to fetch them for you?" Since his arrival, Chenwen had maintained his gaze fixed on a singular direction. He replied, "Please call Gu Sirou for me. I have a few questions I wish to discuss with her." Xizhi glanced towards Gu Sirou, noting her deep slumber. Turning back to Chenwen, she remarked, "Chen, I just remembered. I have a few questions left unfinished. I must return to my work." In comparison to the enchanting Gu Sirou, the allure of the academic overachiever paled in significance. Regardless of whether Chenwen succeeded in consulting Gu Sirou, photographs were captured and swiftly disseminated on the school forum, causing an immediate sensation. Threads from the previous day asserting Gu Sirou's perfect score in the competition were revived. Gu Sirou's prowess was undeniable, as even the top scholars sought her counsel. It seems that to catch the attention of the academic elite, one must transform into a scholar themselves. Yet, with so many scholars in the world, why cannot there be one more like me? Do you not find this situation peculiar? If Gu Sirou truly is a top scholar, then why has she submitted blank papers during regular assessments? I have heard from classmates that she seemingly never submits her mathematics homework. Could her perfect score in the competition possibly be the result of cheating? Upstairs. It is rather odd for you to think that way. Have you not heard that this competition was conducted with the same rigor as the college entrance examinations, both during the test and the grading process? Furthermore, aside from Gu Sirou, no one in the entire city achieved a perfect score. Where could she have cheated? Anyone with a modicum of rational thought would not entertain the notion that Gu Sirou's perfect score was attained through dishonest means. Do you recall the day of the examination when someone posted that Gu Sirou submitted her paper after merely half an hour? It was astounding. She completed her test in half an hour and still earned a perfect score. Truly, I doubt I could even copy answers that swiftly. I declare, Gu Sirou is now my idol. She is my goddess. On the forum, bets were being placed on whether Gu Sirou would secure the first prize during the finals. Within the mathematics department's office, several teachers were idling away their time, many opting to browse the school forum. One teacher remarked to Jean Zichao, "Teacher Jean, you are quite fortunate. Having just arrived at the school, you have taken on a student of Gu Sirou's caliber. When she wins first prize in the finals, your reputation will surely flourish." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent as all eyes turned to him. The once outstanding student, now under his tutelage, had become a source of envy among several teachers who had long disapproved of Zhang Yang's ostentatious demeanor. Gu Sirou, today, slept particularly soundly. She discovered that when everyone was diligently studying, even during breaks, the classroom remained astonishingly tranquil. It was so quiet that unless she was jolted awake by an urgent need, she would remain undisturbed, allowing her to indulge in several daydreams. However, the consequence of her deep slumber resulted in a stiff neck by the time school let out, leaving her head askew, a rather comical sight. As the foremost master of traditional Chinese medicine, she found such a predicament trivial. Thus, as Li Shuangshuang awaited her to exit the school, Gu Shiji called out, "Wait a moment." Before Li Shuangshuang, she placed one hand atop her head and the other on her neck. With a sharp crack, she realigned her neck. The sound drew the attention of many, rendering the classroom momentarily silent. In the next instant, only one day of studying and already contemplating despair? The youth of today. After being separated from Zhangqi for less than half a minute, upon their next encounter, his appearance finally seemed to match his intellect. With his neck now straightened, Gu Shiji concealed his foolishness and advised earnestly, "It is my fault. Next time, I will refrain from performing such hazardous actions in front of the children." Chapter 84, Long-Term Mission. Stay alert, madam. Gu peeked her head out from the dining room. "Xizhi, hurry and wash your hands for dinner." Gu Shiji responded obediently but suddenly froze. A system task was triggered. As the malevolent supporting character of this narrative, the host should possess the awareness befitting such a role. The task is to win over Guijing. This is a long-term mission, with a reward of a chance to turn misfortune into fortune upon completion. Simply make Guijing, the male lead, fall in love with you to fulfill the task. Gu Shiji exclaimed, "What? System, have you lost your mind? I'm just 15. I'm still a child. Guijing is a man in his 20s. You want me to pursue him?" While similar tasks had been issued before, they were typically one-time affairs and never so explicitly stated. She had dismissed them in the past, but this time, system, have you been traumatized? Are you worried I can't accomplish the task since my parents sent Gu Sirou away, and so you want me to pursue Guijing instead? And to make him fall for me? I'd be thankful if he didn't try to kill me. Old Master Gu had just handed a chess set to a servant when he overheard Gu Shiji's thoughts, and his expression darkened. What does the system mean by having the little one pursue that brat Guijing? It suggests some form of teasing, does it not? The system, being what it is, shows no humanity and dares to assign such a task to the child. This mission cannot be allowed to proceed. Madame Gu, merely observing the servants at work in the dining room, felt no impact from her presence or absence. Upon hearing Gu Shiji's thoughts, she immediately recalled the recent task where Gu Shiji had confessed to Guijing. Her heart felt a pang of sympathy for the system's intelligence. What led it to believe that her granddaughter was capable of such a task? As for the age difference, with Gu Shiji being a minor and Guijing in his 20s, she held no concerns about early romance. Rather, she was curious about the reward this time. System, are you certain merely winning his affection is sufficient? You wouldn't suddenly alter the task's requirements to include a marriage certificate, would you? This was precisely the issue that both Old Master Gu and Madame Gu had been contemplating, and they leaned in attentively. System, host, wake up. You are a malevolent supporting character. There is no possibility of a relationship with the male lead. Fine, since I don't have to marry him, and thus bear no responsibility. I feel relieved. The task is not impossible. For the sake of a chance to turn misfortune into fortune, I might as well take the plunge. Though I appear formidable, I am still merely a pawn in this narrative. A chance to turn misfortune into fortune signifies a chance at life for me. Old Master Gu had initially looked down upon this task, deeming it utterly chaotic. However, upon hearing it could grant the little one a chance at life without any strings attached, he was inclined to give it a try. Madame Gu felt the same. Not only was the reward appealing, but even a lesser reward would be acceptable to her. She had witnessed her precious granddaughter confessing to Guijing. The only concern was that she was somewhat worried, given the memorable confession, about whether Gu Shiji could indeed charm anyone. System, you claim this is a long-term mission, implying I must invest a considerable amount of time to complete it, yet you offer only one reward. Do you not feel this is rather stingy? Why not grant the entire family a chance to turn misfortune into fortune, allowing them to have a chance at life as well? They too are merely pawns. None are in a better position than the others. Madame Gu's eyes turned misty. Her granddaughter was wonderful, even with a chance at life. She did not forget her family. Old Master Gu nodded thoughtfully. Truly, his granddaughter was like him, so filial and endearing. Yet, the term pawn sounded rather unpleasant. If they were to resolve the male and female leads first, would that not make everyone a lead in the absence of the main characters? Thus, there would be no such thing as a pawn. System, it is still early. I do not recommend the host begin dreaming too soon. System, how can you utter such cold words with your icy demeanor? Gu Shiji felt a wave of disappointment. Longing to sit at the dining table and devour 2 large bowls of rice, a whole pork knuckle, and an entire bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. As she haggled with the system, her nose was also working diligently to detect the heavenly aroma of the Buddha jumps over the wall prepared by the royal chef today, which could make even the children next door weep with delight. Upon sitting down at the table and savoring what should be the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall, Gu Shiji had but one thought: I now wish to win over the chef who made this dish, so he can prepare it for me daily. Old Master Gu cast a wary glance towards the kitchen. At that moment, he simply wished to replace the chef. Madame Gu remained remarkably composed, smiling at Gu Shiji. Xizhi, it seems you have taken quite a liking to this Buddha jumps over the wall. From now on, Grandma will ensure you have a pot of it every day. Gu Shiji nodded vigorously, mumbling indistinctly, that sounds wonderful. Oh! This way I won't even need to pursue the chef, and can enjoy Buddha jumps over the wall every day. Thus, the little one abandoned her earlier ambitions. Madame Gu wore a smile that concealed her accomplishments. Old Master Gu deemed that the chef could stay for now. Gu Yijing entered, carrying a briefcase. Upon his arrival, he instantly became the center of attention, his male lead aura shining brightly. With the task character present, Gu Shiji glanced at him without urgency, continuing to indulge in her culinary delights. Madame Gu promptly beckoned him, come, sit down and eat with us. Gu Yijing looked at Gu Shiji at the table, furrowing his brow. I've already eaten outside. Old Master Gu's face remained stern as he spoke with unwavering authority. Eating outside is not the same as eating at home. Sit down quickly. Don't dawdle. Gu Shiji rolled her eyes at Old Master Gu. Indeed. Do all the elders think that food eaten outside is inferior? Even the meals I consume outside can't compare to those at home. This is so much like me. Thus, although I eat plenty outside every day after school, only the meals at the old residence can truly satisfy my hunger. Old Master Gu, no, I am nothing like you. Uncle, since you've already eaten outside, you surely can't be hungry now. I'll take your portion of Buddha jumps over the wall. With that, Gu Shiji swiftly moved to claim Gu Yijing's share of the dish. Madame Gu, do you not remember you have a task to pursue him? Chapter 85. Transfer student, would you like to join us for a meal? The old Master Gu silently observed Gu Shiji as she devoured yet another bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall. Realizing that he had just chastised his grandson a bit too harshly, he felt a twinge of regret. Gu Yijing, caught off guard by the old man's words, paused for a moment before seating himself at the dining table. He picked up his chopsticks and nibbled on some salad before retrieving his laptop from his briefcase to begin working at the table. His eyes discreetly darted towards Gu Yijing. I wonder how things are going with Xizhi. Isn't my elder brother planning to turn the tables on him? Yet, I haven't seen any negative news about Xizhi online. Can my brother really handle this? The fact that Xizhi hasn't encountered any trouble suggests that Gu Yijing hasn't taken any action either. Perhaps all is well. The old Master Gu instinctively nodded. His younger son, Gu Jiangyu, was indeed lacking in capability. Back in his day, he was already leading his eldest son through primary school at such an age. Unlike his grandson who, despite his youth, was involved with a crematorium. Suddenly, Gu Yijing's phone rang. He answered it directly, and the expression on his face, reminiscent of the cold detachment often depicted in novels, exuded an aura that warded off any potential intruders. I understand. There's no need to concern ourselves with this matter any further, he stated. Gu Shiji, possessing keen hearing, caught snippets of conversation regarding Xizhi and Gu Entertainment. So, Gu Yijing is aware that his brother is attempting to set a trap for him and has chosen not to fall into it? The male protagonist is indeed astute. He is not so easily deceived. How foolish of me to have assisted him last time. It seems I acted unnecessarily. The old Master Gu couldn't help but observe Guijing a few more times. It was undeniable that this adopted son was the most astute among all his offspring, possessing the acumen to turn their family into mere cannon fodder if he so desired. It appeared that he needed to play fewer games and devote more time to keeping a watchful eye on this troublesome lad. Dad, Mom. I still have some work to finish, so I'll head upstairs now. After a token gesture of eating some food, he took another call and greeted them before making his way upstairs. The old master and grandmother exchanged glances at Gu Shiji, who seemed utterly engrossed in her meal, as if she had forgotten all tasks that lay ahead, and sighed in resignation. The following morning, Gu Shiji awoke with the lingering taste of Buddha jumps over the wall still on her lips. No wonder even the Buddha would wish to leap over walls to partake in it. If a wall stood in her way of enjoying it, she would not just leap over it but rather demolish it entirely. In classroom 18, it was another day dedicated to diligent study and self-improvement. Have you heard? Exclaimed Wang Hua, who had just rushed back in after fetching water for Gu Shiji and Zhang Qi, his face brimming with mystery. Zhang Qi snatched the 2 cups, set Gu Shiji's down on her desk, and impatiently urged him to speak. Oh, I'm getting to it. When I went to get water, I overheard that a new transfer student has joined our grade. This one is quite impressive. Hailing from the capital city, she's a stunning beauty with exceptional grades, ranking among the top 10 in her middle school entrance exams. Not only is she academically gifted, but she is also a child star, having started acting at a young age, and she boasts over 20 million followers on Weibo. A child star? Why would such an outstanding individual come to our school? Surely she must have offended someone in the capital. Zhang Qi was utterly disinterested in the child star phenomenon. He would rather assist his grandfather in engaging Gu Shiji in conversation. Jia, my grandfather mentioned that your grandfather has invited him for lunch again today. If he declines, your grandfather will threaten him with not playing chess with him anymore. But if he goes, he'll just end up gorging himself and dreaming of turning into a sheep. Why not a happy sheep? Gu Shiji retorted. My grandfather is rather dark. He cannot be a happy sheep. By the way, he wanted me to ask if your family has gone bankrupt. Are you so poor that you can't afford meat? If it comes to that, he can send a few tons of meat your way. I haven't gone bankrupt, Gu Shiji replied. Zhang Qi. He was forcefully fed a piece of news. Time spent sleeping always seemed to fly by. However, with the gentle rain falling outside, there was no need to partake in physical exercises during the break. The students of Class 18, who had been diligently working since entering the classroom, paused their activities and gathered to chat. Did you watch my brother's new drama last night? He was incredibly handsome, and the theme song was sung by Fang Ruishan. It was delightful. I did. The lyrics of Fang Ruishan's new song were breathtaking. His voice is so gentle, it feels as if he is whispering in my ear. The moment he began to sing, I felt completely enchanted. The girls gushed about last night's television series while the boys conversed about games. Just then, their homeroom teacher entered, interrupting their chatter. Everyone turned towards the podium. Beside him stood a girl roughly their age, clad in a black t-shirt and a chocolate-colored pleated miniskirt, revealing her long, slender legs. Her skin was fair and delicate, with an oval face, large eyes, and a high nose, lightly made up with blush and plump pink lips. She appeared fashionable and striking, carrying a designer handbag and wearing limited edition shoes, along with a Patek Philippe watch on her wrist. This will be your new classmate, Luo Miaoyun. Please introduce yourself to the class. Luo Miaoyun's gaze remained fixated outside the window as she coolly stated, Luo Miaoyun. Just 3 words. The homeroom teacher seated her directly in front of Li Shuangshuang. As soon as the teacher left, Wang Hua leaned over to Zhang Qi and his friends, whispering. She's the transfer student they were talking about. But how did she end up in our class? Word of the child star transferring to their class spread quickly, and soon the entrance was swarmed with eager onlookers. Gu Shiji paid little attention, her head lowered as she checked her phone. Fang Ruishan had just sent her a message, stating that he would come to visit her this weekend since he wasn't so busy. She raised her head to Zhang Qi and the others, asking, "Are you all coming over for dinner at my house this weekend?" Chapter 86. Sister Ji is a superfan. Knowledge intrudes the brain in peculiar ways. Anyone who has dined at the Gu family's ancestral home, excluding Zhang Qi's grandfather, cannot help but reminisce. It sounds as if these individuals are competing to criticize Gu Xizhi. Do you think I should perform our street begging art from the sports meeting for them? I believe that would be my most authentic self. Gu Xizhi. I think you should perhaps exhibit a touch of hypocrisy. Many bold individuals venture in to request autographs from Zhu Miaojuan. I have heard that you are about to star in Fang Ruoshan's new music video. Is that true? A fleeting look of disdain crossed Zhu Miaojuan's face, almost imperceptible. She casually signed several notebooks. With a confident smile, she replied, "Once Fang Ruoshan's new music video is released, you shall find out." The crowd understood immediately. Zhu Miaojuan's stature in everyone's eyes grew even more illustrious. After acquiring an autograph, one student rushed out of class 18 to post on the school forum, "Ah, I got my goddess's autograph. She is so approachable." And soon she will be filming a music video with Fang Ruoshan. Students from other grades, unable to witness the star in person during their break due to distance, resorted to lurking on the forum for first-hand news. In an instant, the entire school buzzed with discussions about Zhu Miaojuan, particularly regarding her upcoming collaboration with Fang Ruoshan. In Class 18, Li Shuangshuang and a few others gathered around Gu Xizhi, not seeking autographs like the rest. They had overheard Zhu Miaojuan's conversation. Li Shuangshuang, brimming with envy, remarked, "Being a star is wonderful. Not only do you get to meet Fang Ruoshan, but you also have the chance to film a music video with him. I wish I could ask her if she needs someone to carry her bags on the filming day." Lin Yan, also a fan of Fang Ruoshan, mused. What if I cultivate a good relationship with her now? When she films the music video, perhaps she could bring me along. I don't even need to speak to Fang Ruoshan. Just a distant glance would suffice. Li Shuangshuang replied, "Unlike you, my expectations are much simpler. I merely hope she can deliver the birthday gift I've prepared for Fang Ruoshan." Lin Yan, astonished, exclaimed, "Wait, Fang Ruoshan's birthday is in March next year. And you've already prepared a gift? I must hurry and get a gift too, and see if Zhu Miaojuan can help me deliver it." Sister Ji, would you like to accompany me to select a gift for Fang Ruoshan? I can ask Zhu Miaojuan to assist in delivering it, she suggested. Meanwhile, Fang Ruoshan was still puzzled by what Gu Xizhi had sent him, overhearing someone mention her. She shook her head, saying no. I'm not his fan and have no desire to prepare a birthday gift for him 6 months in advance. Her words lacked conviction, and those present were skeptical. Lin Yan assumed it was due to the Gu family not providing her with pocket money, hence her reluctance to buy a gift. She kindly stated, "Since Sister Ji is busy and lacks time to choose a gift, I can help you pick one." Gu Xizhi? Is that truly what she meant? Having already prepared a gift, Li Shuangshuang was troubled by another concern. If I can think of asking Zhu Miaojuan to deliver something to Fang Ruoshan, wouldn't others think of it too? If too many people request her assistance, will she become unwilling to help? Moreover, we aren't close. Will she even want to assist us? How can we possibly improve our relationship with her? Seeing Li Shuangshuang's distress, Gu Xizhi raised her head and suggested, "You could simply deliver the gift to him yourself." Li Shuangshuang sighed. "If given the opportunity, I would love to personally present my gift to him. If that day ever comes, I would gladly trade 3 years of my life for it." Lin Yan nodded in agreement. "This should be part of my bucket list. I hope that on the day of my passing, I will have had that chance." Gu Xizhi was taken aback. Why did giving a gift to Fang Ruoshan have to be associated with death? In truth, you could indeed deliver the gift yourselves. When the weekend arrives, you can come to my house for dinner, bring the gift along, and present it in person. By then, you might even change your mind and decide against giving it to him. If he happens to perform his street-begging act in front of you, he might lose several fans in the process. Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan exchanged glances before huddling together to whisper, "Sister Ji undoubtedly adores Fang Ruoshan, even more than we do. We merely fantasize about someone helping us deliver a gift. While Sister Ji is already contemplating Feng Ruishan coming to her home to collect it. In the future, when we see Feng Ruishan's merchandise, we must ensure to help Sister Ji secure an extra piece. The game had already commenced before they could finish their hushed conversation, and Gu Shiji had not caught their words. Zhuo Miaojuan had just transferred to Yizhong, and as the homeroom teacher departed, she assigned Li Shuangshuang to help familiarize her with the campus. In the afternoon after school, Li Shuangshuang approached Zhuo Miaojuan to ask if she would like to join them for a meal at the cafeteria. Zhuo Miaojuan, engrossed in a WeChat conversation, did not lift her head and promptly declined. No, I can't stomach the food from the cafeteria. Once Li Shuangshuang and the others departed, Zhuo Miaojuan resumed messaging. I must wait until the afternoon to see him. On the way to the cafeteria, Li Shuangshuang practiced vocabulary as she walked. Manic, MNC, MN, ah. I forgot again. Gu Shishi glanced over and removed the lollipop from her mouth. This word is quite simple. Remember it as when you are playing a game poorly and someone calls you CI, you'll feel quite manic. Thus, manic means frantic, and that S how you can remember it. Li Shuangshuang. It feels as though knowledge has intruded upon her brain in the most peculiar manner. Chapter 87, Young Rascal. Hurry out to assist in picking up guests in the F country. Gu Jiangyan was invited to witness a fashion show. As the event concluded, he and his assistant stepped out for a stroll. The assistant was already burdened with 7 or 8 bags containing the latest seasonal clothing, handbags, and accessories. Each time Gu Jiangyan spotted an item, he would exclaim that this one would surely delight Sirou, that one was missing from her collection, and that another seemed perfectly suited for her. At that moment, he picked up a dazzling diamond necklace, remarking, this would look splendid on Sirou. After hearing Sirou's name repeated throughout the afternoon, the assistant could no longer restrain himself and gently reminded him, Brother Yan, don't you have a sister as well? If you only buy gifts for Sirou, wouldn't that be a bit unfair? Gu Jiangyan frowned, recalling the malicious actions of Gu Shiji towards Gu Sirou. She had cruelly forced Sirou to leave the Gu household, while the others blindly defended her. His expression darkened, but remembering that he was still her third brother, he contemplated and picked up another necklace, one adorned with only a few scattered diamonds, unremarkable yet thoughtful. After settling the bill, Gu Jiangyan turned to his assistant. Is there any news from Mr. B? He was not merely there to attend the show, he sought to meet Mr. B. The genius jewelry designer renowned for his intricate and profound creations, often regarded as masterpieces due to their exquisite beauty. Annually, he would design no more than 3 sets of jewelry, and esteemed merchants and socialites considered it a privilege to possess any of his works. Gu Jiangyan had come to F country to commission a custom piece for his new drama, which revolved entirely around that particular jewelry. He believed that only Mr. B's designs could fulfill the script's vision and convey its intended message. The assistant shook his head. Not yet. His assistant told us to wait for news. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Excitedly, he held it up for Gu Jiangyan to see. It's here. It's here. Gu Jiangyan gestured for him to answer promptly. 20 seconds later, the assistant hung up, his face falling. He said Mr. B1 TCS. He has already designed 3 sets this year and is currently on vacation. He won't be designing anymore. No, Gu Jiangyan asserted with unwavering determination. This drama was his investment, and he cherished the script. It must be presented in the most perfect manner to the world. You will remain here until we meet him. At Ning City No. 1 High School, she had just explained a few problems to Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan before despairingly resting her head on the desk. Her gaze fell upon the scratch paper she had used to illustrate the problems, along with the pen resting atop it. Feeling a sudden urge, she picked up the pen and began to draw a necklace. In her previous life as a 007 agent, she had worked as a jewelry designer. And in a rush to complete a set for a lucrative bonus, she had overworked herself for 2 months, leading to her demise. After her reincarnation, she had hoped to sever ties with design entirely, yet the innate designer within her seemed to awaken at that moment. No. It was more accurate to say it had been reborn. Gazing at the necklace she had just sketched, she was astonished by her own design prowess. Had her skills truly reached such heights? She recalled that the system had not awarded her any special design abilities. After a moment of reflection, she quickly understood. She had always possessed a natural talent for design, which had propelled her to be the youngest designer in their company. The pressures of her previous job had often left her mind in a state of tension, adversely affecting her creativity and efficiency in all cognitive tasks. Now, however, free from stress and wholly focused, she translated her innermost inspirations onto paper, resulting in designs that radiated a vitality previously absent. Once she found her rhythm, she continued to sketch several more pages. Nearby, Zhang Qi, influenced by the studious atmosphere of the class, was also tackling exercises. Catching a glimpse of Gu Sirou's drawings, he curiously leaned closer. Before he could see clearly, Gu Sirou's pen tapped his head. "Have you completed your problems?" He quickly straightened up, returning to the math problems he loathed most. "Gu Sirou, someone is looking for you." Gu Sirou lifted her gaze towards the classroom door, where Qinwen stood. Since she had achieved a perfect score on the competition paper, she had encountered Qinwen more often than their math teacher. Qinwen, a diligent yet somewhat rigid student, felt out of place in class 18. Whenever he approached Gu Sirou, he would stand at the classroom door and politely request her assistance. Gu Sirou stood up without hesitation. Her seat was by the window, which was wide open. With the recent drop in temperature and strong winds, as she rose, a gust swept through, whisking away a loose piece of scratch paper containing the initial sketch of the necklace. Zhang Qi, still nursing his recently tapped head, remained absorbed in his work and didn't he notice. In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived. Li Shuangshuang, Lin Yan, and Zhang Qi, along with Fan Jiang, shared a ride to the old Gu residence. The group consisted of Li Shuangshuang, Lin Yan, Zhang Qi, and Fan Jiang in one vehicle. Lin Yan wore a troubled expression. "I feel guilty towards Sister Ji. She has been so kind to me, even inviting me to her home to enjoy the meals prepared by their royal chef. And yet I cannot even assist with her small wish to give Feng Ruishan a gift." Li Shuangshuang echoed her sentiment. "Indeed. I have helped Zhuo Miaojuan with so many tasks these past few days, and even lent her the notes Sister Ji organized for us. Although she didn't refuse, I sense she isn't particularly eager to accept." Zhang Qi, seated beside them and chatting with Fan Jiang in the front passenger seat, frowned at their conversation. "Does Sister Ji really like Feng Ruishan that much? It's just a gift. We could easily find out his schedule and intercept him at the airport. It shouldn't be too difficult." Lin Yan sighed. "If only it were that simple. It seems exceedingly challenging unless we are as famous as Zhuo Miaojuan, a child star." At the old Gu residence, Feng Mianji heard that Feng Ruishan was coming for dinner and followed along, pestering Gu Shiji with questions. Upon learning that Gu Shiji intended to go out to pick up a few classmates, he quickly remarked, "Such trivial matters can be handled by that young rascal." Young rascal. Hurry out to assist in picking up guests. Chapter 88. Is this your friend? As Zhang Qi and his companions alighted from the vehicle, they stood at the entrance of the community, sending messages to Gu Shiji. All of them presumed that Gu Shiji's friend would be an ordinary individual, much like themselves. While awaiting his arrival, they resumed their previous conversation, which had been interrupted during the taxi ride. Their discussion revolved around the desire to meet Feng Ruishan and their envy of Zhuo Miaojuan. From a distance, Li Shuangshuang spotted someone approaching their direction and inquired of Zhang Qi, "Is that Gu Jia's friend?" Zhang Qi replied, "I'm not certain. Let us wait for him to come closer. If he stops, we can ask him. Gu Jia hasn't shared any photos of us, so he likely won't recognize us." The others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Li Shuangshuang gripped Zhang Qi's arm tightly, momentarily forgetting to breathe, her eyes wide with astonishment as she fixed her gaze ahead. Zhang Qi, taken aback by her reaction, looked at her quizzically. "Are you having a seizure?" "No." "Look over there. Is that not Feng Ruishan? Am I imagining things?" "No, you are not imagining it. I see him too. Beside them, Lin Yan exhibited symptoms identical to those of Li Shuangshuang. As the figure drew nearer, their recognition became clearer. Li Shuangshuang released Zhang Qi and embraced Lin Yan, both trembling with excitement, one shaking even more than the other. They began to scream, "Ah, it's really Feng Ruishan. We can't believe we are seeing Feng Ruishan." Although the boys, including Zhang Qi, were not fervent admirers of Feng Ruishan's visage, they appreciated his music, which meant they admired him as an artist. Their excitement was palpable. Why was Feng Ruishan here? Did he live in this area as well? After expressing their confusion, Zhang Qi remembered their purpose for being there. He glanced behind Feng Ruishan and remarked, "It seems Gu Jia's friend hasn't arrived yet." Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan were presently too dazed to think of anything beyond Feng Ruishan. After a brief period of ecstatic shrieking, they restrained themselves, fearing they might startle their idol. They watched as Feng Ruishan approached, now merely a meter away. Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan managed to regain their composure, contemplating how to request an autograph and a photograph without appearing too abrupt. Just then, Feng Ruishan stopped before them. Could it be that their idol was so approachable, recognizing them as fans and initiating a conversation? "Hello, are you classmates of Gu Xizhi?" Suddenly, a bold thought struck Li Shuangshuang, so audacious that she felt faint from the rush of adrenaline. Lin Yan pinched her arm, mechanically affirming, "Yes, yes, yes." Feng Ruishan continued, "Gu Xizhi asked me to come and escort you inside." With a thud, Li Shuangshuang collapsed onto the ground, truly fainting. Gu Jianyuan observed Li Shuangshuang sprawled on the sofa and then turned to Gu Xizhi. "Did you not inform them in advance that your friend is Feng Ruishan?" Gu Xizhi looked innocently bewildered. "I did. I told them that they could personally deliver gifts to him when they came over for dinner this weekend." Gu Jianyuan replied, "Well, it's understandable. They probably didn't believe it could be that surreal." Meanwhile, Zhang Qi and Fan Jiang were already engaged in conversation with Feng Ruishan. Zhang Qi, astonished, asked, "You say you know both of us? But have we met before?" Feng Ruishan replied, "At the KFC near your school, during Crazy Thursday." Fan Jiang was the first to connect the dots. "You're that mysterious figure cloaked in black?" Feng Ruishan smirked, "Indeed." "So, do you lip-sync during performances?" Feng Ruishan was momentarily speechless. The culinary skills of the chef were so exceptional that it seemed a travesty for him to merely marinate barbecue meat. Consequently, Gu Xizhi had arranged an elaborate meal for the day. Additionally, the elderly matriarch requested that the chef prepare Buddha jumps over the wall for Gu Xizhi, a dish so aromatic that it could entice Gu Xizhi to demolish walls, equally enticing enough to make a group of children consider severing ties with their families to join the Gu family as grandchildren. Li Shuangshuang revived and noticed Zhang Qi and the others engaging in a game with Feng Ruishan. She boldly joined in. "Where's Gu Jia? Why isn't she here playing games with us?" Upon noticing that Gu Xizhi was absent, Zhang Qi realized that the team composition had inadvertently been adjusted for Li Shuangshuang. The group of children found it hard to imagine what questions an elder might pose to Gu Xizhi, and thus paid little heed to her absence. At precisely noon, the dining area was set with a feast, and everyone commenced their meal. Zhang Qi, already captivated by the aroma wafting from the kitchen, felt envious of his grandfather, who had a chef capable of preparing such delectable Buddha jumps over the wall. Even if he were to serve him a mere platter of grass, it would undoubtedly taste divine. During the meal, Zhang Qi sat beside Gu Xizhi and, thinking of his grandfather, leaned in to whisper to her, "Oh, I have some juicy gossip." Gu Xizhi perked up her ears. "I feel quite sorry for my grandfather. At his age, he just realized he has raised a son. He has been overwhelmed with these matters lately." My grandfather no longer has to accompany him to eat grass." Gu Lea feigned a casual approach, pouring water for Gu Xizhi and nodding. "Indeed, no more grass to eat. How is your grandfather's health lately? If he is experiencing any issues, he could come over for a checkup. Someone could attend to him." Feng Ruishan's grandfather was in need of a practice patient. Zhang Qi cast a peculiar glance at Gu Xizhi. Previously, when he suggested that she ask her father for assistance at school, she had remarked that if he were to develop an incurable ailment, he should seek her out. Now, she was suggesting that if her grandfather felt unwell, he should come to her as well. He harbored serious doubts about whether she intended to employ their family members for some peculiar experiment. It seems the peculiar competitive spirit among the elderly has triumphed over all. He likely won't suffer a stroke as in the original narrative. Gu Lei snorted. What of his competitive spirit? He hasn't been cuckolded by anyone. Zhang Laotu's situation could not compare to his. After a meal that left them wanting more, the group collapsed onto the sofa. Someone proposed ordering a few cups of milk tea, which received unanimous approval. While waiting for the delivery, Feng Ruishan stood up. Chapter 89. The most beautiful days are not rainy, but those when I buy you milk tea. She leaned against Gu Shiji's side and exclaimed, Xizhi, am I dreaming? Today, I feel so incredibly happy. Not only did I savor the exquisite Buddha jumps over the wall, but I also caught a glimpse of Feng Ruishan. Oh, my idol is truly remarkable. Lin Yan, resting on the other side of Gu Shiji, gazed starry-eyed at Feng Ruishan and said, Xizhi, do you think Feng Ruishan will sing for us? I must record it. Being able to hear him sing up close is something others would envy me for. Gu Shiji responded, you might not believe me, but after his performance, I think you might just unfollow him. It was Feng Ruishan's first time being so close to his fans since rising to fame. Lacking experience in interacting with fans, he believed that sincerity was the ultimate weapon to retain their affection. Thus, he resolved to be his true self. He donned a black robe that enveloped him entirely. This time, the robe appeared somewhat different, both soiled and tattered, evoking a hint of a beggar's attire. Once clad in the robe, Feng Ruishan sat cross-legged on the ground before a stainless steel bowl that resembled one run over by a car. Beside it lay a cardboard sign that read, Hello everyone. Due to an illness, I am now paralyzed from the waist down. I hope kind-hearted passers-by will take pity on me. Li Shuang? Waiting to film Lin Yan? My pants, what is this? Li Shuang questioned life itself, pulling out her phone. Let us continue playing games instead. Half an hour later, the milk tea they ordered arrived. There was a promotion. Buy 10 cups and receive 2 for free. A total of 12 cups were delivered, the 2 complimentary cups being full sugar milk tea by default. Who wants to drink these 2 cups? Not me. This store's full sugar milk tea is excessively sweet. It makes me feel ill afterward. I won't drink it either. I only prefer my milk tea at half sweetness. Even these youngsters found the full sugar milk tea intolerably sweet, let alone the adults. Gu Shiji pondered, wasting food is shameful, so these 2 cups cannot go to waste. I shall take them to Guijing. It will help me progress in my task. Guijing was working from home today and had not come down for lunch, asking the servants to bring his meal to his study. Beside him, Grandma Gu sighed while sipping a cup of fruit tea. I knew it would be like this. Bringing a cup of unwanted milk tea to win someone over? Aren't you afraid of being disliked even more? She even began to doubt whether Guijing's indifference was a result of her reverse attempts at winning him over. Gu Jiangyuan, unaware of Gu Shiji's mission, curiously caught sight of Guijing descending the stairs. To alert Gu Shiji, he called out loudly, Uncle. Gu Shiji quickly turned her head. Upon seeing Guijing, her eyes sparkled. She hurried over, clutching the cup of milk tea that everyone else had rejected, and sweetly looked up at Guijing. Uncle, this is the milk tea I ordered especially for you, with full sugar. I hope your mood today is as sweet as this cup of milk tea. Grandma Gu, on her way to prepare a plate of fruit to salvage Gu Shiji's task, reflected, well, although the milk tea is not great, her words are rather charming. Guijing looked down coldly at Gu Shiji. I won't drink it. After a moment's thought, she followed closely behind Guijing. Uncle, do you know why I bought this cup of milk tea? The distance from the dining room to the living room was not far, and everyone, captivated by Gu Shiji's call of uncle, turned to gaze at Guijing, whose aura resembled that of a leading man, momentarily forgetting to speak. The living room fell silent, allowing Gu Shiji's voice to resonate clearly. Those who understood the origin of this milk tea exchanged glances. Gu Yijing, somewhat impatient, replied, I do not know. Gu Shiji earnestly responded, do you know? The most beautiful days are not rainy, but those when I buy you milk tea every day. When I saw this cup of milk tea, I thought how wonderful it would be if I could buy you milk tea every single day. Gu Yijing's expression soured further. What are you trying to achieve? Gu Shiji sighed. In the future, my life will only become sweeter. So I wanted to let you enjoy a cup of sweet milk tea as a warm-up. Give me the milk tea, you may leave. Fearing she might say more, Gu Yijing felt he might lose control. All right, I will take my leave. The onlookers witnessed the entire exchange. Zhang Qi remarked, wait, how many romance novels has Xizhi read? Her cheesy lines flow so smoothly. Li Shuangshuang added, Xizhi is really going all out to avoid wasting that cup of milk tea. Grandma Gu heaved a slight sigh of relief. My dear grandson may not be sincere in his affections, but her cheesy lines are quite well delivered. Old Master Gu, with a dark expression, eyed the milk tea in Gu Yijing's hand, feeling a desire to snatch it away. Although he did not care for sweet drinks, the idea of this little one buying him milk tea every day was not entirely unappealing. System, has Gu Yijing developed feelings for me? After delivering the milk tea, Gu Shiji eagerly anticipated receiving her reward. System, no, according to the System S assessment, Gu Yijing currently holds a -20 favorability towards you. Host must continue to strive. After triggering the related task, the system also activated the favorability assessment feature. Gu Shiji was taken aback. Wait, didn't you tell me the other day that his favorability was at 0? How could it have plummeted to -20? Are you malfunctioning? In the distance, Gu Yijing, wishing to avoid further annoyance from Gu Shiji, hurriedly finished the milk tea in hand. After taking a large gulp, he found it overwhelmingly sweet, prompting him to rush to the sink to vomit. System detected. Gu Yijing currently holds a -30 favorability towards you. Gu Shiji, what? System, you must be malfunctioning. I haven't done anything yet. How could the favorability drop by another 10? The Gu family silently observed Gu Yijing, who was now pale, retching in discomfort. Class 18 had been diligently studying for a considerable time and finally arrived at the midterm examination. Chapter 90. Midterm examination and the teacher's contentment. The upcoming midterm examination marks the first significant assessment since their transition to high school, a fact that every student takes to heart. In the days leading up to the examination, numerous students could be seen cramming fervently. As Gu Shiji entered the classroom one morning, munching on a piece of bread, she was immediately enveloped by the sounds of recitation. The first exam was Chinese, with some students reciting classical texts and others memorizing ancient poetry. Even Zhang Qi, typically struggling academically, glanced at a text, only to quickly shut the book in an attempt to memorize it. Upon realizing he couldn't recall the lines, he opened the book again, then closed it once more. In the frigid winter, the Xiang River flows north, Lion's Head. He grasped his head in exasperation, bewildered by the peculiar combination of winter, the Xiang River, and Lion's Head. What an odd preference. Gu Shiji took a seat, taking a bite of her bread. She paused for a moment, reflecting, indeed. Cold Lion's Head would surely be unappetizing. But could it possibly refer to the Orange Isle? Is that so? Zhang Qi once again opened his book and, to his surprise, it indeed mentioned the Orange Isle. Gu Shiji began to question whether there was a printing error in his book. Mistaking the 4-character phrase Orange Isle for the 3-character Lion's Head was one thing, but how could he lose a character even while reading? She cast a glance at Zhang Qi's book and silently continued to nibble her bread. Chiga, stop memorizing. I've prepared a copy for you as well. Just stick this paper inside your clothing and wear these specially designed glasses with a magnifying lens. During the exam, you can simply copy directly from it. Wang Hua had just been tinkering with something at his desk, and now he approached Zhang Qi, brimming with excitement. Jia, I've prepared yours too. Just do as I said, and you'll surely ace the poetry recitation. Wang Hua lifted his clothing, revealing a row of papers affixed inside, filled with minuscule writing, resembling ants in size. To the naked eye, the text was nearly illegible. Sensing that Gu Shiji might be skeptical, he brought the glasses closer, magnifying the tiny script to reveal the poetry they were expected to memorize this semester. Hurry and stick it on, every point counts. Recently, apart from occasionally explaining math problems to her peers, Gu Shiji had been as disengaged as ever in other subjects, typically dozing off or engrossed in her phone during class. And her homework was consistently incomplete. Wang Hua and the others naturally assumed she struggled academically, just like them. And they didn't forget to prepare a version for her as well. Gu Shiji felt a moment of disbelief, recalling the last time she had been this speechless. Ultimately, all the materials Wang Hua had extravagantly purchased online were confiscated by Gu Shiji. As she tore the little notes and tossed them into the trash, she reassured Wang Hua. The exam doesn't start until 9. Nearby, Zhang Qi continued to mix up lion's head, orange isle, and cat's head. Gu Shiji felt an urge to smack him. Yet he still thoughtfully opened her drink lid and placed it on the corner of her desk. Propping her chin on her hand, Gu Shiji absorbed the vibrant atmosphere of learning around her. It dawned on her that everyone was genuinely passionate about their studies, radiating youthful exuberance. She resolved to ensure they would not lead lives consumed by relentless competition and pressure, for that would betray their youthful spirit. As for her own lackadaisical attitude, she would shoulder that burden alone. To prevent anyone from copying answers on their desks or hiding them in various places during the exam, all seating arrangements were shuffled. Gu Shiji found herself seated to the right of Zhuo Miaojuan, who had transferred in several days prior. However, she had been busy filming a commercial and had yet to speak a word to Gu Shiji. Gu Shiji had only heard rumors about her exceptional performance in the preliminary round of a math competition, where she had scored full marks, as well as her assistance in organizing math study notes for classmates. Those eager to curry favor with her had borrowed the notes Gu Shiji had compiled. Much to her disdain, she had little interest in such trivialities. A student from a small town, even if excelling in their school, would likely be just average in the capital. At 9 o'clock sharp, the bell rang and the teacher entered to distribute the exam papers. Gu Shiji accepted her paper and neatly inscribed her name upon it. She reminisced about how long it had been since she participated in a formal examination since graduating from university. With a nostalgic glance, she surveyed the front of the paper, then flipped it over to examine the back, eventually reading through the essay prompt as well. This was a ritual every diligent student performed upon receiving their exam paper, and she appeared quite serious in her demeanor. The invigilator for the Chinese examination was the homeroom teacher of Class 17, who had often overheard the Chinese teacher from Class 18 lament about Gu Shiji never submitting a single assignment. In class, she was either sleeping or engrossed in novels. Recently, the teacher had worried that Gu Shiji might also submit a blank paper during the final exam. However, seeing her so earnestly engaged with the exam paper, the teacher felt a sense of relief wash over him. As he moved to the back of the classroom to observe the other students, he passed by Gu Shiji once more, just as she completed the multiple-choice section. She then flipped to the back, delving into the modern reading comprehension section. The way she read the material resembled someone engrossed in a novel. She stifled laughter at particularly amusing parts. Many students tended to tackle the questions that piqued their interest first, and the teacher thought little of it. After a brief round of observation, he returned to the podium to minimize distractions for the students. The modern reading section was not lengthy, and Gu Shiji quickly finished reading, her pen swiftly dancing across the paper as she answered the questions. Then, Chapter 91, Do not copy me, Jin Zichao remarked. No. You were answering so fluently just now. Why have you fallen asleep? Gu Shiji completed the multiple-choice questions that required the least amount of writing and recalled that the modern text in the reading section seemed rather intriguing. She finished it as if she were reading a novel. However, after such a lengthy period without writing so many Chinese characters and doing so quickly, her hand felt quite fatigued. Indeed, being a student is arduous. Not only are there constant examinations, but one must also write copiously during them, particularly during Chinese exams. Where one is required to compose an 800-word essay within a limited time frame, the strain on one's hand is considerable. According to exam regulations, one must wait an hour before submitting the paper early. She simply decided to take a nap. The supervising teacher? On the first day of the senior high midterm exams, Chinese was scheduled for the morning, followed by mathematics in the afternoon. The math exam commenced at 3 o'clock. Prior to the exam, some classmates were reviewing the essential topics Gu Shiji had highlighted for them, while others were memorizing mathematical formulas. Zhuo Miaojuan, who excelled in mathematics during her time in Jing City, felt quite confident in her abilities. Unlike her peers who were frantically cramming at the last minute, she was engrossed in her script. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Gu Shiji seemingly gazing in her direction. She overheard someone in front discussing with another student about moving their hand aside during the exam to let him see the answers to the multiple-choice questions. She frowned, feeling rather displeased. Turning her head, she coldly addressed Gu Shiji. During the exam, I do not wish for you to look at me like this. I do not appreciate having my carefully written answers casually copied by others. Gu Shiji gazed out the window at a little bird perched on a tree. It had caught a worm from somewhere, and she was curious about how it managed to consume it. She watched intently. Suddenly, it seemed she heard Zhuo Miaojuan speaking to someone, mentioning copying answers. After saying that, Zhuo Miaojuan returned to her script. Gu Shiji was completely oblivious to the fact that Zhuo was looking at her when she spoke. She turned her gaze to the student seated in front of her. Wang Hua, who was still conversing with Lin Yan beside him. Lin Yan, whether my dad deducts my allowance after the midterm exam depends on you. Gu Shiji instantly understood that Zhuo Miaojuan's comment was directed at Wang Hua. She tapped Wang Hua's head with her pen and sighed. Did you not hear what Zhuo said? You actually want to cheat? Wang Hua covered his head. Come on, just joking. I've completed all the questions you assigned us. I can definitely solve the math problems on my own. Zhuo Miaojuan glanced at Gu Shiji again, her eyes filled with disdain. What type of person is she? She's scolding someone while clearly being the subject of criticism herself. At 2:20 in the mathematics department office, several math teachers huddled together. What do you think Gu Shiji will score on this math exam? She scored full marks on such a difficult competition paper. Surely she can perform well on the midterm exam, which is set by the school itself. I believe she might even score full marks this time. Someone noticed Zhang Yang was also in the office, and his expression seemed rather grim. He promptly added, however, it's possible that her previous success in the math competition was merely luck. Her performance is definitely not as stable as Gu Sirou from Class 1. Moreover, if we consider the class average, Class 1 will undoubtedly lead this time. Upon mentioning class averages, someone looked sympathetically at Jin Zichao. Even with Gu Shiji in Class 18, her individual full score would not change the fact that Class 18 is the weakest in the grade. As the clock struck 3, the math papers were distributed. Zhuo Miaojuan, fearing that Gu Shiji might copy her answers and end up with a similar score, deliberately let her hair fall down to shield her paper. The supervising teacher for their math exam had participated in the earlier discussion about Gu Shiji's potential performance. Once the papers were distributed and he observed that the other students were engrossed in their answers, he positioned himself beside Gu Shiji, paying particular attention to her. After receiving her paper, Gu Shiji habitually scanned through it entirely before writing her name and class. Once completed, she moved on to the true or false questions. She swiftly finished those, marking her answers with checks and crosses, and began tackling the multiple-choice questions. After completing the multiple-choice section, she felt that this amount of work did not sufficiently tire her hand. She directly flipped to the final complex question, wrote a character for solution, and commenced solving it. The supervising teacher, astonished by the speed at which she handled the true or false and multiple-choice sections, noted her rapid pace on the last and most challenging question. He thought to himself, this is solid. Gu Shiji will surely score full marks this time. Even if not full marks, it certainly won't be low. Just moments ago, he had quietly bet with a colleague that if Gu Shiji achieved the highest score in the grade, that colleague would bring him breakfast for a week. His impending breakfast bounty was about to be dashed. After completing the final question, which required her to draw a diagram, Gu Shiji finally felt a slight ache in her hand. She lay down and fell asleep. The second supervising teacher began to question her choices in life. "You write so smoothly. Why not continue?" After a moment's thought, he cleared his throat and announced, "The midterm exams will be followed by a parent-teacher conference. So please take this exam seriously. It is crucial to complete the paper. Finishing the exam is what the diligent student should do. As for her, she merely needs to ensure she does not pull the average down too far." Gu Shiji turned her head away, ignoring the supervisor. The supervising teacher sighed. What a troublesome child. At 5:10 in the mathematics department office, the supervising teacher for class 18 approached Jean Zichao, his expression one of heartache. "Teacher Jean, I believe you need to have a serious talk with Gu Shiji. How can there be such a lazy student who does not take the exams seriously?" He continued. "It truly disappoints me." Jean Zichao smiled, flipped through the papers in his hands, and quickly found Gu Shiji's. Although she had not answered many questions, all she had completed were correct. Even the final question. "Teacher Jean." His smile faded. "Zua, is there something you need?" "Teacher, during the exam, I found the last question a bit difficult and could not answer it. I wanted to ask you about it." The final question was indeed a competition problem, and Zua Miaojuan genuinely could not solve it. The midterm exams spanned 3 days. Gu Shiji's 3 days of sleep became the talk of the grade. It was rumored that Gu Shiji did not even complete her math exam, and the top scorer in math would surely be either Gu Sirou or Qinwen. This time, the average scores across subjects would undoubtedly see class 1 at the forefront once again. Chapter 92, Caring for Him in His Illness. Who could this person be? GG. It's getting late. Finish your milk and hurry off to bed. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the light still shone in Gu Shiji's room. Lin Manny, filled with concern, entered with a cup of milk. Inside, Gu Shiji sat at her desk, perusing their first-year physics textbook. Upon hearing Lin Manny's voice, she obediently replied, "Okay." My mother is truly wonderful. This is so different from the portrayals in novels. Surely, my charismatic personality has captivated her. Alas, Guijing is blind to my charm. His indifference is a hindrance to my mission. After placing the milk down, Lin Manny lingered in Gu Shiji's room. Hearing her daughter's self-praise, a smile broke across her face. As for Gu Shiji's self-admiration, she could only agree her daughter was indeed charming, much like herself. Those who disliked them must be of ill character, such as Guijing. Last weekend, during a barbecue at the old house, she overheard something about a mission, likely involving raising Guijing's favorability. Yet, his feelings for Gu Shiji remained disappointingly low, truly a setback for her task. Gu Shiji took a moment to rest while sipping her milk. To increase someone's affection, there is indeed a commendable method: to show genuine concern during their illness. Especially with my medical skills, my care would surely score points. But alas, he never falls ill. Lin Manny's eyes brightened. This idea of showing concern during illness is truly brilliant. Even the cold-hearted tycoons in novels would be moved by such gestures. However, Gu Shiji was still too young and lacked a comprehensive approach. Pushing her into the lotus pond to elicit concern would be overly contrived. How could someone as astute as Guijing not perceive the insincerity behind her gestures? "Mom, I finished," Gu Shiji said, handing her the empty cup. After softly stepping out of Gu Shiji's room, Lin Manny gently closed the door behind her and went into the study across the hall where Gu Shircheng was located. "Darling, what brings you in?" Gu Shircheng asked, rising to greet her after completing a video meeting. Their ability to raise 5 children in this era stemmed from their strong marital bond. After 20 years of marriage, they were still as affectionate as newlyweds. He led Lin Manny to the sofa in the study. Lin Manny, preoccupied with thoughts, cut straight to the chase. "If we don't go out together soon, rumors will spread about discord between you and your brother. Also, when drifting, let him wear fewer clothes. I've heard it's quite warm even in winter there." Gu Shircheng responded in disbelief. "Darling, have I done something to upset you? Why would you suggest he drift in the northeast during a snowstorm?" Are you trying to freeze him? If I were to drift with my younger brother and follow your advice about wearing fewer clothes, while the rumors might not suggest discord between us brothers, they would certainly imply a rift in our marriage. Lin Manny placed the tray on the coffee table, took out her phone, and searched for information about winter drifting in the Northeast. It seemed to be quite popular, indicating relative safety and minimal risk of illness. Furrowing her brow, she decided, forget it, you needn't take him to drift in the Northeast. This weekend, invite him over to the house for a gathering. Gu Sirou sighed in relief. His wife still cared for him. Darling, with so many children at home. Gu Sirou hadn't shared a tender moment with his wife in quite some time. He gazed at her affectionately. Lin Manny suddenly stood up. I need to go downstairs to prepare a late-night snack for Xizhi. She had noticed that Gu Sirou had already flipped through most of her physics book, and given the progress, she believed she would soon finish it. A late-night snack would be necessary for replenishing her energy. With a sense of helplessness, Gu Sirou watched her leave, then picked up his phone to call Gu Yijing. Gu Sirou was busy until 3 in the morning. The next day, she arrived at school right on time. With determination, she completed the tasks she had left unfinished the previous evening. By the time school ended in the afternoon, she had finally organized all her physics notes from the first semester. Handing a thick notebook to Li Shuang, she said, everyone can make a copy. This will ensure a pleasant winter break for you all. It was Friday again. Gu Sirou recalled how many years had passed since she last visited an amusement park. She felt a longing to go and enjoy herself. She agreed to meet Zhang Qi and the others at the amusement park entrance at 10 o'clock the following morning. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She glanced at it and sighed, I have something to attend to, I'll be leaving. At the Fong family clinic. Ever since she had seen Fong Mianji there, Gu Sirou had been more diligent in her visits. You're late. The old master just left. An apprentice who had been close to Gu Sirou informed her as they walked together in the clinic. Is he still here? Gu Sirou inquired anxiously. He left. He was only here for a short while. I heard the manager say he seemed to be looking for someone nearby. The apprentice glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and lowered her voice. When he arrived, I happened to be delivering something. I overheard him sending a voice message, saying he was recently researching a prescription, but felt unsatisfied and wanted to discuss it in person. His tone was very respectful, as if speaking to a senior. Who could this person be? Could their medical skills truly surpass those of the old master? Gu Sirou pondered. The old master was already regarded as the foremost contemporary practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. If this person truly surpassed him, would they not be akin to the legendary divine doctors spoken of in tales? Gu Sirou's gaze sharpened. In her 2 lifetimes, aside from Fong Mianji, she had never heard of anyone whose skills in traditional Chinese medicine rivaled his. Chapter 93. The eccentricity of school life at that moment, I was truly terrified. If there indeed existed someone with superior medical skills compared to Fong Mianji, then her choice of mentor would undoubtedly be more advantageous than aligning herself with Fong Mianji. After preparing a dose of medicine, Gu Sirou took out her phone and sent a message to a WeChat contact whose profile picture featured a clown, inquiring about Fong Mianji's whereabouts near Ningshi First High School. Fong Mianji had arranged to meet Gu Sirou at the Shaoshan Tea House outside the school. As Gu Sirou exited the teaching building, she felt a pang of thirst and decided to detour to a small supermarket to purchase an ice cream. While savoring her treat, she strolled towards the school gate. Just a few steps ahead, a man clad in a suit, with an appearance of sophistication, approached her. Although the two were walking on separate paths, she instinctively veered further aside to ensure her ice cream remained undisturbed. However, in the next instant, she heard, "Ah, you've stained my clothes." Despite the considerable distance, the man had nevertheless collided with her, taking the initiative. While buying ice cream, Gu Sirou had generously chosen the most expensive one available, costing her a total of 13 yuan. She had only taken a few bites, leaving 2 bites uneaten. And now it was abruptly gone. "This suit is quite costly," the man remarked. "I don't require compensation for the suit. Simply treat me to a cup of milk tea. Gu Shiji was taken aback. Was he attempting to extort her? Her gaze fixated on the ruined ice cream. Memories of a heart-wrenching story she had read 2 days prior flooding back to her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting her empathy for the fictional character's plight. She opened her phone to display her payment QR code, typing in an amount and presenting it to the man. Pay up. Jinbai couldn't help but chuckle at her audacity. He had thought himself shameless, only to realize she surpassed him in boldness. She had recently contacted Zhang Qi and his friends. By the time they procured ice cream, Gu Shiji had already dealt with the 2 little snowflakes, her twin sisters. Waving goodbye to Jinbai, she continued towards the school gate. Jinbai paused momentarily, then hurried after her. Hey, why are you leaving so quickly? Don't you have any questions for me? Gu Shiji stopped, turned, and gazed at his mature and charming visage, asking, do you know why, after a minute passes, the world loses 60 seconds? Do you know why the day my mother gave birth to me happened to be my birthday? Do you know why if you are a tad fairer, you want to be dark? Jinbai found himself pondering her questions earnestly. Meanwhile, Gu Shiji resumed her walk towards the gate. As she neared, Fang Mianji's call came through. Xizhi, I have a patient who has fainted unexpectedly. I must attend to this matter now. I'll visit you another day. The system inquired, Host, why didn't you engage more with Jinbai? You are well aware he was intentionally waiting for you. Gu Shiji, sipping her lemon tea and nibbling on curry fish balls, replied, he is too old. The system retorted, what does age matter? It's not like I'm asking you to form a couple with him. As a malicious supporting character system, it felt compelled to advise Gu Shiji diligently. Jinbai would eventually become a significant ally for Gu Sirou. If she established a rapport with him before Gu Sirou, it could diminish Gu Sirou's influence to some degree. Undermining the protagonist's growth is precisely the role of a villainous supporting character. Oh! Gu Shiji absent-mindedly popped another curry fish ball into her mouth. At the Feng family clinic, Gu Sirou did not depart until 9:30 p.m. when the clinic closed. She felt perplexed. Was it possible that this individual, rumored to possess superior medical skills to Feng Mianji, did not exist at all? On Saturday, before stepping out, Gu Shiji was seen off by Lin Manny at the door. She informed her, your mother asked your father to invite your uncle over today. He'll take your uncle to chat in the garden. However, it seems the automatic irrigation system has been malfunctioning lately. So let us hope it doesn't break down today. Otherwise, if it sprays everywhere and makes your uncle ill, that would be unfortunate. Gu Shiji expressed her astonishment. That shouldn't happen, right? If it does break down, Mom, you must keep your distance. How wonderful. If that sprinkler truly malfunctions and makes Guijing sick, I can genuinely attend to him. It's as if fate wishes for me to complete this task swiftly. Today is yet another day filled with affection for my mother. In high spirits, Lin Manny transferred a significant amount of pocket money to Gu Shiji, advising her to dine at clean, reputable establishments and avoid unsanitary food. When Gu Shiji arrived at the amusement park entrance, Zhang Qi, Fan Jiang, Li Shuangshuang, Lin Yan, and Wang Hua were already waiting. Zhang Qi was conversing with Fan Jiang. You hang out with our class every day. You might as well have just transferred to our class from the start. Upon noticing Gu Shiji approaching, they halted their conversation and waved at her. I've heard the haunted house at this amusement park is exceptionally well made. It's a must-visit attraction. No one objected, and the group made their way to the haunted house. Indeed, it was the most popular attraction in the amusement park. Even in the morning, many people were queuing. Gu Shiji and her friends waited for over 30 minutes to enter. Inside the haunted house, eerie music played, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Despite the number of visitors, the ambience remained quite frightening. I must capture the scenes within this haunted house. Zhang Qi, bold and unperturbed, took out his phone to record a video. In the process, he accidentally dropped his student ID from his pocket, oblivious to its fall. I'll turn around and scare those ghosts in a bit. After a while. Chapter 94, The History of the Haunted House, What does she intend to do? The haunted house they entered was a shrine, steeped in historical significance. Enveloped by an unknown shroud, the entire structure was cloaked in darkness. Yet, the unmistakable sound of high heels echoed around them, accompanied by the cacophony of a quarrel. The voices were too raucous to decipher, and their dialect rendered the words incomprehensible, intensifying the unease that gripped them. Li Shuangshuang clutched Gu Shiji's arm tightly. I have heard that this shrine is genuinely an ancient shrine, not a mere fade constructed for amusement. Li Shuangshuang had prepared for their visit to the amusement park, having learned of their destination in advance. A chilling breeze swept through, causing her to tremble with apprehension. She held Gu Shiji even closer, eager to share the knowledge she had unearthed. Over 40 years ago, this area was a quaint village, home to a remarkably beautiful maiden whose fate was wrought with misfortune. She caught the eye of the son of a local landlord, but she was already in a relationship. The landlord's son was not a virtuous man. He consorted with dubious women and had a terrible reputation in the village. Naturally, the maiden rejected his advances. However, the landlord's son, accustomed to getting his way, could not tolerate competition for the maiden's affections. He resorted to murder, ordering the death of her beloved. Even as the villagers became aware of his crime, they remained silent, fearing his power and influence. Upon learning of her lover's demise, the maiden descended into madness. Her family, including her parents and brother, bound her and delivered her to the landlord's son. In a grotesque act, he had her lover's corpse brought into the room, violating her in front of the lifeless body. From that moment on, she was chained, released only during the landlord's depraved whims. Eventually, he grew lax and, after one such encounter, neglected to rebind her. Seizing the opportunity, the maiden escaped the landlord's clutches. However, the village chief, who had promised to help her, betrayed her, enlisting several villagers to recapture her. The landlord's son, now furious, beat her mercilessly and handed her over to other men in the village for their amusement. Nearly all the men participated, while the women merely looked on, including her own family. In time, she became pregnant, unaware of the identity of her child's father, and found it all absurd. Ultimately, unable to endure such a life, she chose to take her own life. 7 days after her death, the villagers gathered at the shrine for an ancestral worship ceremony when a great fire consumed them all, claiming every life within. This was the very shrine that had witnessed such tragedy. A chill swept through the group. Lin Yan's teeth chattered as she exclaimed, You mean people really died here? A whole village? Li Shuangshuang nodded solemnly. Yes, an entire village perished. I have seen photographs online. The walls of the shrine are charred black. Even after summoning a master to exorcise the spirits, the problem remained unresolved. No one dared to demolish the shrine afterward. I remember my father mentioning a shrine in our city that was quite sinister. At night, cries could be heard emanating from within. As a child, he and his friends attempted to sneak in but were caught by my grandfather, who punished him severely. Could that shrine be this one? Zhang Qi interjected, recalling a similar tale. My grandfather also spoke of the shrine. So we are not merely playing in a haunted house, we are genuinely adventuring. They began to comprehend why this haunted house was the most popular and thrilling attraction in the amusement park. Goodness. They brought us to a real haunted house where so many have perished. How could it not be exhilarating? It could only be said that the amusement park's owner was truly ruthless. A strange, eerie laughter echoed from ahead. A dim light flickered, revealing the blackened walls. And perhaps it was not a mere illusion. They thought they could smell the stench of charred flesh, sending shivers down their spines. Gu Shiji found herself flanked by Li Shuangshuang on her left and Lin Yan on her right. Though the two were visibly shaken, their presence provided her with a sense of calm. Suddenly, a loud creaking sound broke the tension, and a corpse plummeted from the ceiling, landing stiffly on the floor, its body writhing grotesquely. Slowly, it raised its head, revealing a face marred by decay, eyes glowing with an eerie light, and a bloodied mouth emitting chilling laughter. Just moments ago, Gu Shiji had felt secure sandwiched between her friends, but now, simultaneous screams erupted from both sides. For an instant, she feared she might ascend to the heavens. In contrast, the corpse before her appeared less terrifying. Do not be afraid. Let go of me for a moment. I will perform a noble deed, Gu Shiji insisted, prying Lin Yan and Li Shuangshuang's fingers apart. She crawled toward the grotesque figure on the ground. Zhang Qi and Wang Hua, having learned of the haunted house's grim history, clung together in fear, their expressions bewildered as they observed Gu Shiji's unexpected resolve. Chapter 95. Did you hear that? They are all calling my name. Third brother has returned. Look at you. With so many wounds on your face that you haven't tended to, it's quite frightening to behold, Gu Shiji remarked as she rummaged through her cross-body bag. Naturally. There would be a haunted house in the amusement park, so she had prepared beforehand. She once harbored a dream of entering a haunted house to engage in a skirmish with the NPCs, wondering if they would retaliate. However, having worked a job and experienced the struggles of being an NPC, she now thought it rather pitiable if they were to be attacked while on duty. Thus, her dream evolved. She now wished to compare who was more terrifying, herself or the NPCs. The NPC on the ground continued to move stiffly, mechanically repeating its frightening gestures, though its eyes appeared bewildered. Listening to Gu Shiji's words and observing her actions, it's speculated that she might produce a bottle of makeup remover to erase the painstakingly applied makeup it had worn for over an hour. After all, there were many mischievous children who delighted in causing havoc. It resolved to keep a close watch on her hands, ready to dodge the moment she splashed the makeup remover. At last, Gu Shiji finished rummaging and turned away, lowering her head and raising her arm, the purpose of which remained a mystery. When she turned her head once more, the NPC, which had been intently observing her, recoiled in terror. Its pupils dilated, legs trembling and chest heaving violently. Ah! Gu Shiji's face was illuminated by a small light pinned to her collar. The NPC beheld her eyes fall out, her skin cracking open, revealing swarms of insects crawling forth. Her irises were blood-red, with blood oozing from her eyes. She extended her tongue to lick her lips, only to suddenly pull it out. She toyed with her own tongue. And at that moment, a mouth sprouted on her forehead, a gaping maw into which she stuffed her tongue. The mouth chewed voraciously, a creature so vicious that it consumed its own tongue. The NPC, witnessing Gu Shiji approach like a zombie, was drenched in cold sweat and finally fainted when she was merely an arm's length away. What was Gu Shiji doing? Why had the NPC collapsed? Surely it wasn't just sleeping there, was it? Gu Shiji's back was turned to Zhang Qi and the others, obscuring her actions from their view. Gu Shiji smirked at the fainted NPC. It seemed she was indeed the more formidable one, though the NPC was rather feeble to succumb so quickly. She pondered for a moment before retrieving a small mirror from her bag. It was a prop she had crafted just the night prior, yet she had yet to test its effect. As the image in the mirror materialized, Gu Shiji gasped and patted her chest. Thankfully, as long as there was no mirror present, she would not have to confront her current appearance. The interior of the haunted house was predominantly shrouded in darkness, and their current location was no exception. After turning off the collar light, Li Shuangshuang and the others remained oblivious to her visage. The group continued onward, the acrid scent of charred materials growing increasingly potent. Perhaps those unfortunate souls had perished in this very spot? Lin Yan ventured, and apart from Gu Shiji, the others dared not breathe too heavily. The haunted house was enveloped in an eerie silence. Amidst the stillness, the sound of a bouncing ball rang out, becoming particularly pronounced. Not far ahead, light shrouded in smoke flickered to life, revealing a figure resembling a child of 7 or 8 years. It tilted its head, its face a ghastly pale, blood streaming from its orifices, grinning eerily as it beckoned. Come play with me. Just as Li Shuangshuang and the others were about to scream, Gu Shiji activated the light switch on her collar. The screamers transformed into NPCs, fleeing hastily. Li Shuangshuang and the others were left in a state of bewilderment. Were the NPCs here truly so inept? They soon encountered several more NPCs, who fainted or fled before they could even display their fright. Zhangqi suddenly found himself devoid of fear. After all, this shrine hardly seemed daunting. The others, who had been startled by the shrine's history, shared similar sentiments. At that moment, they heard voices calling for Zhangqi. Each NPC bore a microphone, and the voices transmitted through it were processed. Gradually, multiple voices began to call out for Zhangqi, each more terrifying than the last. Unlike the frightened cries of their group, Zhangqi instinctively clutched the person next to him, who happened to be Wang Hua. How could the NPCs know your name? Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan huddled together, trembling uncontrollably. We did not register our names upon entry. NPCs shouldn't know our names. Could it be possible that... Li Shuangshuang's words were interrupted as the voices calling for Zhangqi drew nearer. They found themselves in a pitch-black alley, and a chill wind swept through. Zhangqi, Zhangqi. The voices grew increasingly close. Ah! The group bolted in panic, and an NPC seemingly floating in midair, having overheard a colleague's words through a Bluetooth earpiece, spotted the fleeing group and shouted, Zhangqi, in a similarly chilling tone. Even Gu Sirou, who had been delighting in scaring others, felt a shiver at the sight. NPCs could not possibly know Zhangqi's name, and even if they did, they would not call out to him in such a manner. But true spirits could be another matter entirely, capable of passing through walls, perhaps omnipotent. Given the history of deaths in this place, the presence of a few genuine spirits would hardly be surprising. A chorus of screams erupted. Gu Sirou and her companions, in a state of sheer panic, finally reached the exit of the haunted house. An NPC, trailing closely behind, gasped for breath and managed to grab hold of Zhangqi's clothing. Zhangqi, you dropped your student ID. The group, having narrowly escaped fright, looked up and inadvertently caught sight of Gu Sirou's face. Ah! Li Shuangshuang, who had not fainted throughout the haunted house, finally succumbed. Lin Yan was in tears. As they prepared to leave, a staff member from the haunted house approached Gu Sirou to ask for her permission to photograph her, intending to utilize her makeup for their new NPC. After receiving disappointing news, she was met with yet another revelation. Chapter 96, Gu Jiangyan. Sister Ji is indeed chasing stars, although Guijing is a workaholic. As the male protagonist, he possesses a physique befitting his role and engages in regular physical exercise. His physical condition is commendable. Even when splashed with water in the garden, he remains unaffected, not even succumbing to a sneeze. Gu Sirou feels a sense of disappointment, as this implies she has no opportunity to express concern for Guijing. Upon hearing another piece of news, she is taken aback. What? I actually have a third brother? Oh, I remember now. He is the one who previously sent me a message to lecture me about Gu Sirou, right? He seems a bit off in the head. Lin Manny agrees wholeheartedly. Indeed, the third child may have spent too long in the entertainment industry, rendering him somewhat foolish. She chuckles and tells Gu Sirou, this third brother of yours has the lowest IQ in the family, which is why he can only muddle through in the entertainment world. If you don't wish to interact with him, you are entirely free to ignore him. Just pretend he doesn't exist. After all, he only stays at home for about 4 or 5 days. Though mothers wish for their children to coexist harmoniously, it is unnecessary to force interactions among those with differing intelligence levels. With her mother's words resonating, Gu Sirou obediently nods. All right, I will heed my mother's advice. I just wonder if my not-so-bright third brother will attempt to bribe me with money when we first meet. He'd better not toss me 100,000 or so and say, take this money and never show your face again. Lin Manny. This is indeed a possibility that the foolish third child might resort to. No, she must remind the third child not to resort to monetary means to dismiss this kid. It remains uncertain when this child will abandon the notion of running away from home. Gu Sirou, unaware of her fleeting thoughts costing her at least several tens of thousands, is solely focused on meeting her long-lost third brother. Upon inquiring about Gu Jiangyan's whereabouts, Lin Manny's expression darkens. He went to find Sirou. Once Gu Jiangyan arrived home, he discovered that Gu Sirou had indeed moved out without even entering the house and promptly set out to find Gu Sirou. Gu Jiangyan ended up spending the entire weekend at her place, and by Sunday evening, Gu Shiji had yet to see him. On Monday morning, Gu Shiji entered the classroom with a hot dog in her mouth, overhearing her classmates discussing their trip to the amusement park on Saturday. The park, known for filming celebrities engaging in thrilling activities, had become a viral sensation since the opening of the haunted house in Ning City, making it a must-visit for all adventure seekers. Many from other cities and provinces traveled specifically to Ning City to experience this haunted house. Seizing the opportunity, they had temporarily relocated this episode's shooting location to the ancestral hall's haunted house. As she took a bite of her hot dog, she mumbled an indistinct response. So, Gu Jiangyan is the newly crowned best actor, young and handsome, and aside from Fang Ruishan, he is another idol for us youngsters. As soon as Gu Shiji's classmate received the answer, she was about to express her envy, saying Gu Shiji was fortunate to see Gu Jiangyan and live with him. However, as she began to speak, her eyes inadvertently wandered to the window. Suddenly, she went wild and dashed outside, exclaiming, "Ah, it's Gu Jiangyan. Gu Jiangyan is at our school. He brought Gu Sirou to school. Oh my gosh, Gu Jiangyan is so much more handsome in person than on television. He's so tall and fair." He is so doting towards Gu Sirou, helping her carry her backpack, bringing her milk, and even feeding her. His smile is simply enchanting. Gu Sirou is so lucky. I wish I could be Gu Sirou. As more and more people noticed Gu Jiangyan at school, students filled the corridors of every floor. Those who anticipated their ascent gathered at the stairwell, creating an impromptu star-chasing event on campus. Li Shuangshuang and others, who had successfully met their idol and even shared meals and games, remained unfazed by the commotion outside. However, they were puzzled. Why was Gu Shiji, Gu Jiangyan's biological sister, participating in this star-chasing frenzy alongside others? Li Shuangshuang voiced her uncertainty. Could it be that Sister Ji is actually a fan of her third brother? Lin Yan replied, "I think it seems like it. I told you, Sister Ji must be quite the fanatic when it comes to chasing stars, just like now, not even sparing her own brother." While reading novels, Gu Shiji had often encountered descriptions of her third brother's exceptional handsomeness. However, since her arrival in this story, she had yet to see him, not even in photographs. Initially, she did not think much of it, but witnessing the crowd's enthusiasm ignited her curiosity. She too wanted to discover just how striking Gu Jiangyan was to elicit such fervor. Navigating through the throng of ardent fans, she finally squeezed her way out, just in time to see Gu Jiangyan lifting a milk bottle to Gu Sirou's lips, smiling as he did so. A line of poetry flashed in her mind. Whose young lad is this on the road, with brows and eyes that smile, unmatched in the world? Ah, is this it? While he is indeed handsome, I can't help but think that if Fang Ruishan were just a tad more aloof, they might be on par. Not to mention, when compared to Gu Yijing, there is simply no comparison. At that moment, Gu Jiangyan and Gu Sirou happened to reach the stairwell next to Class 18. Suddenly, a voice, clear yet laced with disdain, cut through the noise and reached Gu Jiangyan's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Amidst the chatter and commotion, this particular statement was so distinct. Why was it so clear? The person even mentioned uncle? Who would dare to compare themselves to an uncle? Chapter 97, The Unreliable Fourth Brother. Self-reliance and abundance. Li Shuangshuang turned her head and said, "Ji Jia, this is for you." She was reminded of the last time she visited the bookstore to buy merchandise related to Fang Ruishan, where she had seen a magazine featuring Gu Jiangyan on the cover. His photograph exquisitely captured. However, the incident where Gu Jiangyan gifted concert tickets to Gu Sirou but not to Gu Shiji diminished her fondness for him significantly. Consequently, she tucked the magazine beneath a pile of books. Gu Shiji, spotting the cover star of the magazine, furrowed her brow in disdain and declared, "No." Li Shuangshuang, perplexed, replied, "But aren't you a fan of his? If this were Fang Ruishan on the cover, I would cherish it like a treasure." Gu Shiji was taken aback. After taking a large sip of water to calm herself, she explained that her previous outing with everyone was merely out of curiosity. as she had yet to meet her third brother. As she spread open her chemistry textbook to organize her notes, Li Shuangshuang, Zhang Qi, Lin Yan, and others began to grumble. Xizhi is his real sister, yet he only sends Gu Sirou to school and showers her with affection. Xizhi can only join the throngs of fans to catch a glimpse of him. Enough of this. It's truly pitiful that our Xizhi, a biological sister, is treated like a stranger. In Class 18, many students were fans of Gu Jiangyan. Upon hearing Li Shuangshuang's remarks, they unanimously decided to unfollow him and joined in the condemnation of Gu Jiangyan. Meanwhile, students from other classes envied Gu Sirou, who was trending on forums, even as negative comments about her circulated. Now, with the illustrious Gu Jiangyan personally escorting her to school, her popularity soared, solidifying her status as the goddess in the eyes of her peers. Indeed, Gu Sirou was the little princess of the Gu family, enjoying such favor from the film emperor. The way Gu Jiangyan treated her was akin to cradling a fragile treasure, his affection palpable. I heard Gu Sirou is now apprenticing at a nearby traditional medicine clinic after school. She is so remarkable and diligent, it brings me to tears. I must step up my game, someone lamented. In the third year of high school, Gu Jianyuan listened to the class discussions while scrolling through forums. Upon seeing photographs of Gu Jiangyan carrying milk bottles and backpacks for Gu Sirou, his expression soured. Your third brother is quite fond of Gu Sirou, Sui remarked. But isn't he a bit biased? Xizhi is his sister too. I read online that when they passed by the Class 18 classroom, they didn't even stop to greet her. People at school are starting to speculate that Xizhi is not favored at home. Gu Jiangyuan glared at the photograph of Gu Jiangyan and replied, "Let us go find Xizhi for lunch." No matter how blind his third brother may be to her needs, he, the fourth brother, would not let her suffer. As the morning bell rang, Gu Xizhi stretched widely, feeling exhausted from organizing various chemical equations. She looked up to see Gu Jiangyuan and Sui standing at the entrance of their classroom. Zhang Qi, who had dined at the Gu residence several times and was familiar with Gu Jiangyuan, approached them. I envy you sports students. Your schedules are so flexible. You must be able to eat in the cafeteria without waiting in line. Sui, draping an arm over Zhang Qi's shoulder, replied with a grimace, "Don't envy us. Every day's training leaves me aching all over. I feel like an old man. If I wasn't struggling academically, who would choose to be a sports student enduring daily drills?" Xizhi, enjoy this milk tea. Before arriving, Gu Jianyuan had even taken the detour to buy a cup of milk tea. Gu Xizhi reached out to take it, but Gu Jianyuan dodged, bringing the straw to her lips instead. "I'll hold this for you. Just drink." Gu Xizhi blinked, feeling something was amiss, but decided it was convenient not to hold it herself. As they walked toward the cafeteria, Gu Jianyuan peered behind her, frowning. "Where's your backpack?" Gu Xizhi replied, somewhat confused, "I don't have a backpack. I'm just going to the cafeteria for a meal. Why would I need one?" Gu Jianyuan quickly perked up. "I'll come back to pick you up after school, and I'll help you with your backpack then. Whatever Gu Sirou has, we must ensure Xizhi has too." When they reached the cafeteria, a long line had formed. They fell in behind it, where several girls in front were discussing Gu Jiangyan. "I've heard about that haunted house they went to. It's said to be genuinely haunted. I wonder if my brother would be scared." Gu Jiangyuan offered Gu Xizhi the milk tea again, and she took a sip, casually glancing at her phone as she discussed treatment plans for her new patient with Fang Mian while eavesdropping on the conversation around her. Suddenly, she looked up. "It seems the situation escalated quite dramatically. My third brother ended up in quite a predicament." "What? He's in trouble?" Gu Jiangyuan, still handing Gu Xizhi her milk tea, perked up his ears to listen closely, so much so that he didn't notice the straw poking Gu Xizhi's nose. Gu Xizhi turned her head disdainfully to avoid the milk tea straw. Indeed, one must rely on oneself to ensure abundance, even when it comes to drinking milk tea. One should hold it themselves, lest they find the straw poking their mouth or nostrils unexpectedly. Though it is my own nostril, even if it were to poke a booger, I would still find it distasteful. I refuse to drink this milk tea. As several people ahead in the line moved on, it was nearly their turn to order. Gu Shiji stood on her tiptoes, contemplating what dishes to select. Gu Jianyuan, feeling anxious, urged, "Sister, hurry up and decide. You just said your third brother is in trouble." But you haven't explained how. During their meal, Gu Jianyuan still did not manage to hear Gu Shiji's thoughts. He took the initiative to say, "I just heard them mention that your third brother is filming a variety show at the haunted house. I wonder how it's going. This certainly won't bode well." Alas, it seems being exceptionally handsome is not always a blessing, especially when one's looks are universally appealing. Chapter 98. It is truly no big deal. Who aspires to be a saint? The captivating allure of both genders? Gu Jianyuan has transitioned from merely worrying about his brother to a desire for some delightful gossip. He senses that this will be quite an entertaining spectacle. It's merely going to leave a psychological shadow on him for the future. Gu Jianyuan has witnessed true duplicity. Externally, he reassures that third brother is certainly fine, while internally, he revels in schadenfreude. Coincidentally, he too wishes to indulge in this delight. He chooses food with caution, fearing that he might inadvertently miss Gu Shiji's innermost thoughts. Upon deeper reflection, it really isn't such a significant matter. It's merely an incident involving an actor named Yin Rong, who feigned fear in a haunted house and clung tightly to my third brother. Moreover, amidst the chaos, he touched my third brother inappropriately, kissed him, and engaged in a passionate French kiss. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Jianyuan nearly choked. This, he pondered, should such an event befall him, he would be so carefree about it. At most, he would forget it after a night. However, considering third brother, who is both fastidious and meticulous, he shuddered at the thought. Gu Shiji had ceased contemplating Gu Jiangyan and focused intently on her chicken leg. Gu Jianyuan took a bite of his chicken leg. Sui nudged his elbow against Gu Jiangyuan's arm. He looked over in confusion. Sui handed him his phone, gesturing for him to glance at the screen. Curiously, he took a look. It was the trending page on Weibo, where two familiar names appeared in the third position. Best actor Gu Jiangyan personally accompanies sister Gu Sirou to school. A photo of Gu Jiangyan escorting Gu Sirou to school was posted on Weibo and had garnered significant attention. Gu Jianyuan clicked into the trending topic to peruse the details. The first post featured Gu Jiangyan retweeting a netizen's post. Beneath the text were a collage of photos, candidly capturing various angles of them. It depicted Gu Jiangyan helping Gu Sirou with her backpack and feeding her milk. This retweet occurred prior to the recording of a variety show, and over 2 hours later, it had amassed tens of thousands of comments. Sui helped Gu Jianyuan navigate to the comment section. The pinned comment featured a netizen inquiring about his other sister, questioning why he hadn't accompanied her to school, insinuating that she was perhaps too inadequate to be showcased. Generally, such comments would fade into obscurity if ignored. The subsequent comment read, "I hope that before I voluntarily disclose information about my other sister, everyone will refrain from overly focusing on her and disrupting her life." While these two comments appeared innocuous, they seemed to shield Gu Shiji from undue attention. Nevertheless, astute netizens had already deciphered the underlying implications. Famous gossip netizen, someone posted a photo of Gu Sirou and Best Actor together, and he graciously acknowledged it, even thanking others for complimenting Gu Sirou's beauty. Yet, when it comes to his biological sister, he urges everyone not to pay attention to her. Does this imply that she truly lacks merit? Best Actor is my idol. My idol is so approachable and doting towards his sister, yet he does not seem to cherish this biological sister. It's hard to fathom just how unremarkable she must be. The disparaging comments directed at Gu Shiji continued to proliferate. Gu Jiangyuan's expression darkened considerably. It was simply an act of harassment. After all, it wouldn't lead to death. Li Shuangshuang and her companions were simultaneously dining and scrolling through their phones. Unluckily, they stumbled upon the same trending topic as Gu Jianyuan. Earlier, they had already criticized Gu Jiangyan in the classroom, but upon viewing the comments on Weibo, they realized their earlier condemnations had been far too lenient. "Sister Ji, take a look at this." Zhang Qi handed her phone to Gu Shiji. "Yes, Sister Ji." You still have 3 brothers. You might as well abandon this third brother. Gu Shiji's hands and mouth were greasy from food, so she didn't take the phone but casually glanced at it. She nonchalantly raised an eyebrow. It's nothing. Soon, someone will retaliate for me. Just a moment ago, she had slightly scorned herself. Was she truly willing to disregard her brother's fate for the sake of this gossip? After all, those of them who traversed these worlds knew that their purpose was to provide early warnings and help others avoid unforeseen incidents. But now, let those who wished to play the saint do so. She certainly would not. The amusement park, particularly the area near the haunted house, had been cordoned off. In the scene, 7 guests were divided into 3 groups. The other 2 groups, 4 guests, were frantically running in the ancestral hall, terrified by the NPCs. Only Gu Jiangyan's group remained relatively composed. Chapter 99. Fear for my brother's suffering. Fear for my brother's luxurious ride. Gu Jiangyan and Rong, along with another artist who has debuted for several years and released 2 albums, find themselves in the company of a female performer whose fame exceeds that of her peers. Emerging from the depths of a mountainous region devoid of streetlights, she recalls the oppressive darkness that enveloped her home at night. Standing at her doorstep, she could often see flickering lights in the distance, reminiscent of ghostly flames. Having grown up in such an environment, she became desensitized to fear. Wandering through a reputedly haunted house, she felt as though she were merely playing in her childhood backyard, devoid of any trepidation. When Gu Jiangyan first entered the industry, he starred in horror films, seeking to build his courage by spending nights alone in a cemetery. Now, accompanied by others in the haunted house, including NPCs, he feels little to no fear. However, Rong, standing at an impressive height of nearly 1.9 meters, towers over Gu Jiangyan by a few centimeters, yet clings to his arm like a frightened child. Jiangyan, did an entire village truly perish here? Do you not smell something burning? Rong exclaims, his anxiety palpable. Ah! Something just brushed past us. How terrifying. The production crew, observing the various groups from a small room, whisper among themselves. They are astounded that the most robust and seemingly reliable teacher, Rong, possesses such a timid disposition, leading to a delightful contrast. It's hilarious. A man of such stature acting like a frightened little girl. If I were in charge of this haunted house, witnessing Gu and his companions so composed would certainly dampen my spirits. As they converse, Gu Jiangyan and his companions step into a pitch-black room, utterly devoid of light. They tread cautiously, feeling their way through the darkness. Jiangyan, it's too dark here. Surely, there are no ghosts lurking about? Rong, now not only holding onto Gu Jiangyan's arm, but also wrapping his arms around his waist, trembles with fear. Gu Jiangyan, who generally avoids contact with others unless necessary during filming, finds himself quite uncomfortable with Rong's tight embrace. His brows furrow in annoyance. Let go. Ah. Something just passed by. Rong clings tighter, burying his face into Gu Jiangyan's chest, spinning him around to shield him from the camera. The crew, witnessing the black and white imagery of the room, can hardly contain their laughter. Just from the sound, I can imagine the disdain and impatience on Emperor Gu's face. At that moment, an NPC glides past them, emitting a chilling cackle. Even the female artist, who had previously wandered through the haunted house as if in her own backyard, lets out a startled scream. Seizing the moment, Rong embraces Gu Jiangyan fully, his hands instinctively moving downward, capturing Gu Jiangyan's head, and their lips meet with uncanny precision. Ning City No. 1 High School, Class 1 of the first year. Gu Sirou gazes at the teacher explaining a physics problem at the podium, her mind wandering. Gu Sirou, come up and solve this problem for us, the teacher calls. She dismisses her concerns, reasoning that nothing fatal could occur, after all. Being inappropriately touched could only leave her with psychological scars, which, if it lingers, suggests that her brother possesses a fragile mental fortitude. Shaking off her thoughts, she stands and makes her way to the front of the class. Later that afternoon, as the school day concludes, Li Shuangshuang and her friends eagerly refresh their Weibo feeds. Could it be that they genuinely encountered a ghost in the haunted house and were frightened enough to halt filming? As the bell rings, Gu Jiangyan, preoccupied with retrieving Gu Shiji's backpack, rushes from the playground to the classroom. He suspects something has transpired, but fears that Gu Shiji might feel guilty for not disclosing the incident. Accepting her backpack, he reassures her, "Do not overthink. With so many staff present, nothing severe could happen. After all, third brother is not in any real danger. If anything minor occurs and he is affected, it merely indicates his own weakness. If he is this fragile, perhaps he should reconsider his place in the entertainment industry." Gu Shiji, savoring a lollipop fed to her by Li Shuangshuang, glances at Gu Jiangyuan. Why does it seem like fourth brother isn't particularly fond of third brother? He shows no concern for him whatsoever. Yet, didn't the novel portray their brotherly bond positively? It seems the narrative only reveals what the author wishes the readers to perceive, she muses. It's also possible that jealousy exists among men. That feeling of fearing for one's brother's struggles while simultaneously resenting their success. Seeing third brother thrive must surely evoke envy in fourth brother. Gu Jiangyuan retorts, "I do not, it's unjust to accuse me." On Thursday, the midterm examination papers have just been graded, though the scores remain uncalculated, leaving the teachers unaware of the results from other classes. The top 2 scores in mathematics for the year will likely come from Class 1 or Class 2. Should Gu Shiji perform well on her midterm, there might be some contention over the first-place title. The students are aware that the papers have been graded. Left Miaojuan, having no engagements today, dismisses the idea of mingling with those she deems academically inferior. When Lin Yan and the others approach her for conversation, she declines, preferring solitude as she listens to music on her phone. A notification pops up on her device, inquiring whether she feels confident about her mathematics score for the midterm. Chapter 100, Who Questions Whom must provide evidence upon realizing that she was about to transition into the most inferior class of her grade. Zhou Miaojuan felt an overwhelming disdain. If she could not secure the top position in such a lackluster class, then her academic efforts would be in vain. Miaojuan harbored a firm confidence in her ability to achieve first place. The housekeeper, Zhou, poured some tea for the elder of the Zhou family and remarked, "The young lady's academic performance is already among the finest at Jingda-affiliated school. Upon arriving in Ning City, not only will she surely be first in her class, but also in her entire grade. At that point, the young master of the Jin family would undoubtedly take notice of her." In Ning City, while other subjects yielded satisfactory results, the atmosphere in the mathematics department was rather peculiar. Zhang Yang spent the entire afternoon in the office, initially eager to bask in the accolades following the final statistical results. However, his expression soon darkened. Teacher Jean, a colleague who usually maintained a close rapport with Jean Zichao, quietly scooted his chair closer. "How do you instruct your students? Their progress has been remarkably swift." After the first division of the first-year classes, a statistical review revealed that Class 18 ranked last in mathematics. Following a monthly exam, Class 18 still held the position of the bottom tier. Zhang Yang had previously expressed his disdain for their performance, lamenting their inability to complete even basic math assignments. Yet, in such a short span, they managed to achieve the highest average score in mathematics for the entire grade. Moreover, it was initially presumed that the top 2 positions in the grade would belong to either Class 1 or Class 2. Yet, now both the first and second place were claimed by Class 18. Li Shuangshuang secured the top score with a perfect mark, while Lin Yan achieved second place with 148 points, having missed only one judgment question. In contrast, Gu Sirou, who was speculated to take first place, ended up fourth with 138 points, failing to complete the final major question. In fact, apart from Class 18, only Qinwen from another class managed to solve a significant portion of the final question, yet he too could not complete the last part, scoring 142 points and ranking third. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Yang lifted his gaze. "Teacher Jean, I suspect your class has engaged in collective cheating. Otherwise, Such rapid progress in such a short time is simply implausible. You must accompany me to the principal's office. The gravity of an entire class cheating warranted immediate notification to the principal for severe repercussions. Jin Zichao chuckled, a hint of sarcasm evident on his cherubic face. Director Zhang, have you heard of the phrase "who questions must provide evidence"? If you believe our students are cheating, please present your proof. Without evidence, making baseless claims could lead to a defamation suit. As for accompanying him to the principal's office, he dismissed the notion, directly taking the printed score sheet from a nearby teacher. Upon seeing the name at the bottom of the list, he felt a twinge of exasperation. In the age of the internet, news travels swiftly. As the teacher's office finished compiling the results, someone promptly shared a photo of the score sheet on the school forum. Wow, Class 18 has some audacity. Did they really cheat collectively and so brazenly? Are they devoid of common sense? It's as if they want the whole world to know about their cheating. How could they even dare to achieve the highest score in the grade? I am utterly amused that some individuals lack even the basic knowledge of cheating etiquette. Did they not consider that they should be discreet while copying answers? Their actions were reprehensible, unfair to those who diligently studied and prepared for the exams. The class that once ranked last suddenly surged to the top. Everyone shared Zhang Yang's sentiments, convinced that they had collectively cheated. Speculations arose that Jin Zichao must have aided them in obtaining the exam papers, or that someone from their class had hired a hacker to infiltrate the school's computer system and steal the test questions. Upon hearing her classmates discussing the vitriol directed at them on the forum, Zhuo Miaojuan felt compelled to investigate. Once she grasped the full context, her expression soured. Were these individuals truly so incompetent? Cheating was one thing, but why drag her down with them? Before the class bell rang, she spotted Jin Zichao approaching their classroom and hurriedly ran outside to intercept him. Jin Zichao, striding with pride, was abruptly halted by her presence, a puzzled expression crossing his face. "Classmate Zua, are you looking for me?" He pondered whether he should step aside to allow her passage. In her haste, Zhuo Miaojuan had not considered the impulsiveness of her actions. Momentarily hesitant, she inhaled deeply and summoned her courage to speak. "Yes, teacher, I am here to see you." She regarded him earnestly, her eyes reflecting unwavering sincerity. "I wish to clarify that I had no knowledge of their collective cheating. Prior to the exam, due to prior commitments, I was not present at school and had no communication with my classmates. My exam was entirely my own work." The smile faded from Jin Zichao's face, replaced by a frigid demeanor. "So you imply that you too believe their scores are a result of cheating?" He continued, "As a student, I do not view poor grades as a source of shame. Those who struggle academically can improve through diligent effort. However, seeking to deceive through fraudulent means when one fails to apply themselves is the true disgrace." "Understood, teacher," he replied curtly, brushing past her toward the classroom. Despite the outpouring of scorn on the school forum, Class 18 remained unfazed in their revelry. I have finally made progress. I not only passed my math exam, but exceeded the passing mark by 6 points. Upon hearing this, my mother might even consider increasing my allowance. I scored 112 points. 112 points. I am the highest scorer in my family for generations. When my father meets our ancestors, he need not feel ashamed." Zhuo Miaojuan sensed a shift in Jin Zichao's attitude towards her, believing it stemmed from his anger over her classmates' cheating. She received another message from her father, seeking confirmation of her scores. Chapter 101. Should I call the police? Have I finally fallen ill? On Gu Jiangyan's end, after a brief pause in filming, the variety show resumed its normal schedule. Filming had concluded the previous day. In the afternoon, after school, Gu Sirou had to visit the Fong family medical clinic to volunteer and learn traditional Chinese medicine. So he sought her out at school to share a hurried meal in the cafeteria. Gu Jiangyan inquired, "I heard your midterm exam results are out? Did you secure the top spot in your grade once again?" Gu Sirou lowered her head as she ate. Indeed, she ranked first overall. Though her math score did not surpass that of her younger classmates, her academic performance had always been commendable. and her current diligence in her studies had surpassed her previous efforts, even outshining Zhuo Miaojuan, who had come from the capital. Gu Jiangyan frowned. Is that class of Gu Shiji's? Isn't it the lowest performing class in the grade? Aren't they all struggling students? The information he gathered suggested that she was rather unambitious, often slacking off both at home and in school. Her classmates were of similar caliber, performing even worse than Gu Jiangyan and exhibiting greater laziness. Gu Sirou responded with a lackluster After contemplating for a moment, she pulled out her phone, opened the school forum, and handed it to Gu Jiangyan. I am not entirely sure about the specifics. Perhaps you should take a look yourself. Gu Jiangyan accepted the phone, while Gu Sirou continued her meal. His chopsticks remained untouched as his gaze remained fixed on the screen. With every passing moment, his expression grew more somber. How remarkable, he mused. To think an entire class could engage in cheating. Gu Shiji may have left other questions unanswered, yet she managed to complete the most challenging one. Should I commend her for her cleverness? At least she knows not to score too high while cheating. He sent the forum link to his own phone and subsequently shared it in the family group chat, which did not include Gu Sirou or Gu Shiji. After sharing the link, he sent another message. Take a look at the antics of your beloved daughter and sister. Their parents, along with his elder brother and fourth brother, placed undue emphasis on blood relations, blindly indulging Gu Shiji simply because her bloodline was the same as theirs. After their meal, Gu Jiangyan accompanied Gu Sirou to the Fong family medical clinic. Wearing a hat and mask, he went unnoticed for quite some time. Observing Gu Sirou skillfully assisting with prescriptions, he felt a surge of pride and a pang of affection. When he had removed his mask during their meal at school, many students recognized him, and some even took photographs, posting them to the school forum. Zhangqi and a few others walked alongside Gu Shiji toward the school gate. Zhangqi scrolled through his phone, eager to see the comments about their class, and upon clicking, he stumbled upon the newly posted thread and photos. He glanced at Gu Shiji and asked, Sister Ji, have you seen your third brother yet? Well, I think you can do without him. He spends all his time with Gu Sirou, even coming to school just to have lunch with her, without a thought to invite you along. I suspect he might not be your biological brother, but rather Gu Sirou's. She parted ways with Zhangqi and the others at the school entrance, heading towards the food street. Beneath a tea house on the food street, a low-profile black car with a conspicuous license plate, Jing A00001, was parked at the back entrance. Inside the tea house, Fang Mianji sat across from a man in his 60s, dressed in a zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously combed despite its graying strands, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. The man was not seated on a typical chair but rather in a wheelchair. A closer examination revealed his pallid complexion. Behind him stood a young man in a black suit, his expression stern and eyes piercing, instilling a sense of intimidation. After checking her phone, Fang Mianji smiled and remarked to the man, that girl said she would arrive in a few minutes. Don't let her youthful appearance deceive you. Her medical skills far surpass mine. If she didn't disdain my age, I would have eagerly sought her as my mentor. The man in the wheelchair expressed mild surprise at Fang Mianji's words. I find myself increasingly curious about her. Although she mentioned having dined out, Lin Manny still had the kitchen prepare a thoughtful late-night snack for her. While Gu Shiji enjoyed her snack, Lin Manny initiated a conversation about the midterm exams. I heard you tackled a math problem that even classes 1 and 2 struggled with. RGG is truly remarkable. With a piece of deliciously fried chicken in her mouth, Gu Shiji looked up at Lin Manny and obediently nodded, and then, in her heart, she mused, oh, I hardly ever do my homework or pay attention in class, and my mother doesn't even suspect that I might have cheated on the exam? This doesn't align with the narrative in novels. If I suddenly performed so well, she would certainly think I cheated and might even be furious enough to not let me eat. Lin Manny interjected. I merely wish to support you, not to encourage any theatrics. Well, it wouldn't be right for me to be the only one feeling psychologically harmed when an entire class is facing this issue. It would imply that I am weaker than others. Lin Manny suppressed a smile, relieved that she recognized the inappropriateness of such thoughts. She offered Gu Shiji a piece of green vegetable, noting her finicky eating habits. Then she brought up another matter. Gu Shiji, with her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish, gazed at Lin Manny with wide eyes. In a moment of excitement, she blurted out, "Have I finally fallen ill?" Chapter 102. My mother arrived with a cleaver. In a moment of overwhelming excitement, I lost control of my emotions. Could it be that my mother has disowned my eagerness for his illness? No. I must salvage the situation. Gu Shiji, much like a performer in a Peking opera, instantly wiped the excitement from her face, replacing it with a look of concern. Really? Uncle is truly unwell? This is absolutely dreadful. I will certainly visit him at the earliest opportunity after school tomorrow. Lin Manny feigned distraction, bowing her head to serve her food, successfully concealing her amusement. After Gu Shiji finished her late-night snack and headed upstairs to rest, Lin Manny took her phone and walked to the dining area to call Gu Jiangyan. Regardless of your willingness to meet Xizhi, you must come to the old residence tomorrow evening. Bring a gift for her. If you do not come, you might as well forget about acknowledging me and your father. As the night passed, discussions on the forum regarding the entire Class 18's allegations of plagiarism not only failed to subside, but intensified. If the most underperforming class, with the least capable students, could elevate their grades to the top through cheating, what incentive do we have to continue studying earnestly? The school's inaction suggests they are shielding these students, does it not? If that is the case, then I see no reason to remain here. Had only Gu Shiji, Li Shuangshuang, and Lin Yan achieved commendable results, I could reluctantly accept that they had studied diligently, especially since they performed admirably in the last math competition. However, to witness the entire class excel in such a short span is something even a fool would recognize as cheating. Oh! They demand evidence? The proof lies in the fact that their last monthly exam's average score in mathematics was at the bottom of the grade, yet they have now ascended to the pinnacle. This evidence would hold up even in a court of law. The discussion extended beyond the first-year students, involving those in the second and third years as well. A senior student remarked, "Impressive. I have been in school for 2 more years, yet this is the first time I have encountered an entire class cheating together. You all must have stolen the exam papers and memorized the answers, right?" Another senior chimed in, "Since you managed to stealthily acquire the midterm exam papers, why not attempt to procure the college entrance examination papers for us as well? I consider myself quite clever, with a score of 710. I could guarantee admission to Tokyo University without raising suspicions of cheating." A second-year student laughed, "Haha, the upperclassmen are indeed clever. If you truly can get your hands on the exam papers, please do help us out during our college entrance exams. If the school decides to punish you, I would gladly advocate on your behalf." This opened up a new perspective. If they could truly procure the college entrance exam papers, I would also offer my support. No. If they could obtain those papers, we would all advocate for them together. Haha, if you can elevate your entire class's average score to the top through cheating. Imagine if we all managed to sneak a glance at the college entrance exam papers. Wouldn't that mean we could all attend Tokyo University together? Wouldn't that imply we become lifelong alumni, united even in our university years? Class 18 observed the escalating comments online, fully aware that they were being mocked. Yet, as they continued to read, Wang Hua sighed, "Chigo, wouldn't it be splendid if we truly had the ability to steal the exam papers? When the time for the college entrance examinations arrives, we could utilize the same tactics, knowing the questions in advance and memorizing the answers. After the exam, we could all gain admission to Tokyo University together." This notion spiraled the members of Class 18 into a daydream. As they approached their senior year, what did they fear most? Was it not the thought of parting ways with their fellow students after years of hard work? Otherwise, why would there be so many songs lamenting the separation of graduating seniors? If they could all attend the same university, the issue of separation would become moot. They would not only share high school, but also university and eventually enter society together. How blissful that would be! Gu Shiji sat in her seat, savoring a lollipop while organizing her biology notes. Upon hearing their words, she paused momentarily. Having experienced the college entrance examination, attended university, and entered society, she had endured more farewells than they had. When she first entered university, she too had wished for a few classmates from her high school to be with her. She glanced at Zhang Qi, Li Shuangshuang, and Wang Hua, her eyes narrowing slightly. Should her aim of slacking off during her leave of absence fail, having them around might not be so bad. Dreams should be kept to a whisper. Then came the surge of indignation at the accusations. Zhang Qi declared, "My father is on his way to school. I finally passed math, and yet I am being accused of cheating. My father is even angrier than I am." Wang Hua added, "My mother is coming too. If it weren't for my grandmother stopping her, she would have brought a cleaver to school." Li Shuangshuang's father was also present, along with several other parents of classmates who were equally irate, having left their tasks to come to school. To be subjected to such suspicion was no longer merely a question of their children's integrity, but a challenge to their own. It questioned their ability to raise children capable of academic success, and while the children could endure, the parents could not. As the principal surveyed the scene of numerous agitated parents, he felt bewildered. Which child, having truly cheated, would still have the audacity to bring their parents to school to seek justice? "These are photos of my son, Wang Hua, diligently working on math problems at home. I may not have recorded a video, but I captured these moments," he asserted. Other parents, having witnessed their children's rare diligence, echoed similar sentiments. Zhang Qi's father turned to Li Shuangshuang's father, inquiring, "Did you take any videos or photos?" Li Shuangshuang's father shook his head, "None. Our Shuangshuang is naturally diligent. I have seen her study countless times, nothing worth documenting." Other parents were taken aback. "Really? At this point, you still wish to flaunt that?" Li Shuangshuang's father chuckled innocently. "However, I did bring something else." Chapter 103, Love that goes so far as to offer a kidney to a rival. Li Shuangshuang's father held a crimson plastic bag, the kind typically used for purchasing fruits from roadside vendors. Other parents and the principal regarded him with bemusement as he placed the bag upon the principal's desk. Subsequently, they watched as he extracted its contents one by one. In truth, there were only 3 items: a mathematics textbook from the first semester of their first year, which Zhang Qi and his classmates were currently studying, a corresponding exercise book distributed by the school, and a notebook. As these items were revealed, the other parents felt a wave of regret wash over them. "How could I not have thought to bring this?" Li Shuangshuang's father scratched the back of his head, his expression still earnest, yet the pride in his eyes betrayed him. No explanation was needed as the other parents began to discuss animatedly with the principal. Within the mathematics textbook, a student named Gu Sirou had summarized key examination points from past midterm papers for first-year students, highlighting critical areas for everyone. The exercise book contained problems she had also marked, along with additional questions she crafted based on the knowledge points everyone needed to master thus far, all neatly organized in the notebook. The title read, "Regarding the Clarification of Exam Cheating in Class 18. Clicking into the post, one would first see several photos and videos of Class 18 students studying diligently late into the night. Following that were images of textbooks and notebooks. The text that followed conclusively demonstrated that the students of Class 18 had not engaged in cheating, particularly the last note. I apologize to all the students of Class 18 and humbly beseech Gu Sirou for her mathematics notes. And I implore the students of Class 18 to lend me their textbooks and exercise books so I can mark the key points. I finally understand why my mathematics grades have been so dismal. It is solely because I lack a classmate like Gu Sirou. A singular top student is impressive, but someone who elevates the entire class to excellence is truly remarkable." Suddenly, one wonders if the mathematics teacher for their class is even necessary with Gu Sirou present. The tide of discussion on the forum shifted dramatically. In the 3rd year, Sui gazed at Gu Jianyuan, harboring an utterly unrealistic fantasy. "Jianyuan, do you think I could ask your sister to help me highlight the key points for the college entrance examination? If she can achieve full marks on competition papers, surely tackling some 3rd-year questions would be trivial for her?" Having heard Gu Shiji's thoughts, Gu Jiangyuan's eyes lit up. He realized this might not be a mere fantasy. Why had he not thought of it before? He appreciatively patted Sui on the shoulder, thanking him for the reminder. Sui? Was he genuinely so shameless and audacious? Gu Shiji had already supplemented everyone with the key study points for the final exam. Zhuo Miaojuan stared at the forum post, her lips pressed tightly in frustration. She still refused to believe that a student from an ordinary background could indeed surpass her in mathematics. Crafting summaries of past papers to predict this year's exam questions and highlight essential topics for everyone. She glanced at the mathematics notebook placed on her desk by her deskmate, recalling her earlier offer to lend it to her for review. Without a word, she intended to take it for a look. She had confronted Xizhi the previous day, claiming she did not participate in the class's cheating, which had been overheard by students from other classes. One of those students, who was close to Wang Hua, relayed the information to him. Zhuo Miaojuan held disdain for Class 18, looking down on her classmates. On her very first day after transferring, when someone invited her to join the class group, she had declined. Wang Hua, therefore, discussed this matter in the group without her. Zhuo Miaojuan's desk mate immediately pressed her hand down on the notebook. Didn't you say you didn't need it? Then you shouldn't look at it now. If she wouldn't look, then so be it. In the mathematics teacher's office, a teacher close to Xizhi stepped out to get water, pausing by his desk. Resting his elbows on the table's edge, gazing at him enviously. Jean, you're so fortunate. Your class has Gu Shiji. Even if you were to relax for the latter half of the semester, your class might still secure the top average in the mathematics finals. This was the ultimate dream of every teacher. He sighed, inadvertently catching a glimpse of Zhang Yang's face, which seemed somewhat darkened. Hey, I'm heading out for water. Do you need me to get some for you? Almost forgetting, the most disheartened person in the office must be Zhang Yang, who had once been the mathematics teacher for Class 18. Such an ultimate dream should have fallen to him. Having never possessed it was one thing, but to have once held it only to relinquish it himself was another. TSK. The teacher swiftly grabbed Xizhi's cup and made his escape. After school that afternoon, Gu Jiangyuan hurried to wait at the door of Gu Shiji's classroom, prepared to carry her backpack. Sui followed closely behind, wearing a grin reminiscent of a puppy seeking affection from its owner. Oh, it's true. Iga does bear an uncanny resemblance to a lick dog in this moment. No wonder when novels mention him, they describe him as a professional lick dog who has pined after an older sister for over a decade, even rushing to pay for her and her boyfriend's hotel room when they forgot their money. When the sister unexpectedly became pregnant by her ex-boyfriend and wished to keep it from her current boyfriend, he even skipped the college entrance examination to accompany her for an abortion. Gu Jiangyuan? He was truly so devoid of principles in his romantic pursuits. What kind of sister has a current boyfriend, yet ends up pregnant by her ex, and he would forego his college entrance examination to assist such a woman? By the way, later the sister found a new boyfriend, whom she claimed was her true love. However, that true love met with a tragic accident, losing both kidneys. The sister approached him, weeping, sharing this news and urging him to get tested for compatibility, and remarkably, they matched. In the end, he selflessly donated a kidney to his true love. However, one kidney was insufficient to satisfy her needs, and she soon set her sights on his remaining kidney. Fortunately, before she could lay claim to it, she encountered yet another true love, which ultimately spared his life. Gu Jiangyuan? To love her to the extent of offering a kidney to a rival? Incredible. Is this truly the self-cultivation of a lick dog? Chapter 104. The first encounter with third brother when I was reading the novel, although Sui was merely a minor character. His extraordinary tale of devotion was undeniably unforgettable. Gu Jiangyuan leaned sideways, pressing his ear closer, curious to discern whether that sister of his truly saved Sui's life in a past existence, rendering him utterly infatuated. Suddenly, Gu Shiji quickened her pace towards the school gate, leaving Gu Jiangyuan momentarily bewildered. It was as if she had abruptly ceased speaking, leaving him in a predicament akin to a person caught short without paper. Couldn't she have finished her sentence? Did her brother Sui's one kidney weigh less than a mere snack? As it turned out, Sui's kidney might indeed seem less significant than a snack in Gu Shiji's eyes. Gu Jiangyuan cast a sympathetic glance at Sui, who appeared utterly perplexed. Why are you looking at me like that? You're not harboring a secret crush on me, are you? Just so you know, I'm straight. And I have someone I admire. Gu Jiangyuan rolled his eyes. I know, it's that neighbor sister of yours, right? She attends a modeling school, fair-skinned and beautiful, with long legs and a stunning figure, correct? If you're talking about my sister, then we definitely need to have a serious discussion. Sui, who had just been wary of being labeled as gay, now casually draped his arm around Gu Jiangyuan's shoulder. My sister is truly. The next 1,000 words were omitted. It wasn't until they boarded the Gu family's vehicle that Sui finally paused, parched from his relentless chatter. Gu Jiangyuan began to ponder whether Sui's sister was perhaps too conservative. After all, with someone like Sui, she might have initially encouraged him to donate both kidneys with a cheerful demeanor. If she were to seek a love interest lacking in common sense, perhaps she would even enlist Sui for another donation. As Gu Jiangyuan reflected on their years of brotherhood, a peculiar sense of rivalry began to bubble within him. What if one day I encounter some misfortune and require you to donate a few organs? Would you? Sui replied. How about we sever ties before that happens? Having a friend who keeps his organs in mind seems rather dangerous. Gu Jiangyuan was left speechless. Gu Shiji was the first to settle into the car, promptly unwrapping the small cookies prepared inside. She overheard their exchange. Ha ha, what a misfortunate fellow Sui is. So many people coveting his organs. However, my fourth brother seems to be faring quite poorly, even his love rival surpasses him. Observing her fourth brother's dismal situation, Gu Shiji handed Gu Jiangyuan a cookie after they all boarded. Fourth brother, eating something sweet will surely ease your burdens. Though Gu Jiangyuan thought to himself that she merely sweet-talked him while secretly mocking him, he felt genuinely pleased to accept the cookie. He truly was his sister's favorite brother. This brand of cookies was her absolute favorite, and she willingly shared a piece with him when she was so hungry. I just remembered. Suyi's sister truly did save him. After eating the cookie, Gu Shiji's mind wandered to other thoughts, prompting Gu Jiangyuan to perk up in anticipation. Here it came. The unfinished story was finally resurfacing. When Sui was a child, he was quite portly and had no friends, constantly bullied at school. Once, a group of older students cornered him in the bathroom, beating him so badly that he thought he would meet his end. At that moment, his sister descended like an angel, saving him. From then on, he became deeply enamored with his sister, striving daily to fulfill her every desire, transforming into the quintessential devoted admirer. So that was the reason. Gu Jiangyuan mused that had he been in Suyi's position, beaten and saved by a girl, he too would likely regard her as a goddess. Gu Shiji finished one packet of cookies and opened another. If it were genuinely to repay a life debt, it would be understandable, but this debt seems rather contrived. She glanced at Sui, her eyes reflecting the same sympathy Gu Jiangyuan had shown earlier. Sui was left bewildered. What's wrong with these siblings? Gu Jiangyuan nearly choked on his cookie, astonished. Fake? To be such a devoted admirer and have his gratitude dismissed as insincere? She feared being discovered and concealed her pen in Suyi's bag, leading others to mistakenly believe he had stolen it, resulting in his beating. When his sister realized he was being wrongly punished, she initially intended to ignore it. However, when she was caught stealing by a classmate named Peng Huanhuan, she was threatened with exposure unless she intervened to save Sui. Gu Shiji shook her head. What a pity. Indeed, it is truly lamentable, Gu Jiangyuan concurred, to have believed in a savior only to discover they were the ones orchestrating his downfall. Perhaps we should remind him while his organs are still intact? But how should we do that? Gu Jiangyuan narrowed his eyes at Sui, contemplating whether he ought to intervene for the sake of this fellow's well-being. Sui, having just joined them in the vehicle, felt somewhat rushed. Gu Shiji, having consumed 2 packets of cookies, refrained from eating further, saving room for the delicacies prepared by the imperial chef at the old residence. She recalled that the kidney donation occurred after the college entrance examinations, which she had missed to accompany her sister for an abortion on the very day of the exams. With several months still remaining until their exams, there was no rush to remind him. She could take her time finding an opportunity. She closed her eyes to rest for a moment. Gu Jiangyan was chatting with Sui. Sui, do you recall Peng Wanwan? I suddenly thought of her a few days ago and managed to obtain her contact information. Peng Wanwan? It seems fourth brother, and I share a connection. I just thought of her, and now he mentions having contacted her. Upon hearing that familiar name, Gu Xizhi struggled to keep herself from drifting off to sleep. Gu Jiangyuan and Sui had attended the same elementary school, though they were not close back then. Sui was aware of Peng Wanwan, who was in the same class as his sister, but he had no knowledge that Gu Jiangyuan was also acquainted with her. He nodded. I remember. Then she recounted how that boy, whose pen had been stolen, had brought a group to confront Sui, taking him to the bathroom. She had seen those intimidating figures and feared for his safety, prompting her to seek out the girl who had stolen the pen, urging her to reveal the truth in the bathroom to rescue Sui. It seems Peng Wanwan had already shared this story with fourth brother. This saves me from having to explain it to Sui. However, why was there no mention of fourth brother knowing about this in the novel? The vehicle arrived at the Gu family's old residence. To Gu Shiji's surprise, she encountered Gu Jiangyan, her third brother, marking their first formal meeting. Chapter 105, Reluctance to Accept Gifts. Issues with character Gu Sirou continued her work at the Fong family's medical clinic, while Gu Jiangyan had promised to pick her up after her shift. He decided to arrive at the ancestral home early, allowing him to leave sooner. At that moment, he sat in the living room, conversing with the elderly matriarch. Gu Shiji sweetly greeted the elderly lady and then noticed Gu Jiangyan sitting on the sofa with a cold expression, as if someone owed him millions. His gloomy demeanor made her less inclined to be in his presence. Gu Jiangyan widened his eyes. He recognized that voice. He had heard it that morning when he had dropped Sirou off at school, and now it echoed again. He glanced around at everyone present. He was familiar with their voices, yet Gu Shiji's was unfamiliar. She hadn't even spoken aloud. Curiosity piqued, he fixed his gaze on her. I'm aware of my own beauty, but does he really need to regard me with such a peculiar gaze? Sigh, it's our first meeting as siblings. And as my elder brother, he must have prepared a gift for me, right? It's unimaginable otherwise. Gu Jiangyan confirmed that the voice he heard truly belonged to Gu Shiji. Or perhaps it was her inner thoughts. He discreetly observed the others, noting their expressions were unremarkable, leading him to wonder if this was a phenomenon only he could perceive. His reluctance to accept a gift indicates a flaw in his character. After exchanging a few more words with the elderly lady, Gu Shiji approached Gu Jiangyan, standing upright and demure, a sweet smile adorning her face. The strikingly handsome and charming man before her must surely be her elder brother. Hello, elder brother. I'm your sister, and I'm delighted to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future. How hypocritical of him to think my presence here is an ill omen, she thought. Gu Jiangyan merely glanced down at his phone, continuing his conversation with his manager about work, offering only a disinterested hum in response. Isn't he an actor? Isn't he supposed to excel at performing? Why is he so cold, as if he refuses to play his part in front of so many witnesses? Gu Shishi suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. The more aloof he is, the more determined I am to secure that gift. When I got out of the car, Xiao Wang picked a flower and insisted I catch it. It will prove useful now. She held the flower up to Gu Jiangyan. Elder brother, this is a gift for you. I couldn't resist picking this beautiful flower from the garden. Since it's our first meeting, I thought of the gift you must have prepared for me, and I wanted to reciprocate, so I decided to part with this flower. I hope you like it. Having mentioned your supposed gift for me, how could you possibly refuse? Gu Jiangyan sneered. It was evident she had once lived as a beggar, resorting to any means to obtain a gift. She paled in comparison to Sirou. Keep the flower. I have no interest in it. And take it far away. Don't bother me. He handed her the prepared gift. Fine, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to walk away. The gift is secured. After this, I won't mind if we never meet again. It's a bit of a pity, though. I believe you should have simply sent me a generous red envelope to appease me, which would truly match your elegance. Gu Jiangyan tightened his grip on his phone, his face darkening. Leave. Gu Shiji was taken aback. I was already leaving. What s with his sudden outburst? Has he lost his mind after being violated by a man? It was just a brief touch, a mere kiss. Isn't that part of acting? To make such a fuss over it is ridiculous. Gu Jiangyan froze. How did she know? How could she possibly be aware of this? He had only mentioned feeling unwell and needing a break. He immediately asked, "Who told you? Is he speaking to me?" The other members of the Gu family, who had been quietly observing, found Gu Jiangyan's reaction peculiar, as if he could hear Xizhi's thoughts. The elderly matriarch, noticing Gu Jiangyan's increasingly strange behavior, worried he might mistreat Gu Shiji and took her hand. "Forget about your elder brother for now. Let us go to the dining room and have something to eat before it gets cold." Lin Manny then sat beside Gu Jiangyan, admonishing him for his inappropriate attitude towards Gu Shiji, overflowing with maternal concern. "Dear, have you considered that this young girl suddenly appearing might have ulterior motives?" Gu Jiangyan interrupted her maternal instincts. "When you mentioned she sought us out, I sensed something was amiss. How did she know about her connection to us? Everything was fine with Sirou until she arrived, and now it's as if you've all been brainwashed. I even suspect that the incident involving me was orchestrated by her associates." Lin Manny responded, "Xizhi is correct. If he is so fragile that he develops psychological issues over this, he needs to reflect on himself. It's not my concern. All right, you've met Xizhi, exchanged gifts. Now you should leave promptly." The elderly patriarch, who had been silent with a furrowed brow, finally spoke. "We ran out of rice today, so you'll need to find your own meal." Gu Jiangyan? Gu Shiji was indeed a source of trouble. Even his grandfather seemed to be affected by her presence. In the house of the city's wealthiest family, such nonsense about lacking rice could be uttered. As Gu Shiji exited the dining room, she found Gu Jiangyan had already left. She still clutched the flower Xiao Huang had given her, wiping away the saliva on it. She also took a plate of fried chicken legs that the elderly lady had remarked would cause heat if she ate too much, and made her way upstairs to check on Gu Yijing.